A woman wearing a hood and holding her hands together in front of her asked everyone to kneel before the emperor. Several such people in strange clothing stood in 2 rows facing each other at the edges of the path that led to the huge palace. This majestic castle was beautiful, and grace descended from heaven, praising them. The palace complex was huge, including many different buildings and a bridge. The woman standing at the edge of the path leading to the palace continued to clasp her hands in front of her and asked for this grace and praise to be gathered. A knight clad in steel armor swung an impressive sharp axe and demanded that everyone kneel before the emperor. Suddenly, there was a suspicious crack of cold iron, and the warrior's terrifying weapon began to crumble. Unexpectedly, the strong knight received a powerful blow with a weapon and could no longer stand on his feet as a result of the brutal attack. The huge axe was broken after it struck the soldier, who was clad in armor and had suffered defeat. But it was not only hammers and axes that were used by the enemies today to eliminate the brave palace knights, but also sharp spears. It was with this dangerous weapon that other knights were armed, ready to strike down enemies for their ruler. Protected by steel armor, the fierce warriors held their spears in front of them, ready to engage in deadly combat at the right moment. There is an organization in this state led by His Majesty the Emperor himself in white robes. This structure, widely known as the Special Forces, exists for one purpose only. All the strong knights who are part of the organization protect the great Emperor Lian Kavalan. The Special Assignment Unit exists because of him. A strange woman in a hooded cloak continued to hold her palms in front of her as the flames began to rage. Some of the soldiers were defeated and lay lifeless on the ground, while the terrible flames consumed everything around them. The man in white who had defeated them walked along the path and looked at the huge palace, thinking it was nonsense. It was the leader of the Special Forces Unit, Yang, who was going to eliminate the emperor with his own hands. One of the defeated knights, who was still alive, lay on the ground and continued to demand that Yang kneel. The warrior, experiencing his last moments of life, asked the victor to kneel before the emperor. A knight standing nearby wanted the leader of the organization, Yang, to die, but he bowed before the ruler. The young man, who had been thinking about this with a grim face, decided not to back down, even if his own life was at stake. Yang looked at the knights in front of him who continued to fight, but considered them to be the emperor's pathetic puppets. One of the warriors partially uncovered his face, revealing his hellish demonic nature, and continued to demand that Yang bow down before the emperor. The soldier's otherworldly essence was fully revealed, transforming him into a terrifying creature that lunged forward at Yang. But the young man had no intention of giving up so easily and raised his deadly sword. The clash of the two opposing forces caused a storm of energy and a huge fire near the residence of the country's ruler. Bright golden sparks, which brought only destruction, had already appeared near the staircase of the head of state's palace. The flames were approaching the steps leading to the throne room, where the ruler of this empire usually resided. Hearing the terrible sound of the approaching fire, a fairy with large eyes and ears looked warily in its direction. The little sorceress flew up to a human hand and cautiously asked if the noise outside was bothering her master. The long-haired Emperor Lian Kavalan, sitting on the throne in a red robe, asked the fairy not to worry because it was not a problem. The ruler looked ahead with surprise in his large eyes and struggled to understand it all. A moment later, Emperor Lian Kavalan saw his most loyal subject, Yan from the Special Forces, arrive below. In the ruler's understanding, Yang, walking with worn clothes and a gloomy look, had decided to betray his own master. The red mask with white fangs fell from the face of the brave warrior, who looked at the emperor without joy and addressed him. Leon was interested in the period of time that had passed since John became a leader, because he remembered the guy when he was still a recruit. On a special training ground called the Bottomless Pit of Loneliness, the young man went all the way from a slave soldier to a leader. Looking at Yang, Mr. Kavalan reminded him that the knight had everything, so he did not understand what he was dissatisfied with now. The young soldier bowed his head in silent aggression and silently raged at Leon's failure to understand his supposed dissatisfaction. Breaking the yellow piece of the shaft with strong indignation, which instantly turned into a deadly weapon, the guy was ready to rush at the enemy. This movement, which did not bode well for the emperor, only caused him to remain reserved, but Leon continued to watch the warrior. The leader of the organization seemed to want to rush forward with the dangerous blade and deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. Dissatisfied with the emperor's head, Leon Kavalana Yang brought the blade to his ear, where a green creature began to curl around it. At first, Yang, with dead eyes, was going to deal with this miniature swamp-colored dragon, The creature with a forked red tongue flew down, and Yang told the emperor how he had lost everything, mocking his words. A little fairy with purple hair sat on Mr. Cavalin's palm and silently stared at the knight who had invaded their space. The ruler of the state sharply squeezed the magical girl with his fingers when Yang spoke about the loss of his memories. Yang glared at his opponent and shouted about the loss of his family, his identity, and even his life. For a second, the head of the Special Forces unit fell silent, not finishing his aggressive speech, and partially lost his left arm. Behind him was a sharp sword with an incredibly beautiful hilt, twisting in the air, which was surely the cause of the changes in the boy's body. Stunned, Yang remembered something that had already happened once before, and it was connected with his life. And if the young man had been looking ahead, he was now forced to look back, not noticing the stain of his own blood in front of him. Emperor Leon Cavalin rose from his throne and felt resentment, even though he did not know how his subordinate had understood everything now. With a look of madness in his eyes, the ruler of the empire admitted that the head of the Special Forces unit was his favorite toy. Various thoughts of the unfortunate warrior flashed chaotically in his weakening mind, and he thought how futile it had been to go through with it. A voice asked Yan to wake up and get up, and when he stood up, he did not understand how he had survived with his heart pierced. Yan looked up calmly, and there was light, and rocks were visible all around, but the young warrior knew this place. Having previously attempted to fight the ruler Leon, Yan touched a huge white pillar next to him. Suddenly, a strong surprise overwhelmed the young man, who opened his eyes and looked at the unusual phenomenon. The former leader of the Special Forces unit stood before the great stone sword, striking in its grandeur and size. It was the symbol of the squad's training ground, and thousands of recruits had died in front of this huge stone sword. But the young man was also deeply concerned about the drastic changes in his own body. He was now wearing the clothes of the recruits training on the ground. An unexpected and incomprehensible noise appeared nearby, as if someone had run past Yan, who continued to stand there with a surprised look on his face. From the powerful blow of the tall man's large fist, the young man felt a sharp pain in his shoulders and held them with his hands. Unexpectedly attacked, the young man instantly flew to the side, and his formidable assailant advised him to watch his back. What had happened enraged Yan. He clenched his strong white teeth and bulged his eyes, filled with hatred for his opponent. The 12th recruit of the Special Forces unit, Roman, who had hit him, considered Yan a little insolent, but he had not changed in other respects. Clenching his muscular left hand, the soldier now remembered one moment. He looked with noticeable surprise at the one who had called him, the 12th member of the Special Forces unit. Standing directly in front of the slightly beaten young man who had fallen to his knees, Roman realized that he was not so simple. Getting to his feet, Yan asked if they were on the training ground. But for Roman, training was just an excuse. He wanted to deal with his rival. According to the 12th member of the squad, no one would care if a low-level recruit died unexpectedly. Standing with a sullen expression on his face, Yan found himself in a strange situation after invading the Imperial Palace and couldn't believe one thing. But there was a large sword that appeared before his eyes, as well as the boy's thin body and Roman's strange actions. Yang was happy to return to the past, and it didn't matter why it happened, because what was important was the new opportunity to start all over again. Now it was important for the young man not to make a mistake, because this time he was determined to get the Emperor's head. Standing before him was Roman, the 12th recruit of the Special Forces unit, to whom the young man wanted to tell something. When Yang told his rival that it was impossible for them to experience love before the age of 40, Roman stared at the young man in complete incomprehension. Clenching his fists, the strong recruit instantly rushed at his opponent, who dared to say such terrible words to him. Quickly stepping aside, Yang ironically told his enemy that he couldn't believe he had missed such a slow blow, considering himself pathetic. The eyes of the Special Forces recruit burned with wild rage when he heard the mocking words from his weaker opponent. Wanting to strike the young man who continued to mock him so cruelly, Roman ran zigzagging around Yang, unable to hit him. With a cool expression, the young warrior intended to give one piece of advice to his rival, who was glaring at his opponent with anger. Approaching the restless recruit Roman, Yan touched his body with his finger and recommended that the man close the distance and attack. Then he suddenly delivered a powerful blow to Roman's stomach, who clearly did not expect it. As a result of the treacherous attack, the 12th recruit flew somewhere to the side while his opponent stood with his fist clenched. Screaming in wild pain, Roman's eyes bulged, and he couldn't understand how a mid-level recruit could have such skills. Clenching his strong white teeth in a fit of aggression, Yang continued to instruct his opponent, urging him to keep attacking. But the young man immediately looked away from his opponent and saw a mysterious purple object flying past him. The strange pendant hit the wall and fell to the ground, but Yang couldn't remember finding anything like it. Picking up the object from the ground, the young man turned to Roman, who was lying nearby, and suggested ending the fight, since the recruit had been very lucky. The lid of the mysterious pendant opened, and the young man sat up, examining the interior of the object, where something was. Suddenly, the former leader's eyes widened as he began to examine the contents of the object. Inside the pendant found by the young man was an old picture of a boy with a man and a woman behind him. The brave warrior Yang recognized himself in this childhood photo with these unfamiliar people. Although Yang was seeing them for the first time, the man and woman looked familiar to him, and now with tears in his eyes, he accepted them as his family. Memories, love, family. Yang hadn't thought about these things in 30 years, and he couldn't get any of them, even after burning down the imperial capital. Even after eliminating all the knights of the court, the young warrior was unable to find his own parents. And now the brave warrior held this important find in his own hands. Closing his eyes, Yang brought the pendant closer to him and thought about the past and his lost relatives. Then he opened them and realized that he had almost repeated his previous mistake. A majestic sword stood before Yan, and the young man decided not to waste his life on revenge, but to escape from here. Filled with determination, the young man was going to get back everything he had lost, his life and his family. The Special Forces unit was under the direct command of the Emperor himself. At a certain period in the history of the state, the fortress of Berna fell, and a huge fire engulfed the stronghold. The inhabitants of the empire also remember the murder of the Grand Duke of the Northern Continent, which also involved this paramilitary formation. This unit, led by a well-known man, successfully completed many missions that directly influenced the fate of the country. At the head of all this chaos was the nationally renowned commander of the Special Forces unit, Yang. He was called the Emperor's right hand and the first knight of the empire, and this frail recruit was that man. How could it happen that this guy turned into someone who carries other people's excrement in barrels with a mission to clean septic tanks? The sharpened blades of the swords gleamed brightly with their cold steel, ready for a dangerous confrontation. Two recruits were practicing with swords as part of their training, increasing their combat readiness in the organization. More than 1,000 recruits are taking part in this special training session, where people kill each other in order to survive and become stronger. On average, about 3 or 4 people die each day, and their places are taken by volunteers or kidnapped newcomers. They are in a place that resembles a labyrinthine dungeon. This training ground is a dragon's nest in the northwestern mountains. Each new recruit who joins this organization is assigned a serial number. It is determined based on the recruit's abilities, and they can raise their own rating by passing an exam or winning a competition. The higher the number in the rating pyramid, the better the attitude towards the recruit, and they try to lower each other's ratings, stepping on each other's heads. In this structure, it is almost impossible for the lowest-ranked newcomers, who are not particularly strong, to survive. Yang, who continued to drag boxes, knew that if an unfortunate recruit died, another would take his place. The young man also remembered how recruits were treated as labor and training material. Yang was no longer angry at anyone. He was very lucky that, in the end, the guy was considered labor material. Lost in his own thoughts, the young man noticed the boxes falling behind him at the last moment. Someone was already shouting and urging everyone to look, and the boxes that had fallen to the floor were slowly beginning to open. Yan, the depressed guy who was quickly fixing the lids on the boxes, still didn't understand where he should look. But there were also the best recruits in this pyramid, walking past the unfortunate young man who had dropped the boxes. The girl who had bumped into him apologized to Yang for her carelessness and looked at the young man with concern. The senior recruits are the heirs of the imperial nobility who join for their own reasons out of loyalty and to continue their lineage. The training ground administration takes care of their comfort, and because of the privileges of the aristocrats, they are not infested with insects. Only the best recruits receive privileges and benefits and remain at the top of the organization's rankings. These recruits include Lorena Beowulf, Cruel Dwight, and Casa Ephraim, who were the top 3 throughout the selection process. One of them looked at Yan maliciously and did not understand why Lorena was apologizing to Yan, whom he called trash. The dissatisfied opponent reminded him of their common status as recruits, but Jan should not think that they were equals and that he, a commoner, was talking to him. The opponent called Jan number 974, asking if he could hear him, and said that the guy didn't have enough brains to understand others. The unfortunate young man wanted so much to split his enemy's head in two, but he apologized to him aloud, explaining that it was all carelessness. The former leader of the Special Forces unit was extremely sad to hear all this, and his eyes showed his despondency. His rival mocked him, saying that only people could ask for forgiveness, not those who carried wooden boxes. The smirking villain was sure that people like Yang should beg, demanding that the guy bang his head against the wall and ask for mercy. The unpleasant face of the malicious recruit, with his nasty smile and demand to beg, continued to stand in front of the poor boy. His opponent openly mocked Jan and laughed, saying that it was as if the boy was seeing a nobleman for the first time, while the poor fellow closed his eyes and tried to remain calm. The arrogant villain laughed that Jan had swallowed his tongue in fear, thinking that this always happened when meeting Cruel. Finally, the trio of top recruits went on with their business. Cruel demanded that the boy be careful in the future, and Beowulf apologized and stacked the boxes. Rubbing his face, Yang looked at them and mentally asked them to be happy with their current ranks, because it was even better for him that way. After such an unpleasant encounter, the young man continued his journey with the boxes along one of the walls of the large fortress. Suddenly, he looked ahead with great attention. Something unusual caught the attention of the guy with the boxes. Mysterious sparks flew out of the nearest door on his way, and someone was always hiding in the dark corners. The young man's eyes widened, and he suspected that Roman, the recruit, was involved in this. But the young man had a strange feeling. Feverishly thinking about what was happening, Jan considered pretending he knew nothing and then simply approaching closer. Approaching the place where the glow was coming from, the guy started talking about how hard it was for him, but a girl said she had been waiting for him. With her expressive large eyes, she looked at the boy pulling wooden boxes. The beautiful Lina Beowulf, dressed in white, recognized the young man as recruit number 974. The most wanted criminal, whom even the Imperial Knights could not catch, was called Iron Fist Gall. This villain committed his first murder at the age of 11, and at 20 he gathered his gang of robbers, who ravaged 23 villages and 17 guilds. The mere sight of this terrifying man's huge, fearsome fist strikes terror into the hearts of many. The fearless Lina Beowulf caught the huge Gaul by the hand and arrested this dangerous criminal. By doing so, the girl who dragged his hand secured herself the position of commander of the Imperial Palace Knights. The Dukes of Beowulf are one of the four great noble families ruling the snow-covered mountain region of Bokbang. The knights serving the Duke believed that Lady Lina was born to become the best swordsman on the continent. When Lina Beowulf was still a girl, she was called a young master of the sword, for the lady had already faced dangerous snow giants. None of Lina's opponents had any chance of winning. She always emerged victorious from battle. She, with her brave character and incredible blue eyes, was the best thing that had ever been created by the noble Beowulf family. Entering the room on the wall of the fortress, Jan asked again if the girl was addressing him, thinking that the lady had made a mistake. Looking at the girl suspiciously, the guy agreed with the knights and considered Lina one of those people it was better not to mess with because she was an enemy. Then Lina decided to ask differently and inquired about the goal set by the recruit in 974. While the girl was finding out the reason why the guy was hiding his strength, he decided to deal with her first. John didn't understand what the lady was talking about, but she had seen his battle with the stone sword and took it for a normal fight between two low-level recruits. Looking down from above at Jan's training battle with his opponent, Lina couldn't believe her eyes at first. Seeing the techniques that set the young man apart from the others, Lady Beowulf couldn't understand why he was still at the lowest rank. Realizing that a mistake had been made, Jan became alarmed and seemed not to understand what the noblewoman was talking about. Noticing that the modest recruit was not so easy to take, Lina decided to act completely differently towards him. The girl began to approach the young man, and it really seemed to her that Yang thought the interrogation was over. Offering her hand to the former leader of the Special Forces unit, Lina admitted her mistake. Suddenly, the noblewoman quickly brought her palm to the chest of the unsuspecting Yan, which greatly surprised him. With wide eyes and a look of astonishment, the frightened young man began to suspect that the girl was trying to test him. He could clearly see the beautiful Lina's hand, understood the danger of the situation, and did not consider it necessary to react. And in the next moment, Madame Beowulf struck the young man, who was not expecting it, in the face. Falling to the floor as a result, beaten and crushed, Yang shouted at her, asking why she had done that to him, but the girl only responded with a questioning look. Now she looked at the guy in amazement, thinking he would be able to block the blow, so she apologized, and Jan assured her that it wasn't him who was fighting then. The lady apologized because she had expected something else, and Yang decided to play on her pity, pretending to be a commoner who had been treated unfairly by a nobleman. With a character like the girl's, such a trick, as the young recruit hoped, was bound to work. Lina expressed her willingness to carry Yang's boxes, asking where they should be taken, and wanted to take one, but Yang did not see the need for it. Since they are recruits, Lina Beowulf asked the guy to talk to her informally, which is a little strange for Jan. As she continues to carry the boxes, the lady believes that higher-ranking recruits should not treat lower-ranking ones like slaves. If Lina becomes ruler, she will defend the rights of slaves on her land, while John thinks how talkative she is. Thanks to her, the guy delivered everything safe and sound, and the girl gathered herself back together after hearing words of gratitude from her companion. As she was walking toward the exit, Lina said that she might be mistaken about something, and Yang became nervous, not knowing what she wanted this time. Suddenly, the noblewoman turned to the young man and reminded him again how she had attacked him some time ago. After all this, Madame Beowulf intends to keep an eye on Jan, which makes him feel afraid. Continuing to stare intently at the young man, Lina wants to hope that she has made a mistake in her thinking after all. As she left, she promised to see him again, number 974, but quickly corrected herself and called the guy recruit John. He lowered his gaze, expecting this, but the girl turned out to be quite perceptive, and now it was unclear whether he would be able to escape or not. A new bold thought appeared in the mind of the former leader of the Special Forces unit, and he raised his gaze. Imagining a predatory hand on a human neck, John considers doing something important right now. Jan could easily deal with the current Lina, but if he killed her, the Beowulf family would immediately turn against him. Opening the door slightly, the young man thinks it would be foolish to turn the family into enemies, just for the sake of dealing with this lady. Entering the bathroom, the young man decides to first escape from this complex, remembering the time when he was a commander and knew about deserters. Most of these escaped soldiers were unable to leave the training ground and received their punishment. The young man remembered one deserter who managed to escape from the training ground and was later found in a nearby forest. Yen then managed to find out from this man how he had managed to escape, and he told him everything sincerely, being very touched by the commander's kindness. The exhausted fugitive soldier, in great pain, mentioned the third section in the fifth toilet to Yan. With his own hand, the former head of the Special Forces unit touched the wall behind which his freedom might lie. Jan barely smiled, having made the long-awaited discovery. He had finally found what he had dreamed of. In the process, the young man managed to destroy the wall of the fifth toilet cubicle and find an exit behind it. Some of the bricks fell down, and a dark hole appeared in the wall, pointing the way to long-awaited freedom. Deep inside, a light was visible, still very faint, but symbolizing liberation from captivity in the fortress. Jan continued to stare at the hole in the wall, thanks to which he could gain his desired freedom. Although the gap was still too narrow, if it were enlarged, the chances of success would increase exponentially. The young man, who wanted to stop being a recruit in a place he hated, smiled maliciously and hoped even more strongly to escape from here. Continuing to dismantle the bricks in the wall, Yang firmly decided to leave a place where life was unbearable for him. In the corridor near the rooms where the recruits were kept, a roll call was taking place, and the guard on duty called out number 970, hearing from him about his presence. Upon learning of the death of number 901, the guard called out the next number, 972, and he too was found in his room. The employee in a red mask with white fangs addressed number 974, but he did not answer. Immediately suspecting something was wrong, the man approached the bars and grabbed them, thinking that the recruit might have escaped. Lazily sprawled on his bunk, Yang gave his serial number and indicated that he was just resting, but the officer on duty shouted that he needed to respond quickly. Satisfied with the completion of the roll call, the institution's employee demanded that the recruits turn off the lights, after which the candles went out. Without changing his position on the bunk, Yang came to the conclusion that in carrying out the task, he understood the need to be cautious, because the probability of success was higher. Reflecting on this important issue, The young man looked up sadly, realizing that he had only one chance of success. Even if Jan managed to escape, the entire guard would start chasing him, and then the unfortunate freedom-loving man would definitely not fare well. If the guy made a mistake, he would become an extremely frightening example for all the other local recruits. Lowering his hand to the wooden floor, the former leader of the Special Forces wanted to get a trump card that would become an unpredictable variable in the game. At first, the room where candles had been burning just a few minutes ago was dark and completely silent. Then everything was illuminated, and Yang realized that he had no choice. But he didn't know if it was possible to carry out his plan with a body like his. A light appeared around Yang, and he activated the breath of the divine dragon, a method of controlling mana that is only available to outstanding geniuses. The young man had all the knowledge, but his body was not yet up to the task. And to reduce the strain on his body, he needed to create a core for mana. However, there is not enough time for it to appear using only the breath of the divine dragon. But the young man has no other choice. Dreaming of freedom, the recruit pressed his lips tightly together, his desire to achieve his goal requiring special concentration. Finally, the divine dragon's breath made itself felt, and this method began to bear fruit for the young man. The young man's transformation began. His strong, muscular arms seemed to be pierced by bright lightning bolts. Yang did not expect such a rapid flow of mana. He felt every cell of his own body releasing magical power. The young man felt as if a dragon had entered his body, and truly incredible things were happening to him. The divine breath of the dragon is a secret technique of the first emperor, who conquered many countries with his sword and founded an empire. This powerful technique was created by a calculating ruler during his own period of apathy. While Yang was thinking about this technique, which was as delightful as its name, another thought struck him. Looking at his body and the changes that had taken place, Yang realized with fear the risk of mana leaving his core, which could not be allowed to happen. The young man's muscular body seemed to be covered with bright, lightning-like curves. Now Yang had to try to keep the magical mana inside him, so he focused all his efforts on achieving this goal. The magical actions taking place caused Yan's room to glow brightly, illuminating the surrounding area. But in the next moment, everything suddenly fell silent, and the light went out, and the room was dark and lifeless again. Disappointed, the young man bowed his head in grief, realizing he had made a mistake, and was left feeling upset. Pulling at his hair, the unhappy and sad Yan considered it impossible to create a core valuable guide to this technique, and his body was still weak. Once the emperor revealed the secret of this technique to the young man, but Yang did not know if it was a momentary whim or if the sovereign was testing him. Then the ruler gave the young man a book where he was able to learn about gathering mana, but nothing about concentration. The secret technique was not yet perfected, but now Yang needed to focus on escaping before it began. The day after everything that had happened, the young man heard about the leadership's intention to disqualify everyone gathered there. The recruits standing nearby in uniform were surprised by this information, but some of the guys had also heard about it. To Yan himself, this seemed like nonsense. He was sure that this would definitely not happen, but his friend now doubted that they would return. The young man remembered that he was supposed to come to them today, so the recruit was going to do everything he could to make sure that this person did not notice him. Roman suddenly appeared somewhere behind him and started calling Yan, who hid under his hood, amazed at his friend's persistence. And then the recruits noticed the instructor standing on a special podium in front of them and even hoped to return home today. The instructor looked at the group of students emotionlessly, lost in his own thoughts at that moment. The next moment, he rudely called out to the recruits and ordered them to be quiet, causing the unfortunate ones to tremble and become extremely frightened. People recoiled from the loud scream, and Yang suspected that it was the voice of mana, which the instructor had decided to use on ordinary recruits. Now the guy was clutching his heart from the voice of mana, a technique of adding magic to sound, which could cause fatal injury. From the top of the podium, the organization's instructor called the recruits trash, lacking both talent and status. Staring intently at this aggressive man, Yang could not have imagined that he would meet this madman again. Damian, the chief instructor for training people for the Special Forces, arrogantly asked if the recruits knew why they were still alive. One terrified blonde-haired student was already being dragged by the collar, and everyone present was ordered to be quiet. The employee in the red cloak who was doing this ordered the frightened recruits to quickly line up, insulted them, and demanded that they move. The man reminded the boys that they were being watched at that moment by the instructor, who stood on a podium. Keeping his eyes on the mentor, Yang decided to be more careful because for the instructor, they were all just toys. If the chief instructor noticed a student, it was better to try to escape. But at that moment, one could already say goodbye to life. Damian addressed the recruits, calling them respected, and said he was glad to see them all here. But according to him, they were all trash without talent or status. Looking down at the young people gathered below, the chief instructor admitted that he wanted to kill them all. Covering his eyes and putting on a friendly face, the coach asked the unfortunate recruits not to worry. Yang heard him call them trash, capable of being useful to the great emperor, and that it was not for nothing that they were given another chance. As if possessed by terrifying fangs, the mentor spoke of the opportunity still available for the boys to be selected for the Dragon Soldier project. This project selects people who will protect the emperor, the dragon of their country, and the selected recruits will be honored to protect the ruler. But in reality, it's not that simple, because the recruits are brainwashed by implanting parasites in them. The real goal of the project is to turn the recruits into obedient puppets of the monarch who cannot die without orders. Damian called His Majesty the Emperor great and kind and suggested thanking him for the mercy he had shown to everyone. The chief instructor now wants to give a round of applause to the one who stands above them all, and he demands this from the guys on the parade ground. Looking at Damian, Yang clapped his hands and continued to adhere to the idea of remaining as inconspicuous as possible. Unexpectedly, one of the recruits raised his hand and addressed a question to the instructor, causing him great dissatisfaction. Everyone was surprised because it was Roman who wanted to know if the Dragon Squad was really that important to them. While the instructor began to explain the consequences for a soldier in case of selection, Yang skeptically awaited new words from the instructor, whom he considered an idiot. Roman, who had become extremely angry, gnashed his teeth furiously, his hair disheveled, indignant at the doubts of all those who did not believe in his ability to defeat the insolent. A long streak of light instantly pierced the chest of the unsuspecting recruit, who looked at this miracle with surprise. Stunned by what he saw, Yang learned a skill that allowed him to shoot bullets from his fingers into the air, called Tanjigan. Roman was falling down. He had suffered some injuries, and it was unknown whether he would survive. Extending his left hand, Chief Instructor Damian asked if he was okay. Looking at the injured recruit with his red eyes, Damian thought that some nonsense was pouring out of Roman's dirty mouth. While Damian considered everyone present to be useless freeloaders, some recruits thought Roman was dead, while others asked him to get up. Jan could have stopped his comrades' bleeding, and he would have survived, but it was too dangerous for the guy to stick his neck out now. The surviving Roman was angry at his mentor's words, and he was able to get to his feet after the instructor himself attacked him. The guys asked Roman to shut up, but he looked straight and boldly at Damian, indignant at his statement about freeloaders. Roman, who was seriously angry, did not understand what to call the people who had gathered all the freeloaders in one place. The poor recruit reminded them that in order to survive in these slums, he had to do any dirty work and endure humiliation. 2 knights from the guard were already leading Roman away, but he turned back and continued to call out to the guys with whom he shared his life. Even after all this, they wanted to live, and the 2 frightened children hugged each other and looked at what lay ahead of them. Analyzing the information he had heard from Chief Instructor Damian about the Emperor and the Dragon Squad, he did not understand its importance. The eyes of the fearless Roman burned with rage as he looked at his mentor and recommended that he himself defend his precious emperor. After listening to this strong verbal attack, Damian closed his eyes and called the brave recruit a rather strong freeloader. Roman, who was below, reminded Damian of a cockroach, but one that would live even if its head were torn off. The man's hand dropped down and he snapped his fingers to perform a magical action. Roman watched what was happening with eyes wide with surprise, not understanding anything. The movement of the fingers provoked the appearance of a bright magical glow, which surprised Roman even more. A crystal mole appeared, a rodent found in mountain caves and notorious despite its cute appearance. This animal is actively hunted, but it was precisely this animal that people on the site should have avoided at that moment. The crystal mole has the ability to explode and blind with its own light, which the unfortunate recruit Roman experienced firsthand. Instructor Damian watched the events below with imperturbable calm, having also noticed the wild and dangerous rodent. Roman, his face darkened by the excessively bright light, seemed to be flying in the clouds and did not understand where the mole had come from. After that, the recruit fell to the ground again, and his comrades, who surrounded him in a semicircle, asked him to move faster while Damian just watched. While the rest of the guys stood confused around the fallen Roman, Jan couldn't find his place and stared at one point. Glancing at his injured comrade, the guy immediately regretted letting the mole out. One day, Jan found a crystal-like wild rodent in the toilet and wanted to keep it. The young man hid the mole under his shirt and had no idea how the wild animal might be used in the future. The main problem for the former leader of the Special Forces unit was the chief instructor, so he hoped that he would not notice anything. If Yang was caught, it would be the end of him, and this thought filled the recruit with fear and paralysis. Chief Instructor Damian remained silent, pondering what had happened on the field. Finally, he loudly noted Roman's stubbornness, continuing to call him a cockroach, and he really liked this recruit. After that, Damian ordered that the rebellious Roman be kept among the organization's recruits. Although it did not apply to John, he breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head, realizing that he had gotten away with it and would not be punished. Two comrades carried the exhausted Roman on their shoulders, whom Jan immediately called a stupid idiot. Roman's face was expressionless, his eyes staring into space, not making a sound, and Jan understood that this was an extreme measure on his part. In the fortress, where the warriors were gathered, there were stone steps leading down, and the path was lit by a torch. Here in proud solitude wandered the chief instructor, Damian, who recalled the events of the passing day. With a satisfied and malicious expression on his face, the instructor looked ahead, his red-eyed gaze expressing nothing good. At first, this dangerous man remembered the unfortunate recruit Roman, and then Jan finding them to be very entertaining toys. To carry out his escape plan, the former leader of the Special Forces unit decided to use the abandoned toilet in the third zone. There was a hole in the wall through which the young man tried to get out to find freedom. The dark tunnel dug by the young man turned out to be quite spacious and could accommodate one recruit. Jan crawled inside, remembering his own carelessness and realizing that 3 whole days had already passed. The 974th recruit was already on his third day of preparing to escape to freedom, but he had not taken the necessary mask with him. He needs to dig another tunnel, reinforce it with boards, and repeat the process. Overall, nothing bad has happened in these 3 days. The young recruit's eyes, strengthened by magical mana, were now able to see even in the darkness of the newly formed room. Yang continued to work hard with his hatchet, and the lack of light in the tunnel was not a problem for him. No one had come here in the last 3 days. After all, it was an abandoned place that wasn't even on the maps. Breaking new sections of soil with a sharp knife, the young man thought about the future if he continued to work in this spirit. A strange sound was heard after another blow with the knife, and Yan immediately thought that his cold weapon had hit something. Light began to shine from under the layer of black earth, stones, and the blade's edge, signaling the long-awaited freedom for the young man. Yang looked at the rays of light with great excitement. It seemed to him that he had made an unexpected discovery. In the courtyard, the officer on duty was questioning the recruits. 830, 892, and 920 were present. The officer reached number 974 on the list, but did not see him near the tall rows of huge barrels. Dressed in a red uniform, the officer on duty saw Jan approaching and demanded that he stop, as the young man smelled suspicious. Believing that the new recruit was hiding something, the instructor ordered him to remove his hood, and Jan indeed reached for his clothes, wanting to confess something. After confessing to accidentally breaking the container in which he was transporting garbage, people smelled the stench of feces coming from Jan. The instructor immediately felt ill and demanded that the new recruit leave, which was exactly what the young man wanted, as he had a plan to escape. Jan hung up his clothes and didn't know if he would be able to get rid of the smell, but at the same time he was pleased that no one else suspected anything. While working in the tunnel, the young man could not have imagined that he would hit a drain pipe in the wall with a knife. Then the recruit saw something dragon-shaped pour out of it, and now he doesn't understand what his comrades eat, but there is no reason to panic. While everything was going according to plan for Jan, he had already collected daggers, ropes, and other important tools for his future escape. The young recruit's body was also almost ready. He had previously been training with the help of magical mana. But before that, the guy thought he would pass out during physical training because of its noticeable intensity. Reflecting on how all this had paid off, Jan was already thinking about the final steps when he suddenly overheard a conversation between strangers. One mentor was telling another about a certain Gale, whose tongue had been cut off for laughing at the instructor, and the second was only afraid of such stories. Then Yang heard the guard ask his comrade to hold on a little longer because the instructor would soon be leaving. Smiling contentedly, Yang resolutely adjusted his clothes and realized what wonderful news he had heard because the instructor would not be there. Returning to his previous place, the guy came to a firm decision not to miss such a favorable chance. The former leader of the Special Forces unit approached the abandoned toilet in the third zone again. There was no one in the open area near the forgotten sanitary facility, and Yang continued to think about his dream. Approaching the entrance to the toilet, Yang thought about the need to finish his work before the chief instructor returned. But suddenly he heard something. The guy realized that it was someone's footsteps, and indeed a person unknown to him was heading from there to the exit. The stranger's footsteps grew louder, but due to the darkness of the room, the recruit could not tell who it was. The agitated young man immediately thought of Lina Beowulf and Chief Instructor Damian and their knowledge of his escape plan. The silhouette of the person leaving the dark building finally appeared, and Yan recognized him with surprise without taking his eyes off him. Roman appeared in front of him and was surprised by his friend's reaction, as if he had seen a real ghost. While one reproached the other for following him but did not want to argue with him about it, the other explained that he was only there because of work. Ian was concerned about his colleague's health, as he was already moving, but Roman didn't like who people thought he was. The recruit was better off after acupuncture. The younger comrade looked intently at the older one, as if something was not quite right with him, as he had assured. Pointing to the blood flowing from his body, Jan heard Roman deny this, explaining that it was all due to acne. Accepting his colleague's point of view, Yang headed for the abandoned toilet, explaining that he had a lot of work to do. Recruit Roman smirked and did not believe what he heard from his junior comrade, considering it frivolous. Looking at Yan, Roman understood how much work he had to do, because the guy was trying to escape, which caused him surprise and fear. The man who had recently quarreled with the chief instructor looked at his comrade with an evil grin and said that if the mentors found out about this, now he wants to know if Yan is interested, who didn't like his colleague's words very much. Angry, Yan grabbed his work dagger and decided to use the 16th Dark Spirit and hunt the Dark Falcon. Such serious actions caused a storm of indignation in the recruit Roman, who bared his white teeth and was outraged at how Yan dared to do such a thing. He was curious to know who this young man, who was so skilled with a sharp blade, really was. The young recruit just looked ahead calmly, as if he didn't hear the cries of the man who knew his secret. Bowing his head, Yang thought everything over and realized that he had to eliminate Roman if he knew his secret. Hearing Roman asking why his comrade wasn't answering, Yang opened his eyes and raised his head. The vision passed. Roman was fine and thought that his comrade had forgotten his words out of fear, reminding him of the death penalty for escape. Yan did not expect Roman to catch him, as the latter thought, and even if he tried to beg him not to say anything, it could remain a secret. But the young man doubted Roman's intention to tell everything, and Roman did not like such words, so he would go to the mentors right now. Keeping his eyes on his opponent, Yan continued to assure him that it was impossible to reveal the secret of his fellow squad member. And in the next moment, he discouraged Roman, explaining that he would not do so because he hated all of this even more than Yan himself. Recalling the senior recruit's confrontation with the chief instructor, Yang saw how he couldn't hide his anger, even when he was on the verge of death. At that moment, Roman glared fiercely at his powerful opponent, and on top of everything else, felt a strong desire to return home. Digging the tunnel, Yan did not believe that Roman would report his escape to the instructor, because his comrade wanted to escape from here more than anyone else. Looking intently at his comrade with his serious eyes, Yang wondered if he could hear him. Roman responded to the recruit with a similar look and said that things weren't that simple in their situation. Remembering his previous fight with Yan, Roman felt something unusual even then, and it was related to his opponent. The recruit who had argued with the chief instructor did not forget the punch he had received from his younger comrade in the training group. Now Roman was completely sure that if Yan had made a different decision back then, his senior comrade would no longer be here. From that day on, Roman always recognized Yan among the other recruits. He had a different smell that the man could sense perfectly well. The young man looked at the man opposite him in amazement and definitely called him a stalker, not understanding what smell he was talking about. Folding his arms, Yan asked in surprise how Roman knew about his digging, to which his comrade pointed to the traces left by the young man. Recalling the granite from which most of the training ground premises were made, Roman pointed to the strange traces of lime dust there. After examining them, the recruit concluded that the length of their feet and the size of their stride matched Yan's own dimensions. Curious about how Roman had learned about the escape only from these facts, the guy found out how his comrade had looked at the records describing the escape that Yan was studying. The junior recruit perceived Roman as a rather perceptive person, although this could not be said at first glance. Now Roman asks him to share the escape plan with him. He wants to know where the tunnel leads and what the chances of success are. Near the dark places, John asked if Roman also intended to escape, but he couldn't answer right now. He needed time to think. Yin suggested that Roman stay here, as he has abilities. So if the recruit stays here for 10 years, he will achieve great heights. As he was about to leave his training partner, Yan was interested in the things Roman wanted to protect here. The older comrade had a picture of children in front of his eyes, and he could not be sure of the safety of even his own life. The photo is partially blackened, and Roman is not sure if he will be able to protect all these things in 10 years. Yana has no time to think. He asks his comrade to decide now, because if he takes the side of the younger recruit, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow they will be gone. Now Roman wants to know if his comrade in arms understands what he will do after they leave here. They continued their conversation near the dark rooms when Jan answered his comrade's question in the affirmative, and the latter in turn was ready to talk about his plans. Presenting a visual diagram depicting those who wanted to escape and the group of mentors, Roman pointed out the difference between the guys in 962 places. According to the senior recruiter's understanding, if they escaped, the instructors would notice his absence first. Considering Jan's prediction that the boys would be gone tomorrow or the day after, in that case, poor Roman would still end up in the grave. In a short period of time, the former leader of the Special Forces unit understood perfectly well how deceptive appearances can be. Not expecting such a turn of events from his comrade in arms, Roman's eyes widened in surprise, not knowing whether to take it seriously or not. They were like casting a fishing rod into the water at random, and one of the guys asked not to complain and was ready to take a big risk. When the question of what to do was raised, Roman closed his eyes and thought about it. After concentrating on the difficult moment, the senior recruiter finally opened his eyes, realizing that they had no other choice. Above the tall, pointed cliffs where the new recruits were training, stars burned in the dark night. Chief Instructor Damian smiled and hummed quietly to himself as he prepared to give a speech to the cadets. Continuing to appear cheerful, surrounded by his assistants, Damian noted the refreshing evening air. In his speech, Damian explained how he had gathered them all here at such a late hour because he had an important announcement to make. High-level recruit number 32, Kais, heard Damian apologize to everyone for having to meet at such an hour. His low-level colleague, number 525, Mabin, had heard the good news from the instructor, so he wanted to get straight to the point. Low-level recruit number 974, Yang, suggests holding the exam today if the chief has gathered them. Continuing his nighttime speech, Instructor Damian told the guys about preparing a schedule for their first exam in the organization. The rules for the surprised recruits are very simple. Each of them will be sent to a specific location, and if they last a week, they will pass the exam. With his head bowed slightly, Yang listened attentively to Chief Instructor Damian as he discussed the details of the upcoming journey. Finally, the instructor, with a smiling but not very kind face, announced the location of the first test, which was the Mountains of Blades. Young recruit Yang kept his eyes on the speaking squad leader, as he knew well about this dangerous territory. There was a story about an adventurer named Nilf, who had gone to the Mountains of Blades after learning about the herbs that could cure his mother. The pleasant young man, suspecting nothing bad, asked his mother not to worry and assured her that he would definitely find the necessary medicine. Then something incredibly terrible happened. But with his last ounce of strength, Nilf asked his mother not to worry, promising to bring back the medicine. His mother waited for his return until her death, but the good thing about what happened was that she never found out about the consequences of his journey. The Mountains of Blades are a refuge for many monsters, where goblins are the weakest, but the further you go, the more dangerous the monsters become. In this dangerous area, you can also encounter representatives of large species that easily defeat other monsters. Giant, bloodthirsty creatures, usually found only in fairy tales, inhabit the Mountains of Blades. There are monsters there that nothing is known about. Recruits can meet them today, and deep in the Blade Mountains lives it. Chief Instructor Damian, who told them about this, clapped his hands and ironically counted the guys burning with impatience. Not knowing which of these worms, as the instructor called the recruits, would still be alive in a week, he felt cheerful at the thought of them dying. The assistant standing nearby apologized to his boss, but was about to tell him something that piqued his interest. Recruit Yang, who was closely following the leadership, heard the assistant say that they had been contacted and told that an instructor was needed. Damian, who was watching the assistant out of the corner of his eye, listened to him and agreed with what he said. After speaking, the chief instructor's assistant smiled grimly, as if difficult times lay ahead for the students. Deciding that they had discussed everything, Damian suggested that everyone present disperse. Taking his hood in his hands, Recruit Yang assumed that the chief instructor was not in a good mood if he had finished so quickly. No matter how well trained the younger guys were, they had almost no chance of surviving in the Mountains of Blades, as the instructors would help the nobles, the older recruits. Yang's eyes widened when he heard the voice of a woman demanding that they move away from her. All the recruits immediately lined up in 2 rows, letting Miss Lauren pass, who outshone all the low-level recruits. Covering himself with his hood, Yan looked at this surprisingly popular figure, who was a real star here. Even people like Lorena participated in the organization's night event, and the guy hoped she would just walk by. At first, the girl walked by without paying any attention to the unfortunate recruits, as if she were lost in her thoughts. But then something happened that the young recruit Yang did not want to happen, because Lorena Beowulf turned her gaze in his direction. As if she had seen a real ghost, the girl stared wide-eyed at the guy standing among the other boys. Yang, who was so eager not to be seen by any of his superiors, looked gloomily at Lorena and realized that she had noticed him. Even though Ms. Beowulf walked past him without stopping, the young man realized that things couldn't get any worse for him. His shadow fell on the gray ground, and Yang reassured himself that he shouldn't worry, because he would definitely escape from here. Yan turned to Roman, who was standing nearby, and asked if he had done everything his younger comrade had asked him to do. But the recruit had done everything. Not quite believing his comrade, Yang asked him to look at the stone sword standing in front of them, but Roman saw nothing special in this annoying monument. When Yan said that starting tomorrow, Roman would no longer have to look at the annoying sword, his older comrade looked at him with great surprise. The young recruit was well aware of the message the instructor had received some time ago. Before the first exam, he must personally visit the royal family and report to the emperor on the situation at the exam. The chief instructor of the detachment, Damian, did not like visiting the royal palace, but he could not disobey the emperor's order. Thus, the biggest obstacle to their escape had been removed, and tonight they would be able to flee from this organization. A torch was lit in the dark room, illuminating the entire space around it, and the guard called out the number 220 of the next recruit, who responded. The instructor walking through the dungeon mentioned the 231st recruit who had been eliminated today, but the 256th was alive and responded. Continuing to review the list of people who had been accepted for training, the instructor reached number 274. The guard in red stopped near the cage where Yang was and demanded that he respond more quickly, thinking maliciously that he was counting flies. Without taking his eyes off the list of people in the squad, the instructor repeated the name of the prisoner in the barred cell and his serial number. Standing carelessly with his back to the bars, the instructor on duty did not see long arms with large thumbs reaching out to him from the dark depths of the cell. Holding the immobilized instructor, Yang announced the start of the escape operation with the participation of Roman and 2 other recruits. Since a new shift of instructors was about to arrive, the 274th recruit ordered his colleagues to hide the body of the instructor on duty somewhere. The instructors Todd and Jake, who were nearby, quickly understood the instruction and immediately took hold of the instructor who needed to be hidden. Roman, remembering his comrade's order, brought 2 more guys to them, and even though Jan didn't know if they could be trusted, his comrade assured him of the newbie's loyalty. Leaving the room, Roman asked if his friend was going to use the newbies as bait, because if so, he wouldn't be able to take them with him. Todd and Jake asked him not to worry, that they would never be caught, that they too could die here. Yan understood everything, but if they were heard, there would be problems. John, the recruit leading the procession, was completely serious as he asked all his companions to look ahead. The 4 of them approached the closed doors, and it was from behind them that the young recruit called out to all his comrades who had decided to flee. Standing in front of the doors, Jan told the guys that it was impossible to open them alone, which is why all these helpers were now necessary for the young man. According to a peculiar plan, in order to leave the dormitory and get to the toilet, the group needed to open these double doors. But in order to open them successfully, the escapees needed to step on two extremely important steps inside. When the doors through which the four guys must pass are activated, one of them must hold down the switch. As part of the next stage of the escape operation from the fortress walls, two other recruits must enter inside. Their next task is to press the switch on the outside of the doors so that the others can pass through. Jan knew he couldn't escape alone, and Roman was already asking Jake if he was ready, promising to give the signal and help at the same time. Pressing their feet on the squares on the floor, the participants in the rescue mission tried to get the doors to open. The first few seconds passed, but the exit doors remained closed to the four guys. But very soon, those who wanted to gain their long-awaited freedom succeeded, and the tall doors of the room finally opened. Moving forward, Yang called Todd to come with him, leaving Roman and Jake at the switch. But the senior wanted to know how long they had to stand there. Confident recruit 974 did not turn back to his companions and promised to give them a signal. Recruit Yang left, and the entrances to the rooms where everyone else was supposed to enter remained deserted and dark, which worried the three remaining recruits. Roman looked ahead and was visibly nervous because so much time had passed. But there was no signal from Yang, and this greatly worried the senior recruit. The silence continued for some time, and the darkness that emanated from it frightened the trio who were eager to gain their long-awaited freedom. But in the next second, the doors suddenly slammed shut with a bang, much to the bitter disappointment of the unfortunate Roman. The recruit slammed his large fist against the red door and spoke insultingly about his comrade Jan. Hitting the door with both hands, the angry recruit Roman suggested that Jan had wanted to abandon his comrades from the very beginning. Remembering his comrade's appearance, Roman cursed and thought about his mistake, that he should have understood everything back then when John volunteered to go first. The man's sad thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a familiar voice, and it was Jan calling Roman to follow him. Peering through the gap between the two gate leaves, Roman came to the conclusion that he had only heard the voice of his comrade Jan. On the other side, the shadow of the 274th recruit appeared, reminding Roman how he had asked him to wait, but he had been unable to do so. Suddenly, the doors opened, and the stern Jan appeared before the three recruits, having heard his comrade's words that he had abandoned them all. Since there was blood on Jan, this aroused the suspicion of his colleagues, and they began to ask where it came from, remembering Todd. Stepping forward, Jan asked the guys to stay calm, saying that someone had cursed him recently, and he was a little late, and something had gone wrong, much to Roman's surprise. The junior recruit thought he would just add a sleeping pill to the bait, but it didn't work, which surprised his senior comrade Roman again. As they moved forward, the guys saw a great wolf lying in the field with its mouth open and large fangs. The beast caused Jan some trouble, and he needed more time, but he didn't listen to Roman, who was surprised by the size of the predator, and suggested moving forward. After a certain amount of time, the trio of escapees came to an abandoned toilet building, and so far everything was going according to plan. Thanks to the crack made by Jan in the abandoned toilet, the fugitives were able to see the surroundings outside the training camp. It was already evening, the sun had set, and the surroundings were completely deserted, with the tops of the trees covered in the darkness of night. The only changes were on the surface of the earth, and in some places, the ground seemed to stir. A split second later, a human hand appeared from under the ground, reaching upward, and the fugitives let out a loud cry. Yang, who had jumped out first, looked around and wondered if they had come out in the right direction, while Roman asked Todd and Jake to pull him out quickly. Yang climbed to the top of the hill and began to look around, but saw no signs of anyone following them, although the instructors could find out about the escape and pursue them. Roman approached his comrade, who was looking at the starry sky, feeling uneasy about the extremely quick escape. The 274th recruit couldn't take his eyes off the beautiful landscape and disagreed with his comrade, because a lot of time had passed. As if spellbound, he continued to watch the stars and told his companion about the enormous amount of time that had passed since their escape. There was a majestic forest and mountains here, and Yan thought about how long it had been since he had breathed air outside the training ground. The three companions were behind Yang, and Roman asked him if everything would be over if they left. The guy asked them not to relax, as this was only the beginning. Looking around with a special gaze, the young recruit was completely confident that this was only the beginning of everything. Remembering the pendant he had found earlier, Yan took it out and looked at it, but did not open it yet. Then he opened something important to him and saw the same image of himself and his family, thinking about the journey that would bring back the past. Their journey was beginning right now, but there was no time, and Yang decided to explain everything once and for all, asking his comrades to listen to him carefully. Those who had fled for freedom found themselves in the vast Atrian forest, covered with redwoods, which are often found in the mountainous regions of the north of the empire. Showing the plan with toys, Yang pointed to the guy's location in the center of the forest and said they could get out of it in 2 days, although Roman suggested hiding there. According to the senior recruit, the sequoia is a tall tree and suitable for rescue, and his comrade agreed with him, but reminded him of the presence of monsters. The young man was also sure that the organization was already looking for them, and it was only a matter of time before they were caught in the dense forest. The pursuit squad consists of about 20 people, and if the punitive group manages to find the guys, it will be the end of them. The young man has only one way to increase the team's chances of success, which is to split up so that the squad disperses. If the group splits up, the pursuers will have to divide themselves, and each will be able to take out 5 enemies, thus increasing the chances of escape. The dissatisfied Roman considers himself bait in this case because the punitive squad will go after him first, as he is the highest-ranking recruit in the organization. Jan looked at his comrade and, agreeing with him, stated the need to be cautious, because no one wants to be bait. The assistants exchanged frightened glances as Yang assured them that death awaited them if they stayed together, calling the new tactic a necessity. After once again looking searchingly at his companions, the 974th recruit suggested that they scatter in different directions and waited for questions from his colleagues. Jan's actions did not go unnoticed by his omniscient comrade Roman, who now did not understand one thing. He pointed to the game board lying on the grass, which had become their escape plan, and pointed to the number written on each piece. A disappointed Roman wondered why only his piece had such an unpleasant inscription. The stars continued to burn, and Jan, seeing that his companions had no questions, suggested they move on, which did not please Roman, who had not heard the answer to his question. The senior recruit thanked his comrade with discontent, who listened to him silently, glancing in his direction. One of the assistants who had escaped with them noted the role of Jan, without whom they would not have been able to get out of the detachment, which they considered hell. Taking off his hood, the blonde-haired guy with an empty left eye promised to repay Yan and hoped that he would recognize him when they met again. Jan looked seriously at this chance companion, remembering that the young man's name was Jake and that he had treated him like a simple recruit. The guy had an expressionless face, and Yan believed he must have a reason to risk his own life like this. Roman joined the conversation, asking him not to joke around because he had no plans to meet up with the guys again. But the leader of the escape group was surprised by this. Yang called his senior comrade a good captain, but such a callous person that it caused disappointment in the 12th recruit. Being sure that there would be nothing to talk about if they met again later, Roman suggested that the guys get out of there without any problems. Opening his big eyes at moments like this, Jan felt like an old man and considered his older comrade a degenerate, which surprised him. The guys who had bet on liberation and the desire to be free came to the conclusion that their comrade Roman was right now. Gathering in a circle, as if to take a kind of oath, the guys listened to Jan, who suggested that they should not meet again. Soon the clearing was empty, the escapees had disappeared, and Jan rushed forward with all his might, pushing his way through the thick forest. He ran forward, thinking that his comrades in the rescue operation were also rushing at full speed toward freedom. With determination in his eyes, the young man strove forward toward the free life he hoped for. To achieve his goals, the young man decided to use the divine breath of the dragon. This renewed skill even affected Jan's limbs, which were distinguished by their speed, with which he moved through the forest. The next step in increasing his speed was to use the ability of the wings of the windbird. Golden traces of the young man's lightning-fast movement remained on the sequoia tree he had climbed. From the top of the tall tree, Yang watched the beauty of the evening forest and the glowing lights within it. Yang's body was actually a problem, and it was difficult for him to even breathe evenly in this situation. He managed to compensate for the problem with his torso, which had defective blood vessels through which mana flowed using technical techniques. This peculiar character understood perfectly well that he could expect nothing from small children. Still standing there in his dirty clothes after some serious fighting, the young guy thought he was just as pathetic as they were. As the commander of the 5th Group of the Special Forces Unit, god of persecution, murder, and espionage, he was interested in her level, and he would find out. People walked up the steps of the fortress and discussed the lack of news from their pursuers, who had been gone for a long time, because the fugitives had to be caught quickly. The mentors in red uniforms walking down the corridor hoped for the quickest possible capture of the fugitives before the return of the crazy instructor from the palace. The very same crazy instructor who had returned put his hands on the shoulders of the unsuspecting guard, and now the guys were in trouble. The terrified instructor glanced at his boss out of the corner of his eye and muttered with a tremor in his voice that he didn't mean to say that. Chief Instructor Damian's feigned cheerfulness quickly disappeared, and he glared at the offender among his subordinates. Then Damian smiled his smile, which usually did not bode well for those in front of him. He tried to pat the recruit instructor on the shoulder, urging him to breathe calmly and assuring him that everything was fine and that anything could happen. Passing by the columns, the instructor continued to apologize, explaining that he had misspoken, and Damian reminded the man of his words about wanting to see the Emperor's wrath. The silent instructor was stopped by the guards, and Damian led the culprit away and questioned him about the roll call of recruits, considering that it had been difficult for him. The instructor who had offended his superior asked him not to worry, because the pursuit squad would soon catch the fugitives. With a smile that lacked kindness, Damian asked how this would be done. The subordinate turned to the chief instructor of the organization, not understanding his simple question. This time, Damian looked at his employee with truly evil eyes, their pupils burning with madness and horror. And suddenly, in the next moment, the chief instructor abruptly placed his left hand on the shoulder of the unsuspecting mentor. As a result of the leader's terrifying movement, the mentor in the red uniform fell down with his legs twisted in different directions. The unfortunate man, having fallen down, writhed in pain in his own legs, while the heartless Damian reproached him for not anticipating the recruit's escape. The guards in white heard their boss accuse his subordinates of not noticing the digging of the passage and the theft of supplies for the escape by the fugitives. The injured instructor raised his tormented gaze and asked the chief instructor to give them another chance. The angry leader of the organization responded by stomping on his unfortunate subordinate with his boot, causing him pain. With a cold and insensitive expression on his face, Damian pointed out to the employees that they had lost all their opportunities in this job. Experiencing incredible pain from the chief instructor's blow, the mentor now asked only for salvation. It was no longer Damian looking at the unfortunate man, but as if his demonic essence had broken out, and he knew who was behind the poor mentor. Leaving the scene of his own crime, the chief instructor ordered the guard in white to tell the members of the pursuit squad to go to the chief. Red stains remained on the floor, and Damian promised to keep a close eye on everything from now on, especially the recruits. Recalling the cohort of new recruits, the chief instructor of the ruthless organization knew some very interesting guys, and now he couldn't wait to deal with them. Fog continued to reign in the Atrian forest, covering an increasingly large area of the forest, helping the escaped boys. A pursuit squadron numbered 3 was already actively operating in the forest, searching for the 4 deserters. Wearing sturdy boots, the pursuers quickly cut through the terrain, leaving only crushed grass behind them. Like all other members of the organization, these men also wore the organization's signature red masks over their faces. The leader of the squad, who was running ahead, suddenly raised his left hand and ordered his 2 subordinates to stop immediately. The trio of pursuers stopped moving and stood near a large tree, the younger ones assuming that the fugitives' tracks had disappeared in the forest. Removing his red mask, the leader of the group denied that there were any problems, saying that the chase was going quite smoothly. The commander of Pursuit Squad number 3, Kelly, asked his men if they found it strange that the search operation was going so smoothly. Team member Chael believes that everything is going smoothly because they are dealing with number 974, but Andre thinks that the boss has his suspicions. They were following the tracks in this direction, but some tracks point to another route here. The squad leader noticed a piece of cloth hanging on a short branch and understood the fugitives' desire to escape as quickly as possible. According to Chael and Andre, because of this suspicion, their leader had no time for anything else, not even his girlfriend, which made him unhappy. Kelly looked ahead warily, overcome with anxiety, but it could have been just a premonition. The unpleasant feeling did not leave the guy, but he did not see the barely noticeable thin light threads stretching along the entire length. The guys continued to stand next to the large tree, trying to figure out the situation, while the fog rose higher and higher. Kelly's next order was to capture Jan before he took advantage of the situation and hid even further away, and his subordinates immediately accepted it. According to Chael, they only needed to catch Jan, so everything should be simple, but Roman would cause trouble. Andre considered him a simple recruit, albeit one with the number 12. Asking his comrade about his recruit, Andre did not notice a man in blue clothes with burning eyes appear behind him. Before the member of the pursuit group could finish his sentence, he was seized and dragged upstairs. The leaves of the huge tree rustled, as if trying to say something in their own language about the only two people who remained below. His partner looked at Andre in surprise and was about to ask for the recruit's number, but he didn't see his comrade in front of him. Trying to find Andre with his eyes, Chael did not see a male silhouette appear from behind a tree with a sharp knife in his hands. The thick fog spreading through the forest and the tall trees became silent witnesses to the disappearance of two members of the search party. The mysterious man who skillfully eliminated his opponents knew that only one of his rivals remained. Dissatisfied with his noisy subordinates, Kelly thought they were on a picnic because all the deserters would just run away from the voices of the guys. The squad leader turned around and began calling out the names of his own colleagues who had disappeared in a minute. Two people had disappeared without a trace in the forest clearing, and could something really have happened here in such a short time? New bright and long nets appeared, indicating something terrible, so the premonition did not deceive one of the characters in the action. Left alone after the disappearance of his subordinates, Chael and Andre Kelly did not want to think about it, even though there was a 12th recruit here, but he would not be able to defeat the instructor. Remembering the recruit number 974, the leader of the pursuit team did not notice someone's hand reaching out to him. A bright, thin thread suddenly appeared and cut through the silent space to defeat the third character in the forest. Kelly jumped up. The female and male principals returned, and a powerful spinning kick was delivered. With the next deft movement, the leader of the squad chopped down a thick tree trunk in front of him. With his face contorted with rage, the guy looked ahead and spoke harshly about the invisible enemy who thought his actions would work a third time. But in the next moment, the unknown figure threw a rope around the neck of Kelly, who was fighting for his life, dropping his blade and trying to get rid of the noose. The deadly rope was stretched across a thick tree branch, and the unfortunate leader of the pursuit team continued to scream in pain. The young fighter sent by the organization's instructors felt extremely uncomfortable, but it was already impossible to save the poor man. He remembered the footprints left on the damp ground and the scrap of clothing on the branch, all left there by strangers and not by accident. The man, unseen by his pursuers, had set this trap, prepared specifically for the search party. Still clutching his neck, Kelly still couldn't believe how he and his comrades could have fallen at the hands of number 974. Holding the terrifying rope aloft, Yang heard his rival's words about the impossibility of defeating the pursuit squad. Unable to complete the task of capturing the escaped recruits, Kelly moved his legs and called out to his subordinates. All this lasted for a short time, but then the unfortunate guy fell silent, and the third pursuit squad ceased to exist. The white fog continued its quiet expansion of the forest, covering more and more territory with every passing second. The sharp blade dropped by Kelly, the leader of the pursuit group, caught the eye of recruit Jan, who decided to make use of it. Jan knew it would be difficult, but not that difficult. If he could master the technique, then he would be able to fight without any problems. The stern and determined look on the face of the young man, who wanted to be free, showed his intention to get out of the forest before the fog cleared. Looking around, Jan noticed a nearby tree, which, like everything else around it, was covered in the blood of his pursuers. The red liquid was everywhere, and the hunting dogs would still smell it and come here for the fugitives. The guy decided to hide his own scent with silamo grass, because it would be easier for him to escape that way. Jan was well aware of the poisonous nature of this plant's fruits, and its green leaves had an unpleasant smell. In order to improve his concealment, the escaped recruit plans to chop up the silamo grass and apply it to every part of his body. Even dogs hate the smell of the plant, so they won't be able to smell Jan's presence in the forest, which means they won't find him. Now Jan needs to hurry because it is getting harder and harder, and if it gets lighter, even with the help of the net, it will be impossible to hide. Suddenly, the young man noticed something unusual in the surrounding area and looked ahead suspiciously. In the distance, mysterious black smoke rose high into the dark sky, as if something had caught fire. Climbing onto a high branch, Jan saw the foolish Jake and Todd ahead of him, who had decided to set up camp because their pursuers would not have started a fire. A new thought occurred to the escaped recruit as he continued to watch the smoke in the distance. No, it was none of his business. The guys were just bait anyway, and if they attracted attention, it would only play into the young man's hands. A scene appeared in his memory when, before parting in the forest, they stood in a circle and promised each other never to meet again. Forgetting his principles regarding his recent companions, Yang jumped out of the tree at lightning speed and ran towards those fools. The young man, who was stubbornly striving forward toward the black smoke, understood the necessity and benefit for himself that the other deserters remain alive. The young man's powerful legs seemed to be electrified. He had to get the guys away before their pursuers found them. A chill ran through John's body, who had made such a sharp start, and at that moment he sensed something behind him. Stopping in his tracks, the young man immediately realized that it was similar to the feeling of death in countless battles. Finally realizing that someone was behind him, watching him at the last moment, Jan felt the touch of a huge snake. The giant predator opened its huge mouth, and it seemed that the future of the unfortunate fugitive was already sealed. But when someone said they were glad Yang had been caught, the guy's eyes widened in surprise because he hadn't expected that. While the guy was looking at the butterfly, someone continued to say that he immediately perceived Yang as an interesting character when he first saw him. Sitting on the green grass, the little yellow butterfly fluttered its wings, and the stranger, as if upset, said that Jan had not revealed himself. During the strange monologue, the young man who had run away felt a strong typhoon and looked back. Behind him was not a small snake, but the smiling chief instructor Damian, whose eyes never deceive. He hadn't seen the 974th recruit in a long time, and the recruit in turn didn't know why his mentor had come here. Jan continued to stare with his violet eyes at Damian, who had appeared out of nowhere, trusting neither him nor his words. The black smoke in the forest disappeared, and in its place, a strange phenomenon resembling lightning appeared in the dark sky. The fugitive recruit John and the chief instructor of the detachment, Damian, who did not think that the guys would be able to pull off such a stunt, continued to stand in the forest glade. The young man continued to stare intently at his opponent, dreaming of escaping from him, thinking that this should not have happened. Yang was lost in conjecture, unable to understand how this was possible and how the chief instructor had ended up here in front of the young man. Before the escape, the young man was confident that his mentor would return to the squad later than scheduled. Yen had also heard about Damian causing riots in the Imperial Palace, as a result of which he was imprisoned, so his presence here was strange. Another thought struck the freedom-seeking young man. He had significantly changed the future of this world. A scene from his meeting with the 12th recruit, Roman, came to Jan's mind. Could his own actions have changed the future? If so, how? Recalling his meeting with Lorena Beowulf, Roman again, and the other recruits, Jan came to the conclusion that he had done nothing to influence the instructor. In the young man's opinion, his actions had caused cracks to appear that were different from those he had seen before. As a result of all this, the predestined future of this world was spectacularly destroyed. Jan was interrupted from his thoughts by the chief instructor, Damian, who wanted to know whether his opponent would now throw a mole or a mouse, hinting at the previous time. The disappointed young man could only conclude that the rescue mission had failed, as he had expected, and they had been caught. They remembered the mole that had once been near the 12th recruit, and Damian reproached Jan for running away, as if they thought he wouldn't catch them. But the chief instructor was surprised that the new recruit had let the mole escape so easily in front of the 12th recruit. At that moment, the cadet's reaction speed impressed Damian's mentor, who was watching what was happening from above. It was precisely because of his desire to find out what had happened that the head of the organization quickly returned to duty. Remembering Roman lying on the ground after colliding with the mole, Damian assumed that this place was only necessary for cockroaches. The other recruits who silently watched the events unfold were also witnesses to this incident. Among the guys was the 974th recruit, Jan, who kept his eyes on the chief instructor and Roman. Even then, Damian realized that there was a funny guy among all the recruits present. Continuing to look at the man in front of him, Yang thought about what had just happened to him. It was foolish of him. He didn't know how much the future had changed, But now everything had turned out for the worst. Although nothing was certain yet, and the instructor himself was the man who would later be called the Three Swords of the Continent. Yang's large eyes burned brightly, as if he were about to rush into battle to defeat the enemy who had caught up with him. Chief Instructor Damian remained calm and continued to smile, finding it all very entertaining. The young man looked at his dangerous opponent with the same suspicion, who was now laughing openly. Clapping his hands, Instructor Damian remained in a cheerful mood, finding certain events related to him and the recruit to be wonderful. It had been a long time since he had met daredevils who thought about how to kill him, so now the instructor asked him to tell him about the method of murder. Thinking that the recruits would try to escape into the forest, Damian was now speechless, finding the whole situation very funny. Covering his eyes with his hands, the chief instructor of the Special Forces unit playfully apologized to Yan because he simply did not understand right away. But the squad leader has no intention of stopping there. He agrees to give the escaped recruit a chance. In an instant, Damian's face became as serious as possible. His previous smile disappeared, and he suggested that Yan kill the instructor, after which the guy would receive his desired freedom. Surprised by such an unexpected proposal, the young man looked at the head of the organization in amazement, not knowing how to respond. The head instructor was once again a kind and pleasant man, and he pointed out the change in Yan's gaze after those words were spoken. Damian had never met such guys in his life before, and this low-level recruit managed to destroy a demonic beast. He also managed to neutralize all the members of the pursuit squad who had been sent after the recruits. Prudence, courage, endurance, and calculation are character traits that do not correspond to the level of trash, and the guy tied up his seekers. According to Damian, Yang seems to have been born for the Special Forces, which the true elite have the honor of serving. If the guy continued to develop under the guidance of experienced instructors, he would risk becoming a real monster of combat. Armed with vast knowledge and experience, equipped with a demonic red mask, and with burning eyes, Yang would have no equal in battle. Listening attentively to Damian, Yang at first remained silent, nervous and not knowing what to say in response to such a proposal. Something unusual began to happen to him, and the poor guy's knees immediately began to buckle. Unexpectedly, the young man who had recently dreamed of personal freedom collapsed to the ground and was ready to show his abilities, begging for mercy. Yang remained on his knees waiting for the chief instructor's response, while the latter looked at his subordinate with surprise. Damian, who did not expect such a turn of events, did not immediately find what to say to the man who had run away from the squad. Crying in front of Damian, John asked him if he was really an instructor, saying that the guy just couldn't see well and didn't even know who was standing in front of him. The guy had no intention of running away. They dragged him out and promised not to leave him alone until he did what the others wanted. And when they abandoned the young man, the instructor suddenly appeared. Evening came while they were talking, and Damian asked if John had really been forced, and he confirmed it. The young man blamed everything on the 12th recruit, who cursed the chief instructor every day with the worst words. Closing his eyes, Damian continued to listen to the fugitive cadet's words. But did he really think he could deceive his superior so easily? The 974th recruit was so surprised that his eyes nearly popped out of his head when he heard this. To make himself look more credible, Yang burst into bitter tears and tried to beg the chief instructor further. Remaining extremely calm, the chief instructor Damian kept his eyes on the member of the Special Forces unit. The leader of the organization waved his hands sharply, and a bright light appeared before them. He did not understand Yang's actions, who was doing everything so strangely. Damian held a pointed object with a handle in his hands and thought that Yan had simply decided to lower his guard. But it was so primitive. Looking at the device with feigned admiration, the chief instructor of the squad was disappointed. Quite unexpectedly, in the next moment, the tip of the tool was right next to the mentor's eye. Just as suddenly, the deadly little weapon flew past Damian's head, saving his life. The dagger's flight was not entirely safe for Damian. Thrown surreptitiously, as it seemed to him, by Yan, the knife left 2 scratches on his face. But in reality, he expected to see something like this from his protege, who had not only managed to escape from the camp, but also to throw blades. Looking ahead, Damian saw that Jan was gone. He had disappeared, which was his desired goal. Jan, who was flying above the chief instructor, who seemed unaware of all this, had a very real goal. The chief instructor stopped smiling, looked back with intense irritation, and glared at the insolent young man. Jan's eyes burned with determination to defeat his enemy, and the process of reflection and shadows of 15 was already underway. Everything happened quite quickly. The recruit seemed to strike a powerful blow against his strong opponent, but the latter masterfully parried the attack. The battle with his powerful opponent began to take its toll immediately, as Jan's leg was injured and bleeding. The guy looked ahead and did not see Damian's distinct silhouette, so he assumed he was using black fog. With his large eye, which was closely watching what was happening, Jan saw the fog moving quickly in his direction. More reminiscent of a terrible black tornado, this creature seemed to sweep away everything in its path and rush straight at the guy. The fog and bright light seemed to merge into one, with the aim of capturing the brave Yang and engulfing him in its deadly environment. The young man, who remained calm, kept his eyes on the dangerous element as it continued to pursue him, leaving him no escape. Then Jan took out his sharp blade to continue the battle with his powerful enemy, whom he hoped to defeat. The young man's touch on this weapon caused the blade to glow, and now he was ready to engage his opponent in combat. The young man used a secret technique involving the 5 senses, and a bright light appeared, which could work in favor of the brave fighter. Building a web of light to defend himself against Chief Instructor Damian, the escaped recruit Yang performed a quick swallow throw. The brave young man's dagger could not withstand such heavy work and broke, much to the disappointment of its owner. The black mist began to shrink in size and settle not far from Yang, and Damian reminded him in a human voice of his promise to let the boy go if he won. While returning to his usual appearance, the chief instructor of the Special Forces decided to take back his promise. Emerging from the magical mist, Damian looked at the young man and was no longer going to let such an interesting guy go. He praised John and allowed him to play games with him, because that way he would never be bored. Keeping his eyes on his experienced and strong opponent, the 974th recruit thought that he looked as if he had been bitten by a rabid dog. Suddenly, the young man's eyes fixed on a single point. He saw something unusual and at the same time painfully familiar. On the right side of the neck and chest of the chief instructor, Damian, Yang noticed a pattern that he had seen before in an image. 22 hours before the escape, Yang was in his cell, and torches burned brightly in the corridor, illuminating the room. In the dormitory for junior recruits of the Dawnhell Special Forces Unit, the standard roll call had ended and the officer on duty had given the all-clear. Having finished preparing for his escape, Yang sat on his bunk and thought about today as his last day here. He wanted to escape and return to his family, but the young man knew nothing about his relatives, and the only clue the unfortunate youth had was an old pendant in his hands. Looking at the image of a boy surrounded by a man and a woman, Yang promised himself that he would find them and live a normal life. Before he had time to think about his dream, the boy noticed something that had happened to the object that was so precious to him. Part of the pendant cracked and crumbled, even though it was his only clue. But inside, the young man noticed something strange. Inside the damaged part of the pendant he had found, there was a pattern that visibly excited the young recruit. Looking closely at the fragment he had found, the soldier came to the conclusion that it was the coat of arms of his own family. Yang noticed the engraving of a mysterious pattern on the inside of the object, but he did not understand the reason for it, which meant there was a reason to hide it. At least something was becoming clear to the recruit, because if a family had its own coat of arms, it meant that they no longer belonged to the lower class or were slaves. If the young man found someone who knew something about this pattern, then he would be able to find his relatives. That's what the 974th recruit thought before, but now he sees a similar pattern on the body of his chief instructor, Damian. The coat of arms of recruit John's family is drawn on the powerful neck and chest of the leader of the Special Forces instructors, and this strikes him. Taking off his outer clothing, Damian headed towards John, who stopped and, as the instructor thought, gave up. But the guy was only thinking about the pattern. The boy couldn't believe that the instructor could be a member of his family, and the latter was upset by his opponent's lack of reaction, because the fun was in full swing. With a smile on his face, Mr. Damian approached his opponent and said that he would die right now. The response from the escaped recruit Jan was a powerful blow that nearly blinded the chief instructor and threw him back. Despite the good attack, the experienced and equally strong mentor held his ground, and Jan thought he might have missed his enemy. Smiling, Damian waved his left hand and noted the power of the blow, wondering where his young opponent had learned his techniques. Wanting to show the new recruit something too, The chief instructor used his magical abilities to summon black and red tentacles from the ground. A moment later, the magical masses burst forth in full force. Yang recognized them as a shadow sword and a black dagger. The terrifying magical weapons began to attack the young man, but he skillfully dodged them, evading the dangerous blows. During his next jump, Yang was caught, and the shadow dagger pierced his pants but did not cause significant damage. The black magic swords flew relentlessly past the young warrior, who did not want to die in battle with his chief instructor. Landing on the ground, the 974th recruit realized that Damian was just having fun. Otherwise, he would never have been able to withstand the attack of the black dagger. When Damian was less vigilant, Yang would try to escape, but then he would not find out why there was a pattern on his boss's body, so he had to find out everything. The leader might be related to the guy's family. Soon, the Armenian rebellion would begin on the continent, provoking the destruction of 10 kingdoms and the elimination of the aristocracy, putting the imperial family in danger. But the ruler of this country will be able to suppress this huge uprising thanks to his great sword. Destroying the enemies of the state, he had to not only execute the instigators of the rebellion and their relatives, but also incinerate all of his other rivals. The fire, which burned for almost a month, was called the 20-day sunset, and the main instigator of the uprising turned out to be the bastard son of the previous emperor. There were many rumors about the reasons for the failed revolution, but no one ever learned the truth because all records of those events were destroyed by fire. The man without whom nothing terrible would have happened in the country, without whom the Armenian uprising would never have taken place, was executed in a terrible way. But all those who remembered the rebel called him the Three Swords of the Continent, although he was better known as the chief instructor at the training center for special forces. Approaching Jan, Damian noticed that the young man was not with his main mentor. He seemed to be deep in thought. If Jan's family was connected to the Armenian rebellion, then his relatives could die in the coming uprising, so the brave recruit needed to keep this a secret. Deciding to postpone his escape plan, Jan intends to stay at the center and gain the instructor's trust, who must believe that Jan is necessary for him. The young man looked at the chief instructor standing in front of him and remembered something that would help him carry out his plan. It had grown quite dark in the forest while the battle was going on, and Yang praised the chief instructor's skill and did not expect him to chase after him. Damian was very pleased to hear this, as well as what his protege said about the leader of the special unit, who was grateful for his hard work. Just as he was about to say how much he appreciated it, Yang was suddenly interrupted by the instructor, who covered the young man's mouth and face with his hand. Then in a fit of rage, he threw the 974th recruit away with a powerful blow. The unfortunate recruit flew toward a large, sturdy tree, while the vindictive Damian recalled what he considered to be a funny joke. Against the backdrop of the dark forest, an otherworldly glow appeared, reaching the tops of the tall trees. After a powerful blow from senior instructor Damian, Yang fell with a cry onto a pile of trees and hung his head. Approaching the unfortunate young man and grabbing him by his clothes, the squad leader told him how he thought he was a fine fellow, but the young man clearly did not know how to watch his tongue. Lifting Yan up, Damian wants to know if this is how he intends to end his life. But the guy insists that his cheeky tongue is sometimes capable of saying useful things. But now the young man's rival wants to see if what Yan said is true. Still hanging on the fist of his powerful enemy, the young man reveals his understanding of the captain's weakness, which will help kill him. The words spoken by the guy who escaped from the camp caused noticeable confusion in the chief instructor of the detachment, as how could he know about this? Lifting his head with a cheeky smile, Jan mentioned the county of Simons and the number 52. The young man was well aware of his opponent's vulnerability, and the latter was struck by his rival's knowledge. Several hours passed after their confrontation in the forest, and events began to unfold again at the training center. This large corridor with tall columns was well known to the 974th recruit and his comrades. The man put a gray glove on his left hand with the feeling that it did not fit him properly. After his adventures in the forest, Damian complained that his new clothes were a little too small for him, but he didn't want to ruin his favorite uniform. Humbly lowering his gaze and closing his eyes, the chief instructor of the Special Forces unit came to the conclusion that there was nothing to be done. His assistant, who was descending the stairs with him, wanted to mention the location of the other fugitives, but Damian ordered them to be thrown into the mass grave. The assistant accepted the order of his boss, who, by his own admission, had no intention of worrying about some bugs. With a look of dissatisfaction on his face, Damian, the chief instructor of the center, wanted to remind them of another order, but did not have time to finish. In front of him, he saw a man with a cane standing in the shadows, who thought Damian was pretending to be busier than everyone else. Clearly feeling his own superiority over the chief instructor, the man demanded that he look at himself now. Frowning, Damian looked at this important person, who called him junior in rank and pointed out the instructor's abundance of free time. He was a stately, military-bearing older man who called Damian lazy and demanded an explanation from him. Bowing his head slightly, the accused asked this man what business he had come on without warning. Before Damian stood the stern, blue-eyed Rodrigo Mayer, captain of the first-rank Special Forces. Sitting on one of the floors of the huge building, they talked, and Captain Mayer asked him to tell him how the training had been going lately. Chief Instructor Damian claimed that the men were working hard, but Rodrigo Mayer did not believe his subordinate because he had heard something completely different. Yan's recent opponent had heard about the superiority of the center's cadets over the skills of the squad members, but the captain of the organization did not believe it. Looking at his colleague with a piercing gaze, Mayer believes that the center's graduates have tremendous abilities. Damian does not believe that the members of the squad are to blame, suggesting that the person in charge of them within the organization should be punished. Not at all angered by this verbal attack, Captain Rodrigo Mayer thanked his colleague for his advice and promised to take it into account. A guard in a white uniform standing behind the senior commanders noticed mana vibrating in the air. There was indeed some strange movement near one of the columns of the large building. According to the guard in a red mask with fangs, this was incredible, because usually untrained people would lose consciousness. Damian closed his eyes when Captain Rodrigo Mayer mentioned how the chief instructor had not appeared at the palace by imperial decree. The senior colleague assured the mentor that he had more important things to do and did not want to waste time on pretentious meetings, which surprised the captain. The royal palace appeared before his eyes, and Rodrigo Mayer did not understand what could be more important than carrying out the decree of His Majesty the Emperor. Mayer began to speak, making assumptions about his subordinates' actions, but then paused for a moment. With all his attention, Chief Instructor Damian looked questioningly at his boss, not knowing what he was thinking. Opening his eyes in surprise, the mentor heard Mayer mention his blue blood flowing through his veins, capable of helping him survive. Damian did not show up for the appointment because the cadets had escaped from the center, and it would be bad if he couldn't even deal with them. After first asking the chief instructor not to worry, the captain didn't finish his sentence. Damian interrupted him, and Mayer simply misunderstood everything. Deciding to leave his boss, Jan's recent opponent went straight ahead and began to deny the existence of any escapees. Captain Rodrigo doesn't believe it because he heard something, but Damian denies it because the elderly man clearly has hearing problems due to his age. Explaining that the cadets had gone outside with their instructors to prepare for the exam, the head instructor pointed out the appearance of cockroaches, which surprised Mayer. Remembering his unfortunate subordinate, Damian compared him to a bug that he would crush with his boot if he saw it in the center. But this irritates the chief instructor so much that no matter how many insects he eliminates, they continue to crawl forward. The captain of the Special Forces unit just listened silently and didn't say a word to his subordinate. Now Damian thinks he has found the cockroach nest, so he will be able to destroy all the larvae. After that, the chief instructor of the squad wished Captain Rodrigo Mayer a safe journey and announced that it was time to leave. Damian thinks he has managed to calm his feelings at the sight of the captain's confused look, and that it is time for the old man to start organizing his own funeral. Behind the chief instructor walked a guard in a white uniform, and the participant in the battle with Yan wanted to ask him something. Now he is interested in what the assistant said, because it may all be 100% true. Taking off his red mask, the assistant asks his boss not to worry, as he is not deceiving his allies, and Damian will soon be able to see this for himself. The chief instructor turned back suspiciously, glancing at the guard as if he did not believe his words. Looking at his boss with great confidence, the assistant declared that all the information he had provided was true. The abandoned street at number 592, located in Simons County, is shown. It was here that a boy once lived in one of the sturdy and well-built large houses. A child's cry was heard near one of these rooms, but the area was deserted and completely silent. In a place where there were almost no people, a boy stood and insisted that the window be open, saying he wanted to show something interesting. He stood in front of the house and looked up at the attic window, talking about catching a big rat, calling it a cutie that was worth seeing. This street was not suitable for children to live on, but this was where the boy was, asking for the window to be opened, not sure if the person he needed was at home. But the window still did not open, so the boy began to doubt that the owners of the house were home. Soon a voice was heard from the window. Someone called the boy a fool, and he just stared silently at the house. The person the boy was calling didn't understand why anyone would want to look at a rat, but no one opened the window. Finally, it opened slightly, and a little girl appeared who wanted to see a squirrel more than a rat. She was the daughter of the captain himself, and she lived in this abandoned place. Various papers lay on the desk, and there was a lamp for lighting, and a man was listening to the story. The boy told the man how he had been friends with the girl since childhood, and the man kept agreeing with him. In the chief instructor's office, Yang told Damian about the abandoned street where not many children lived, so they all knew each other. Listening to the recruit with his eyes closed, the mentor asked about the girl Yan played with as a child, and it turned out she was the captain's daughter. In the room with the window slightly open, the young recruit confirmed his own words, and for Damian himself, it was like luck. Young was sure that the chief instructor would not believe him, as it was too implausible a lie, but he had to make him do it. He already knew about the hostile relationship between the chief instructor and the captain of the special unit. Combing every inch of the county in search of the captain's weak spot, the instructor has so far been unsuccessful. Damian's reaction to the words of the 974th recruit proves this, so he needs to use this information. The mentor finds it strange that if Yang knows the whereabouts of the captain's daughter, why does he consider this to be Mayer's weak spot? Damian tries to assure the guy that he heard all this personally, but the chief instructor doesn't really believe it. Once, when Yang climbed onto the roof and sat near an open window, the girl said that she would soon leave, and this upset the boy. Bad people want to harm the girl's father, so they are looking for her to blackmail her, and her father thinks it is right to leave. A few days later, she disappeared, accompanied by people dressed in black, and when he got to the center, Yang recognized these people as soldiers from a special unit, and her father as their captain. The window in that big house remained closed and dark forever, and the pleasant girl's voice was never heard from there again. Listening to this fascinating story, the chief instructor rested his head on his right hand and smiled at the narrator. He found it incredible, and everything was turning out so well because his subordinate was friends with the daughter of the captain of the center himself. Then Yang learned about the tense relationship between Damian and Mayer, and that the instructor was looking for his weaknesses, and the young man knew about it, which was an amazing coincidence. Jan assumed that the head instructor was under the patronage of the goddess of luck, but Damian doesn't understand how he came to that conclusion. Suddenly, an unusually bright glow appeared near the recruit, and he stared at him with obvious suspicion. A dark pen was thrown at the office wall with such force that it caused cracks in the wall. The weapon grazed the young man, leaving a scratch on his face, and he looked at the chief instructor with alienation. Instead of considering it a lucky coincidence, Damian would rather position Yan as the captain's spy. It seemed more logical to him. The 274th recruit stared silently at his attacker for a moment, blood trickling down his face in a thin line. Then, with a cool movement, the new recruit wiped the red liquid from the injured spot on his face. For Yan, this line of thinking on the part of the chief instructor was natural, because such coincidences were truly incredible in this case. First, the young warrior found one piece, then he picked up the second, and so he continued to collect them for his survival here. The recruit's personal childhood memories gradually formed a complete picture of his existence. Then there was an addition in the form of an understanding of Captain Meyer's relationship with his family members. The guy also mentioned the hierarchy within the special unit, and even the feud between Mr. Rodrigo and the chief instructor Damian. Thinking about what information to keep for his own benefit, John put his memories and the information he had received together like a puzzle in his head for the sake of his own survival. Damian thinks Yang is the captain's spy, but the guy wouldn't risk his life to escape, and he kept the knowledge in case the rescue operation failed. Mixing truth with lies, the young man wanted the center's chief instructor to experience both disappointment and hope. And then, according to John's plan, the scales of faith in the heart of his current opponent would be balanced with the scales of doubt. Thanks to this narrative and his efforts, the young man hoped that faith would prevail in this case. This was not all the information for the chief instructor of the squad, so Jan continued his story. Damian stared intently at Yan, who also knows where the daughter of Special Forces Captain Mayer is now. Wanting to prove to the instructor that it is more profitable to trust the recruit, the guy hopes to tip the scales in his favor. Hearing such candor, the chief instructor rose from behind his desk, where various papers lay. Then Damian turned his back on John and walked over to the window, looking out into the darkness beyond the building, wanting to clarify something. The recruit kept his eyes on the chief instructor, but did not know if he had tipped the scales with his convictions. After Damian asked if the goddess of luck was really on his side, John came to the conclusion that everything had worked out for him. Responding positively to Damian's question, the guy compared himself to a lucky charm, but his boss told him to stop talking. Continuing the conversation by the window, the boss promised to turn a blind eye to today's events and asked Yang to return and keep his mouth shut. The guy realized that he had passed the test, but did not outwardly express his joy at this occasion. Damian didn't believe every word Jan said, but that was fine with him. He had no intention of rushing things. Apologizing, the young man expressed his hope that his mentor would be able to rest well, to which the latter agreed verbally. When Damian was left alone, he began to study the folder with the personal file of the departed guest, who had only the number 974. There were other documents on the desk, but the head mentor remembered his colleagues at the center and did not believe in their blindness. Closing his eyes, Damian immediately thought about the rating system, which could have failed, but then a completely unexpected thought came to his mind. Holding Jan's personal file, recruit 974 in his own hands, the mentor thought about his own. Damian smiled slyly. There was one important moment that interested him greatly. A week after the events described, it was time for the activities in the Blade Mountains. It was the Blade Mountain Range with its impenetrable forests and treacherous red swamps, where the first test for the cadets of the special unit began. The Emperor issued a decree prohibiting visits to this terrifying territory, which could only inspire fear in the citizens of the kingdom. Here, amid the unwelcoming local landscapes, dwell a wide variety of monsters. All these dangerous beasts have long made the ridge incredibly dangerous for the ordinary people who inhabit the country. Among the local terrifying creatures is the swamp goblin, whose appearance frightens even the most experienced warriors of the Empire. One of the center's recruits had to engage in open combat with this monster, striking it blow after blow. One of his well-aimed lunges was successful, and the swamp goblin felt his strength rapidly draining from his terrifying body. The cadet of the Special Forces unit, covered by two comrades, managed to eliminate the dangerous monster, which lay lifeless before them. While the victor breathed a sigh of relief, one of his comrades rejoiced, knowing that they would prevail, while the other assured him that there was nothing special on the ridge. Asking them to speak more quietly, the guys pointed out the possible presence of other monsters in the area, but the recruit was confident that the surroundings had been completely cleared of monsters. They remembered the instruction to stay in the mountains for a week to pass the exam, and at this rate, the students would definitely succeed. The cadet who had eliminated the swamp goblin turned around angrily and reminded his comrade of his request to be quieter. The latter understood and immediately apologized. The leader reminded him of the need to collect stones and mana in the Blade Mountains. But his comrade was so happy about the victory that he forgot about the other conditions for passing the test. If they managed to survive, the results would depend on the number of stones collected. But the mission participants also wanted to beat the cadets from the four great families. The talkative companions had to be silenced again by their leader, who urged his comrades to slow down. Talking about the need to remain vigilant so that their skills would be enough to win, the guy did not even notice the huge clawed fingers hanging over him. They grabbed the coughing recruit by the head, and he, the 320th recruit, dropped out of the mission to take the exam on the mountain ridge. With faces contorted with fear, two comrades watched the horrific events unfold and the death of their friend. Continuing to hold their weapons and shields, the recruits in the center tried to scare away the monster, not knowing where this giant beast had come from. The eyes of the terrifying creature looked in different directions, which only exacerbated the fear of the people on the sidelines. The unfortunate boy was held by the head by the great golden ogre, who possessed the magic of invisibility and was able to sneak up on his victim unnoticed. With its next move, the monster threw the cadet back onto the ground. With its huge paws, the great golden ogre began to destroy everything around it, continuing to make incomprehensible sounds. The poor recruits of the center could not resist the terrible monster, so numbers 345 and 347 were soon eliminated. The swamp-colored magic ball showed everything that was happening to the inexperienced students in the Mountains of Blades, where monsters roamed. Chief Instructor Damian, who was watching the unfortunate events unfolding for the boys in the dangerous area, just laughed and called them trash. Standing on a pedestal in front of the recruits, Damian mentioned the deaths of 30 boys and asked the rest to be more careful, as the instructors were tired of picking up their bodies. Demanding that the center's recruits get moving, the chief instructor announced that they would be sent to the warp gate every 5 minutes. A faint green light appeared in front of Damian's 2 assistants, but they accepted their master's order. Yang, who was among the other students in the squad and was not in the best condition, realized that he too would end up in those cursed places. The chief instructor was in a good mood, and he surely ordered his searchers to search the place that the guy had previously told him about. In the very house where Captain Meyer's daughter had previously lived, the detectives would be able to find some traces, but they would not be able to find anything worthwhile. In order to get even closer to the chief instructor, recruit John needs to get excellent results on the exam. Therefore, he needs to work on his own body. But because he has only mastered half of the Divine Dragon's breathing technique, there will be a limit to his progress. Being on the mountain ridge is not so bad, and the determined Jan must take advantage of this opportunity. There are 2 treasures in the Mountains of Blades that no one has heard of yet. If the guy can get them, he will become stronger and faster. Suddenly, the chief instructor Damian asked one of his subordinates something in a very surprised tone, not knowing if it was true. The change in Damian's mood did not escape the notice of the 974th recruit. The instructor seemed confused after hearing what he had said. Then Damian and his 2 assistants knelt down, and the chief demanded that his men show their respect. The sole ruler of the Kabbalan Empire, the legitimate heir to His Majesty the Emperor, appeared on the pedestal and was greeted. Yin watched the proceedings with excitement, and if his memory served him correctly, 500 cadets had died during the exam. Nothing special had happened then, but something unusual had clearly happened if Crown Prince Leon Kabbalan had appeared. Recruit Jan stared at the heir to the throne with wide eyes, not understanding the reasons for his presence here in the center. The Crown Prince himself had come here, and the 974th recruit could not forget it. While Leon Kabbalan greeted all the recruits in the square, John remembered that he was the last one he saw before his death. For the young man, it was the face of a real monster, for whom Jan's life was just a toy. The painful memories were fresh, as if everything was right before his eyes, and the recruits stared intently at this man. Continuing his presentation to the students of the Special Purpose Center, the prince gave his full name and title. Those present at the meeting bowed one knee and began to greet His Highness Crown Prince Leon Kabbalan. Forced to bow to the future ruler, Yang looked at him and thought that he would never regret anything again. But when the new recruit of the Special Forces saw the face of Crown Prince Leon, rage began to boil inside him. Continuing his speech, the guest, as the bearer of the title of Crown Prince, asked the people to speak without fear. Shouting, Leon ordered those who wanted to get out of this hellish place right now to raise their hands, and he swore by his name and promised to ensure their safety. Turning his face away, Damian listened as the Crown Prince asked those who had been brought here by force to respond, promising to free all these people. Surprised by Leon Kabayan's strange speech, Jan looked at the prince, not understanding what he was saying in the presence of the chief instructor. The new recruit to the squad was already seriously doubting whether this was the Crown Prince he had known before. There was a chessboard on the table, and one man was telling another about the invasion of enemy territory by the 4th Special Unit. In the residence of the Emperor of the capital, Avalon, Jan bowed and told the ruler about the successful outcome and the actual burning of the Mount of Stone mine. Looking out the window of his residence, the Emperor praised his subordinates for a job well done. Continuing to bow, Yang announced his intention to send reinforcements to the group to ensure a successful retreat, surprising the ruler. Yang explained that the invading force was too small to ensure a safe retreat, as there was no guarantee that they would return alive. Not turning his back on his subordinate, the Emperor had already made a decision on the matter and was preparing to announce it to the young man. After hearing the order, which was to take no action to help the group so that its people would sacrifice themselves to destroy the enemies, Yang objected. The warrior expressed his unwillingness to abandon his own soldiers fighting for the future of the empire. But for the emperor, they and the whole world were chess pieces. The ruler of the state treated slaves and citizens of the empire, knights and representatives of the aristocracy as chess pieces. All these pieces exist only for the sake of the emperor, And that is exactly how Leon Kabayan saw it. Hundreds and thousands of people die for their sole ruler. This is how the ideal world is arranged in His Majesty's understanding. Looking back slightly, Leon Kabalan smiled and asked what could be more honorable than dying for one's own emperor. Yang looked gloomily at the ruler and considered him an extremely bad person. The young man remembers very well what he is really like. Continuing his speech to the recruits, the Crown Prince mentioned some of the children of aristocrats who had entered this place to gain power. Shouting, Leon Kabalan advised people to go home if they did not want to face the consequences when he took the throne of the empire. Yang couldn't believe what he heard, and neither could another recruit standing nearby, even though the words came from the Crown Prince himself. Without taking his eyes off Leon Kabalan, the 974th did not know if this was the same person he knew and how he had changed so much. The chief instructor believes that the cadets are shocked by the prince's words, and the prince is interested in the reason for his inhumane treatment of them. Damian declared the need for a special unit to protect the emperor, but his last words angered the heir to the throne. Bowing his head submissively, the chief instructor of the organization hears Leon Kabalan's demand to stop talking nonsense. According to the prince, the emperor must protect the people, and the crown will not remain on the ruler's head for long if he condemns to death those he is supposed to protect. Leon Kabalan did not understand the point of such power, and he himself could not allow lawlessness to flourish. Wanting to destroy this place, the prince heard Damian say that it was created by the emperor's will and that everything here is done in accordance with the law. Hearing the chief instructor's arguments about the creation of this organization with a great sword by order of the ruler, the heir was surprised. Determined, Prince Kabalan is interested in the personalities of the cadets who agreed to take this exam, and if there are any, he will back down. The recruits who continued to kneel did not see a single person willing to take the deadly test. The future ruler immediately pointed this out to the chief instructor, Damian, who looked away gloomily and mentally called the prince a populist. Unexpectedly, one of the recruits stood up, apologized to His Highness, and addressed him, shocking the others. Standing resolutely before them, recruit 974 announced his desire to take part in the exam. The astonished crown prince looked at this strange young man, but the number he had announced seemed quite familiar to Leon Kabalan. As far as the prince knew, low-ranking cadets were treated unfairly, and the recruit clearly wanted to leave, so Yang confirmed the rumors about the treatment. His comrades thought their colleague was crazy after such a confession, but the recruit himself declared equality in some things, regardless of rank. Not wanting to cancel the exam, Yang said that they were equal here in terms of assessing the skills that would allow them to rise in the hierarchy. Staring intently at the crown prince, the brave recruit declared his intention to take the exam because he had something to strive for. After listening to Yang's powerful speech, Leon Kabalan was silent for a while and only then called the chief instructor of the squad. The latter responded, but the crown prince had already turned away from Damian and declared that the instructor did not deserve such a cadet. Closing his eyes, Leon said he did not want to go back on his word and told his subordinate to continue with the exam. Prince Kabalan intended to personally observe what was happening at the training center for recruits, and Damian immediately accepted his order. Returning to the recruits, the chief instructor demanded that they recognize the prince's generosity and do everything possible to repay him for his kindness. Two instructors in red came down to the group of students and continued their work, asking them to listen carefully to their explanation of how the warp gate works. Initially, the recruits would pass through the gate and be teleported to the mountain range where the exam was usually held. Then the mission leaders would determine the location of the participants who would end up at various points. The recruits were puzzled when the mentors asked them not to worry about the possible splitting of some of the guys' bodies during teleportation. Immediately after that, the instructors called over number 974, who was standing nearby, and pointed him to the right place. When the guy took his place for teleportation, the activation of the gate was announced, and there were only seconds left before the relocation. Yun, waiting to be transported to the mountain range with the monsters, remembered that in his previous life, Leon had never come to the training center. But now everything was different, and the young man thought that his own actions had influenced the heir, but that might not be the reason. While the young man continued to reflect on himself and the heir to the imperial throne, there were only seconds left before the magical gate was activated. The teleportation began, but Recruit Yang still could not understand the reason for Leon Kabayan's change in behavior. A white stream of air descended from the dark skies onto the mountain ridge, and there was not a soul around. The head of the recruit John appeared on the surface of a bright, magical space on the gloomy rocks. The teleportation process was coming to an end, and the brave young warrior was gradually emerging from the magical place. Finally, the young man found himself entirely in the new territory, and upon checking his limbs, he was convinced that they were intact. Assuming that he had been thrown onto some kind of wasteland on the ridge, the guy decided to start by finding something that could be used as a weapon. Walking through unfamiliar terrain, Yang smelled a strange odor that he hadn't smelled in a long time. Being on the mountain ridge of Klinka, the Valley of Winds, the young man recognized the smell as the stench of sulfur mixed with the demonic energy of the valley. Suspicious sounds were heard behind him, and the brave warrior immediately turned his attention to them. Spreading its huge fingers, an unknown monster with burning eyes rushed at Yang, who did not even have a weapon with him. At another point in the Mountains of Blades, the giant Kakadu Griffin attacked a group of recruits from the training center, opening its huge mouth. Armed with sharp swords, the recruits were terrified and wanted to flee the battlefield, fearing death. The large cockatoo continued to make eerie bird sounds, spreading fear among the young men sent by the organization. To the great surprise of the recruits participating in the exam, the bird received a fatal blow, from which it suffered complete destruction. It was the 15th stage of the Dark Soul and Lina Beowulf, who had eliminated the terrible cockatoo griffin with her own weapon. Only now did the recruits from the training center recognize this beautiful girl, who was ranked #1 in the cadet group. Thanking Lina for saving them, the boys who otherwise would have died saw the wounded among them and asked if there were only low-ranking members in the squad. According to the boys, they were mostly number 700s and many had been injured. They had planned to get out of there, but it was all because of these monsters. When they asked Ms. Lina for permission to follow her at least until they left the valley, she agreed because Ms. Beowulf didn't care either way. At that moment, the girl was looking at the gloomy terrain and searching for John with her eyes, not wanting to believe that he had already been eliminated from the game. Remembering how the guy had remained confident even in the presence of the Crown Prince, Lina did not understand why he had done it. The second cadet, Cruel Dwight, approaching her, believes that their princess, as he called the lady, is once again making foolish decisions. His partner thinks Miss Beowulf is going to wander around here with these 7th-rate recruits, but in doing so, she will expose herself. Calling the low-ranking recruits idiots, Cruel Dwight does not consider them suitable even as a human shield for her, Lina. The angry guy reproaches the girl, as if she wants to be a nanny for the guys, but her pity won't help them. Lina asks her colleague to watch his language. Lady Beowulf asks not to judge a person solely by their number, but Cruel now thinks that the top spot after the exam will go to another cadet. Looking sternly at her comrade at the training center, Lina warns him against thinking only about numbers. Otherwise, he will miss something more important. Engrossed in conversation, the guys did not notice the approach of the 3rd cadet, Casa Afrena, who criticized her colleagues for sorting out their differences in their free time. Considering Cruella short-sighted, Casa reminded them that they would receive individual grades for the exam, so there was no need to compete with each other. Dwight was curious about her desire to hang out with lower-ranking cadets, but Casa believed that a large squad would be better able to cope with crises and that she would help them pass the test. She reminded the 3rd-ranked cadet of the obligation of representatives of aristocratic families to take leadership over commoners. Her colleague's mention of aristocrats only provoked a sneer from the malicious Cruel, as if he did not consider her to be one. Casa Afrane stared intently at her second partner, who wanted to know since when a family of traders had been considered aristocrats. And if the girl intended to rule over commoners, then let her answer Cruel about what her family had done to the people. And she needed to be careful, or it would be very sad to see the last of the Afrane family on the guillotine. Casa smiled quietly and, laughing, thanked her colleague for his concern, but she was fixated on rebuilding her family. Continuing to sort out the tense relationships in the rocky terrain, the 3rd cadet told Cruel how jealous she was of her at times like this. Reminding recruit Dwight of his 2 older brothers, the girl stated that they were responsible for their family, not him. When she advised Cruel not to burden his mind with complicated thoughts, the guy wanted to hit Casa, but his hand was intercepted. Lina Beowulf, who arrived at the scene of the conflict just in time, held back the aggressive Dwight, with Casa standing nearby with a smile. Insulting the girl, the 2nd cadet tried to grab her with the fingers of his left hand, but without success. Standing nearby, Lina calmly demanded that her partner immediately calm down. Not daring to go against Ms. Beowulf, Cruel only hissed with anger and gritted his teeth. Then he demanded that Lina let go of his hand and got rid of his squad mate's touch. Moving away from the first and third members of the squad, as well as the low-ranking fighters nearby, Cruel called everyone worthless. The students fought terrifying monsters among the huge, sharp white rocks of the Blades mountain range. Walking through this area, Cruel Dwight came to the conclusion that it would only get worse for him if he continued to hang out with his current partners. Suddenly, Cruel stopped. An unexpected thought popped into his head, and it seemed right to him. He remembered how, when he was little, a man stood over him and taught him not to ask for anything, not to think about anything, and to live as if he were dead. Continuing to walk across the rocky terrain, Cruel did not think he would remember that day again, but suddenly he stumbled upon traces of someone's blood. Looking ahead, the second recruit, Dwight, saw that the trail led to the rocks, that there was a strange smell, and that the blood was very fresh. If this was a monster's lair, then Cruel and his colleagues would be in trouble if there were many creatures there. So he decided to hide and assess the situation. Peeking out from behind his hiding place behind a rock, the second cadet saw a guy in a recruit's uniform and several corpses of local monsters next to him. The bodies of red goblins lay on the ground, and Cruel was puzzled by this man's apparent ability to kill so many monsters. Dwight stared intently at the guy, not understanding what he was doing down in the rock gorge. The young man there, his face contorted with insane aggression, was holding pieces of a red goblin's body in his hands, so it seemed to Cruel that he was eating them. And when Dwight made this gruesome assumption, the unknown man brought the monster's internal organ to his mouth. In the Blade Mountains, which are deadly dangerous due to the presence of terrifying monsters, there are two important artifacts. Now, the 974th recruit must obtain these items in order for the young man's plan to work. Thinking about how to bring it to life, Yang was about to go get one thing first. The guy quickly turned his gaze back. Something strange was happening there, and it required his careful attention. A terrifying monster with sinister eyes was trying to attack him from behind, wanting to get some human flesh for itself. Suddenly, a human hand pierced the body of the terrifying monster and pulled out its heart. In this operation, the young warrior used the 21st form of the dark spirit called Dragon Flame. Yang stared piercingly at the red goblin that wanted to destroy him and provoked it to catch fire. The aggressive creature could not resist the much stronger human, and screaming in pain, was eliminated. Yan, a recruit of the Special Forces, emerged victorious from this dangerous duel and held a heart with strange stones in his hands. The fighting did not end there, and another terrifying red goblin appeared, demanding meat. Yang looked ahead and saw many similar creatures sitting on the rocks, wanting the same thing as their kin. The undaunted recruit from the center looked resolutely at the monsters and rejoiced in his good fortune. The red goblin stared at the young man with terrifying burning eyes, ready to pounce on him and kill him at any moment. The guy was surprised that the first target jumped into his hands and took up a fighting position with glowing magic. Ignoring the enemy's magic, the monsters opened their terrible mouths and rushed to attack the lone man. In a state of warlike frenzy, Yang, his eyes wide open, was ready to defeat his enemies. Mana stones are given for defeating monsters. They were previously used as raw materials for creating magical items, but then their value was reevaluated. Old Professor Isaac, who worked at the Academy, once published a scientific paper after conducting painstaking research. In his paper, the mage Isaac wrote about absorbing the abilities of monsters and their mana using mana stones. The professor's descriptions of the endurance of orcs, the regeneration of trolls, and the physical strength of ogres caused outrage among scientists. The elderly Professor Isaac's colleagues considered his work to be delusional and pointed out the significant difference between the use of mana by humans and monsters. Then the dean of the academy, Neuron, came to the scientist and threatened to dismiss his colleague from the educational institution if he could not confirm his research. After testing the professor's methodology, the previously frail Neuron noticeably gained muscle strength, thus proving the scientific work. When Isaac's claim was confirmed, people who used mana across the continent were alarmed. But today, monsters are much easier to find in the kingdom's pharmacies than in dark dungeons. When asked about the difficulty of absorbing mana crystals, Professor Isaac replied during his break that it was quite difficult to extract the poison from them. To implement this plan, the Academy scientist recommends using moon beetle juice and lava stones. Drinking the contents of his mug, Professor Isaac stated that normal mana absorption is very simple. The stones just need to be eaten. And that's what Center Yan's recruit was doing now, in the lair behind the rocks in the Blade Mountains. Standing over the corpses of red goblins, the recruit did not expect such a step, and the guy still cannot stand the taste. Now he needed to absorb a stone that belonged to the monster's heart, 2-to-1. But then he would have to use the monster's poison to absorb the mana from the crystal, and this made Yang almost vomit, so he covered his mouth with his hand, preparing himself for the risk of death. The recruit felt as if the poison was eating away at him from the inside, but he could neutralize it with the Divine Dragon's breathing technique. Now the guy wasn't feeling so bad. It seemed that all this would take more time than he thought, and he couldn't rush here. Down into the gorge at full speed flew recruit number 2, Cruel Dwayne, who couldn't stay out of John's actions. The malicious grin on the face of the second recruit, who was not known for his kindness, testified to his evil intentions. But below, where the 974th recruit had been just a minute ago, there was only a bright light and emptiness. The smirking Cruel did not expect to find a cadet of such a low level here, but confident in his invincibility, the villain decided to take the mana for himself. But Yang was absent, which surprised Cruel Dwight, who looked around and did not understand where his rival had gone. While he thought that Yang had simply run away, the latter was standing behind a rock ledge and talking about a scoundrel like Cruel, who was more dangerous than the monsters in the Blade Mountains. The second recruit had heard about the existence of savages who ate animals, but it looked worse than the guy had imagined. Calling Jan worthless, Cruel would have beaten him up, but if he begged for mercy, he would spare the guy. And if the recruit gave up the stones, Dwight would show the mercy of the aristocrats. Putting on a surprised face, the 974th recruit admitted that he didn't have any mana crystals because he had eaten them. The villain asked the guy not to lie. He was already about to take pity on him. But Yan the savage turned out to be too stupid. There is no one here. No one will find out about Cruel's murder of such a minor pawn. And if Yang wants to live, let him give up the stones. But the recruit suddenly agreed coldly. With a devilish expression on his face, Yang looked at his opponent, nodding to him as a sign that there really was no one here. Not paying much attention to Yang's words, Cruel agreed to respect his opponent's choice, but he shouldn't even think about making a sound. While talking and threatening the low-ranking recruit, his high-ranking colleague did not notice a suspicious white stream coming towards him. In a split second, the arrogant, insolent man passed through this magical substance and received punishment from Yan. A large blue banner with a crown and cross fluttered in the wind and shone brightly in the sunlight. The little boy was supposed to become the next owner of the Dwight mansion, but at the age of 12, he realized that most of the world was inhabited by scum. The fact that this child was the heir to a huge estate was self-evident, but there were outsiders involved in the matter. 2 very bad people stood over the boy, afraid that he would eventually become the head of the family, so they resorted to extreme measures. Under the guise of caring about his education, these 2 villains sent the unfortunate child to a special warrior training center. The boy was thrown into a dirty dump, and he will not forgive them. He, Cruel, is the true heir to the Dwight clan and will burn the bandits when he gets out of there. And when the low-ranking recruit Yang pierced the aristocrat with a magical glow, he screamed from the intense pain that appeared in his body. There is only one path under the rocks, and it is called Snake Gorge because it resembles this animal. And no living creatures go there. No one has reached its end. The injured Cruel insulted Yang, indignant at how he dared to treat him this way and speak to him in such an inappropriate manner. The aristocrat dragged a bag behind him, from which the paws of destroyed red goblins were visible, and did not know what Jan would do. A collar and rope were attached to the neck of Cruel's second recruit, Dwight, with which the 974th controlled his prisoner. Holding the handle of the large bag, Dwight assured him that Yang could not do anything bad to him because Cruel was the true heir to his family. When the captive asked the winner of their duel to wait, the latter ordered him to shut up and move even faster. Pulling the rope even tighter, Jan, a new recruit to the Special Forces unit, expressed his incomprehension as to why Dwight had started talking about his family. Yang didn't like that the heir to the Count's family was constantly whining and how long it would last. And since they had a long way to go, the guy needed to hurry up. Then Cruel suggested that his opponent carry the bag himself, not understanding why he was being forced to do so, but Yang blamed him for it, saying it was a simple punishment for a villain. Dwight doesn't understand anything. He doesn't know why Jan needs all these corpses of scary goblins. The younger recruit demands that he shut up. He complains too much. With a malicious grin, Cruel reminded his companion of the laws of the Empire, according to which he would be punished for mistreating an aristocrat. Trying once again to assert himself as the heir to Count Dwight, recruit number 2 received a large stone in his nose. Falling to the ground, he complained about being hit right in the nose, but Yang demanded that he get up quickly and that aristocrats also feel pain when they are beaten. Cruel held his injured body part and did not understand who this guy in front of him was. At that moment, the aristocrat thought he would catch his low-ranking opponent off guard in case of a sudden attack, but it turned out differently. Then Cruel Dwight shouted, demanding that the 974th recruit do nothing, promising to kill the guy for it. But the lower-status recruit Yang, who did not listen to him, silently delivered a powerful blow to his vicious opponent and stunned him. The arrogant heir to the Count, who had not learned his first lesson, continued to shout at Yang not to dare do anything to him, but Yang did not listen to him. The brave opponent, with a stony expression on his face, continued to attack Cruel, who no longer had any desire to be upset by what was happening. To Dwight, who did not expect such humiliation, Yang explained how to avoid being hit in the face, even when making a mistake. But to do so, one must apologize. Cruel could not lose to his opponent, even if he was unable to concentrate his mana flow during the battle. But once it was restored, he had to kill the enemy immediately. Yang's eyes became wild again, and he turned to his opponent walking behind him, thinking that he had not understood anything the winner had said. The eyes of the young recruit of the Special Forces unit lit up with a fiery glare, and he was ready to repeat his words. The Count's heir looked at his offender with no less malice, pulling the rope, ready to promise Jan a terrible fate. But in the next moment, Dwight's expression changed and he softened. He now respected Jan and wanted to be friends with him in the future. But 974 could see all the thoughts in Cruel's head, so he had to keep quiet if he didn't want to crawl around like a cockroach. Turning back and looking at his defeated opponent from an aristocratic family, John considered him a remarkable character. The junior recruit noticed a thirst for life in the Count's heir, but the energy flows emanating from him are disorderly. He knew of only one thing capable of radiating such energy, and that was demonic knowledge. There are also sorcerers who actively use black magic and the power of darkness in their activities. Therefore, there are also warriors who use darkness in sword fights and achieve success more quickly. But for those who use black magic, their minds and bodies gradually fall into ruin. When the terrible darkness completely engulfs these people, the most frightening thing happens. They go mad. In his past life, the aristocratic recruit of the Cruel Dwight squad was nicknamed the Bloodstar. The thing is, this young man managed to lead his own family thanks to his cruelty. Reflecting on this, recruit Yang suggested that the reason for all this could be Cruel's demonic knowledge, but he had not yet fully mastered it. Dwight asked to have his collar removed and assured him that he would not run away, as this was the only way out, although Yang did not trust him. He did not consider himself an animal for losing the battle, and it seemed strange when someone led men on a leash. And his guide must understand if people suddenly think something about them. And here Jan put on a naive face, as if agreeing with Cruel. The 974th recruit of the squad really took off the prisoner's collar, and it hung in the air. Now Dwight could breathe. It seemed to him that Jan would lead him around for the rest of his life. But the younger recruit reassured the guy that his suffering would soon come to an end. Yen announced that they had arrived at their destination, but the aristocrat did not understand where they were now. Everything here was unfamiliar to him. Staring intently ahead, the 974th recruit spoke about the most important reason they were here. Both guys were on a cliff, and below was some mysterious complex, and here was the real treasure. Young, who was considered a low-ranking recruit, corrected himself, because it wasn't even treasure, but a monster. Cruel Dwight, having listened to his rival, now cannot believe in his desire to drag an aristocratic recruit to such a place in order to dump corpses. After throwing the bodies of the eliminated red monsters into the abyss, Cruel completed Yang's task. He was curious whether he had done his job correctly or not. In gratitude for the hard work, John is ready to give advice to his companion today, which involuntarily surprises him. John looked with some tenderness at his defeated enemy, who did not quite understand the man standing next to him. Then the conqueror of the Red Goblins advised Cruel to run away from there immediately and not look back. The young man's recommendation was extremely timely. because at the bottom of the black abyss, two lights suddenly appeared, as if they were the eyes of a demon. At the very bottom, near a large complex, lay the corpses of red goblins in various places. The terrifying creatures, showing no signs of life, had found their final resting place in this strange place. Suddenly, mysterious black outlines began to appear on the floor, gradually transforming into a single whole. After a certain amount of time, the final image of a magical black symbol appeared. The pattern began to glow red and seemed to come to life, and then a terrifying sound was heard, as if someone was asking a question. A black demon with burning hellish eyes appeared, whom someone had now dared to wake up after a long sleep. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the aristocratic recruit Cruel Dwight panicked and shouted at Yan, not understanding his actions in this snake gorge. But below, terrifying demonic eyes burned, and Jan asked his opponent what he was doing. Turning toward his former captive, the 974th recruit pointed to the arrival of him, this creature. Gradually, the contours of this terrifying hellish creature emerging from the depths of the eerie abyss began to take shape. Opening its lifeless eye, the demonic creature demanded people's souls. Casa Afrain, who was on the surface, immediately sensed strange changes and asked Lorena about her feelings on the matter. The focused Miss Beowulf also felt the inexplicable changes and understood what had just happened. They stood on the rocks, and Lorena felt an overwhelming surge of black magic emanating from Snake Gorge, not understanding what was happening there. Turning back in fear, Lady Casa Afrain told her friend that she had never encountered anything like this before and was uncertain. Now the girls were concerned with the most important question, which was how powerful this new magic was. Lorena Beowulf looked firmly at her companion Casa and announced an urgent change to their previous plans. Now she considers it necessary to return to the gates immediately, but Casa does not understand the reason for such suddenness. Approaching the recruits and despite the exam, Lorena ordered them to go to the gate and drop all their cargo, including the mana stones, urging them to run and evacuate. The recruits near the stone arch obeyed their commander's order, but not all of them understood the reason for such haste. It was Casa, and now Lorena reminded her of her friend's question about the power level of this black magic. Turning away, Lady Beowulf said that this type of magic was as powerful as her own father's. Hearing this confession, Casa Afrain was very surprised, because she knew her comrade's parent very well. This man was the divine guardian of the North, famous for his incredible strength, one of the 5 fingers of the Empire. Remembering Lorena Beowulf's father, recruit number 3 could not believe that the new magic could be as strong as him. The saddened girl believes that none of the instructors at the training center will be able to stop such a monster, and this is a complete horror for her. At the instructor's location, events began to unfold after the hellish demon awoke. One of the instructors in a red uniform pointed to the sky, where something was flying, but his partner demanded that he stop fooling around and get moving. The creature's sharp fangs terrified even the bravest person, and the demon demanded more and more. It was not enough for him. Suddenly, strange things began to happen to the center's instructors. People seemed to fall into complete madness and go insane. A recruit who had not yet fallen under the influence asked Roman, who was standing nearby, what the hell was going on, but he did not know and asked his comrade to continue beating. Something like a hellish flame appeared, in which the souls of these unfortunate people, who had been captured by the demon, seemed to be burning. The terrifying demon, awakened at the bottom of the abyss, rejoiced, and on its bloody tongue appeared the very symbol that was stained with blood below. The creature demanded that the people give up their souls, and they, in turn, frantically ran forward, seeking salvation from the unknown monster. The recruits of the training center rushed away from the evil demon at full speed. The gaps between the sharp rocks could have been an obstacle to the successful evacuation of the recruits, but even the frightened people passed through them. One by one, the squad instructors and recruits ran forward, knowing that very soon they would reach the gates for teleportation back. Miss Lorena Beowulf was the first to hear the strange sound, and she immediately ordered everyone to stop. Putting her hand out to stop her charges, the girl and her people looked at the recruit who had been ordered by a voice in his head not to stop. This unfortunate man who had gone mad claimed that the mysterious voice was telling him to give up his own soul. The former warrior's condition was changing before their eyes, his face quickly losing its human features, and the demon-possessed man continued to talk about his soul. Lorena Beowulf stared wide-eyed at the doomed man, who could no longer be helped. In the next moment, the unfortunate man exploded, His physical shell was destroyed, and his soul went to the terrible demon of the underworld. The agitated recruit of Squad Number 1 thought that their group had been ambushed, but Casa Afrain asked her comrade in arms to look the other way. The blood left behind by the self-destructed man began to behave strangely and move, to the surprise of everyone. As a result of their own observations, the recruits and mentors came to the conclusion that the blood of the slain man was forming an unusual pattern. It was the very same bloody magic seal that first appeared at the bottom of the dark and terrifying abyss from whence the demonic creature had emerged. The creature discovered the people trying to escape, and strange changes began to occur to the recruits. They complained of pain in their heads. Grabbing her weapon, Lina Beowulf kept her composure in this difficult situation and urged her subordinates to be cautious. Looking ahead resolutely, she was ready for new confrontations with alien forces that could attack people. From behind the corner of the rock, where the monster's magical seal glowed red, a hand with long fingers and sharp claws appeared. The dark creature that emerged from there claimed that it was the people here who had awakened it. Thanks to the participants of the mission in the Mountains of Blades, this terrible creature, bringing madness, had awakened. This inhuman thing with hideous features intends to repay the people for its awakening with their deaths. Finally, the ancient Lich, a creature with multiple arms and a three-eyed skull, appeared before the instructors and recruits. The lights in the monster's empty, soulless eyes burned with hellish flames and could bring only evil to humanity. At that time, wizards were in mourning, and magic was infinite, but human life also had its limits. However, greedy sorcerers found a way to comprehend all magic, using a witchcraft seal to achieve their own goals. After some time, the magical symbol lit up with a bright light, but to achieve this, the wizards sold their souls to darkness and gained eternity. The forces of darkness, striving for perfection in the magical arts, had to take drastic measures to achieve this. After certain movements, the head of one of the magic scholars ended up in his own hands, but without this, he would not have achieved what he desired. The wizard transformed into a monster that hates all living things around him, and thus crossed the line between good and evil. Having turned into a lich, he became part of the demonic forces and could only bring chaos, hatred, and evil. For Lina, he was not just a lich who had consumed countless lives. She did not understand the reason for his appearance today. A cry rang out over Snake Gorge, someone calling their leader, and it echoed across the vast terrain. His accomplices, Jake and Todd, who were chasing after the 12th recruit Roman, were curious about the reason for such a sudden escape. Roman told the guys to be quiet and look both ways, but ahead of them appeared the corpses of recruits from the training center in red uniforms. Looking at their unfortunate comrades, the guys were shocked by the death of the cadets, not understanding who could have done such a terrible thing. Depressed by what he saw, Roman thought about his own situation and remembered his comrade Jan, with whom he had escaped from the training center. Shortly before the start of the teleportation to the Klinka mountain range, they had met at a general meeting of the organization's recruits. Disheveled, Roman walked with Yan and discussed their unsuccessful escape. But at the same time, things were not as bad as the guys had initially thought. One suggested that the other go with him to the mountains, and the other reminded him of the danger of staying there alone, but the recruit intended to go alone. Turning to the 12th, John decided to tell him something, because the two guys already had a lot in common, and Roman immediately became attentive. If his friend felt that something terrible was coming, he should immediately run through the gate and forget about the exam. Stunned by what he heard, Roman came to the conclusion that 974 had already managed to plan this. At that time, Roman did not know what his friend had done, but now at Snake Gorge, the recruits and instructors were confronted with an ancient evil. The bony paws of a terrifying demonic creature stepped on the cold rock toward Lina Beowulf and her companions. Surrounded by flying skulls, the powerful Lich called the people pathetic mortals who had awakened him from his sleep. The mentors urged the recruits to forget about the nearby gate and ordered them to run to the others closer to them. Number 3. While the recruits were preparing to retreat, their leader, Lina Beowulf, demanded that everyone leave. Not wanting to leave her companion alone with the dangerous monster, Casa Afrain also suggested that the girl run away with all the students. The sharp blade of Lorina's sword glinted as she prepared to stay behind for the chance to fight the demonic beast. In full combat readiness, Miss Beowulf intends to detain the terrible Lich with her magic. Turning her gaze toward Casa, the brave Lina asked her to help save the numerous cadets who were taking their exams here. Her companion tried to reassure her friend that she would not be able to cope with the dangerous monster alone, just as she herself could not. According to Lorena, Casa had to survive for the sake of her own family, so she had to leave. The girl had no choice but to agree with her friend. After Casa Afrain promised to do as the first recruit commanded, she ran away from the place. The third recruit ran forward resolutely, mentally apologizing to Lorena, but she couldn't die here. The ancient three-eyed Lich seemed to be looking at the girl left alone in front of him and calling her stupid. Standing opposite him, armed with only a sword, Lorena could not stop him alone, as the terrible demon assured the mortal. Knowing about the ancient Lich's magical abilities, the girl understood this, but decided to try to block the monster's path anyway. Lorena Beowulf had two important advantages that gave her a chance to defeat the demon. Among them was her incredibly sharp sword, whose main advantage was that it was made of mithril, capable of destroying the undead. Something happened ahead, so Cadet Number 1 had to interrupt his own thoughts and turn his attention to Lich. There were more flying skulls with spines near the monster, which increased its chances of winning the upcoming battle. In a very short time, the ancient Lich summoned a multitude of terrifying skulls and launched them at Lorena. In front of the monster itself was the very magical seal that had awakened it, and now the creature wanted only the girl's death. The projectile of magical skulls was already flying towards Lady Beowulf to inflict a fatal wound on her and take possession of her soul. Unwilling to suffer defeat at the hands of the terrible Lich, Lorena rushed forward, trying to dodge the demonic blow. The brave girl's life was saved by a group of high-ranking recruits, a leap of defiance against the dark ceremony, and the wings of the windbird. The witch's skulls continued to fly toward the lady, and it seemed that nothing could help the brave beauty emerge from this battle unscathed. But the demonic creatures knew nothing about her sharp mithril sword, which easily struck down demons. Waiting until the skulls launched by the demon came closer, Lorena threw her spinning sword at them with the aim of dispelling the magical enemies. An incredibly bright light appeared as a result of the clash between the mithril weapon and the terrifying flying creatures. The ancient Lich could only watch silently as his first plans to destroy the girl, who was not afraid of him, were ruined. For the hellish creature, the brave Lorena Beowulf had prepared another way to get rid of him once and for all. The demon was utterly terrified when a super bright pillar of divine light, released by the girl, appeared before him. In her understanding, wizards are unable to cast both attack spells and defense spells at the same time. Thanks to this technique, Lady Number 1 was going to emerge victorious from the dangerous battle. Suddenly, something unusual happened. Something that the brave aristocrat did not expect to see on the battlefield. A protective seal appeared in front of Lich, but Lorena could not understand how the demon managed to cast two spells at the same time. Lady Beowulf did not believe in the ability of demonic skulls to cast spells, but if so, how many spells could all these skeletons cast? Surprised by these unpleasant discoveries, the girl did not notice another terrifying skull flying at her from behind. A moment later, the hellish creature sank its teeth into the body of the unfortunate beauty, who did not expect such a treacherous attack. Taken by surprise, Lorena Beowulf dropped her powerful mithril sword, on which she had pinned so many hopes in battle. She regretted losing her weapon, but the cold and terrifying tentacles had already wrapped around the neck of the unfortunate captive of the ancient Lich. Seeing the flying skulls rushing around her, Lorena demanded that these vile creatures release her immediately. Lady Beowulf hung in the air thanks to the flying magical skulls, not understanding what was happening. The terrifying Lich approached the captive girl. This terrible creature, devouring human souls, needed her. Lorena looked with disgust at the creature that had seized her for having the courage to stand up to it in a dangerous battle. And now the awakened ancient evil intends to destroy the valiant soul of the noble girl, who was not afraid of it and entered into battle. The Lich promised Lady Beowulf that he would turn her into a corpse that would serve only him. The demonic eye in the center of the Lich's skull burned with hellish flames, as if predicting misfortune and death for all living things. After the ancient Lich awoke, his large stone lair was as quiet as an underground sarcophagus. In front of the entrance to this eerie room, the former dwelling of a dangerous demon, stood the shadow of an unknown creature. To get inside the huge building, it was necessary to climb the steps, and it was right in front of them that the creature stood. The strange visitor wore all kinds of skins, and instead of a head, it had an animal skull with long, curved horns. The creature declared someone defenseless, but there were no people or monsters nearby. In front of the strange guest was a mysterious complex with black entrances to the halls of the ancient Lich's palace. Suddenly, the mysterious visitor felt something incomprehensible beneath his feet, as if some kind of magic was rising from the ground. Approaching the steps of the complex, the creature stepped into a magical seal, which was actually a trap and was already burning with a bright light. Suddenly, a tall pillar of flame appeared, caused by the influence of higher fire magic and a flash of lightning. The fire burned stronger and stronger, so the horned monster had no chance of surviving such an incident. Finally, the outline of the horned creature appeared, striving to get inside the sinister house of the ancient and terrible Lich. Mysteriously surviving the fire, the stranger removed his skull, which turned out to be an ordinary mask for disguise. Behind the terrifying skull appeared blue hair, and its owner admitted that he thought robbing the empty lair would be easy. This was the 974th recruit Yang, and he was met at the doorstep with weapons drawn. The guy used the armor of a volcanic armadillo, whose skin is resistant to fire and fire magic. He was well aware of the presence of 492 magical traps in the palace complex, and Yang had already climbed to the 12th floor of the lair. But when he was walking on the 36th floor, he remembered the presence of 30 moving traps in the dark building, and not only those. Using goblins to lure Lich out of the lair, Yang wanted to get the treasure, which was his original plan, and it would not be easy to carry it out. It was entirely possible to do so with sufficient knowledge of the lair's layout, and Yang had learned about the Lich while serving as captain of the squad. After the young soldier returned from a combat mission, he was given a report on this ancient demonic creature. The first training group on the Blade Ridge participated in the operation against the high-ranking monster, of which 900 died and 100 survived. Due to the losses, the center could have ceased operations, but the report mentioned the possibility of awakening the long-sleeping Lich after consuming the cadet's blood. As a result of the investigation, the location of the treasure was established, and the beast's lair itself was built in ancient times and is full of mysterious treasures. Among them was a huge library with books, one of which could make you a sage just by reading it. And in numerous boxes, there were various jewels, and just one coin could provide its owner with a comfortable life. Recalling all this information, the recruit Yang knew that the most important thing was missing from the lair of the demonic beast. It was the vessel of life, a magical egg that contained the life force and magical mana of the monster Lich. Lost in Yang's past life, the vessel should be in the lair, and the report indicated where it should be kept, but the artifact could have been destroyed in the battle with Lich. After studying the report, the 974th recruit remembered that the vessel of life, which was important to him, might be in the preserved Imperial Scroll. There was talk of the possibility of accepting the contents of the vessel, but it is impossible to assimilate its potential. However, the scroll does not mention another important point. Upon receiving the vessel, the mana stones will give us much more power, and then it will be quite feasible, and Yang will be able to comprehend the breath of the divine dragon. If the guy takes advantage of this opportunity, he will be able to surpass his own level from his past life, which made him happy in his present life. Yang passed under the high arches of a huge castle, where the ancient demon Lich had been in hibernation for a long time. Finally, the young recruit's journey to the center ended, and he found himself where he had been striving to be. Now the guy stood in front of a massive tall door, which according to his understanding, was the lower floor of the awakened demon's lair. As Yan had learned from the center's report, this was where the altar of the ancient Lich was supposed to be. Unable to bring himself to open the door, the young warrior recalled the details of the report that touched on this moment. To begin with, the skilled soldier tried to throw a lightning weapon to destroy the large doors. The steel blade, launched by John's skilled hands, flew straight at the barrier and seemed to shatter it into splinters. But something unexpected happened. The massive doors of the lair did not receive a single scratch, as if the dagger had not even been able to reach them. In the next moment, there was a loud crash that sent Jan flying to the side, and a magical mark appeared on the door. Quickly getting to his feet, the brave young man immediately guessed what the problem was. He had heard about the protection of these mighty doors before. Even before recruit Yang reached the gate, the incorporeal ghost noticed him, activating the Feistlock magic seal. The ghost, like a computer hologram, continued to hang in the air and did not recognize the face it was programmed to recognize. The incorporeal phantom, beginning to evaporate before disappearing completely, mentioned the correct face, the one it could let pass. Putting his hand on the wall, Yang tried to overcome the difficult obstacle anyway, knowing one sure way. Recalling the place described in the report he was studying, the brave conqueror of monsters ran his hand along the wall, searching for the very spot that was somewhere here. Finally discovering a square carved into the wall, Yang pressed it, gaining the necessary pass to the inner chambers of Lich's lair. There was a rumbling sound typical of castles, and doors that were invisible at first crept upward, revealing a dark and frightening space before Yang. It was a secret passage for moving slaves, and the report indicated that in the past there had been many such captives in the lair. The building resembled a real labyrinth with many primitive traps, so it would take some time to successfully overcome them. Remaining in a positive mood, Jan continued to consider himself the captain of a special squad, which meant that no one and nothing would leave him behind. Stepping onto the secret passageway, the guy headed for his goal, especially since he had plenty of time for it and would receive a big reward. At this time, Lauren, who had been captured by the evil demon Lich, stared intently at the monster that threatened her with death. The brave Lady Beowulf tried to resist the demonic creature, which was launching its terrifying red tentacles at her. In this deadly moment, the girl mocked this rotten skeleton, which stank of decay and was incapable of doing anything to her. The terrifying Lich laughed maliciously and could not wait to see the torment of the unfortunate girl's soul from the training center for recruits. The terrifying creature, which had emerged from the depths of hell, began to verbally taunt poor Lorena, telling her what it would do to her in the future. The Lich is ready to turn Lady Beowulf into a man-eating zombie, and then she will hardly remain as defiant as she is now. After finishing his terrifying speech, the hellish monster ordered the girl to forget about her chatter, preparing to destroy the poor beauty. Red tentacles flew toward the girl who had fallen into the hands of the demonic beast, foreshadowing her imminent demise. It seemed that the deadly, otherworldly, slimy creatures had finally taken control of recruit number 1, and that there was no chance of salvation. The ancient monster, anticipating his imminent victory over the human, continued to laugh mockingly. Suddenly, something happened that Lich did not expect to see at all, staring at the girl he had almost buried in his terrible thoughts. Without losing her desire to defeat the inhuman monster, Lady Lorena bit the demon's bloody tentacles with her strong teeth. He had not yet managed to intimidate her, and this infuriated Lich, who threatened to leave not a single piece of flesh from the brave aristocrat. Using the magic of dark destruction and dark fracture, Lich was about to turn poor Lady Beowulf into dust. Suddenly, the ancient demon stopped, his eyes still burning with hellfire, but he did not take any action to destroy his captive. Remaining resolute and looking boldly into the enemy's face, Lorena looked questioningly at the demon who, just a second ago, was about to kill her. She did not understand why Lich had stopped his attack and was now turning away excitedly. At that moment, the monster was experiencing strange feelings, and a truly terrifying thought for his existence arose in his hellish mind. Thanks to his supernatural abilities, the demon Lich saw through the walls the destruction of the barrier on the altar. A large crack glowed on the magical sign that was supposed to guard the beast's lair, where a stranger unknown to Lich had crept in. Accusing the girl of being nothing more than bait, the monster tightened its red tentacles around the unfortunate lady's neck even more. Lorena Beowulf did not understand his words, and Lich considered it all a planned move against him. And while he was distracted, someone climbed into the beast's lair. The demon viciously ordered the girl, who was trying to protest, to be quiet, and, after rudely insulting the poor thing, threw her into a powerful wave of gravity. Recruit number 1 lay unconscious on the floor, while Lich ordered the flying skulls to return to the refuge and open the gates. Lich's magical mark began to turn bloody red again, and the skulls circled round and round according to the outline of the demonic symbol. With their actions, the monster's otherworldly helpers formed gate number 127 and 5 to return to the beast's lair. Passing through this portal, Lich gave the order to move him and the flying skulls to the altar in his castle. Lifting herself up on her hands, Lorena, noticeably weakened after the monster's blow, made plaintive sounds. Holding her injured body parts, the girl watched her departing tormentor and did not understand where he had decided to go. The altar of the Lich was bright, completely deserted, and filled with serene silence as if the demon had never awakened. In the central circle of the altar, where a minute ago there had been emptiness, the outline of the demon Lich's magical sign began to emerge. Now the symbol of the monster was fully visible on the once white altar, and the monster could freely ascend to this place sacred to him. Lich, who had burst into the room, was indignant at the intrusion of a stranger into his native abode, who dared to desecrate his sacred altar. The beast could not understand how the stranger had passed through all the traps and broken through the barrier created by Lich 1,000 years ago, for only he knew where the altar was. While the demon suspected that members of the Emperor's Guild of Wizards and Knights were responsible for the intrusion, he came across bottles filled with elixir. Looking at the transparent containers, the demon couldn't believe that someone could drink them, and this led the monster into a rage. Lich had spent 1,000 years perfecting these extra elixirs so that they would restore his mana and physical strength. It took the monster 1,000 years to transform into a human form, and now all his efforts had been wasted. The stranger who had entered the demon's lair sat on the far throne and reacted mockingly to the words about the elixirs, appreciating their rather pleasant taste. Hearing a human voice, the monster instantly turned in his direction and saw the one who had managed to break through the protective barrier in his lair. The 974th recruit continued to mock his hellish opponent and, sipping the elixir, asked him to calm down first. Jan invited Lich to come and drink with him, and if he wanted, the guy would save some of this wonderful drink for the monster. From excessive consumption of magical power, the guy fell into a state similar to alcohol intoxication and called it a bad decision to save the good for later. Seeing the young man, the ancient demon crossed the Guild of Wizards and the Emperor's Knights off his list of potential intruders. Realizing that the barrier had failed to withstand a drunken youngster, the archaic monster turned white with the hatred that sprayed from him. Yang saw the haste of Lich, whom he had distracted from his revelry, and it was great for the recruit to walk through the front entrance. But the demon ordered him to be silent and promised to kill him. Did Yang really think that his enemy would not find out about the intrusion into the rat's lair? The good warrior himself stole one rare item from the monster, but the monster did not notice it. Then he told about his passage through the secret tunnel. But Lich is sure that Yang is mocking him and does not understand why he broke the barrier at the front entrance. Hearing the words of his terrible enemy, the boy remembered how he had walked up the steps of the barrier to reach the altar. And at that moment, it seemed as if Lorena was watching room 974 and approving of his performance in front of Lich. Then Yanu simply wanted to break the protective barrier at the entrance. He deftly overcame the terrible incorporeal ghost and emerged victorious from the duel. In addition to elixirs, there were many ancient texts here, even a book called Dungeon about the mana engine, and Lich collected these works like a man possessed. The ancient demon seemed to laugh. He did not like the brave boy's words at all. After that, he asked the boy if he knew where the monster got all this. The monster's name was Momen, and he had turned into an undead creature 1,000 years ago for the sake of revenge and had been preparing for all this for 10 centuries. And a rat like the man who decided to invade his home decided to change all the plans of the otherworldly creature. To take revenge on the one who betrayed Lich and deprived him of everything he had, he cursed himself to exist as an undead creature. Because of the man, all of the monster's grand plans went down the drain. But Yang just kept drinking the elixir indifferently and mockingly asked the demon to continue. Stunned by the fearless behavior of the uninvited guest, the Lich silently stared at the recruit Yang, who complained of his own intoxication. In an effort to harm the young man, Lich raised his hand with a magical seal and began to insult Yang for his excessive self-importance. Using the spell of the Great Flame and the breath of the Raven, Lich set out to burn all the arrogant blood out of the brave young man. The brave recruit from their training center closed his eyes as if preparing his own strength to fight back against his evil opponent. But in the next moment, the young man's eyes opened and burned with the desire to stop the magical power of the ancient monster. Lich's hand, engulfed in bright flames, was already reaching for the recruit to grab him and deliver a fatal blow. The terrible demon was almost within reach of Jan, who seemed oblivious to the danger threatening him and stared intently at his opponent. Something unimaginable happened to Lich's mana energy, causing him to feel intense fear and excitement. At this crucial moment, the cool-headed recruit from the Special Forces unit reached into his pocket and praised the demon for his quick thinking. The ancient evil's hatred was incredible. He realized that the man had stolen his vessel of life, which was of great importance to Lich. With his left hand, Yang opened his chest, and the demon saw a brightly shining magical mark there, similar to the one Lich had. The white altar in the lair of the ancient creature, which Yang, a recruit from a special unit, had so desperately sought, was now completely empty. The young man ran at full speed across the bridge, trying to escape the wrath of the bloodthirsty monster. His warrior's agility came into play, and in a few moments the brave young man disappeared from the altar bridge. The boy's speed saved his life, because with the activation of wide-range fire magic and a shower of fire, something unimaginable began on the bridge. Trying to catch up with Yan, Lich called him a nobody who would not be able to escape his own death. But if he were in the young man's place, he would not stand still either. They continued to rush at full speed, and Yang told the demon about the use of his vessel of life, and that if he killed the young man, he would also die. When the monster said it had no intention of killing the recruit, he looked back at his terrifying pursuer with disbelief. The devilish creature planned to be reborn in the body of the center's 974th recruit. Since Yang had destroyed what Lich had been waiting for 1,000 years, the demon would deprive his enemy of his appearance, which was a fair exchange in Lich's understanding. Moreover, the young man's body contained the power of the elixirs created by the demon, so he would simply take it from Yan. Opening his eyes in surprise, the Special Forces soldier looks at the creature that has decided to take his body for itself. Putting on a tired face, Yang apologized to the ancient monster, but its desires are not part of the young man's plans. The Lich demanded that the young man surrender immediately and promised to treat his body with care when he was able to obtain it. After activating the parallel chain spell and the storm of curses, several magical seals appeared at once, which Yang saw. Now he had to use the dragon's divine breath because he had no other choice. A powerful yellow flame began to emerge from the red magical seals of the archaic monster Lich. The mana heart was activated, after which the magical symbol that Yang had encountered near the secret entrance burst into flames. Due to the powerful influence of the witchcraft spells, the demon's strong floor began to crumble in its lair. Lich had not used his own power for a long time, and did not understand how his opponent could still be alive. Suddenly appearing behind the monster, the recruit Yang ironically took the demon's anxiety for himself. The archaic monster did not expect such a bold appearance from the young man, and calling him a rude name, fired magic from a red seal. The dark dragon's rebellion began, and Yang, running at high speed, laughed at his opponent, who was only capable of such insignificant measures. In one of the corridors of the beast's lair, large doors were broken, as if they had been blown apart by a powerful blast wave. A bright pillar of light appeared in this room and almost completely destroyed the doors leading to the corridor. Fleeing from the evil demon's magic, Yang, a recruit of the Special Forces, did not think that everything would turn out this way. Mana is in constant motion in the heart, just like air in the lungs, and it is the true power of the divine dragon's breath. At that moment, the guy remembered how he gnawed on the hearts of monsters in the mountains of blades and magic stones. And just recently, he had used up almost all of the elixir created by the ancient monster. The 974th recruit of the Special Forces unit is ready to eat anything to become stronger. He is even capable of consuming the vessel of the demon Lich's life, which will increase his own abilities. When Yang ate half of the vessel, which was important for his health and strength, the very magical mark that the demon saw appeared on his chest. At this rate, the guy will soon regain his strength to the level of his previous life and may even become many times stronger. Lost in his own thoughts, Yang rushed forward at full speed, oblivious to his surroundings. The young man had to brake quickly, his shoes sliding across the soft red carpet covering the floor of the monstrous beast's lair. The door disappeared in front of the young man, and he found himself at a dead end, although he clearly remembered that the exit was right there, and he couldn't understand how this had happened. Behind him, Lich was approaching, laughing loudly at Yan and comparing him to a rat choking on poison, activating traps, which is why there were no doors. Jan had nowhere to run, and the demon was interested in his next move. But the center's recruit took all the circumstances into account and decided to kill Lich. But at the same time, this is an impossible task, because Yan has no weapons or other important tools left, and he is now unable to resist the enemy. Folding his devilish hands, the monster promised the brave young man to rid him of his own limbs. After that, the terrible Lich activated the summoning ceremony, and a bloody magic seal appeared. After casting a spell to summon the undead and calling forth a demonic dragon skull, the ancient monster ordered it to bring the young man's body. Yang watched the terrifying events unfolding in the room and realized that he was not yet able to fully oppose the fearsome Lich. The ghostly dragon skull continued to glow with devilish fire, and it seemed that the last moments of the unfortunate recruit were approaching. A scarlet cloak characteristic of aristocrats flashed by, and a familiar voice asked Jan about his condition. While he was thinking about how to defeat this mad Lich, Prince Leon Cabalan appeared on the battlefield and asked Jan to hand over the demon to him. The heir to the throne had learned of the extraordinary incident that had occurred during the exam, which is why he had come here, but he had not expected to find such a monster here. The prince then accused Lich of killing hundreds of cadets and his men, and of causing countless flowers to wither before they could bloom. Leon Cabalan, who was extremely determined, had no intention of forgiving the culprit responsible for the deaths of many innocent people. The monster just stared silently at the suddenly appeared heir to the imperial throne, not expecting this. Bowing, Yang greeted His Highness, and Leon, looking at the young man, recognized him as the volunteer cadet, but he did not understand his presence here. Having rushed alone after Lich, Yang was stuck here, and Leon immediately understood who had informed him of the monster's location and thanked the young man for his work, suggesting that he flee. The young recruit was pleased that the crown prince had arrived just in time, but his old friend Roman, recruit number 12, was the real hero here. Shortly before the first exam, Yang asked his friend to give the chief instructor the coordinates 224 and 7 as soon as he reached the gate. But it was necessary for the crown prince to hear this too, and he was already standing in front of the demon, who was studying the flesh and energy of his unexpected opponent. The ancient Lich was curious about how Crown Prince Leon Cabalan was connected to Bahamut, but the latter did not understand what his otherworldly opponent was talking about. The monster became very agitated when the representative of the ruling house wanted to know why he mentioned the name of the empire's founder in Sui. Keeping his eyes on the terrifying demon, Leon Cabalan heard his indignation about the name of the founder, whose blood flows in the prince, which is ridiculous for a demon. Laughing, he called people stupid, but his opponent, Momona, rejoiced at the creation of the divine dragon's breath monster. For the creature, it was a special day, reminiscent of ancient times, and the man decides to kill Momona, who did his job perfectly. Only Bahamut could possess the breath of the divine dragon, and Lich rejoiced, for before him stood the blood descendant of his enemy. In the huge library stood a man whose shadow fell on the books, of which there were a great many. With his magical efforts, he created magical glowing seals on the wall. This man possessed powerful sorceress talent and knew how to create the magic he needed. The owner of the large library of books and the creator of the magical seals was the wizard Momen. Having spent his entire life in magical research and surrounded by books, he was interested in everything. Among the scientific researches of the magician Momen were the stable circulation and retention of the energy of the dungeons. He was very concerned with the question of expanding the boundaries and absorption power of the mana circle. The wizard was extremely curious to find out how much power he could obtain if he successfully combined everything into a single whole. To satisfy his curiosity, the wizard Momen began conducting experiments on the body of his close friend Bahamut. The wizard's experiments proved successful, and he was able to fill his friend's body with new mana, and thus her heart appeared. Having become physically fit, Bahamut did not miss a single opportunity to show off his muscular physique. But during one of his regular displays of his large muscles, the wizard's friend complained and, asking him not to put on a show, urged him to simply get dressed. Interested in his friend's new sensations, since there were noticeable changes in his stats, the mage learned of his desire to create a combat technique using his strength. Together, the two friends created a weapon based on the heart of mana, and Bahamut gave this new combat innovation a name. This incredible innovation, created by the mind and hands of the great wizard Momen, was called the Breath of the Divine Dragon. During their stay in the library, the sorcerer said that this was not the full extent of the heart's capabilities, but that its features were still being studied. The talented mage did not have time to finish what he wanted to say, as Bahamut suddenly approached him and began to apologize in a completely different voice. The bewildered wizard felt strange gusts of air, not immediately realizing the danger that was approaching. Looking at his hand, the scientist saw splashes of dark blood on it and asked his companion what it all meant. Bahamut, who had betrayed his friend, said that Momen's role as a wizard was over, and Momen did not understand how they could do this to him. Terrible stains flew onto the books in the library, while Bahamut talked to Momen and called him a wonderful and dear friend. Sitting by the cabinets, the traitor told Momen how, without him, he would not have been able to create either the Heart of Mana or the Breath of the Divine Dragon. Bahamut looked at the unfortunate wizard and decided it was necessary to stop everything, because he knew too much. Leaving his now former friend, Bahamut, who had gained his powers thanks to him, believed that he alone should own everything they had created. Then the poor wizard wondered how much time had passed since his best friend betrayed him. Momona's physical body died, but with the help of the remnants of his magical power, he managed to hold on to his own soul. By repeating the same magic spell, the sorcerer was able to imprint its effect on his own decaying body. Decades passed, and the unfortunate Momon turned into a skeleton, with no indication that real life had once flowed through him. But one day a light flickered in the dark emptiness of his skull. The wizard's soul had returned to take revenge on the villain. The one who took everything from Momon will get what he deserves, and the one who betrayed the wizard's trust will be punished. The spirit of the treacherously murdered sorcerer was in a secret building, preparing for revenge for 1,000 years. A great stream of light caused a powerful explosion, and the stone door of one of the rooms flew open with a crash. After many centuries, the wizard found a second life, and in the form of an ancient demon, broke free to long-awaited freedom. He was ready to take revenge on his enemy's descendants, with flames burning in the empty eye sockets of the hellish creature, and nothing could stop him. Seeing a sudden brave opponent before him, Momon, who had become a lich, spoke harshly, preparing to destroy him. A bright light burned, fragments of the stone door flew, and the monster prepared for the battle he had been longing for all this time. With a parallel chain spell and a storm of curses, the demon lich promised to reduce his new opponent to dust. To increase his own strength and gain the ability to eliminate the enemy once and for all, Lich used the secret technique of Dragon's Breath. The ancient monster was surrounded by glowing magical seals, and nothing could stop him on his hellish path. The heir to the throne, Leon Cabalan, skillfully wielded his sword and summoned the magic of the Yellow Dragon River in an attempt to repel the enemy's attack. The skull of the long-dead wizard Momon is outraged by Bahamut's actions, who even after his death continues to torment the mage. The brave warrior who clashed with the demon in battle looked defiantly at his hellish opponent and demanded that he not utter Bahamut's name in Suya. A white glow and dark red mana fell to the ground, symbolizing the good royal heir and the devilish messenger of darkness. Cutting through the magical seals of the ancient demon with his magic sword, Leon Cabalan broke through them to his mortal enemy. The light of the yellow dragon burst into one of the remaining bloody seals to weaken the terrible monster. The magical technique used by the prince bore fruit in his desperate struggle with the demon. Lich saw that Leon was preventing the magic circle from activating, so he ordered his slaves to tie their opponent's legs. Before the prince, who had not lost his courage, appeared another series of bloody magic seals with many skulls. Grabbing the hilt of his sword, Leon mocked his attempts to stop the brave warrior with his own sorcery. Then the crown prince decisively thrust his cold weapon into the ground, thinking that it was even better for him that they had met here. The third form of the yellow dragon he summoned was an evil dragon spirit that easily destroyed Lich's magic seals. In this case, the ancient demon's black magic was no match for the light power of Prince Leon Cabalan. The evil demon was terrified of his actions and wanted him dead. But the heir with the seventh form of the yellow dragon summoning and the third form of the sword would remove the dead man from the past. Not willing to lose, the archaic demon Lich begins to use 5th level total destruction magic. In response to the monster's aggressive moves, Prince Leon drew the noble imperial sword. Finally, the two opponents clashed in a decisive battle, and only the strongest could emerge victorious from the deadly battle. Pillars of fire engulfed the hall where the heir to the imperial throne and the demonic monster clashed. For the special forces recruit watching the confrontation, it was all unbelievable. Folding his arms, the young man could not believe that Leon Cabalan was capable of fighting the monster Lich on equal terms, so it was unclear which of them was the monster. Recalling the heir's materialized sword, Yang believed that such power belonged only to a dragon with its breath effect. Keeping his eyes on the ongoing battle, the young man sees it as a great opportunity to find out what the prince is capable of. Leon continued to swing his magic sword and use the yellow dragon, and Yang considered a possible battle with him in the future. Smiling, the 974th recruit of the center understood well that his battle with the prince would not happen soon. Right now, it was much more important for the young man to find his own family, and he decided to try to escape. Just as he was about to do so, the boy heard a question addressed to him about where he was going. It was the center's captain, Rodrigo Mayer, who grabbed Jan by the shoulder and told him about the fun that was just beginning. Out of the corner of his eye, the young man glanced back at the officer who had arrived, realizing that he had completely forgotten about him. Without letting go of the young man's shoulder, Rodrigo Mayer began to talk about some peculiarities that concerned him. He first reminded him of the escaped cadets, then of the appearance of the demon Lich, and that number 974 always found himself at the center of events. Hearing the boy address him as Captain Rodrigo Mayer, the man looked disapprovingly at the cadet standing next to him. Then he corrected the young man, who should address him as Sir Captain, and Recruit Jan involuntarily repeated the words spoken by his superior. Rodrigo was dissatisfied with modern education if the boy behaved this way with his superior, because this was not even military training, but basic etiquette. Chief Instructor Damian then tried to hide the fact that his subordinates had escaped from everyone at the recruit training center. But the papers containing information about those who had decided to escape soon reached the captain, who immediately studied them. He learned of the recruits' actions, and Mr. Rodrigo Mayer was very unhappy about the incident. Upon learning of the incident, the captain was unable to recover for a long time and stared intently at a single point in front of him with his blue eyes. It became known that 4 people had escaped from the training center, cadets numbered from 10 to 900. 3 of them were caught in the nearby forest by organization employees during a special search operation. The first to search for the escaped recruits was a group of 3 representatives from the training center who roamed the forest in search of the fugitives. Members of this third pursuit team were found dead, but the location of the cadets could not be determined at that time. Rodrigo Mayer, a recruit who was nearby, said that the runaway was indeed him. Now Jan learned from the captain of the center about the need for the chief instructor of the organization to go in search of the escaped young man. The elderly man does not understand how, with such a low rating, the young man managed to survive the pursuit squad and the chief instructor, and now the battle with Lich. Captain Rodrigo Mayer did not think that the young man was simply lucky, but Jan did not call these events mere luck. Hearing these words from the new recruit of the Special Forces unit, the old man looked at him intently with his clear blue eyes. For Jan, it was super luck. He must have done a lot of good deeds in his past life. But Rodrigo Mayer thought the young man was joking like an old man. They stood near the steps, and Jan recounted how he had no chance of escape, and a little more, and he would have fallen victim to Lich. But the prince saved the young man. Captain Mayer, who had turned away, did not believe the young man and did not consider it mere luck. But according to recruit Jan, he was indeed very lucky. Anticipating his own victory in the verbal confrontation with Rodrigo, Jan expressed hope that he would not be punished for his usual luck. Giving the boy a disapproving look, the captain thought of him as an unscrupulous person who still dared to behave this way with his superior. Rodrigo 974 seemed like an insolent man, but he could be the bastard son of some important aristocrat, although that was impossible. When recruit Yang asked the captain about the possibility of helping the crown prince, the man told him that it was nonsense. According to his superior, in such a case, the young man would only interfere with the crown prince in his battle, and Yan was upset that there was no room for anyone else. The new recruit Yang also watched the confrontation closely, where the fighting Lich lost the vessel of life but still did not die. The young man began to doubt his complete absorption of this vessel, which the ancient demon Lich had prepared in his dungeon. Just as he began to think about what would happen if the mana heart was activated and the remaining power of the vessel of life was depleted, Yang was forced to turn his attention to the battlefield. But there the battle was coming to an end, and Crown Prince Leon Cabalan had already raised his sword victoriously over the ancient monster Lich, seeking to strike him down. A huge stream of magical light appeared in the room, to the surprise of everyone present. Leon laughs at the demon Lich trying to flee the battlefield and does not understand the reasons why he is doing so, but the monster demands that the prince be silent. In this difficult moment, Lich felt his mana output decrease, and he had the feeling that his magical power was being sucked out of him. The ancient monster looked at Captain Rodrigo Mayer and recruit Jan standing nearby, and a sudden thought occurred to him. The 974th recruit gave a thumbs up, and the demon decided that this boy was the cause of his misfortune. To the monster, the young man was like a pathetic puppy who treated him with contempt, so Lich would not understand anything. The crown prince kept his eyes on the evil creature and tried to understand its behavior at that moment. Grabbing his clothes, Lich began to tear them apart and informed his rivals of his intention to take the body of one of them for himself. An exciting guess appeared in Leon Cabalan's mind at these words of the monster, who shouted that he no longer needed any body. Everyone saw a huge glowing eye with a red magical seal, and Lich continued to threaten the brave warriors around him. Tearing his clothes, the demon revealed a cosmic infinity with a glowing eye inside, and he was going to destroy all humans. This was expansion of possessions, a state in which the spellcaster's hidden desire is realized in reality, and it is used by the heads of the Empire's most powerful families. Yanu and Captain Rodrigo Mayer could only watch what was happening, but they immediately recognized this terrifying technique of the monster. No longer hoping for victory, Lich screamed in a demonic voice and wished death upon the brave and courageous descendant of Bahamut. The frightened crown prince, Leon Cabalan, suddenly realized the archaic monster's terrible intention to take them all to the other world. The monster's witchcraft-like eyes were reflected in Yan's eyes as he watched what was happening and could not allow anything terrible to happen to himself and the others. Now the 974th recruit of the training center needed to completely empty his mana heart to eliminate the otherworldly enemy. Gathering all his magical powers and the energy of the vessel of life, the recruit directed them at the monstrous Lich, wanting to finish him off once and for all. This came as a complete surprise to the terrifying enemy, but there was nothing he could do about it now. The demon tried to speak, but his fate was sealed. Leon, who was in full combat readiness, watched Lich's actions. Noticing the gap, the brave man activated the 5 senses of the yellow dragon, causing a magical glow. Prince Cabalan had to strike his opponent, but his incredible sword was immediately split into many pieces. Lich considered all the boy's attempts futile, because his technique of expanding his domain was activated, and Leon's pathetic attack would not stop it. Holding the stump of his sword forward, the brave heir to the imperial house summoned the hellish monster to approach him. After that, Mr. Cabalan's weapon received a magical light instead of a blade to counter the evil magic of the terrible Lich. Thanks to the 5 senses of the yellow dragon's manifestation, a dragon sword appeared, and with its help, the noble warrior Leon was ready to fight the enemy. And suddenly, the room where the clash between good and evil was taking place was pierced by the terrible scream of the demon, who sensed the end of his days. Leon bowed his head. Today's victory was on his side. He had defeated a strong opponent in an incredible battle. The Lich, who was gradually losing his shape, did not consider this to be the end. But his opponent was firmly convinced of the opposite. The demon was finished. The rapidly melting Lich complained that everything had happened before his eyes and that it had all been in vain. For 1,000 years, he had secretly prepared his plan and held a grudge. But because of some boy, everything was lost. Lich reached out to Leon, but could no longer harm him. With his last ounce of strength, Lich, rapidly losing his power, reached out to the crown prince, whom he continued to call Bahamut. Continuing to wail, the monster believed that if all this had been done for Bahamut, then he had not lived in vain. The ancient monster's hand was also losing its tissue and was no longer a single entity, turning into dust and ashes. Only half of the skull remained of the huge, terrifying demon, and with his last ounce of strength, he tried to find out something from Leon Kabbalah, whom he saw as the Knight of Bahamut. After a moment, the ancient demon Lich disappeared completely, and the crown prince simply closed his eyes. Today was his triumph over evil. All that remained of the wizard Momin, reborn as a demon, were small fragments, now falling profusely onto the stone floor of Lich's lair. Leon Cabalan raised his gloomy and weary gaze, knowing that the vile creature was finished once and for all. The prince also understood that the Lich had used domain expansion, and if the technique had been performed perfectly, the people would not have been able to survive here. After completing this grueling battle with the monster, Leon was still weak, the fight having visibly exhausted him. This was pointed out to him by the captain who had come with Jan, who could not believe that he wanted to fight the demon himself, given his status as heir. But to Leon, it was all grumbling. The prince noticed the cadet with surprise and asked if he was injured, and Jan thanked His Highness for saving his life in the battle against the demon Lich. After that, Leon Cabalan ordered Captain Rodrigo Mayer to escort the cadet to the medical unit, and he had to obey. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the prince and the captain, the plan was carried out in the mountainous Blade Ridge, and the results exceeded all expectations. Arriving before everyone else in the monster's underground lair, the young recruit created a mana heart with the help of the Vessel of Life. And he managed to learn what the Crown Prince was capable of while watching his skillful and courageous fight with the demonic monster. Yang was extremely pleased, and he did all this with the help of the long-dead wizard Momon, thanking him for it. Outside the monster's lair, it was quiet and deserted, as if no deadly battle or destruction of the Lich had taken place. A fragment of the eliminated monster's outfit lay on the floor, left over after the demonic beast had dissolved. Suddenly, a light flickered inside the fabric, the same light that glowed in the dark and empty eye sockets of the skull of the resurrected sorcerer Momon. A large chandelier with many candles hung in the cozy room, capable of brightly illuminating everything in the dark hours of the day. On the long table stood exquisite glasses filled with a pink drink that Yang had not tasted in a long time. Reading a book, the young man remembered that he had often consumed it in his past life. Putting his foot up on the table in front of him, the conqueror of monsters in the Mountains of Blades continued reading. It had been a long time since he had rested like this. Recalling the terrible stance of the monstrous demon Lich, now everything that happened in the mountains seemed to the young man to have happened a very long time ago. Even now, the image of Crown Prince Leon Cabalan wielding his sword remained before his eyes. Now the 974th recruit, like other cadets, was in a place similar to a mansion, and all the aristocrats lived in similar places. This castle is very different from the 5-square-meter mass grave, with a bucket, a table, chains, and a cockroach where Yang used to live. And now the Special Forces recruit lives in an 84-square-meter mansion with a bed, a sofa, a shower, and food. Pulling himself away from his book, the young man remembered the exam he had done well on, as the results had recently been announced. At the ceremony to congratulate the cadets, the instructors thanked them for their efforts during the testing, even though the first test had been interrupted due to danger. But thanks to His Highness's courage, everything was quickly resolved, and the students were able to complete the exam safely, so they can be proud that they survived. The cadets listened to the announcement of the grades and learned that those who took 1st to 10th place would receive the highest score, while those who took 11th to 100th place would receive an average score. When the lowest grades for the remaining recruits were announced, the instructors discovered that the chief instructor had not come to the event. Continuing to reveal new information, one of the training center employees said that the assessment would determine where the recruits would live. The recruits were amazed to learn that those with the highest scores would have the opportunity to enter the Imperial Armory. This place holds treasures, books from the founding of the Empire, and all kinds of weapons, including hundreds of the latest swords. The library, which is comparable in size to an entire fortress, deserves a special mention. Those who took 1st to 10th place will live on the 3rd floor. Those who took 1st to 100th place will live on the 2nd floor, and everyone else will live on the 1st floor. When the results were announced, Roman took 5th place, even though he managed to defeat the largest number of rare goblins in the mountain range. Cruel Dwight, who took 4th place, single-handedly conquered the troll's lair and believes that the mentors are doing them a favor by not allowing them on the 4th and 5th floors. Casa Afrain, who conquered the orc village without injury, recalls passing the exam as an easy step, since everything went without damage. Unexpectedly for many people present at the event, Lorena Beowulf took only 2nd place, defeating the Golden Ogre single-handedly. The aristocrats are surprised by this, as they considered Lorena to be the best among them and do not understand who will ultimately become the leader. The girl herself, with a sad expression on her face, looked ahead and considered the rating completely meaningless. For this outstanding lady, 1st place was nothing more than an illusion, as she couldn't even cope with a real monster. She wanted to become stronger. But Cruel, who was standing nearby, ironically called his friend a princess who looked ridiculous. Dwight mockingly called Lorena a snob, as if she were capable of saving everyone. But at the same time, she had not yet managed to hold her own place in the rankings. They say that Lorena was able to stop Lich on her own, which is incredible. She is the pride of high society, but people ask not to pay attention to Cruel. Casa Afrain assured him that Dwight had gotten worse after Miss Beowulf's return, but the villain asked the girl to be quiet and told her about a new rumor. He looked at the recruit with the 1st number and assured her that she had not actually fought the terrible Lich. According to Cruella, his companion barely persuaded this pile of bones to spare her life after the unsuccessful confrontation. The unfortunate girl just looked silently at the unfriendly guy, but she was not going to tolerate these offensive accusations. Then, to the complete surprise of the 2nd cadet, The girl fully confirmed his words about the battle with the monster. Her own skills were not enough to achieve complete victory over the dangerous monster. Leaving Cruella, Lina thanked him for his concern about the rumors concerning her and suggested that he worry about his own exam grades. Deciding to continue mocking the girl, Cadet Dwight called Miss Beowulf a good person and added something else. To the departing girl, the evil guy ironically expressed his hope that she would be able to take the place of the deceased Duke Beowulf. Hearing the words of her comrade in the Special Forces unit, Lina wanted to respond, but the villain interrupted her. In his opinion, Lauren's brother was originally supposed to be the heir to the Beowulf family, but after his death, the title was vacant, although she wanted to get it. At first, Cruel said that today was a good opportunity for the lady to carry out this plan, but then suggested that she had arranged everything herself. If all this is true, then the second recruit considers Lina to be a hero, but the girl is also ready to ask the young man her question. Turning to her offender, the unfortunate lady asked him a rather simple question about his death, because he could die right now. The embittered, cruel Dwight waves his left hand and asks Mrs. Beowulf to look at him now. Calling on his magic, the guy considers the girl to be no different from him, and Cruel can't stand it when she acts like she's the only one. Then the magic only gained momentum and increased, and Cruel asked the girl to attack him, promising to deal with her in return. Just as the villain threatened to remove a certain mask from Lauren, someone approached from behind and grabbed the evil man by his right ear. Frightened, Cruel Dwight screamed in pain, not knowing who dared to do this to him, but someone behind him advised the villain to stay where he was. Recruit number 2 begged his opponent to let go of his ear, because he was about to tear it off. The aristocratic cadet from the training center, still kneeling, could not understand who his attacker was. At that moment on the upper floor, the instructor was about to announce the student who had taken first place in the exam results. It went to number 974 John, who was holding Cruel's ear, causing him to go into shock and call the guy a savage. The young man who had fought with Lich continued to hold his enemy by the ear, while everyone else was surprised that a low-ranking cadet had taken first place. The recruits at the training center couldn't believe this outcome, and some had only heard of John without knowing him personally. With surprised and sparkling blue eyes, Lina Beowulf looked at her comrade, not understanding how he had become the leader. An angry Cruel expressed his hatred for how such a guy could have achieved this and wanted to threaten him if he didn't let him go now. Yen looked coldly at the angry Cruel Dwight and wanted to know what would happen to him if he didn't stop holding him by the ear. Sensing the change in the recruit's mood, the villain stopped mocking him. He was just hurting now, nothing more. Yan and Miss Beowulf hadn't seen each other in a long time, but the girl asked her companion not to call her Miss, which he had to agree to. While the young man recounted how he met Cruel during the exam, the instructor finished announcing the results, and Jan was pleased that Lina had no serious injuries. Even before that, Lady Beowulf had perceived Jan as an unusual person, but she couldn't believe in his ability to make Cruel fear him. In addition, the girl sensed a power in the young man that was ready to explode at any moment, so she didn't understand what had happened to him. Lina wanted to ask the young man a couple of questions, but now she could only say one thing, so she immediately turned to John. Coming closer, Lady Beowulf told him how Cruel had been insulting him for a long time, but the malicious aristocrat tried to deny it. Cruel immediately denied the girl's words, calling them a lie, but then screamed louder and louder in pain as the recruit Jan squeezed his ear. Jan received his quarters as a reward for first place, and now sitting around doing nothing turned out to be more difficult than the young man had thought. Now having access to the Imperial Armory, where the library was located, Yang took a book from there and read it in his spare time. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and all the attention of the 974th recruit was focused on it. Remaining focused, Yang allowed the visitors to enter his new room. The conqueror of monsters in the Mountains of Blades stared intently at the door, not knowing who could be coming to see him and for what reason. Finally, the door opened slightly, and the visitor wanted to know how Yang knew that a guest was standing outside, even though he himself had made too much noise. Chief Instructor Damian appeared in the doorway, and with his usual smile, reminded the recruit of some unresolved issues, making a lot of noise. Entering the room, Chief Instructor Damian began to taste the rosé wine, and Jan wondered if his boss liked the drink. The guy stood in front of his boss, who was sitting on the sofa, and talked about how he could have prepared in advance, knowing that Damian was coming, while Damian drank wine and called it tolerable. According to the Special Forces recruit, even if you hide from view, You can't escape the chief instructor's aura. But for the guest in the room, that's not true. John was curious how the Crown Prince had forced Damian to do this. The instructor was clearly worried about it, and Leon had indeed asked him to take care of the recruit's treatment. Returning to the training center, the Crown Prince suggested that Damian was just another of Yan's infatuations, which surprised the mentor. Now that Damian was present in the room of recruit 974, he listened to the man with extreme concentration. The chief instructor could do nothing about it and did not want to upset the Crown Prince in that situation. And unexpectedly for the Goblin Slayer himself, Damian, who was sitting imposingly on the sofa, announced his desire to kill him. With an unpleasant smile on his face, the chief reported on the arrival of a report concerning the county of Simon and number 52. Recalling that very large house, the man confirmed that it was uninhabited, but that was to be expected. However, no one had lived in that large room with empty windows for several years. John considered the captain to be an old fox who had a hand in this. He could have noticed that he was being followed and immediately began to cover his tracks. Allowing for the chief instructor's disbelief, Jan did not finish his sentence, as Damian would not accuse him of lying. It did not matter to him whether he was telling the truth or not. Pressing his foot on the floor, where magical dark circles appeared, the evil teacher is going to act on his own. Using the magical technique of the Sword of the Dark Spirit, Damian delivered a powerful blow to Jan, whom he considered completely useless. Everything happened so powerfully and unexpectedly that even the table on which the wine glasses stood was smashed into pieces. The chief instructor watched the events unfolding in front of him, where fragments of the magic sword were flying, considering the recruit already eliminated. Suddenly, the outline of a young man with a book in his hand appeared before him, and the recruit John himself believes that Damian does not necessarily have to kill him. Losing his typical ironic smile, the mentor was surprised by his opponent's ability to repel such an incredibly powerful attack. Remaining safe and sound despite the magic swords, Yang showed the book and told about the discovery of a very important piece of the puzzle. The evil Damian knows nothing about the puzzle or this book, although he sees that it is a study on energy interruption, judging by the title on the cover. Yang took this book from the Imperial Armory, as he was granted access to the third floor, where the main arsenal is located. But the young man decided to go to the first floor, where there is a special library with books and scientific research collected by past rulers. Most of the literature the young man saw was devoted to studying methods of subjugating the monsters of the kingdom. Choosing the right book, Recruit Yang examined them one by one, throwing them down on the floor, but he still could not find the material he needed. After a long search on the shelf, the 974th recruit of the training center stared ahead. Finally, he found the very scientific work on energy interruption, which was written by the captain of the organization, Rodrigo Mayer. Energy interruption is a disease in which internal energy does not circulate properly. With age, the energy of the sick patient dries up, and in most cases, they die before reaching the age of 20. Taking the book found by John and opening it to read, Chief Instructor Damian wants to know what the problem is. But this is strange to the recruit. He does not understand why the captain of the special unit would want to investigate energy interruption, since he does not seem to have such a disease. As a result of studying the material, Yan learned that Captain Rodrigo Mayer had chosen a very interesting topic to explore. He himself did not suffer from the condition, but his daughter, who stayed at home all the time due to a lack of energy, may have had it, as her symptoms matched those of the disease. In order to find a cure for his own child, Captain Rodrigo Mayer continued his research into this disease. Jan thought the officer was hiding his own daughter because she was his weak spot. But in reality, everything turned out to be completely different. Captain Rodrigo then decided to move for his daughter's treatment, because finding a good doctor was not easy, and Jan had been wrong from the start. Listening to the recruit, Chief Instructor Damian closed his eyes and suggested that the daughter was not Mayer's weak spot, but he did not understand Jan himself. According to the 974th recruit of the Special Forces unit, Damian would not be able to keep the captain on a leash with the help of his daughter. The young man was also confident in the ability of the recruit training center instructor to keep Rodrigo Mayer's life in his own hands. There is still no cure for energy interruption, and a large number of drugs are needed to maintain stable health. The captain himself would not be able to earn that much money, so it is clear that budget funds have been embezzled. The ideal place for this is a special unit commanded by Officer Rodrigo Mayer. And if evidence of financial embezzlement emerges, hunting down the old fox will be no trouble for Damian. Closing the book he had received, the chief instructor of the recruit training center, with his eyes closed, dismissed the young man's words as mere speculation. Agreeing with his mentor that these were just guesses, the young man was confident that he could bury the captain if it turned out to be true. Yen believes that they are not risking anything, and there is every reason to investigate this matter because stealing money is illegal. Still unwilling to look at the storyteller standing in front of him, the chief instructor repeated his last words and remained silent. Then Damian suddenly glanced at John's student and assessed something that had not been explained to them as not bad. The book discovered by the 974th recruit in the Imperial Armory Library flew back toward Jan. Catching it without any problems, the young man looked at the chief instructor with some apprehension, not knowing what his next steps would be. Damian had his own man in the Special Squad's audit team, so it would not be difficult to implement the plan, and Jan needed to learn more about this disease. For the surprised young man, it was incredible, and it seemed that everything had worked out, even though he had told the chief instructor only the truth. The captain really did steal money to pay for his daughter's treatment, and this news resonated with Jan in his past life, so he remembers it well. As if still dissatisfied, the chief instructor is about to clarify one point with his recruit. Having refused the opportunity to go to the third floor, did the new recruit of the Special Forces unit go to the first floor for the sake of this book and give up weapons? Jan does not understand the point of it if it cannot help the chief instructor, who was forced to agree on this issue. As he walked toward the door, Damian agreed to personally compensate the guy for this loss. And from now on, his training in the main program is complete. Surprised by the words he heard from the mentor of the training center for recruits, he does not understand what he has just said to him. Damian stopped and glanced out of the corner of his left eye at the astonished student, who had recently been fighting monsters in the Mountains of Blades. Now, number 974 is his student, and Yang is confused by the news that has suddenly fallen on him. But in the next minute, the brave guy smiled slightly, understanding all the benefits of such a training interaction. In fact, Damian really likes Yang. He is different from the other students he has met at the academy, whom the chief instructor has called puppies. Considering this a good way to get closer to his mentor, Yang wondered aloud if he deserved to be a student of the teacher at the training center. The mentor immediately reminded the recruit how he had skillfully attacked him from an ambush in the forest, proving himself to be a talented warrior. But in the end, the chief instructor caught the recruit anyway, and the latter is afraid that, considering himself an inexperienced cadet, he will tarnish Mr. Damian's reputation. The angry mentor shouted, demanding that the conversation stop, and was confident that the guy would become his student, almost calling him a toy. Finally leaving Jan's private room, the aggressive Damian ordered him to remember this and begin his training no matter what. The 974th recruit of the Special Forces unit was left alone and was glad about it, as the instructor was already annoying him with his presence. Holding the pendant with the image of his own family in his hands, Yan wondered how he could get even closer to Damian from now on. Recalling his previous combat encounter with the center's chief instructor in the forest and the symbol on his body, Yang thought of him as his family's secret. Opening the pendant, the young man saw a reflection of a drawing that could tell him a lot about his missing mother and father. Looking closely at the symbol, the young man came to the conclusion that he had a huge chance to uncover this secret. For training activities, the Recruit Training Center had an arena consisting of several buildings, numbered 3. This vast, multi-level complex was only accessible to top-ranking instructors. Even cadets who came to the organization from noble families did not have the opportunity to train in this arena. Deserted at the moment, only one person was training in the arena under number 3. It was the monster slayer of the Mountains of Blades, the 974th recruit, Yang, who had already done a couple hundred push-ups. In an upright position, Soldier Yang performed the exercise on one arm, and his body muscles clearly demonstrated his strength. In one of the rooms of the third arena, where the guy was exercising, it was quiet and calm, and a long and large flag of the organization hung. After doing 200 push-ups, Yang decided to take a break. In his opinion, this place was dreary because he was training here all alone. Looking at his own figure, the young athlete felt changes in his body due to the introduction of the mana heart. But these changes were happening too slowly, and the recruit had to train for a long time to match his inner energy. Yan now had access to an arena with various cold weapons and shields where high-ranking instructors trained. There was no one in the training hall, and the guy remembered how those around him reacted differently to his privileges. For example, the 12th recruit, Roman, was angry and thought his comrade had decided to become a pathetic slave to the vile Damian. And Lauren, touched by Jan's success, wanted to see her secret friend in the incredibly talented cadet. The girl asked the surprised guy to say something, but he didn't like her constantly following him around. It seems that the instructor was impressed by John's choice of the first floor of the treasure room, but the book he found was just a ploy. He had another goal in mind. The old book fell to the floor below. The young man no longer needed it. Taking the other book in his hands, the guy smiled slightly, because that was what he was really looking for. Before him was a book about the founding of the empire, similar to an ordinary textbook, but in the future it would become a sensation, and it would be revealed that it was written by the founding emperor. Now the young man had the heart of mana, but he was still unable to use the divine dragon's breath to its fullest extent. In ancient times, this breath was created by Emperor Bahamut himself, together with the wizard Momin. Now, the 974th recruit needs the power of these two characters to quickly master the technique. He desperately needs the knowledge of the founding emperor. Yan feels sorry for Momin, because they took away what the wizard had worked on for a long time, and then they killed him, which is a compelling reason to become a vengeful person. Finally opening the book, the young man decided to see if there was anything in it that would really help him in his investigation. At that moment, an expression of utter surprise and amazement appeared on his face, as if the young man had seen something absolutely incredible there. The pages of the book were completely white, with no letters at all. Not only the page that Yang had opened, but all the others were blank, even though the young man remembered rumors that the book had been written by the emperor who founded the country. He killed Momon in order to become the sole possessor of the divine dragon's breath, and that was probably why he did not write about it. A new thought appeared in the mind of the 974th recruit after receiving the emperor's book. While Yang was lost in thought about the strange find, he did not notice the terrible black hand hanging over his head. Sensing something was wrong, the young warrior turned around, but the training hall of Arena Number 3 was still silent and empty. With strong suspicion, the recent conqueror of the monsters in the Mountains of Blades looked into the far corner of the room where he was standing. He himself had just felt as if someone was watching him, but he didn't know who it was. Then Yang looked back at the book he had been studying intently a minute ago and noticed some changes. Everything was still there, but the pages were worn, and the upper left corner of the page looked as if someone had torn it off. The young man had an idea and struck the dark spirit where his invisible opponent might be. Using magic, Yang noticeably tore and slashed the white column that aroused his suspicion and fear. The student of the recruit training center tried to cut it now, but he still couldn't do it. The nimble and brave young warrior was still not as good as Damian, the chief instructor of the Special Forces unit. Suddenly, someone behind the column laughed in a voice very familiar to Yan and called him an idiot, causing him to be puzzled. The stranger, who was still hidden behind the column, loudly doubted the recruit's ability to unravel the mystery of the book. The young man, brave in battle against enemies, watched as the shadow of his rival gradually came into the light, recognizing his features. A second later, Moment appeared before him, his dark eyes glowing with fire, reminding the young man how long it had been since they last saw each other. Recalling their last confrontation in the underground lair, Yang did not understand how the demon had ended up here and managed to survive after those mortal wounds. The monstrous Lich made eerie sounds that vaguely resembled laughter, and then, in that battle, he understood something. The monster hovered in the air and told the young man about some pathetic bugs that could become annoying if ignored for too long. And immediately, the ancient resurrected demon clarified that he was referring specifically to the 974th recruit, John. And he, in turn, stared intently at the demon and did not take his eyes off him, expecting a sudden attack at any moment. Suddenly, an incredibly bright light appeared in the room, as if thousands of sunbeams had penetrated it. Leaping at the young man, the monster Lich promised to kill him immediately, seeking revenge for his heavy defeat in their previous confrontation. Yang was greatly angered by the sudden appearance and subsequent intrusion of the ghost, but he had to fight it again. From under the creature's hood appeared a face with long, light hair, promising to kill Yang at all costs. With his eyes wide open in complete amazement, Recruit John stared at Momin and his incredibly changed face. A girl with the magical seal belonging to Lich on her forehead rushed at the guy like a madwoman, and threatened to take Jan's body for herself. Yan looked at the demon, but the dangerous creature's appearance did not fool him. Even though it looked different, it was still the same evil Lich. To eliminate the demon once and for all, the young recruit struck the monster with his powerful blow, but Lich, with a smug grin, simply flew past him. Laughing at the Special Forces recruit, the creature continued to fly back and forth past him, and the young man did not understand how this was possible. At first, Yang thought Lich was just a regular ghost, but then he remembered something called thought manifestation. Perhaps even after the transformation of Lich's vessel of life into Momon's mana heart, it remained in the form of a manifestation of his ideas. The creature posed no danger. In fact, it didn't even exist. But the demon flying back and forth, wanting to kill the guy, began to annoy him. Still in the training hall, Yang asked Momon to go to the other world, but he had an incomprehensible appearance and wandered around this world. The creature with the red magic seal only laughed in response to the questions of the young athlete from the recruit training center. The physique of the ancient witchcraft creature was not uniform, and it continued to mock the recruit Yang. All this time, Momon had been a walking corpse, but now she was able to regain the appearance of her days as a living sorceress, thanks to the effect of Yang's mana heart. Did he really think that the mage would simply disappear? And now that she had returned, she would be able to kill everyone, just like that guy, the descendant of Bahamut? A magical seal burned in the girl's eyes, and she vowed with fierce anger to eliminate everyone who had betrayed her. Strange changes began to occur with the flying Momon, which immediately caught the attention of Yang, a recruit of the Special Forces unit. The sorceress was getting smaller in size, but she couldn't do anything about it because it was more economical to use the girl's magical abilities that way. Remembering the previous terrifying image of the demon Lich, the warrior did not understand how the sorceress would be able to take revenge on all people, as if she had undergone plastic surgery. Now the sorceress had a completely different appearance, but in her opinion, all people looked exactly the same on the inside, and moreover, it was their own fault. She maintains her manifestation only thanks to the energy of Yan's mana heart, but this connection is too weak to display her full appearance. The angry sorceress does not understand why, after drinking all those elixirs, Yan has such a low energy level, because any mutt would be stronger than him. It was rude for the guy to hear such words because at the moment it does not directly threaten him, but there is a certain point. Even Yan feels a weak flow of mana being transmitted to Momon, but the fact that this path is open suggests that the demon will be a hindrance to the warrior in the future. Right now, the training center recruit's enemy is one of the most powerful mages, and if she starts to feed off Yan in the future, he won't be able to stop it. While the young man was lost in his own thoughts, the sorceress flew up behind him unnoticed and raised her hammer above him. When the recruit noticed the girl, she pretended to be busy and put away her dangerous weapon. But there was nothing he could do, and the 974th recruit of the squad lowered the book he had picked up before Momon appeared. Yang was happy to meet the demon and wanted to see the world before disappearing, while Momon asked him not to tease him for his poor adaptation to the mana. When the sorceress became curious about how Yang would get rid of her, he pointed out her similarity to a human, so he only needed to sever his connection with her. During the conversation, the conqueror of monsters in the Mountains of Blades explained how the dangerous sorceress was parasitizing on his mana heart. Then he wondered if he decided to reduce the flow of mana, it was unknown whether the girl would be able to continue her manifestation. Looking back at the otherworldly demon Momon, the stern Yang recommended that he disappear, because his life had already ended. The resurrected creature began to rage again and bare its white fangs, believing it necessary to stay alive. The archaic creature's outline and clothing could be split into small fragments, but Momon did not want to disappear. No one interrupted the conversation between the sorceress and the man in the training room, and Momon assured him that the boy would regret the magician's disappearance. The young soldier still held the book of the emperor who founded the kingdom in his hands and believed that the demon wanted to learn the secret of Bahamut's book. Then he looked again at the scarred column behind which the wizard Momon had previously been hiding. The young man, skilled in the use of cold weapons, took his blade in his hands and began to examine it. Dark drops fell on the white blank pages of the emperor's book, becoming its gloomy marks. Yan knows about the need to sprinkle the book with blood containing the breath of the divine dragon, but he is not aware of what to do next. With the air of a knowledgeable person, the sorceress raised her palm and explained the consequences of gradually directing mana into the book of history. In this case, the blood turns into letters, as evidenced by the transformations on the pages of the binding. The young recruit stared in amazement at the book in front of him, where new letters kept appearing. For him, it was light and darkness, and these two components were now merging on the pages of an ancient book written by the founder of the empire. The writing seemed like nonsense to the young man, so he asked Momon if he understood the meaning of the strange words, but the demon did not know what Bahamut was writing about. Carefully studying the contents of the book, the 974th recruit who had defeated the monsters did not believe that the ruler wanted to write this nonsense. The new changes on the page of the book further agitated the brave warrior, whose eyes widened. To his great surprise, the letters began to fly upward, leaving the white pages of the mysterious book. Young was even more surprised when the magical flying letters began to form whole words near him. The new sentences floated in the air and could now be easily studied. Then they began to move on to the young recruit's body, and Jan noticed their presence on his own hand. All these sentences gathered together in the heart of Mana, where the magical seal, seen earlier in the dungeon of the terrible Lich, was already shining brightly. But suddenly they began to bypass this heart and form a new one, much to the surprise of the brave muscular warrior. With glassy eyes, the Special Forces recruit stared ahead, amazed at the metamorphosis taking place. The Book of the Emperor who founded the kingdom, held so tightly by the young man, fell to the floor of the room where he and the demon were. The sorceress, who had noticeably shrunk in size, did not understand why the young man had dropped the book, while he thought it was all just a figment of his imagination. Raising his hands in front of him, Yang looked at them and thought about the letters that had reassembled into different words in the new heart of Mana, which could not be an illusion. So this was the great secret Bahamut had hidden in this book, and now it was necessary to uncover it, despite the danger of doing so. Yang began to approach Momon, who was floating in the air, with whom he now had a common cause. Heading for the exit, the recruit called Momon to follow him, promising to find a way in the future. But the sorceress did not understand what he was talking about now. Turning to the flying magician, the warrior spoke of a way to find a new body for him, because the creature could not parasitize the young man forever. The sorceress looked with a hint of bewilderment after the departing monster slayer, who promised to study the matter with her. Realizing what the young man had said, the girl was delighted with the possible prospects. Delighted by the young man's smooth talk, the sorceress does not understand what has come over him, but Yang asks her not to get too excited, as he will not help her for nothing. Therefore, he demands that the sorceress not do anything strange, and the owner of the magical seal of Licha gives her consent. She seems to have gone mad, and a terrifying burning eye appears on the sorceress's forehead in the center of the seal. She will not help someone like the recruit Yang. Right now, she just doesn't have enough energy to do what she needs to do, but as soon as she has enough, the poor guy will be the first to die. Unaware of anything, Yang continued to move forward, while the sorceress stared at him with a terrifying, inhuman gaze. As if sensing something was wrong, the talented recruit turned toward Momon, but the creature was no longer glaring at him maliciously, instead putting on a relaxed expression. But this was questionable for the guy, and he thought about banishing the mage right now, which he did not agree with as they shared one body, but Yang still considered it his own. The huge multi-level complex was located in the thick of the forest, where interesting events were taking place. A crimson sky sparkled above the seemingly deserted buildings, and tall black trees loomed overhead. Something was happening here, and the green leaves of the trees from this forest flew back and forth. Someone's hand in a black glove, clenched into a tight fist, was waving during physical and strength training. It was the 974th recruit of the Special Forces Unit, Yang, in his training uniform, pumping up his strength skills. A bright beam of light had just flashed in front of the guy, who deftly dodged the obstacle. The long, bright beam barely touched the young man's strong arm, which gleamed with impressive muscles. As if possessed, the new recruit at the training center, Yang, trained relentlessly in this stream of bright light. The brave young man's strength skills allowed him to skillfully and deftly dodge the magical light in this place. Appearing to the left of the young man, the large glow almost struck him, but he deflected the light with a correct movement of his foot. But the light grew stronger and stronger, and Yang himself was almost invisible, as if the stream had engulfed him. In just a fraction of a second, the light completely enveloped the brave warrior, and it seemed that he had no chance of winning this confrontation. But this did not last long, and once again the brave man used his hands and feet to escape the dangerous glow. The light receded more and more thanks to the young man's skillful and timely blows. Performing the right movements, the muscular recruit fought off the magic and was unmatched in this confrontation. It seemed that the young man had overcome this problem and emerged victorious from the confrontation, but suddenly a huge flash of light appeared before him. The guy raised his hand as if trying with all his might to escape being engulfed by the strange glow. But in the next moment, everything disappeared, and Yang stood alone, aggressively watching what was happening around him. Now the warrior stood on a paved path under the arches, and in front of him was a man in a long robe. It was Damian, the chief instructor of the recruit training center, wearing a floor-length cloak and with his eyes closed. Yen looked resolutely and directly at the mentor of his special forces unit, as if he was about to attack. And a second later, the conqueror of monsters in the Mountains of Blades suddenly lunged toward the instructor. The chief instructor of the organization continued to stand calmly in place, as if he was not trying to get rid of the threat. But soon a dark circle appeared under his foot, as if it were imbued with magic and could save Damian from the danger that threatened him. Recruit Yang noticed this, his eyes fixed on the head instructor's newfound abilities, as if he were testing the young man with such magic. After Damian waved his hand, a dark magic sword appeared, with which he intended to counter his opponent. Holding the magical weapon elegantly in his hands, the chief instructor did not even look at the boy, not perceiving him as an equal opponent. Damian swung the blood-black sword again and again, trying to instill fear in the recruit in front of him. All he could do was watch with wide eyes as the instructor at the training center for new recruits performed dangerous maneuvers. Rising into the air, Yang approached the teacher, who was still wielding his terrifying sword, striking fear into the young man. Another moment, and the weapon could have struck down the 974th recruit, but he crossed his arms to protect himself. The darkness of the magical weapon barely touched the young warrior, who spread his legs and tried to stand his ground in battle against an experienced opponent. The tactic chosen by Yan helped him survive the confrontation, while the arches behind him instantly fell down. The space behind the Red Goblin exterminator in the Mountains of Blades was illuminated by a strange light, as if a huge explosion had occurred. As before, the light almost engulfed the skilled warrior, leaving only his strong legs visible. Soon everything began to take on its usual appearance, and tree stumps appeared in the clearing where the training was taking place. Damian, who was laughing, found it incredible that Yan wanted to fight him in order to kill his mentor, despite his weakness. Even himself did not know if he would survive. At that moment, recruit Yan was not in a standard position after the end of the fight, and was trying to talk to his mentor. Hanging vertically on the pole, Jan would not have killed Damian during sparring, because he had not yet told him how to block such attacks. To do this, the instructor advised him to use self-defense skills and jump higher using centrifugal force, which Yang did, thinking Damian was crazy. He attacked the guy with a real sword, and the recruit himself remembered a useful paragraph from a book about the founding of the empire. Otherwise, there would have been nothing left of the trees. Then Yang suddenly heard someone's voice praising his skillful handling of the dark dragon's breath, and he thought about it. The sorceress who appeared wanted to know what kind of strange guy Yan was, who was not like a weak fry, unlike the recruit, and he did not like this comparison. Upon learning that he was the chief instructor, the sorceress realized that his energy was familiar to her, but she was angry that he was a descendant of the founding emperor, Bahamut. She wanted Damian to pay for the sins of his ancestors with his life, and the unsuspecting instructor felt a pain in his shoulder. Damian was enjoying relaxing with his student, while the latter wanted to know how easy it had been for his teacher. The young man had just seen the first form of the dark breath sword called the Coward Slayer. None of the cadets had seen the second one yet, because none of the recruits at the training center had survived the first one, and that was boring for Damian. Addressing his student first as number 974, but then calling him by name, the mentor wants to know how long he will last. The coach's desire to hold out caused his protege to have mixed feelings and questioning thoughts. But almost immediately, the doubts that arose in the young man's soul after hearing the words of the head coach disappeared, and he smiled. Not knowing the number of existing sword forms, Yang hopes there are many, and if lessons are to be held daily, there should be 365. Damian likes his boldness, but it takes decades to learn one, and Yang asks his mentor not to worry about how many forms he will show his protege. From now on, according to the recruit, who has suddenly become serious, The chief instructor needs to worry only about the consequences of these lessons. Then the young man's face stretched forward as if he had been struck hard with something heavy. It was Damian, the chief instructor of the training center, who was unwilling to tolerate such bold statements from his student. Despite the strong attack, recruit Yang managed to stay on his feet and was ready to counterattack. In order to dislodge his opponent from his position, the conqueror of mountain monsters raised his fist and was about to rush at the enemy. Using magic, the young man turned his own hand into a powerful weapon that resembled a blade. The dangerous weapon was almost complete, and Yang, with a mad smile on his face, did not want to give his opponent any chance of victory. Every day, the chief instructor conducted training with Yang on the same site in the forest near the abandoned complex. Time passed, and 2 years later, another important meeting took place at the recruit training center. Based on the test results, 50 best cadets will be selected. The test is no different from the previous one, but those at the bottom of the list will train separately. Naturally, recruit Yang once again beat Lauren Beowulf, who took second place, while their colleague Cruel Dwight came in third. The girl now could not understand how Yang, who had recently disappeared, had stopped coming to training, yet he always took first place. Remembering how this young man had stood here last time, Lorene was curious about how he trained. Clenching her fist tightly, the aristocrat really wanted to know where the guy she had fought monsters with in the Mountains of Blades was. A black and terrifying demon tried to confront Lady Beowulf, but was defeated in the very first battle with her. As part of the next test from the training center, the girl fought several monsters with eerily glowing eyes at once. In the next exam, she wanted to get first place at all costs, but she let Jan pass her again, and Roman came in third. Lorena continued to actively participate in the cadet testing, slashing with her sword and defeating new monsters. Persistently destroying the terrifying creatures, this time the girl hoped to emerge victorious from her peculiar competition with Jan, but she was unlucky again. Recruit Jan invariably took first place, Lady Beowulf had to settle for second, and Cruel Dwight came in third. It seemed like a cute cat at first glance, looking gently ahead and making standard cat sounds. The animal had an abnormally long neck, and it was clear that it was not a typical cat, even though it continued to meow. Lorena Beowulf stood before the giant long cat, which was a worm dragon, an A-rank monster. With a piercing meow, the multi-legged monster instantly lunged forward to catch and eat its next victim. And it was the familiar magic web, woven from magical light, which had already helped the kids from the training center in their fight against monsters. Longcat may have had a huge, terrifying body and sharp, deadly fangs, but it was powerless against Lorena's magic sword. Thanks to the brave girl's efforts, the giant monster was scattered into fragments and no longer posed a threat to humans. Determined to win, Lorena mentally asked John to wait, hoping to claim her victory during their next meeting. 2 years later, new events in the lives of the cadets took place in the third arena, where recruit John was already training. The final test organized by the organization was taking place there, and in the middle of the arena, one recruit was facing 2 people in red uniforms at once. The essence of the test was sparring with assistant instructors, and the results of this action would determine who would join the special unit. However, for the 2 people sitting in the stands, it was not so interesting. One thought it was boring, while the other was waiting for the exam in the ring to end. For the top-ranked cadet in Lorena's overall ranking, this grand event was a formality. She remembered the top recruits. Such cadets easily surpass assistant instructors, although a year ago there was no one who could beat this category. If you don't take this test, you won't be able to join the special unit, so the cadets have no choice but to be here. Yen had no choice but to come to this test, and Lorena personally wanted to test his abilities, asking him to come up quickly. While the girl was thinking about how to deal with the recruit, something happened in the arena below, and she had to turn her personal attention there. The assistant instructor in a red uniform, who was conducting the test with one of the recruits, lowered his sword and announced the end of the exam. The trainee participating in the test received his evaluation from the instructor, who then asked him to return to his place. The assistant did not have time to finish speaking because a sword tip and a bright stream of light appeared in front of his face. His opponent, who was using magic, laughed maliciously and demanded that the man fight for real. Cruel Dwight laughed at his opponent's idea that saying stop in real life would end the fight, but it would only end with the death of the enemy. The assistant instructor found it all amusing, as Cruel asked him, but does the assistant's uniform allow him to treat an aristocrat so rudely? After uttering these menacing words, the arrogant recruit from the training center raised his hand with his fingers spread wide, aiming to deliver a powerful blow to the man. The assistant instructor tried to stop the inadequate villain, but it was impossible to stop his aggression. Now the man was forced to engage in another battle with Cruel Dwight and began to fight him. Lina Beowulf, who was closely watching the action on the third arena, considered what was happening to be a disgusting game for an aristocrat. One of the two men considered Cruel to be crazy and behaving inappropriately, while the other called his words rude, but agreed with his companion. Roman, a cadet belonging to the upper class, recalled how, during the absence of the chief instructor at training, Cruel began to behave as if he owned the world. Casa Afrain, who ranked 5th, felt sorry for the assistant who got Dwight and asked Roman to help the poor man. Roman immediately reminded her of the murders of low-level cadets by instructors, so it was every man for himself, and Casa thought he was a coward. At first, Lina Beowulf didn't think Cruel Dwight was that crazy, even though he had a nasty temper. She remembered how this aristocrat had recently killed an assistant instructor, and how he had finally lost his mind 2 years ago. Roman was indignant that no one was doing anything about the villain, and Casa reminded him of the influential Cruel family, whom Roman shunned, but he didn't want to get his hands dirty. For Lina Beowulf, these two guys were like two peas in a pod, but school would soon be over and no one wanted to cross the Dwight family. In the arena below, the assistant instructor in red fell to the ground, a small blade flying past him. Cruel laughed at his opponent, who was unable to fight back without a weapon, even though he called himself an assistant, and rushed at the unfortunate man with the aim of finishing him off. Not wanting to see how things would unfold, Lady Beowulf wearily closed her eyes. She decided to use the freezing technique to save the man in the arena, who could be killed by the evil Cruel Dwight. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes decisively, knowing how to solve the most difficult problem. High-ranking Cadet Cruel flew away from the pile of sharp ice rocks, not expecting such a turn of events. Now there was a pile of dangerous ice in the arena between the two opposing sides. The assistant did not know what it was, but Cruel recognized the ice axe. The rocks were really sharp, and anyone who stumbled upon them would face immediate death. Lina approached the combatants, not wanting to cause a commotion, but she couldn't help but watch what was happening. Armed with an ice sword, Beowulf's family heirloom, the girl listened to Cruel's lamentations about how she had dared to joke with his family. With absolute seriousness and determination, Lina urged the young man not to dare attack her and advised him not to make even a quiet sound. The villainous recruit responded to the noble girl with a sneer, as if he had no intention of listening to her requests. Cruel Dwight admitted that he wanted to eliminate her before completing his studies, and now was the perfect moment. She responded rudely to the villain. Like the ancient demon Lich, the aristocratic cadet's eyes now burned with hellfire. Cruel called it the last test in Lady Lorina's life. While one of the employees took the assistant away, Lina pointed out Cruel's constant choice of easy opponents, suggesting that he fight someone stronger. The malicious aristocrat just kept giggling and expected to easily defeat the girl in this confrontation. Clutching his head, the fighter Cruel Dwight responded sarcastically to Lady Beowulf's words, mockingly calling them noble. Lina looked at this aggressive man and thought that his fighting spirit was growing stronger. Determined to destroy the honest girl, the guy now wanted to see her noble face contorted with shame. One of the rivals jumped up, preparing to engage in a dangerous battle against his enemy. An incredibly bright glow appeared on the field, as if hundreds of heavenly bodies had exploded in one place. To confront the aggressive Cruel, Lady Lina Beowulf armed herself with her family sword. Young Mr. Dwight was also preparing for battle, sharpening his claws on his hands, ready to attack the girl. The aristocrat, in the heat of battle, hovered in the air, confident of his triumph over the lady. Lady Beowulf was not going to give in the upcoming battle, counting on victory with the help of her own sword and bravery. Then she turned to her opponent and asked him to admit his desire to take away the sword that belonged to her. Gritting his teeth with intense hatred, he glared at Lina Cruel, promising to deal with someone as worthless as her in hand-to-hand combat. In a moment, the two opponents clashed in a fierce confrontation, neither willing to yield to their enemy. For Roman, who was watching the fight, it was already clear who the winner was. But Casa disagreed with him, because the rivals were equally matched. The 12th recruit noticed that Lina had gained a slight advantage, and that after the 30th blow, it would be harder for Cruel to keep up with her. High-ranking cadet Casa Afrin was happy about all this, but still had some doubts. Cruel periodically emits a strange energy, but at the same time, His family members have never used the secret dark techniques of the special unit. But he could use it now, and besides, Cruel was fighting for real, unlike Lina, as Casa believed, which raised questions for Roman, who was standing nearby. Putting his hand on her head, the fighter doesn't understand what this girl could know, being in 5th place in the overall ranking of recruits at the training center. Roman reminded him that Cruel had been in 3rd place for the last couple of years, and Casa reminded him of the existence of the heavenly trio of leaders, but the guy didn't care. Seemingly discouraged, Casa listened to her comrade in the organization, who knew perfectly well what she was focusing on. She had created a squad of 80 commoners and aristocrats' children, but it was more like an idle fan club, and apparently Casa was busy recruiting the nobility at the time. In response, the girl reminded the guy that he was also busy at the time. Roman just looked silently at Casa Afrain. The squad of slaves and cadets created by Roman consisted of 56 soldiers, 7 groups of 8 people, capable of performing tasks such as escape. According to the recruit, his acquaintance was too interested in others, while Casa was sure that Roman thought about her very much. Suddenly, the guys heard a strange sound, after which they stopped discussing their working relationship. Lina's sharp sword was at Cruel's throat, and it seemed that the duel between them was over, which pleased the 2 spectators. Falling to his knees, the bold cadet Dwight looked up at Lady Beowulf and tried to speak to her, but the girl clarified that it was over and suggested fighting again. If he continued to rely solely on his own strength, he would lose. So Lina asked the young man to learn to be humble and not disgrace himself again. The aristocrat could only get angry and accept defeat. He breathed heavily and glanced at the tip of the sword near his neck. A black shadow appeared next to the guy, as if it were his black double, and asked maliciously if Cruel would put up with this again. Laughing at poor Cruel, the shadow reminded him of his losses and failures, that he was constantly at rock bottom and giving away his personal belongings, and that nothing would change in the future. The smirking shadow believes that if Cruel had fought and killed, none of this would have happened in the young man's life. Then the black creature suggests that the guy remember how everything was his own, including the mansion, when he was still a small child. Once upon a time in those distant years, Cruel Dwight had the position of heir and the love of his father. Then the unfortunate boy lost everything, and now the black shadow considered the young man to be so pitiful. Hearing her words, if he fought and killed, he would have everything, even the mansion, the inheritance, and the love. Evil appeared in Cruel's eyes, and he agreed with the shadow. He agreed with the words of the otherworldly creature that all this would be his property if he killed those who stood in his way. Still kneeling, Dwight considered Lina a very confident lady, but the noble girl did not understand what he was talking about. Then with a bolder look, the villain looked at the high-ranking cadet standing in front of him with a sword in her hands. And with a malicious grin, he admitted that he was now talking about Lady Beowulf's opportunity to destroy him. Surprised by these unexpected words from her comrade in arms, the lady did not understand the meaning of what this man had said. Cruel, continuing to smile inappropriately, announced his willingness to die in the arena now rather than lose the battle. Lina called Dwight crazy for deciding to do something so insane and asked him to stop. But a huge and terrifying black shadow had already appeared before her, rejoicing at the change in the aristocratic cadet's position. Using magic, Cruel treacherously attacked the unsuspecting Lady Beowulf, shocking her. Not expecting this from an old acquaintance, the unfortunate Lina experienced severe physical pain from the enemy's intrusion. As if maddened, Cruel Dwight spread his clawed fingers and rushed at the poor girl, wishing her dead. Magical shards floated in the air above the training ground of the 3rd arena, where a fierce confrontation was taking place. A strange black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the unsuspecting Cruel Dwight, who was greatly surprised by the inexplicable appearance of the stranger. The angry aristocrat wanted to know who this person was, who dared to interfere with the warrior's plans to eliminate his opponent. A large black wolf with burning eyes descended to the ground in front of the villain, appearing out of nowhere, much to Cruel's surprise. Unexpectedly, the animal spoke in a human voice, calling itself the Black Wolf who had returned here. The recruits Roman and Casa Afrain, who watched the sudden appearance of this beast in amazement, quickly recognized the voice. The boys were completely astonished and stared wide-eyed at what was happening in the arena below. Hidden beneath the appearance of a large predatory wolf was a man who was very well known to everyone present. The unconscious girl was quickly picked up by a young man who was easily recognizable even from behind. The 974th recruit of the training center, Yang, rushed to Lorene's rescue. Stunned by what had happened, Roman and Casa couldn't take their eyes off the training ground. Cruel Dwight's eyes were like glass. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, but he didn't try to resist his opponent. Before him stood a black wolf, in whose guise recruit Yang had come to rescue Lorene Beowulf. At first, the unfortunate girl was in a state of shock from the sudden attack by her comrade in arms at the training center. Then life returned to poor Lorena's body, and she opened her eyes, looking ahead. The brave warrior could not believe that the former low-ranking recruit Yan was standing before her. The girl enthusiastically uttered the name of her brave savior, who had prevented the evil Cruel from killing her. Not losing hope for victory, Dwight approached them, believing that luck was smiling on him today, so he would deal with Yan, just as he had with Lorena. Putting the girl under the protection of the Black Wolf, the 974th recruit asked her to rest a little. With a malicious smile, the aristocrat Dwight laughed at Lorena, as if she had taken in a stray dog and was taming the wolf for the circus for the second year in a row. John kept his eyes on his opponent standing opposite him and told him that even though 2 years had passed, the villain had not changed. Suddenly, a new character appeared in the training arena, who saw the appearance of someone else interesting here. The witch Momon, who had flown in, seemed to be consumed by Cruel's energy, but Jan had no doubt about it. He knew it all along. The sorceress looked at the new enemy and thought that the 974th recruit could see everything too. It seems to her that Cruel has made good progress, so it's time to fix that, otherwise they won't have time to blink before the aristocrat becomes a demon. The demonic essence of Cadet Dwight chuckled maliciously in response to the words of the sorceress, who had arrived at the arena. The mad Cruel is curious about what Yang is talking about with the owner of this body, and the recruit now feels that his opponent is worried about his future. The victor of the monsters in the Mountains of Blades is confident that his current opponent will regret his actions. Calling for an end to the chatter, the villainous, cruel Dwight lunged at the brave young man to kill him. But before the rivals could clash, a man appeared at the entrance, calling the boys arrogant during his 2-year absence. They felt the energy emanating from the chief instructor, who wanted to make a final announcement, urging them to stop and take their places. With his usual smile, Damian demanded that John and Cruel hurry up if they didn't want to die here on their last day. The day was not over yet when a meeting initiated by Chief Instructor Damian was held in Arena Number 3. After praising the guys for their hard work, the mentor noted that only 200 cadets out of 1,000 were present, but that was still a pretty good result. During his speech, Damian mentioned the final score, which would consist of 50% strength and agility assessment. In addition, 50% of the final result would be directly influenced by the assessment of man indicators. Since the boys are no longer considered cadets, the chief instructor promises to give them another distinctive mark instead of a number. When Damian mentioned the rank of Imperial Knight, everyone present at the meeting was somewhat surprised by what they heard. There are 10 ranks, where the 10th is a cadet who has attained mana, the 9th possesses a dungeon, the 8th summons a named sword, and the 7th projects energy onto objects. The 6th can cast a spell on a body or sword, the 5th rank is better at wielding a sword with energy, and the 4th creates a sword from energy. Closing his eyes as if he were already tired, the chief instructor decided to end his speech, promising to announce all the scores, starting with first place. First, they named the recruit John, who was to be awarded a certain knightly rank for his merits. The dormitory, intended for the best cadets of the special unit, was impressive in its size and aesthetics. A young man walking across the floor complained to another person present that he had not slept in a normal bed for a couple of years. John was surprised that Momo knew nothing about the ranks and qualifications of Imperial Knights, but it seemed that this had not been the case even 1,000 years ago. Then in simple words, he began to explain to the resurrected wizard that knights are divided into categories similar to magic circles. Most receive the 7th and 8th ranks, which seems low, but it is enough to be able to defeat most monsters alone. The Elite Four received the 6th rank, and no one among the cadets could defeat them. Having such a rank at the age of these guys means being the top elite. Behind the brave cadet, Lady Lorena Beowulf was approaching, who thought that the guy had changed a lot over the past 2 years. Looking at the tall young man, the noble girl realized she hadn't seen Jan in a long time, his hair having grown considerably since their last meeting. The monster slayer also looked at the lady and thought that she had also grown up a little since the old days. Remembering what had happened to Cruel, Lorena didn't finish her sentence, and Jan asked her not to worry about it and said he had some ointment in case the lady was feeling unwell. She wondered why Jan had done something that no one had asked him to do. Did he expect Lorena to lose the fight with Cruel? The angry girl asked the guy not to think that he won only because he has the 5th rank, because it's just a number. Many knights dream of the 5th rank, which is the level of mastery of internal energy, and the only one who received it at the age of 17 was the heir. Leaving her companion, Lorena Beowulf thinks that his new hairstyle does not suit him, which is very hurtful to the young man. The girl walked down the long corridor of the dormitory for cadets of the special detachment and realized the shamelessness of her misdeed. The guy standing in front laughed and pointed out his 5th rank to Lorena. But because of the prince, he did not become the youngest knight in his category, which was a pity. Not wanting to acknowledge this man's superiority over her older brother, Lady Beowulf dismissed the guy's actions as childish. The wizard Momon did not think that the 5th rank was so outstanding, but Jan remembered Lorena's words about his long hair at that moment and agreed with her. The resurrected archaic sorcerer does not understand why Yang, whom he calls a boy, hides his power, because that way he can rise even higher. At the moment, the recruit thought it was better if no one saw his power, which he told Momon with a magical seal on his forehead. The young cadet, who smiled sharply, decided to show just enough to attract the attention of this moth. One of the buildings of the training center for recruits with high staircases was quiet and almost deserted. Chief Instructor Damian, walking in the company of one of his assistants, talked about how Jan had intimidated other people, which he had not expected at all. He also remembered the Black Wolf, although Jan had not been taught how to summon this beast, and now Damian was curious whether the cadet had used the Dark Dragon Sword technique. The assistant walking behind his boss tried to object to him on a certain issue. Apologizing, the assistant expressed the opinion that Damian was too attached to Jan, and that the use of such techniques was a violation of the center's rules. Hearing these words clearly, the chief instructor turned to the senior instructor, Jacques, who was walking behind him. The assistant responded immediately, not yet knowing how his boss would react to his bold words. Damian thought Jacques had lost his fear and reminded him of his recent promotion to senior instructor, asking him since when he had been expressing his opinion. The frightened assistant immediately apologized, but the boss only demanded that he tidy up the room because it was time for him to leave. Left alone, the senior assistant sighed with relief and came to what he considered to be the correct conclusion. He concluded that it was impossible to rely on the chief instructor's judgment any longer, and his colleagues behind him agreed. Remembering the recruit John again, the senior assistant, his eyes flashing with hatred, thought about the need to get rid of this cadet right now. Tall doors guarded the peace of the occupant of the large room with an impressive chandelier. On the other side of the room, a tired young man slept quietly on a large sofa. It was the young cadet Jan, who had grown noticeably stronger and more muscular over the past year. The young man who had destroyed the monsters in the Mountains of Blades slept peacefully, and it seemed that no one could disturb his peaceful rest. Something hidden in the darkness, with glowing eyes, stood near the young man and laughed softly. Above the sleeping Yan was the sorceress Momon, who considered the young man's body to be her own. Jan might have thought that the mage had given up, but in reality the latter had been taking every opportunity over the past 2 years to gradually gain strength. Calling on a magical seal for help, Momon looked at the talented cadet with burning hellish eyes, wanting to give him a hint. Using magical symbols, the sorcerer cast a spell on the sleeping cadet with the aim of hacking into his mind to take control of his body. Not in a hurry, the sorcerer intended to do everything little by little and ultimately gain control of the young warrior's body. Wanting to mention what would be done last, Momon did not do so because some changes had taken place in the room. The conqueror of monsters on the mountain ridge opened his eyes and looked at the greedy creature encroaching on his life. Demanding to be released, Yang threatened the wizard with a magical black wolf, which was already poised to pounce on Momon's head. Smiling, the magician said that he wanted to test Yang's magical abilities, but Yang reminded him of his promise to wipe Momon into dust if he caught him doing such a thing. The ancient magician was angry at the boy's unwillingness to give him his body, and Yang almost fought him, but suddenly someone asked if the cadet was in training. Walking to the door of his bedroom, the boy was surprised by the nighttime visit, not understanding who had come to him at such an hour. Finally, the door of the Special Forces cadet's bedroom opened slightly. On the threshold stood one of the instructor's assistants, who said that the head instructor was currently looking for Yang. Hiding his face behind a standard mask, the man looked at Jan and was about to escort him to Chief Damian. The free trade alley of the special unit was empty and quiet at night, with absolute silence reigning here. The numerous windows of the complex were dark. All the people who inhabited these rooms were now asleep. Walking behind the assistant, Jan wanted to know why his chief instructor had called him and why he had been summoned at such an hour, given that the exam was over. The talented cadet of the squad found the place they were moving through strange and had some more questions for the silent assistant. Continuing to question the man in front of him, Jan wanted to know if it was Damian who had called him, but the man kept his mouth shut. Trying to discreetly pull a weapon from his sleeve without the unsuspecting young man noticing, the assistant decided to use a dark attack. Thinking that Jan was quick-witted, the assistant turned sharply toward the young man, brandishing his deadly weapon. But Yang suddenly disappeared, much to the surprise of the treacherous employee of the recruit training center who had attacked him with his sword. Just as suddenly, Yang appeared behind the unsuspecting assistant. Because he was not only quick-witted, an unusual bright light appeared in this place, where the cadet was forced to engage in battle with his next opponent. Using the seventh form of the dark spirit, the recruit threw back the villain who dared to attack him in close combat. After receiving the blow, the attacker landed on the ground and looked up at John, who had repelled his attack from his knees. Senior instructor Jacques, who was watching the young man from below, wanted to know if his opponent had noticed this moment. How could Yan not have noticed after everything he had been through? And Jacques should be better trained to be sufficiently discreet. The assistant considers the guy to be a show-off. The brave cadet paid special attention to the energy that had just come out of his opponent's weapon. It was an impressive blood-red sword, and Yang knew perfectly well where and how such weapons were used. Continuing to look at Jacques, Yang tried to clarify whether he was really a senior instructor and wanted to know if the chief was aware of everything that was happening. Jacques cursed when his opponent mentioned that it was unacceptable for senior instructors to act this way and pointed out the unpleasant consequences for him. In his opinion, Jan had gotten too big for his boots because he had achieved the 5th rank, and he and others like him were lucky in the exam. But these guys were getting cocky. Several people in uniform immediately rushed at Yang, and Jacques wondered how long his insolence would last. Smiling, the talented cadet realized that he could not cope with so many opponents. Soon, silence and calm returned to the free trade alley of the Special Forces unit. Yang, who had emerged victorious from previous battles with monsters, sat on the ground, bound. This time, the brave young man had been defeated by his rivals. The wizard Momon, flying nearby, did not understand the young man's actions, but he asked him to be quiet. He asked the senior instructor why he was doing this, while the other accomplices suggested that the captain quickly deal with the prisoner and leave. When Jacques asked Jan if he really wanted to know the reason, he answered in the affirmative, as he wanted to understand where he had gone wrong. After that, the senior instructor asked the young man if he remembered the events that had taken place 2 years ago. On that day, Jan and the other cadets had escaped from the center, and many other instructors from the organization had been sent after them. In the end, all these people died at the hands of Jan, who was then a 974th recruit. Then Jack told him about his younger sister, who was among the instructors sent to chase after Yang. The senior assistant is sure that the current elite cadet does not remember this girl, but she was the leader of the 3rd Pursuit Group. The vengeful Jacques has not forgotten any of this, believing that his sister's life was sacrificed for a cockroach like Jan, while she writhed in pain with agony on her face. With eyes burning with hatred, Jacques is ready to kill the cadet, avenging his younger sister, remembering only that ill-fated day. Grabbing his blood-red sword, the senior assistant was about to deliver a fatal blow to the young man, sending him to hell as he thought. The cadet continued to sit calmly on the ground, bound, and only asked his opponents to let him go. With a vicious cry, Jacques raised his sharp blade over the young man, wanting his enemy to pay with his life for the life of his poor sister who had died. Without losing his composure or coolness, Yang instantly called on the Black Wolf, who had already helped him out many times before. Using the Black Dragon sword form, the cadet managed to prevent his own death, and the magical beast swallowed his opponent's sword. The senior instructor could only watch what was happening, deprived of the opportunity to settle scores with his blood rival. Realizing that he was facing a black wolf that had lost its own weapon, Jacques held the remains of the fabric in his hands. His sister did her job well, according to Jan, but they were fighting to the death, and the cadet won, so he had no pity for her. Moreover, it was difficult for Jan to believe that Jacques and his men had come here solely for personal revenge. But these words surprised the instructors. Ready for a new battle with his enemies, the elite cadet John does not know whether he should call them all rebels now. The Armenian uprising became a loud rebellion that shook the entire empire and the entire continent. But in the end, it all ended in failure. A small group of rebels managed to gather a huge army of comrades, and they all called themselves the Army of the Revolution. The Order of the Red Revolution appeared, named after the sword used by the representatives of this organization. The weapons of these people were always sprinkled with their own blood to give the blade a frightening color. The battles in which the soldiers of the Red Revolution took part were always bloody. The leader of this order developed a skill so that all other knights could inflict as much damage as possible on their opponents. But when this skill was used, the blood began to burn, which was a drawback of the order leader's innovation. To mitigate the negative consequences, representatives of the military organization were forced to resort to vampirism. Yen told them about the rebels' preparations for a mutiny. They had wanted to meet with him anyway, but he approached them first and saved them time. Now the cadet was curious whether they obeyed the orders of the chief instructor or if there were other conspirators at the training center. After hearing this, the senior instructor muttered an insult about the guy who had stood up to them alone. Ian looked at his opponent with tension, not expecting anything good from him. Jacques doesn't know how the cadet knows everything. But since he mentioned the upcoming rebellion, the senior instructor is ready to kill him with a clear conscience. After that, the villain gave the order to his accomplices to start the Red Revolution, and they took up their large swords. Keeping an eye on the criminals, Cadet Yang realized that everything had happened just as he had thought. A sword blade with a red magical aura appeared near the young man standing alone. The villains surrounding the young man, armed with cold weapons with elements of magic, threatened to kill the 974th recruit. Since they used a skill against a 5th-ranked knight, he would have to use force against them in retaliation. After that, he summoned a black wolf, and this magical creature with sparkling eyes would help the young man in his struggle. With his mighty hand, Cadet Yang controlled the actions of the magical beast to repel the blows of his opponents. The powerful blade of the Dark Dragon's sword was at Yang's disposal, and he was ready to face his enemies. Senior Instructor Jacques stared at his opponent with wide eyes, amazed and unable to believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, the chief instructor attacked, and people were amazed at how strong he was at such a young age. But Yan, who had become part of the elite cadet squad, was still present in the square, wielding his magic sword. The bold young man's nimble and confident movements caused his magical weapon to unleash ever greater waves of power. At one point, the magical black streams almost completely covered the villains surrounding him. A giant magical strip resembling a tsunami wave rose above the shopping alley to the sky. But gradually it decreased in size, having already inflicted serious damage on the attackers who had attacked Yan. Jacques sat on the ground near the wall, bewildered by what had just happened to him and his colleagues. The senior instructor remembered perfectly well how Cadet Yan had struck with his sword only once. But as a result of this attack, Jacques' comrades had died. Now the criminal did not understand how this was possible, and how a young man alone managed to defeat them all on the street. Looking at Yan and the huge black wolf in front of him, the mentor called the brave young man a monster. Completely baffled, the senior instructor wants to understand who his conqueror really is, believing him to be a spy sent by the Empire. Stammering with fear, Jacques wonders how Yan found out who they were, even suspecting betrayal on the part of the chief instructor. But only the cadet from the special unit decided to ask questions, and he immediately stepped on the villain's injured leg with his boot, causing him to scream in pain. Yan reached into his pocket and asked his opponent not to worry, saying that if he answered well, he would not touch him again. Taking out the very pendant with the image of his parents, the cadet wanted to know if the senior instructor had seen the picture before. The man's eyes widened at the sight of the picture, and it was clear that he was feeling intense excitement and fear. Jacques immediately recognized the magical symbol, but couldn't understand why it was here. Grabbing the defeated senior instructor, Yang shouted that he had finally found the symbol, and Jacques groaned in pain. Wanting to know the meaning of the symbol and assuming that it was a family or guild crest, the cadet wanted to know how the chief instructor Damian was connected to it. Yang did not rule out the presence of the symbol on other people, but Jacques did not understand why the young man was asking him about it. The agitated young warrior stared intently at his defeated opponent and did not understand what was happening to his face. Jacques only mentioned the symbol and was covered with strange bubbles. The man seemed to be inflating with air, like a balloon. The next moment, the senior instructor at the training center exploded, and dark spots appeared on the wall he was leaning against. Jan, who emerged victorious from the battle, thought that his opponent had destroyed himself, realizing the meaning of the mysterious symbol. The wizard Momon disagrees with this, saying that a magical taboo was placed on Jacques, but he himself was probably unaware of it. There is a kind of magic that, when a certain word is spoken or an action is performed, begins to drain energy and blood, leading to an explosion. Momon does not know who these people were, but they are very strict about safety, and the sorcerer hinted at this to the young man. After everything that happened, the young warrior came to understand that he had received a hint, albeit a weak one. This symbol is connected to the chief instructor and the rebellion, and the parents of Cadet Jan are also involved in these matters, so he has a bad feeling about it. Now the brave guy plans to tell the chief instructor Damian about what happened, and the sorceress wants to clarify whether he will do it now or not. After all, Jan killed his subordinates and decided to eliminate him as well, but Damian himself could have sent the fighters, and most likely that is the case. However, at the same time, the guy did not think that it was Damian who gave the order to his own student. Perhaps he sent them so that Yang would destroy them. And then the young man turned to the chief instructor, standing behind him, asking if he was right. The instructor's face wore his usual smile, which was so familiar to Cadet Jan. He disagreed with the fighters because no one in their right mind would send their subordinates to certain death. Damian remembered how Jacques had recently been taunting his boss, so he decided to teach the scoundrel some manners. Turning away, the chief instructor let Yan go to submit his report, promising to give him a real job starting tomorrow. When he asked the young man to get some rest after the events that had taken place, Jan just watched the man walk away. Leaving the shopping alley where Jan had fought the villains, Damian assured him that the new job would seem difficult to the young man, given his current skills. The weather outside was beautiful, the blue sky was calm and peaceful, and the tall trees in the forest were covered in fog. A train was moving quickly along the railroad, passing by the trees one after another. It was a transcontinental train with many cars, heading for the northern lands of the Beowulf family. The train car windows were covered with neatly folded curtains for a better view for the passengers. In the luggage compartment near the window, through which light penetrated, the suitcases of travelers stood on a special shelf. A conductor walked through one of the sparsely populated carriages to check passengers' tickets. When he approached a man in a dark blue uniform, he apologized and asked to see his ticket. It was Yang, a fifth-rank knight of the special squad, who reached into the inside pocket of his jacket to pull out his pass. After checking the ticket, the conductor of the transatlantic train wished the passenger a pleasant journey. With his exams over, the talented warrior could travel quietly and calmly on the train. But in reality, this was not the case. Yang was traveling to the northern lands to carry out a certain mission. After the exams, all the surviving cadets officially became knights of a special squad and were sent on their first assignments without delay. The fighters were sent to the east, west, north, and south of the empire. In other words, they traveled across the entire continent. Each direction had its own tasks. Casa and 80 soldiers under her command went to the east of death, which bordered the lands of the dead. The strange west, with its unusual natural phenomena and teeming with monsters, was assigned to Roman with a detachment of 50 military men. The south of storms, where storms and pirates rage, became the location for 60 high-ranking soldiers. The frosty north, bordering the frozen lands and the territory of the barbarians, went to Yan, who was first in the ranking, and 3 other fighters. Only a few people expressed a desire to go to the northern lands, perhaps because even dragons froze there. Cadet John considered this a more positive option for himself, because without extra people, he would feel more at ease in the cold territory. When he looked the other way, he saw his squad, which seemed rather dubious to the elite knight. Jan's companions on his mission to the north were the 6th-ranked knights Cruel and Lina, as well as the 8th-ranked knight Cheryl. In his opinion, the 3 biggest thorns in his side had gathered in one place, and Cruel maliciously called Lina a princess who had attached herself to him for revenge. The vicious warrior of the special squad continued to make offensive remarks about the girl, but she looked at her abuser and ignored him. Modest Cheryl asked Cruel not to use such language, probably because, in her opinion, Loren wanted to say the same thing, and this infuriated the guy. An angry Mr. Dwight was outraged by Cheryl's words and considered her to be a servant, which offended the poor girl, and she began to deny the accusations. The 8th-rank lady repeated her name, and told how she had been friends with Miss Lorena since the trial in the Blade Ridge. When Lorena saved Cheryl, she decided to be friends with her. And wherever Lady Beowulf went, Cheryl followed her, and no one ever stood up for her. Suggesting that Cruel shut his filthy mouth, the girl assumed that this was exactly what Lorena wanted to say to him, but he only wanted to hear it from Beowulf. The evil knight began to threaten the brave girl, which annoyed Jan, who wondered why they couldn't ride in silence. Glaring at his companion, Cruella didn't care about Lorena at all. He had decided to go to the Northern Lands for one reason only. It was all because of Jan, with whom he had sat on the same bench, and the knight headed there for the opportunity to kill the guy. Recalling their very first meeting now, Cruel Dwight knew that it was then that he disliked the young recruit from the training center, John. There was also an episode when Jan quietly approached from behind and grabbed the vicious Cruel by the ear, constantly getting on his nerves from then on. Now that they were no longer at the training center, the aggressive villain, burning with hatred for his comrades, could attack at any moment. The aristocratic knight took out his sharp blade from his cloak to attack Yang. Cruel was unable to do this unnoticed, as he was distracted by the question of how many times to strike him, which made the guy's eyes pop out of his head. It was Jan sitting nearby, who wanted to know how many blows Cruel would allow him to strike. The daredevil demanded an answer as quickly as possible, and Cruel, taken aback, hesitated and questioningly said the number 1. Disagreeing with this figure, Knight Yang punched his opponent in the face. Meanwhile, the transcontinental train was traveling at full speed toward the northern estates of the aristocratic Beowulf family. Ignoring the quarreling boys, Lady Lorena looked out the window, watching the flashing landscapes. She did not think she would return home so soon, and before the noble lady's eyes stood her family castle. A long time ago, someone had demanded that she stop a certain discussion, not wanting to hear anything, promising to expel the girl from the territory if she uttered one name. It was the homeland that Lorena had left without hesitation, and since her departure, she had not been able to find out anything about her own brother, so she could not just return like that. Jan looked at his companion, not understanding why she was so quiet today. It seemed that the girl was not very happy about her return to her homeland. Soon his companion would hear news that would open her eyes. The guy was sure of it, and the girl would be very surprised. In the train car, the passengers began to discuss the imminent arrival of their transcontinental train in Avalon. Jan suddenly heard someone ask if that person would really do that, causing the young man to look questioningly. One of the passengers asked the conductor if the train would not stop in Avalon, since it was nearby, and the conductor thought the man was worried. According to the conductor, the passenger could not pass by because of the prince's disappointment, but the man reminded him of the end of the prince's studies. Yang heard the words of the passenger, who did not understand why the prince was asking him to come, and that was why the brave cadet chose the northern lands. At first glance, he may seem like a harmful old man with a bad temper, but he is the teacher of the emperor and Prince Uyghur, considered the chief sage. Yang is here to meet him. Although Uyghur is a commoner with no knowledge of magic or martial arts, he is an outstanding man respected for his knowledge and philosophical teachings. For such significant achievements, the emperor of the kingdom awarded the wise man Uyghur, who came from a humble background, the title of count. In his previous life, this scholar had also lived a life of luxury, as befitted a man of his high rank. Weeping bloody tears, Uyghur told the ruler about the suffering of the people he had abandoned, blinded by power and forgetting the enlightened rule of the monarch. For his display of loyalty, the mad emperor rewarded the unfortunate scholar with the death penalty. That would be in the future. Yan had time, and in the train car, Uyghur apologized for the inconvenience, while the conductor recounted how he had expelled everyone who was disturbing the old man. The train staff prepared a separate compartment for the scientist and offered him to move there. Uyghur smiled and thanked the conductor. The scene did not escape the attentive Jan, who listened carefully to what the two men were talking about. A moment later, the conductor and Uyghur passed by the young men, who were on their way to their first mission and headed for the separate compartment. During the journey, the conductor put his right hand behind his back and pressed his thumb against his index finger, as if showing something. After that, the transcontinental train employee bent his little finger, keeping the others in the same position. Then the conductor moved his thumb to the side, tucking his index and little fingers. Cadet Jan immediately understood that this was sign language, and that the conductor was sending a message to another person. Their long, fast train continued on its way and soon came to a dark tunnel. And at this dangerous time, the elderly scientist Uyghur could be killed by these malicious individuals who appear to be respectable. A satisfied smile flashed across the face of the elite cadet Yan, because he had been waiting for this very moment. He was loyal to the Empire, not the Emperor, a man ready to sacrifice his own life for his country and its people. The wise man Uyghur was too intrusive, so the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army tried to kidnap him. Having developed a special sign language, the soldiers used only it among themselves. The conductor announced that the train would have to stop in the tunnel for technical reasons, urging passengers to remain in their seats. A brawl was about to break out in the tunnel, but the 5th-ranked knight and cadet Yang had been expecting this, and now he needed to rescue the sage and establish contact with him. Yang asked his companions traveling with him to be careful, because right now he was going to talk to them through a mental connection. After asking the guys to listen to him calmly, Yang told them about the enemies taking control of their train, and after entering the tunnel, they would try to kidnap a person. The opponents of the cadets from the elite combat unit were disguised as conductors on the transcontinental train. The mission leader did not rule out the possibility that some of the villains could be among them in the passenger car, also in disguise. With a malicious smile, Cruel reminded everyone that there was no mission assignment yet, so he was not going to listen to Yan's words. The next second, the aristocrat received a slap from Yan, and the leader of the group wanted to know if anyone else had any questions. An agitated Lorene Beowulf found it difficult to understand what was happening and wondered how the young man knew all this. The cadet explains that he received a secret order from the chief instructor, which is why he chose the Northern Territories for the mission. Now Lorena wants to understand what else her comrade-in-arms might know, such as who their enemy is today. The brave warrior does not yet know the exact number of enemies, but he clearly knows who the enemy is. Yan mentioned the Revolutionary Army, and it is its representatives who are involved in the kidnapping of VYPs, which frightened Lorena. Meanwhile, the train continued on its final route, as if there were no villains on board. In the carriage, one of the conductors asked about putting the passengers to sleep, while the other talked about spraying sleeping gas and the decision to move them to the freight carriage. Holding a sword in his hands, a villain in the group mentioned that there were members of a special unit among the ordinary passengers. One of the conductors looked at his colleagues in surprise, not understanding why they needed weapons. Suddenly, Lorena Beowulf descended on the group of villains as if from the sky, sword in hand, but they did not understand who she was. With her first powerful blow, the brave girl cut the sword held by the villain in two. The first 2 attackers stood there in bewilderment, watching as the unknown woman defeated their comrade. The owner of the damaged blade screamed in pain and complained that Lorena had wounded him with a piece of ice. Since the uninvited guest had an ice sword with her, the criminals concluded who they were dealing with. Now they understood that they had come into conflict with a representative of the Beowulf family. Meanwhile, the transcontinental train continued its journey to the Northern Territories. Lorena agreed with John about the villains, and they guessed that there was a special unit on the train, but did not expect to see Lady Beowulf among them. Smiling maliciously, the villains called her a captured child and hoped to receive a promotion and ransom money for the girl. The brave girl looked coldly at the people standing in front of her, calling them members of the Revolutionary Army. Unafraid of her armed opponents, she began to threaten them with harm to their own families for the crimes committed by the bandits. Long ago, Lorene Beowulf had to leave her family home when she was still a young girl. She then joined a special unit to track down these villains, who were responsible for the disappearance of Lorene's brother. And now, thirsting for revenge, the lady thanks the representatives of the Revolutionary Army for falling into her hands. The vicious soldiers found the brave beauty's emotional speech laughable, considering it amusing as they prepared their red swords. According to the criminals, Lorena Beowulf must be well aware of her own family's misdeeds. Who does she think is responsible for her family living in luxury, while the soldiers' families are forced to survive on rotten food? Grabbing her sword, the girl reminded them of the Beowulf family's tradition of defending the Empire and the North, so she would not let them win. The reason lies in the threat posed by the Revolutionary Army to the Empire itself and the Northern Territories, which Lorena considers to be the spawn of evil. Something terrible happened, and all the windows of the transcontinental train carriage were smashed with incredible force. One of the gang members did not know what was happening in the neighboring car, where his comrades had stopped communicating. The representative of the Revolutionary Army walking in front of him suddenly stopped and saw this man in front of him. The tall guy in the long coat was grinning, looking for someone to take his anger out on, and these 2 villains were perfect. Meanwhile, the train continued on its route at tremendous speed, traveling many miles. On the floor of one of the train cars lay a human hand, and dark bloodstains were visible nearby. The man responsible for this incident called the magnificent sword from the imperial treasury that he wielded. Cruel Dwight, the high-ranking knight who had eliminated his opponents, sighed, realizing how much he had missed the sight of blood. He looked ahead with a malicious gaze and mentally asked Jan to prepare himself, because he was going to kill him next. In the first car of the transcontinental train, the revived sorceress Momon sensed magic, which she told Jan, calling him small. The sorceress, floating in the air, demanded that the high-ranking warrior stop calling her for trivial matters. In response, the young knight reasonably pointed out to the mage the need to work off his previous debt. They settled on the roof of the car, and the young man called the sorceress back to the train because they needed to save the old sage. Before that, Lina Beowulf went to the front cars of the train to fight the Revolutionary Army, while Cruel Dwight took care of the cars at the rear. Yang was going to sneak into the front of the train through the roof, and this bold move earned him the approval of the sorceress, who called him a trickster. Lina is more talented than Momon thought, and Yang is glad that the sorceress did not kill the girl last time. Beowulf is like a time bomb. Not sure if it's necessary to save the old sage? Momon asks Jan about it, but he confirms it, because Uyghur is part of his plan. In the future, the guys will face the Revolutionary Army more often, and there is no one more useful than the sage. If he is on Jan's side, the battles with enemies will be easier. Calling on the sorceress, who seemed to be surrounded by very calculating people everywhere she looked, the knight flew forward. In one of the cars of the transcontinental train, bad things were happening. Someone was laughing and couldn't believe it at one point. The owner of the ample bosom continued to laugh incessantly and remained confident about what was happening. In front of her in the compartment sat the former mentor of the emperor and crown prince, the wise man Uyghur, tied up on the floor. In an attempt to break his will by intimidating the elderly man, the villainess threatened that she was asking him for the last time. The commander of the 7th Corps of the Revolutionary Army, Erectus Hell's 3rd Light Sword student, interrogated Uyghur to find out if he was indeed the ruler's teacher. Since he is so intelligent, he must know ancient languages and dialects, and the bound man replied that he does have certain knowledge. Hella is interested in the sage's knowledge of the language of dogs, because dogs also communicate with each other. Then she demanded that Uyghur start barking immediately, indignant that he was not doing so, and the elderly scholar was forced to obey the villainess's order. When the sage barked, the commander of the 7th Corps of the Revolutionary Army laughed, and the old man explained that this was how he called her very beautiful. While Yang, standing on the roof of the car, assumed there were 2 people inside, judging by the energy emanating from them, and Momon reminded him of the others, Uyghur decided to show his cat tongue. Hearing the old man meow, the sorceress was skeptical about the sage's ability to help them, but Yang had always known Uyghur to be just like that. The knight was only frightened by the old man's ability to cast aside his pride without hesitation if it benefited the empire. This man was a great utilitarian. Heli laughed, calling Uyghur the best, and telling him about the murder of all the empire's scientists because they had become arrogant, and the sage was glad that she liked it. Wanting to grab the hilt of her sword, the 3rd student of the Light Erectus could not escape from her own work. When she confessed to having a good time with her grandfather, it evoked mixed feelings in Uyghur, and he was scared at that moment. The right arm of the commander of the 7th Corps of the Revolutionary Army was bandaged with a white bandage. In the next moment, the muscles of his arm greatly increased and tore the bandage. Heli decided to catch her enemies now, calling them rats. Jumping up from her seat, the villainess delivered an incredibly powerful blow with her sword, and her opponents were present here. The release of such significant energy did not escape the attention of Jan, who was watching Heli. Everything around them on the roof of the transcontinental train was illuminated by an unusually bright light. The commander of the 7th Corps of the Revolutionary Army continued to laugh, but now complained about the cold outside the warm carriage. The cheerful villainess looked ahead with a confident expression and called the train old because of the presence of many rats in it. Behind her, someone made sounds resembling the squeaking of rats, so Hela looked back suspiciously. Against the backdrop of the blue sky, a long, sharp sword glinted, its appearance capable of terrifying any opponent. In the train car, the commander of the 7th Corps of the Revolutionary Army faced off in a combat stance with Shan, a 5th-ranked knight of the Special Detachment. Out of the corner of his eye, the brave young man glanced at the old man Vigor and inquired about his condition. for he had come here to save him. The mentor of the emperor and crown prince praised Jan for his correct move, in which he distracted the enemy and made his way inside the carriage. Hela, who was holding the hilt of her own sword and called Jan a baby, was not at all peacefully disposed. She was curious to know what language the boy spoke, and if he was able to communicate in the language of pigs, the villainess would make him squeal like a piglet. The clever Jan was sure that the girl herself knew the language of pigs, because now she was squealing like a boar, to which the villainess maliciously insulted the enemy. The sorceress Momon learned Hela's rank, which is no less than 5th, but her sword has a special energy, as Yen himself thought. This weapon is called the Sword of Whiteness, the color of Erectus' light weapon, which became famous thanks to his students, and Hela may be his protege. Holding the sharp blade that had defeated monsters on the mountain ridge, Yang, his eyes flashing, suggested quickly dealing with his rival. Before he could carry out his plan, the young man was forced to stop because of the head behind him, which demanded that Yang not move from his place. Threatening the old sage with a sword, Erectus Verus' 4th disciple demanded that the young man lower his blade. Otherwise, Uyghur would lose his head. Surprised by this turn of events, the knight asked Momon if there were only 2 people here, but the sorceress remained silent. She clearly pointed to 2 people, but Yang believes that Momon confused the enemy with the sage, and she is not to blame if no energy emanated from Uyghur. After such consultations, Yang was forced to stick his sword into the wooden floor of the train car where they were. Smiling, Hela called her opponent frightened, and he, raising his hands, reminded her of her desire to hear the squeals of a pig. As he approached Yang, the commander of the 7th Corps of the Revolutionary Army had a normal appearance without enhanced muscle mass. But in the next moment, the girl's arm grew significantly, and her muscles became incredible. It was too late for John. Now, instead of the squeals of a pig, Hela would rather hear his head crack, after which she rushed at the guy. The brave young cadet was in a bad position, because the villain's companions were advancing on him from the other side. It seemed that the unfortunate young man's days were numbered, but his loyal combat companion intervened with her powerful weapon. Lorena Beowulf, an aristocrat and member of an elite squad, armed with her famous sword, smiled and came to the rescue of Cadet Jan. The windows of this transcontinental train carriage were shattered in an instant, as if a terrible explosion had occurred. The interior of the car began to freeze after Lady Beowulf entered the battle. As in the battle involving Cruel Dwight and the assistant instructor, the same icy rocks appeared here. Resolutely opposing the army of the revolution, Lorraine, sword in hand, brought on the onset of winter to eliminate her enemies. The girl suddenly coughed due to the sharp drop in air temperature. Due to Lady Beowulf's excessive efforts, a severe frost appeared. Her body was not ready for it, and her nose began to bleed. Therefore, Lauren will not be able to use her snow summoning for a long time. An unknown man standing behind the aristocrat accused her of making noise, and Lorena turned around, wanting to see this person. For a muscular guy walking through the car, this is rude and loud for the secretive Beowulfs, and he thinks everything is different from what Jan said. They don't know this type who neutralizes with dark energy frost, but he got out of the car where Cruel Dwight had been before. Lorena looked at this mysterious man, who was curious to know if she was really from the Beowulf clan. After that, the girl turned around and struck the villain, indignant at how he had learned this information about her. These exciting events involving Lorena and the members of the hostile Revolutionary Army took place at the rear of the train. Fallen to his knees and defeated as a result of the confrontation, Cruel was angry at Jan and wondered how he should have defeated this monster. This opponent of Dwight was on a completely different level from his previous opponents he had to fight. While the guy complained about his combat failures, Lorena Beowulf kept her clear blue eyes on him. The stranger grabbed the noble lady's thin sword blade with his hand, and she perceived the guy as stronger than the chief instructor. Pointing the blade at the muscular man, Lorena was surprised at how he stopped the sword with his hand, but he apologized if he had offended her. The mysterious man lowered his gaze and began to speak of some kind of pity. Then he looked up, and the left eye of this strange fellow lit up with the same light that had been seen in the skeleton of the ancient demon Lich. While these dramatic events were unfolding, the train continued on its way, but due to the ice, nothing could be seen from the window. If the man and his girlfriend hadn't met here, she wouldn't have had to die. While both sides of the conflict were sorting things out, the compartment where the passengers' suitcases were kept was quiet and deserted. Cheryl also knew how to fight, but she was asked to hide there. Even though the girl was only 8th rank, she had passed her exam and become an Imperial Knight. Then the girl remembered Lady Lorene and expressed hope that her friend was all right now. For some reason, an image of blood splattering and a sword falling to the ground appeared before Cheryl's eyes. She imagined the unfortunate Lorena Beowulf lying dead after fighting enemies, even though Cheryl was supposed to protect her. The transcontinental train continued its journey toward the northern lands, where Avalon, the final destination, was located. The man's large bare feet stepped on the cold floor of the train car. It was the same muscular man who had been talking to Lady Lorena Beowulf. Looking up, he gazed with his glassy eyes at the girl in front of him and mentioned pity. Turning around as if he were about to leave, the stranger wanted to tell her about the consequences if she kept her head down. Then he would have spared her, but Lady Beowulf looked at this man with a bold gaze and called him rather rudely. Surprised that she was sticking her neck out, the guy was amazed at Lorena's stupidity if she didn't understand her inability to defeat him, because he wouldn't do anything to her. Lady Beowulf may have seemed tired after today's battles, but she had no intention of yielding to her opponent. And he just stood there and listened as the brave girl agreed with the opinion that she was different from other members of the Beowulf family. She was also not very skilled with a sword, guided by her own emotions, and could not even use the vision properly. But Lorena still had her sharp blade, which she never parted with and fought monsters with. But at least she could die like one of the Beowulf clan, unable to win, but fighting to her last breath. After Lorena's desperate speech, the mysterious guy closed his eyes and fell silent, not saying a word. Then the stranger opened his eyes and looked intently at the girl, whose courage was beyond doubt. According to him, every battle is a matter of life and death, and the aristocrat had just made a big mistake. Clenching his incredible fist tightly and flexing his arm muscles, the man said that he was a black tiger named Cupid. Concentrating all his strength, the man began to prepare for the mountain tiger's attack, wanting to show what he was capable of. Silence reigned in the train car with the torn roof. Only the dark sky was visible with shining stars. Erectus Verus, the 4th student, looked ahead in surprise, unable to believe what was happening. He and his group could not lose because they outnumbered their opponent, were able to disarm the enemy, and even took a hostage. The commander of the 7th Corps, Hela, was pinned to the wall of the carriage with a large sword, and Varus did not understand why this had happened. He looked bitterly at the dejected face of the leader and wondered why it had all happened. Questions about why greatly angered the guy with the unusual hand who was standing opposite the defeated enemy. It was John with a hand shaped like a black wolf's blade, and in his opinion, today's opponents were weak. Wagor, standing behind him, wanted to know if it was over, and the cadet asked the sage to relax, but it was not yet desirable for the old man to leave. Varus is curious how the young knight managed to repel the attacks of the revolutionary army, and Yang responds to his opponent's question with a smile. It's just that the elite squad member actually remembered how in his past life, he was able to defeat Varus's teacher, the light sword Erectus. The young man knew that this sword had once been broken, and besides, if they, including the commander of the 7th Corps, Hela, were all just students and not Erectus himself. Yang remembered Hela's powerful movements, but even if the sky itself fell on their heads, he would not lose to this army of revolution. Then he asked the despondent Varus if he wanted to live, which surprised the young man. If the soldier answered the questions correctly, Jan would spare him, after which he opened his pendant and showed its contents to his defeated opponent. What comes to mind for Erectus' 4th student when he sees the symbol depicted inside the pendant? The young man's face darkened and a red mark appeared on his forehead as he examined the mysterious symbol. Then Varus mentioned the symbol of the beginning, but the surprised Yang did not understand what his captive meant. Varus' expression changed noticeably. A bubble appeared on his neck, and the soldier asked the cadet to wait. But then the man's face began to cover with blisters very quickly, and he admitted that he could no longer speak. Remembering senior instructor Jacques, Yang came to the conclusion that there was also a taboo on Varus, and that even Erectus' students were forbidden to talk about the symbol. Dark bloodstains were visible on the wooden floor of the train car, and the warrior Yang thought about how important this was for him. He stood among his defeated opponents, realizing that he would not hear another word from them. With his arms crossed and lost in thought, Yang got a new clue, despite the difficulties, and it was a symbol of a new beginning. Now he needed to figure it out, and now that a wise man had joined the team of brave warriors, all he had to do was get off the train. But suddenly a strange explosion occurred near the first car, consuming all the attention of the leader of the mission to the Northern Territories. Looking ahead with concern, the young man could not understand where and what could have exploded so violently in the train. Suddenly pinned to the wall of the car by a large sword, the commander of the 7th Corps of the Hell Revolution Army coughed. The villainess raised her head and, holding a device with a red button in her hand, smiled and told him about the fire in the engine room. She was confident that Jan would be unable to stop the train and that it was all because of the overheated magic stone. This object would prevent the vehicle from stopping at Avalon Station. It would simply crash into it. According to the villain, the explosion would be very loud, and the flames from it would rise above the entire city of this northern land. Hela, with blood on her face, wanted to say that she would not have time to see it all, but she was unable to finish her sentence. Her face changed as if it were dying, but Yang did not remember such a moment in his past life and did not understand why it was happening now. But if it was really an explosion, they had to get out of there. And at that moment, someone grabbed him from behind by the shoulder. It was Momon, shouting about the need to survive the disaster and stop the pile of metal, because if it was moving by magic, the explosion would be incredible. Asking the sorceress not to panic, Yang himself did not expect such a turn of events, but this monster would deal with the problem. The engine room of the transcontinental train continued to burn, and the roof of the 3rd car had been blown off. But in the path of this machine rushing at insane speed was already a 7th rank royal knight. This fair-haired man with sparkling eyes who could prevent the disaster was named Kyle. Bright flames burst out of the partially destroyed engine room of the train. The powerful explosion did not yet prevent the transcontinental train from continuing on toward Avalon. The guy standing in front of him remembered the Emperor's order to save the sage, but they couldn't just ignore the out-of-control transport. Even though he was Kyle, a 7th rank Imperial Knight, it would not be easy for him to accomplish this difficult task. Imperial Knights belong to the country's greatest military order, protecting the Emperor and the capital of the kingdom. It is said that this organization, of which Kyle is a member, consists exclusively of transcendents of the 3rd rank and above. The power of each of the order's knights is equivalent to the natural disasters that rage in the kingdom. But there was nothing to be done, and Kyle grabbed his sword, trying to stop the burning train and prevent a catastrophe. The huge iron machine, moving at tremendous speed, was almost upon Knight Kyle. Closing his eyes, the Imperial Knight concentrated and remembered Lord Vigor. Then the warrior opened them, and his eyes flashed with a bright light, and Lord Vigor must forgive him for his new deed. Now all that remained for the brave warrior was to deliver the final blow with his imperial sword. The fire spread faster and faster through the cars of the transcontinental train, threatening to destroy the entire train with people inside. With incredible effort, the Imperial Knight Kyle summoned powerful magic with his sword, a bright stream of which would stop the train. The glow almost engulfed the train, and the terrible catastrophe might not have happened. Inside the train, Knight Yang stared at the magical glow as if spellbound. What had happened caused the young man to feel intense aggression, and he looked at the light with hatred. For him, it was too much. There was no longer a strong flame, only this magical glow reigned over the train, as if it had prevented a tragedy. Imperial Knight Kyle, who had stopped the burning train, wore a cloak with the number 8 on his back. Sparks flew around him, having just recently engulfed the train cars. He looked at the overturned carriages and thought about the cruel rebels, unwilling to believe that they had committed such a monstrous act. Sitting in front of him was the wise man Uyghur, who said that Kyle was to blame for the crash, and Kyle had to agree. Glad that the scientist was safe, Kyle hoped that he was unharmed. For the former mentor of the Emperor and Prince, it was a miracle that he had survived. In front of the sage and the warrior lay an overturned carriage, behind which flames were blazing, and Uyghur said how it had almost destroyed him along with the train. The Imperial Knight immediately tried to contradict the old man, believing that he had misunderstood him. Kyle had complete faith in Lady Beowulf, who was on the train, and was confident in the aristocrat's ability to protect the sage. As expected, this brave lady immediately decided to strike the railroad tracks. She derailed the train, avoiding the knight's attack, and as a result, several cars were damaged, but the hostage and the sage remained safe and sound. This was exactly what he expected from the Academy's best graduate. But Lorena, standing there, denies having derailed the train through her own efforts. A man approached the girl, placed his black-gloved hand on her shoulder, and dismissed the incident as trivial. It was the aristocrat Cruel Dwight, who believed that basic awareness of the situation was essential for a member of the Special Forces. Now, Kyle is sure that there are other natural talents in the Special Forces besides Lady Beowulf, and Cruel considers himself quite close to the #1 rank. Cheryl, who was also among the others, seemed to have some doubts, and Cruel did not understand what was going on with her. Continuing her conversation with Kyle, Lina Beowulf politely addressed him as Sir and mentioned the man who had also attacked the sage. Hearing the name Black Tiger Amour, the Imperial Knight immediately became alert, knowing this dangerous man. The special class assassin Black Tiger Amour got this nickname because of the similarity of his unique energy to that of a tiger, and he reached the 3rd rank 10 years ago. Kyle had fought Amour before, but he was no match for him. The assassin disappeared, sensing Kyle's approach after the train derailed. At the moment when he was talking to Lady Lorena, Amour said goodbye to her until they met again, calling her Beowulf's daughter. After listening to the girl, the Imperial Knight Kyle came to the conclusion that the Black Tiger had joined the rebels of the Revolutionary Army. And yet the young man was greatly impressed by the fact that Lorena had confronted the Black Tiger himself, even though she began to deny it. The wise man Uyghur turned to the noble aristocrat and looked at her as if he did not believe her words. Near the iron structures of the transcontinental train, the sorceress Momen saw a wound on Jan's body. The unfortunate knight of the special detachment was in great pain and did not understand what to do now, demanding that the sorceress not cling to him. She reminded him that his body did not belong only to him, so he should take care of it. But Jan asked her not to talk nonsense, and in general his affairs were not going well. Things were happening that had not happened in his past life, including the attack by the Black Tiger and Kale, as well as the explosion of the passenger train. This did not happen in his past life, but it is happening now. Volunteers were not sent to the north either, but things changed when Yang went there, and that is why Cupid could have appeared. All these actions of the night caused a chain reaction, and now it is unknown how far it will go, so it is necessary to behave as cautiously as possible. While Yang, with his arm bandaged, was deep in thought near the overturned carriage, a man who had finally found him approached him. It was a scientist and former tutor to the Emperor and Crown Prince Uyghur, who wished to speak with the leader of the mission to the northern lands. The sage thought it necessary for Yang to stay in the capital, as he himself was distressed by the thought that so many people had suffered because of him. The elderly man also noticed the knight's wounded arm, which had happened after the train had left, and Uyghur considered himself guilty of that as well. Agreeing with Uyghur, Jan recalls how difficult it was for him, which greatly surprises the sage who did not expect the young man to say such a thing so bluntly. Closing his eyes, the former teacher of the Emperor and Crown Prince now considers himself indebted to the elite knight. Then the old man handed the special squad cadet a rectangular plate and asked him to take it. Yang looked at this strange object with some amazement, guessing its purpose. The old mentor, Uyghur, handed the brave warrior a plaque with his name on it, which would serve as a symbol that Yang was the representative of the sage. According to the scholar, this thing could be useful to the brave young man, who in turn smiled as if he did not understand its value. Yang believed that he was now obliged to accept the plaque and forget how Uyghur had barked like a dog. And once again, Uyghur was upset by the young man's straightforwardness. In any case, the scholar had to leave, but if fate willed it, he and the cadet would meet again in the future. But the knight understood how incredibly lucky he was, even if he had to work for it. Momen is interested in the value of the plaque from Uyghur. They passed by the overturned cars of the transcontinental train, and Yang said that everything depended on how the new item was used. The young man moved forward and thought everything through carefully, analyzing his possible future moves thanks to the tablet from the sage. Now the young man and his team needed to head to their next destination in this kingdom. They had to get to the land of Black Frost, where there was a castle with a tall tower. It was an area of the city where tall houses were extremely close to each other, with only a narrow path between them. A black sword was stuck in gray material, and this weapon became the main topic of discussion. A bald man with a dark beard smiled as he grabbed the sword's hilt and declared that his client needed this weapon. He offered Jan, the knight standing in front of him, 500 guilders to repair the sword and take it away. But for the young man, this was a large sum. Surprised by the client's opinion about the high price, the blacksmith did not understand how John managed to damage the ink iron sword, but the young man had treated it roughly. The black sword was a gift to Yan from the chief instructor, who did not believe in the young man's ability to use the blade with the dark dragon sword technique, but the ink iron could not withstand it. The blacksmith asked if the customer needed anything else, but Yang didn't need anything else and thanked the man. Hugging Yan, the man was very courteous and invited him to come back next time, promising to serve him properly. For a guest, the blacksmith's face was the opposite of courteous. After the incident with the transcontinental train, a team from the training center arrived in the town of Willian, not far from the Beowulf territory. Due to the inclement weather, the mission participants decided to continue on to their final destination via the gates of Villian. Judging by how long it takes to recharge mana in the magic circle, the city guard allowed the gate to remain closed until noon the next day. However, Willian is a small town, so it doesn't take long to recharge mana. The members of the special task force needed time to rest before their important journey, so they walked around the town. For the first time since his reincarnation, Yang found himself in a place where there were many commoners, because when he woke up, he ended up in a training center. The sorceress sitting on the shoulders of a high-ranking knight found all this strange, but Yang did not understand what she was talking about. Once again, the sorceress Momin remembered the royal knight named Kyle, whom they had all met after the intercontinental train crash. The girl wondered if Cadet Yang had not felt the energy of the yellow dragon emanating from Kyle at that moment. Looking at the townspeople, the knight knew nothing about this, so Momin was amazed at the guy's lack of understanding of the power he possessed. The Heart of Mana can store only 6 powers, including black, red, blue, green, earth, and gold, and the latter contains the yellow dragon. Yanu doesn't understand. Isn't this power enough without the mana heart? It's just one of many elements, but the guy's knowledge surprised the sorceress. According to Momin, if everything were simple, anyone could have founded an empire. But the energy of the dragon can be summoned by the breath of the divine dragon in the Heart of Mana. The sorceress does not understand how her companion can be so superficial about it and does not know if there is anything in his skull, but Yan assured her that there is. The only ones from whom Momin felt the dragon's energy were the chief instructor and the crown prince, for they are descendants of Bahamut. But Cadet Yang really wanted to know how the royal knight was connected to him, so he decided to find out more about this man. Suddenly, someone recognized Yan and said the number 974, and the surprise guy remembered his old number. The head of the mission to the northern lands saw Lady Lorena Beowulf and Cheryl, who thought they were very lucky, holding bags of groceries in their hands. They suggested he return to the lodgings, and Yan told them about the order to repair weapons and the need to prepare for the mission. The girls were getting ready too. Not quite believing his colleagues, in the young warrior's opinion, their so-called preparation was more like shopping. Holding full bags of various goods, Cheryl, with her 8th rank, just smiled. According to the aristocrat Lorena Beowulf, they had only purchased essential items, mainly food. Cheryl could only listen as John asked if they could eat everything in one day, and her friend didn't know how to answer the guy. Then the girl smiled, as if hinting to Jan that they could consume absolutely all the food. Offering Jan to go shopping with them, Cheryl was sure that he wouldn't last long in Beowulf's territory in his outfit, but the guy wanted to buy it himself. Smiling broadly and trying to look as cute as possible, Cheryl asked the guy to go with them, while Yan looked at her and thought about how people change. The salesperson promised individual service in the store and could specially select clothes for the customer, so Jan asked him to speak more quietly. Behind the wall near the store window stood a man who listened to everything the customers and the salesperson were talking about. On the windowsill on special stands were dresses offered as merchandise to customers. Another window of the retail space was almost completely covered by curtains, and there were chairs nearby for the convenience of customers. Yan, a knight from a special unit who was visiting the store, was trying on black gloves. He decided to take one size of coat and gloves for cold weather, as well as winter boots, because if the clothes were heavy, they would only get in the way. Floating in flight, Maman discontentedly calls his companion a bore, but the guy disagrees with the sorceress, considering her to be exactly the same. Wondering if Yang would take everything from the store, Cheryl suggested he look at Lorena's outfit, and the young man was surprised by the idea. Finally, the curtain in the fitting room opened and the fashion show began. First, Lorena tried on a dress that was too tight, but who would wear something like that in a new city? Then the noble girl put on a timeless classic in a combination of black and white. There was also a killer outfit, like light armor, But Lorena didn't understand why she would wear a swimsuit in such cold lands. They wanted to show Lady Lorena one more outfit, but she flatly refused. She was tired of it all, but as the girl thought, nothing suited her. Cheryl disagreed, considering each of the outfits very cute for her colleague. Then she asked Jan, who was standing nearby, seeking support for her own words. Not wanting to stand aside, the high-ranking fighter also confirmed that all the clothes suited Lorena. In his opinion, she just didn't wear such things often, so these outfits seemed unusual. But Lady Beowulf only agreed with her colleagues in words. Cheryl did not give up and asked the knight Jan what then suited their companion best from everything chosen in the store. Jan thought it was the outfit Lorena was wearing at the moment, covering the noble aristocrat's entire body. All the outfits suited her, but her sword skills and beauty were best emphasized by this particular outfit. The young man's words of praise made the girl a little embarrassed. She didn't even know how to respond to him. Lorena Beowulf fell silent and at first simply remained in a state close to stupor. Then she turned around and announced her intention to go to their lodgings, while Cheryl tried unsuccessfully to call Lady Lorena back. The frightened lady turned to Jan at number 974, wondering what he had said to Lorena, but the cadet did not consider his words offensive. After this unpleasant incident, Cheryl quickly gathered her things and left with Lorena, leaving Jan alone in the store. Momum doesn't understand what just happened, but for her it's madness. And Jan doesn't know if it's madness and if he really caused it. Meanwhile, Cheryl catches up with Lady Lorena, apologizes, and takes responsibility for the incident. But the girl just thanks her for helping her pick out clothes. Cheryl asks her friend not to pay attention to the words of men who don't understand anything, but Lorena doesn't care, just as she doesn't care about nonsense from others. Lowering her gaze wearily, the noble aristocrat considered the whole incident to be nothing but nonsense. Near the entrance to the clothing store where the members of the mission to the Northern Territories had just been, someone called out to Lorena. It was Cadet Jan, who suggested to his colleague that they meet tomorrow at noon near the gate and asked the departing girl not to be late. Saying, "See you," sadly, Lady Beowulf did not understand why her comrade was saying things so loudly that could be misunderstood. The girl left without even hearing him, and it seemed to Jan that she hadn't heard anything. But even Momon didn't pretend not to have heard, which made it even more awkward. While the guy was thinking about the clothes they had bought today and what to do next, the flying sorceress disappeared, much to his displeasure. In the dimly lit establishment, a girl in a long skirt brought the visitor sitting at the table his order, for which he thanked her. It was a pub called the Shining Moon, located next to the transport department of the city of William. Both locals and visiting mercenaries like to come here, as this establishment is famous for its delicious and inexpensive food. There was a large wooden mug filled with alcohol on the table, and the customer who had ordered it was swearing. An angry, cruel Dwight had no idea how to defeat John, because even when he was asleep, this cadet was like a monster. After calming down a little, the knight of aristocratic origin secretly felt all this. Recalling his previous confrontation with this strong warrior, Cruel assumed that Jan had not yet shown his true skills. Drinking his beverage, Mr. Dwight could not understand why his rival constantly hid his own strength. He had to listen to other people's conversations, where one accused the other of cheating, even though he was buying alcohol, and it almost came to a fight. Unable to restrain himself, Knight Cruel Dwight loudly called the pub patrons noisy and ill-mannered idiots. Turning to them, he shouted and pointed at himself, indignant that no one could see that Cruel was now having lunch and that the commoners had no manners. While he was eating, they couldn't even breathe loudly, and if the patrons continued to make noise, Dwight would show them how ordinary people differed from aristocrats. One of the muscular men in the establishment asked Cruel about his desire to show the difference in status, and Dwight was angered by such boldness. He looked in surprise at Jan, who was standing nearby, asking to be shown how aristocrats dine, amazed at his presence. Calling the people degenerates, Cruel pointed out their lack of basic rules of conduct and excessive noise, but Jan thought it best not to interfere. Glancing sideways at his companion on the mission to the northern lands, the aristocrat did not quite understand what he was talking about, but he was sure that the fighter from the special night squad sitting in the pub had suffered from all this himself. He found himself in this new place precisely because of the difference in the current situation. If Cruel stopped depending on his position, he could become much stronger, but Jan's words surprised his comrade. Suddenly, someone put his incredibly strong hands on the shoulders of the unsuspecting aristocrat Dwight and called him a stranger. The leader of the mercenaries, Billy Thunderhorn, who did this, heard the guys talking about their desire to become stronger and was ready to reveal a secret. A man becomes stronger by lifting weights in 3 sets of 8 hours, and if Cruel joins the mercenaries, they will supply him with protein supplements. The aristocratic knight finally lost his temper when Billy promised to give him anything he wanted to increase his strength. Turning sharply, the warrior delivered a powerful blow to the huge strong man with his trained leg. The leader of the mercenary group, Billy, did not expect such a response from an opponent who seemed weak and unprepared. As a result of the blow, Billy lay on the wooden floor of the establishment, while Cruel showed everyone his fist and called his opponent's muscles inflatable balls. Stunned by what had happened, the members of the mercenary squad looked at their leader lying on the floor and couldn't understand how a stranger dared to humiliate him like that. Dwight just looked at these strong men and called them a mountain of muscles that smelled of sweat. But that was even better, because he could take them all out at once. Calling Cruella a great skinny friend and born to control muscles, the mercenaries asked him to teach them how to use their strength in the same way. The guy looked in surprise at the people who praised him for beating the leader of the group with one blow, calling him handsome and an aristocrat on another level. Stunned by such a reaction to his aggressive act, Cruel looked at the pub patrons and did not know why they were doing this. But in the next second, the aristocrat rejoiced. A smile appeared on his face, and he even began to like the way people treated him. The mercenaries noted Cruel's ability, calling him an aristocrat to drink, and asked the waiter to bring drinks, wanting to drink with Dwight. They also learned about Cruel's skill at arm wrestling, since he came from a noble family, after which they began to drink to the bottom of their glasses and praise the guy. When Cruel's glass was empty, the mercenaries asked for more alcohol, and the drunk Dwight smiled at the rude men who didn't know any better and bought beer for everyone at his own expense. The admiring strongmen roared with delight at the generosity of the knight, who showed everyone his high status and continued to drink to their brother Cruel. It was already dark outside, and Cruel, who had drunk heavily in the pub, asked Jan to let him go, but Jan urged his companion to sober up. Jan dragged the drunk Dwight along, begging him not to vomit on him, threatening to kill the drunkard, but Dwight assured him that he was sober. Cruel asked where Billy was, whom he considered a brother, although, as Jan noted, he had recently considered the mercenary unworthy of himself, and now they were already sworn brothers. The aristocrat called his new comrade hardworking and kind, but at the same time considered the mercenaries idiots because they praised him after he had struck their own boss. Cadet Jan looked skeptically at his companion, for whom the mercenaries' attitude toward him seemed strange, since they had only met today. It was completely dark outside as they walked to their hotel, and the drunk Cruel was interested in Jan's opinion because it was all so strange to him. They were so kind to Cruel, even though they had only met today, and the guy wondered why his family members had never been so friendly to him. Jan continued to look at the mission participant, who was still remembering moments of fun and thinking about the mercenaries who could simply call him a good guy. They could also say that they supposedly believed in Cruel Dwight or something like that, but they spoke warmly about the guy, and that surprised him. The suddenly appearing sorceress Momon believes that Jan mixed something into Cruel's mug, and he made a grim expression. The sorceress saw her companion in the pub pour some substance into the drink that Dwight was drinking, and Yang was forced to admit it. Then he added a powder that cleanses demonic energy, and judging by Cruel's condition, it seems to be working. But Momon is surprised because the substance is expensive. Momon does not understand the knight's unexpected attachment to Cruel and his sudden concern for him, but Yang does not think so. He simply remembered the old days. When the mission leader sees people doing evil deeds under someone else's influence, it starts to eat away at him. That's why Yang did what he did, but he has to hurry because Cruel might throw up, although Momon doesn't care because it won't hit her, and this sarcasm upsets the guy. Duke Beowulf's castle was impressive for its enormous size, splendor, impregnability, regular shapes, and grandeur. One of the towers of the large castle was surprising in its power and triangular roof shape, and 3 more turrets seemed to complement it. In the large room of the fortress, there was a peculiar mirror resembling a portal to another world. The huge structure stood upright, and people dressed in special uniforms stood in a row next to it. These stern warriors covered in cloaks and helmets were the knights of Beowulf Castle. Human legs appeared from the sparkling magical portal. These people had finally arrived at their final destination. The head of the mission, Yang, and his loyal high-ranking knights, Cheryl, Lina, and Cruel Dwight, arrived at the castle. While the mistress of this huge castle remained silent, Cheryl looked around and was delighted with what she saw. Once inside, Cruel began to feel a strong chill and now wondered if it was always this cold in Lorena Beowulf's homeland. Cadet Jan looked ahead. He was taking part in the mission that had brought them here, and they had to defeat the barbarians together with Beowulf's knights. These terrible savages were famous for their incredible strength, large muscles, ruthlessness, and curved deadly axes. There were constant skirmishes over the fertile land, which was scarce in these harsh places. So the knights of the Beowulf clan were always in need of brave warriors. Brave and skilled at defeating strong enemies, Yang knew of one significant problem for them in this difficult region of the kingdom. He could not know for sure whether the northern knights, famous for their pride, would accept help from other warriors from outside. The deliberations and complaints of his comrades in arms were suddenly interrupted by Lady Lorena Beowulf, who had something to say to the boys. Jan looked questioningly at the girl, who warned them that they might see something they did not expect here, and asked the cadets to prepare for it. A man with a ponytail watching the arrival of the newcomers from the sidelines asked for clarification regarding the reinforcements sent by a special unit. Pressing his hand to his chest, the man politely greeted the guests, introducing himself as the butler of the Beowulf estate and asking the new arrivals to be courteous. And in his opinion, Hans Meringo, the esteemed uninvited guests, as the steward considers them, should return to where they came from. The man said that Sever had not asked for help in the upcoming confrontations and had not announced his readiness to receive guests at the castle, expressing his hope for understanding. In the past, Count Hans Marinogo held the position of commander of the Beowulf Castle Knights, and after retiring, he remained to work as a butler. No matter what condition he was in, Jan believed that Hans should have at least third rank to lead the knights, and it was unbelievable that he was working as a butler. Lorena Beowulf approached Mr. Maringo and reminded him how long it had been since they had seen each other, but he just looked at her silently. Asking Hans to watch his words and show respect, she informed him of their visit to carry out a mission as representatives of a special unit. With difficulty calling the lady ma'am, the butler reminded her of her unauthorized departure from here and her return to the castle a few days later. Unable to hold back his tears, Hans considers Lorena's words rude because she joined a special unit without telling anyone and has no idea how worried they all were. Knight John, along with Cheryl and Cruel Dwight, watched the scene with wide eyes, not expecting anything like this. When Hans pointed to the scratch on Lorena's cheek and was indignant at the captain who dared to allow such a thing, the lady reminded him that this was why she did not want to come. Once again, Mr. Mering heard such hurtful words, even though they had been waiting for the day when Lorena would return, and that was the only thing that kept everyone in the palace going. Finally, the aristocrat relented toward her loyal butler and acknowledged her own rudeness toward him. The girl looked warmly at Hans and pointed out the gray hairs that had appeared while they had not seen each other and wanted to know if he was feeling well. The butler's expression became astonished again. He was amazed at such concern for him on the part of his young mistress. Finally, poor Hans Marinogo, who just a minute ago had been an incredibly stern man, burst into tears, unable to contain his emotions. Because of the cold, Hans invited Lorena inside and mentioned their cook, who was capable of demonstrating his skills and almost forgot to invite Jan and the others. When Lady Beowulf walked ahead, the butler informed her of the master's imminent return from hunting. According to Hans Maringo, they would even be able to have lunch together, but the girl herself reacted rather coldly to the man's statement. Lorena was forced to turn to Hans again, who prepared to listen attentively to the mistress of the family palace. Asking the butler not to mention her father, the aristocrat of the special detachment did not want to hear anything about him now. The squad of knights sent to the northern territories intends to complete their mission before Lorena's father returns, but Hans tries to object. According to the former commander of the Knight Squadron, Beowulf, Lorena simply misunderstood her own father. In one of the large rooms of the Beowulf family castle, there was an equally large chandelier, and someone was talking, irritably considering everything a joke. Cruel Dwight, a knight from an aristocratic family, and his colleague Cheryl sat at the table and waited for Lorena to arrive, which the young man did not like. It was hard for them to just look at the delicious dishes they wanted to eat, but the maids assured them that this was the order of things. The hungry knight Cruel was especially angry at having to wait and not touch the food that was right in front of them. The angry aristocratic knight compared himself and Cheryl to trained mongrels and did not understand why Lorena was taking so long. Cheryl asked her colleague to be quieter, otherwise they would treat him worse than a mongrel, but Cruel did not consider his words to be bad, and he did not insult anyone. Outraged when the maid compared his manners to those of a mongrel, Cruel immediately flew into a rage and called himself the son of Earl Dwight. But the domestic worker knows perfectly well who she is dealing with, as she works at the Beowulf estate. Cruel is surprised by the enlightenment of an ordinary maid, and Cheryl asks him to calm down, because Jan has not arrived yet, and the knight is surprised by his absence. According to the girl, the head of their mission was talking about some business. That is, he is interested in something that can only be obtained in this place. Soon, the knight of the elite special unit, Yang, found himself in the armory of the Duchy of Beowulf, where he had been so eager to go. Here, the aristocratic family kept various types of weapons, including large halberds and sharp swords. Yang remembered well how, in his past life, the emperor of the kingdom had traveled across the continent in search of the sword he needed. Then the dragon slayer, who had managed to defeat the one dragon, divided the body of the defeated dragon after his triumph and made two swords. After Bahamut killed him, one of the weapons passed to him, and the emperor did everything he could to find the other sword that the founder had not found. To achieve his important goal, he paid a large sum of gold to representatives of a special detachment. He then spread the search across the entire continent, but was unable to locate the coveted weapon. He was about to give up, but the sword was eventually found. And now Yang stood in the armory and looked at the sword that the founder had not found, the location of which had not been revealed. The warrior himself would never have thought that the sword of the dragon Astalon would be so carelessly stored in an armory in the northern territories. From his previous life, Yang remembered Astalon well, the brother of Emperor Neelan's sword, with which the knight himself had been pierced through. It was a truly magnificent cold weapon with a beautiful hilt and a red steel blade. Looking at the long-awaited find, the young knight smiled and now had no doubt that this was indeed the very sword. Even His Majesty the Emperor had failed to kill the warrior Yan, who longed to touch the majestic weapon. And now the conqueror of monsters in the Mountains of Blades looked at this sword, which no one needed, standing in the corner of the armory. Jan couldn't take his eyes off this exclusive exhibit, who would have thought. Before him now was one of the two blades left behind by the Dragon Slayer, and it was the legendary dragon sword, Astalon. Smiling as he examined his valuable find, Knight Yan was completely certain that he was looking at the older brother of Neelan's sword, which belonged to the Emperor. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard, even though the young man was alone in the room with the weapons. Yan looked at the weapon lying in front of him with great surprise, not quite understanding what was happening. And suddenly he realized that it was the voice of the ancient sword, that it was the source of these strange sounds, and then he grabbed the hilt. An otherworldly glow appeared. The weapon raised a large pillar of light, and it was as if the sword was trying to express its own indignation. With its sound, the magic sword told the brave warrior that he had no right to it. There were other swords in the armory of the Duke of Beowulf's palace, but they did not interest the knight Jan who had come here. After touching the weapon he had finally found, the young warrior's black glove was partially damaged. Jan became very angry, looked at the damaged glove, and did not understand why Astalon had rejected him now. The knight now called the cold weapon that continued to make sounds and had rejected Yan a damn piece of junk. Now the young man was absolutely sure that he had heard a voice when he grabbed the sword by its hilt. The young man was upset because he supposedly had no right to use the sounding sword. Suddenly, the sorceress Momon appeared next to Jan, intrigued by the situation, and the knight wondered if she knew anything. The sorceress did not know that the sword had such an ego, as if it chose its own master, and this surprised Jan. Sometimes weapons have their own divinity, and in this case, the cold weapon chooses its owner on its own. Smiling, the sorceress told her companion that in this case it was entirely up to him. It's just that Yan is not in Astalon's league, which caused Momon to laugh cheerfully, but the poor knight to feel disappointed and confused. Promising the sorceress that he would pull out his sword right now, the disappointed cadet Yan was ready to destroy the weapon if it was not in his league. Yan looked at his glove, which had suffered after close contact with the independent Astalon. Using dark energy, the knight transformed his own hand into a dark, monstrous paw. After that, the conqueror of the mountain range monsters decisively grabbed the hilt of Astalon to tame it. The space around Yan was instantly filled with bright light, and the unruly sword continued to deny Yan's right to take it. Despite this rejection, Yan was not going to back down and continued to hold the sword with fury. Bright lights were everywhere, and the brave knight held the hilt tightly in his own hands and called himself the right person for the weapon. Now the stubborn warrior wanted nothing more than for Astalon not to reject him and simply accept him as its new owner. While these turbulent events involving the mission participants were taking place, night fell on the huge castle of Beowulf. The flag of the aristocratic family, represented by the elite knight Lauren, flew cheerfully. In one of the halls of the estate, soldiers dressed in special uniforms lined up at attention on command. Holding a sword in her hands, Lina wondered if this was the weapon she had used, while a frightened Hans asked his mistress to think about it again. The girl asked the knights to listen to her and called on them to stop the barbarians today, reminding them that this was what they had always done. But today there was no room for error. Because today Lina Beowulf would be with her knights, which greatly upset Hans Maringo, who considered this a dangerous move. Continuing to beg the girl to think carefully, the butler asked her to wait for the head of the family, but she did not want to listen to him. She told the servant that if he thought his mistress was foolish and incapable of even fulfilling her duty, then he should stay out of her sight. Reminding her of the need to capture only 10 barbarians, which, in the girl's opinion, was even easier than fighting the ancient Lich, Hans asked her not to take it lightly. According to the beliefs of the barbarians, banners represent the spirits of their ancestors, so they are ready to defend them at the cost of their own lives. Hans Maringo is dissatisfied that the young lady Lina Beowulf does not hear what he is trying to convey to her at the moment. Addressing Lorina's colleagues, the butler believes it is necessary for them to protect their mistress. Cheryl asks them to do so, but Cruel disagrees. Cheryl then thanks Hans for the clothes, without which they would have frozen to death. Lina notes the servant's attentiveness, and he is delighted by the praise. When Hans noticed the uniform on Lady Beowulf, she explained that it was her first assignment as a member of a special unit. Remembering one more important participant in their mission to the northern lands, Lina was about to say his name, but did not have time. John approached them, looking as if he had been burned, explaining his tardiness with a problem that took longer than he had expected. He didn't come to lunch, and the guys were surprised when they saw how he looked. While Cruel openly laughed at his partner, asking where he had gotten so beat up. But after getting punched in the nose, the aristocratic knight immediately stopped mocking the head of their mission and fell silent. Mamam reminded John of his words about how kind he was, but she considered the young man dirty and insolent, and he demanded that she shut up. She suggested that he give up the sword, because such annoying people are not popular, but Jan assured her that he had plenty of time. This Astalon, who was Neelan's brother-in-arms, and the cold weapon, did not accept Jan, so he did not dare to pick it up. But that was not the end of the story. Suddenly, Lina intervened in the conversation to tell the guy something, as he might misunderstand everything, which surprised the knight. This was her first mission, so she wore comfortable clothes even though they weren't very warm, but she could put a coat on top, and the girl wanted to clear up the misunderstanding. John just looked questioningly at his comrade-in-arms, not understanding what she was talking about at all. Without taking her eyes off the young man, Lady Beowulf listened attentively to Jan, who wanted to say something. When Yang unexpectedly praised the girl's figure, Lina just stared at him in amazement. Unhappy with the knight's behavior, she demonstratively turned away and ordered the estate's soldiers to prepare for the campaign. The next order was to open the huge, powerful gates of the fortress, from where a group of knights advanced on the barbarians. Addressing the soldiers, Lina Beowulf urged them to be unmatched, because today she was going to war with them. Cruel Dwight, who was standing near the lady of the castle, mockingly considered these people to be peasants who were making such a fuss over some barbarians. Jan glanced sideways at Cruel and wondered what else could be expected from the capital's aristocrats, who were not afraid of the barbarians at all. It was all thanks to the Beowulf family's ability to defend the empire from these strangers, but now the barbarians had united their tribes. Thanks to the competent leadership of their chiefs, these people were able to create a strong kingdom that threatens the security of the empire. And very soon, the king of the barbarians will make himself known to all who are forced to face him in fierce battle. He was called the strongest man in the world, and the name of this incredible warrior was Vilai. This kingdom was created as a result of the unification of barbarian warrior clans, whose strength threatened even the Kabbalan Empire. The barbarian king, one of the 5 warriors who threatened the empire, was the strongest man in the world, Veliga. There was no move that he could not perform with his incredible physique. But there was a certain factor about this leader that frightened everyone else. Villiga could understand at a glance what abilities his opponent possessed, and the chieftain was a real nightmare for the Imperial Knights. Remembering his own past life well, Yang knew that no means of killing Villaga had ever worked. Many brave soldiers of the Empire had fought the strongest man in the world, but they had fallen bravely on the battlefield. In his current life, neither Yang, a knight of the Special Detachment, nor his loyal companions have much information about Village's whereabouts. Although the head of the mission to the Northern Territories did not know where the fearsome leader of the savages was currently located, he hoped that there would be no unsuccessful battles with him. The flag of the aristocratic Beowulf family, taken by the troops on their campaign, fluttered in the cold air. The third detachment of knights, together with representatives of the training center who had come to their aid, marched through the forest in the northwest of Beowulf's lands. Dressed in uniform and wearing heavy iron helmets, the palace knights seemed to feel no discomfort. Once again dissatisfied, Crua Dwight gritted his white teeth, cursed, and asked about the duration of the group's journey. He reminded everyone present how they had dismounted from their horses, not understanding this action, and now had to walk aimlessly through the knee-deep forest. They asked him not to whine because it was harder to move around on horseback in the cold, and Yan was breathless from the whiteness, but it was also harder to navigate and keep their distance. Turning to the guys, Lorena wants to know their opinion about these places, which may seem deserted. Besides, it is winter here 200 days a year. In Beowulf, there is nothing to see but snow. It is difficult to live in this area, and the land is barren. But Lorena knows people who live here permanently. They are stronger and braver than anyone else, and for this, she respects them. She hopes that her guests from the squad will find these places beautiful in their own way. Jan considers her a role model for other lords, and Cheryl agrees. For the Knights of Lorena Castle, she was their reason for living. For these warriors, their young mistress was the best, and Cheryl agrees with them. The landscapes of Beowulf's land became more beautiful, because Lady Lorena and the knights were ready to lay down their lives for their territory and their mistress. The leader of the knights called them to readiness and showed Lorena the flames ahead, which she immediately recognized as a red signal fire. This signal is given by scouts when they spot barbarians, which means that the group will encounter them if they go in that direction. Cruel Dwight was immediately delighted and hoped for something fun ahead, but the knight considered the aristocrat too self-confident. It was the leader of the detachment, Sabo, who believed that the knight would have to gather his courage, as they were about to witness a brutal scene. Such words from the squad leader amused Cruel, because Sabo did not know what the cadets had to deal with in the past. During the exam in the Mountains of Blades, the guys fought various monsters, from goblins and griffin cockatoos to other undead creatures. Cruel also mentioned the ancient Lich, so for him, barbarians were child's play compared to these monsters. Sabot listened to the knight's speech and took his words into consideration, calling all the warriors to follow him. They were members of a special squad that fought monsters and repeatedly put their lives in danger. Stepping through the snow and leaving footprints, the guys were confident in their ability to deal with any monster, no matter how cruel it was. But very soon, the white and crystal clear snow on the land of the Beowulf aristocrats would turn red with blood. And ahead, the guests of this harsh territory will see something that will be on a completely different level for them. During their winter campaign, the army group approached a small village that could not even be called a base. There, the knights of the ducal family and the training center for recruits staged a veritable massacre. Armed with long iron spears, the Empire's warriors relentlessly advanced to eliminate the enemy. After the deadly battle, Lauren, Jan, and Cheryl stood and watched the defeated barbarians, who begged for mercy, at least for the children. For young Cheryl, what was happening was truly horrific. She stood there, unable to take her eyes off the prisoners. She believed that knights were those who were obliged to protect the weak, and they had sworn to devote their swords to their own lord. One silhouette seemed to her to belong to a demon, so it was still unclear who the barbarians really were. A man from the girl's entourage approached her, covered her eyes with his hand, and cursing, asked her not to look at what was happening. It was Cruel Dwight who, with a serious expression on his face, was sure that there was nothing to see here. Standing aside, Yang noticed Cruel's steadfastness, which meant that he had learned to control his inner demonic energy. The former low-ranking cadet at the center saw the shock on the faces of his colleagues at the training center, but such interethnic wars had always been like this. The guy also understood that there were no wars where armies simply remain within the territory of their own states. The slaughter continued until one side disappeared completely, so the soldiers of each army killed both children and adults. As the daughter of the Lord of the Beowulf territory, Lauren couldn't help but know about this. But hearing and seeing something with your own eyes are two different things. The girl will have to bear this heavy burden in the future, and it is unknown whether she will be able to endure it all alone. The thoughts of Jan, a knight of the special detachment, were interrupted by a child's cry coming from where the barbarians were. On the cold snow, which could no longer be called white, lay a dead woman, and next to her was a crying baby, calling unsuccessfully for his mother. Not indifferent to the grief of others, Sherry suggested that Cruel, who was standing nearby, approach the child, considering him to be good, but the guy asked her not to take such a risk. The unfortunate barbarian child continued to cry bitterly and call for his mother, who could no longer hear him, and suddenly someone thought the child was lucky. One of the knights raised an iron axe over the child, preparing to kill him there and then so that he would not live on as a vicious barbarian. In a split second, the sharp, cold axe would have fallen on the unfortunate victim when someone screamed piercingly, demanding to stop. Cheryl screamed with all her might, waving her arms and begging the knight not to do his terrible deed. The terrible situation caught the attention of all the guys who had arrived in the Northern Territory, including Cruel, who was indifferent to strangers. Cheryl had already stopped screaming. She just looked at the knight with his huge axe with her huge eyes full of sorrow. Knight John, who had been silent until then, not daring to engage in a verbal altercation with the Imperial warriors, also cast his gaze on what was happening. The knight's metal mace never came down, blocked by the hilt of someone else's cold weapon. To the surprise of everyone present, it was Lady Lorena who stopped her subordinate, who was ready to kill the child. She ordered an end to the killing of the defeated barbarians, causing some shock and surprise on the part of the knight. Considering this sufficient, the lady reminded them to eliminate all armed men, calling for them to replenish their supplies and move on. The aristocrat Lorena Beowulf gave the order not to kill the child, which was also her personal decision. John agreed that this was solely his friend's decision, but the Imperial knights who heard Lorena's words immediately began to grumble. One of them repeated Lady Beowulf's words that it was wrong to kill a barbarian, while another laughed, not taking his mistress's order seriously. The stern knights, clad in armor, held axes in their hands and continued to consider Lorena's instruction a mere joke, but they felt the urge to kill. Determined, Lorena had been trained in the art of sword fighting since childhood on Beowulf's territory. As a member of an aristocratic family, she knew what it meant to fight barbarians and was ready to bear that burden. Noticing the appearance of the dead barbarian woman, Lorena saw that she was dressed too lightly to withstand the northern frost. At the same time, the stranger's crying child was wrapped in magnificent furs that prevented him from freezing to death. At the sight of this, something changed in Lorena, and she stopped the huge axe of the Imperial knight from her palace with her sword. The knight did not understand why she did this, but the aristocrat ordered him not to kill the child, taking full responsibility upon herself. While the little boy from the barbarian family continued to cry bitterly, the stern warriors from the Beowulf clan's palace still did not understand their mistress's actions. Even one surviving barbarian could seriously harm the country and its inhabitants. And even though she was the Lord's daughter, she had no authority to save the savage. For Lorena, standing with Cheryl and Cruel, this was too much. Even if the child belonged to the barbarians, he was still a baby who had not yet committed any crimes. The lady is outraged by the knights who serve her and doubt her decisions, and they asked her to send the guests away, saying that she was interfering with the warriors on their land. For Cheryl, they are not really knights, and she did not think that it was the duty of soldiers to kill babies, so they should be ashamed. An angry, cruel Dwight threatens them, because if he allows the child to be killed, then the boy's reputation will be tarnished and he will not be able to sleep at night. Lifting his helmet, the knight Baz asked Lorena to be careful with her jokes, as she was defending the barbarians right under the soldiers' noses. With his instantly angry gaze, Baz expressed his hope that Lady Lorena Beowulf would understand his actions. As Yang had expected, a conflict arose between the two sides, and the knights defending their territory would not change their minds under any circumstances. Emotions are not controlled by logic and morality. Much blood has been shed for them to overcome hatred, and it is unclear who could easily talk about forgiveness. Suddenly, the young man's train of thought was interrupted by a strange energy that appeared from nowhere. There was a strange rumbling sound, and both Lorena Beowulf and Knight Baz were forced to interrupt their conversation. Against the backdrop of the winter blue sky, something strange appeared, flying straight towards the Imperial Knights. With a loud cry, the warriors announced the appearance of the leader of the barbarians, who had been killed in battle, and began to prepare for a new attack. Quickly taking up combat positions, the Imperial soldiers, armed with spears and axes, prepared to repel the invasion of the dangerous enemy. With his appearance, the mighty leader summoned a violent, sparkling flame to destroy the knight's enemies. The warriors who became the first victims of the stranger's attack cried out loudly in pain and hatred for their powerful enemy. Lady Lorena Beowulf experienced firsthand this incredible energy brought by the strongest leader on the planet. The entire territory of the base, where the Imperial Knights and members of the Special Task Force were located, was engulfed in a red glow. But a second later, everything became incredibly white, like freshly fallen snow, as if there had been no battle here at all. One of the knights could not allow the strongest barbarian leader to attack the Imperial warriors, indignant at the clumsy actions of the scouts. While the warrior was lamenting the poor performance of the scouts, someone large placed his equally huge hand on the Imperial knight's head. It was one of the 20 barbarian chiefs who lifted the knight up by his head, wanting to know whether they had killed them or not. The terrifying chieftain Habru, with a burning right eye and an unknown symbol on his shaved head, was interested in the fate of his family and tribesmen. Without waiting for an answer from the warrior, the bloodthirsty savage began to perform terrible acts with the head of the unfortunate soldier of the kingdom. The chieftain, staring with glassy eyes at the armed representatives of the empire, promised to eliminate them as well. The unfortunate knight was still making sounds, but blood was flowing from him, and the terrible barbarian threatened to kill the imperial people slowly and painfully. Lorena Beowulf could not bear the destruction of her subordinates and attacked the unsuspecting Habru. A white glow suddenly appeared in the blue sky of the northern territories, to the noticeable surprise of everyone present on the battlefield. The aristocrats stared intently at the huge enemy who dared to challenge the empire's trained professional warriors. Looking at the terrifying leader of the barbarian tribe, the girl could not believe that her sword had broken against the giant's shaved head. An unknown symbol glowed brightly on the forehead of the huge Habru, which was felt by the chieftain. The wooden fence around the base where the warriors were stationed was destroyed by the invasion of the savages. Recovering from Lorena Beowulf's attack, the very fast stranger rushed to attack the girl, swinging his huge fists. Stunned by Habru's great speed, the lord's daughter looked fearfully at his movements, which threatened the girl. The next moment, the leader of the barbarian tribe reached out his huge hand toward Lorena, trying to grab her. The sharp iron spears of the Imperial Knights were ready to repel the bloodthirsty savages' attacks on the people. Several Imperial Knights immediately tried to stop Habru's advance, holding him back with their spears and asking the lady to retreat. Lorena turned to Baz, and he, glancing at the girl, immediately understood the hint and offered his own apologies. Piercing the huge barbarian's body a little, the kingdom's warriors were still unable to inflict significant damage on him. There was nothing else they could do, and Baz apologized to the lady for raising his voice at her. Keeping his eyes fixed on Lady Beowulf, her loyal knight asked the girl to take care of herself. Lorena only wanted to say Baz's name without taking her eyes off him, but she did not have time because of the new actions of the terrible Habru. The silhouette of the brave Imperial Knight seemed to fade before the aristocrat, as if the young man were gradually disappearing. With an incredibly powerful blow, the leader of the barbarian tribe threw off the warriors who were trying to stop him. Against the backdrop of the bloody substance, the knight from Beowulf's palace seemed lifeless after Habru's blow. The leader raised his huge hand over Lorena, who stood mesmerized watching the savage. The sudden appearance of the black wolf with burning eyes on the battlefield made its own adjustments to Habru's offensive actions. Just as he raised his huge hand to deliver a fatal blow to the girl, the leader felt pain and saw blood. The barbarian leader looked in surprise at his hand, where a wound had formed, completely unexpected. The man who approached expressed regret that the enemy's body had only a scratch and not a huge bleeding wound. Habru looked at his approaching opponent with great astonishment, his wild eyes widening. The elite knight of the special unit, Yang, striding confidently, threatened to cut the barbarian in half with his powerful sword. Gaiman refers to all kinds of tattoos applied to the bodies of barbarian tribe leaders. Representatives of barbarian groups came up with the idea of using mana with the help of tattoos instead of dungeons. The tattoos on the barbarians' bodies direct mana straight into their skin and muscles, increasing the body's invulnerability. On the battlefield, Yang, using his arm transformed into a weapon, struck blow after blow at Chief Habru, trying to eliminate him. It seemed that the barbarians' defeat was imminent, but suddenly an unusual obstacle appeared before the brave Yang. Habru put up a defensive line, and now the elite knight's task became significantly more difficult. Combined with incredible martial arts skills, the mana tattoos made the savages incredibly destructive. Angered by all these transformations, the knight Yan came to the conclusion that the barbarian leader was stronger than he had thought. At the same time, Habru shouted and was about to launch another attack on the guy, wanting to destroy him. The knight's comrades from the special squad rushed to his aid, using all their strength and energy to fight the barbarian leader. Lina, Beowulf, and Cruel Dwight simultaneously tried to strike the huge Habru, but their swords clashed unsuccessfully against his defense. An angry Cruel pointed this out to the girl and reminded her that this was why he had asked her to stay away, calling her a princess. Habru, with a glowing symbol on his forehead, looked suspiciously at the new attackers and considered them to be children who had appeared out of nowhere. Calling the boys pathetic, the leader of the barbarian tribe tried to strike another blow, raising his huge hands. Having failed in the first stage of their confrontation with Habru, Cruel and Lina retreated. Dwight was angry that his sword had not scratched the villain, and now the guy doubts the savage's human origin. Lina wants to deal with him, and the chief caught the knights off guard. Cheryl approached and reported that she had taken the child to safety, while Cruel blamed Lina, believing that he would have killed the brute if it weren't for her. The indignant girl does not understand her colleague, and the annoyed Cruel recounts how he attacked the chief, but she only got in his way. Lady Beowulf, who was in a calmer state of mind, denied her comrade-in-arms accusations, saying that he was hindering her in the battle with Habru. Cheryl just listened as Cruel reminded Lina of her defeat in their last training session, but she did not see the connection with real life. Suddenly, John ordered them both to be quiet, because their quarrel in front of the enemy only hindered the knights from winning. Now, Lorene wonders if Jan thinks he can defeat Habru alone, but the guy denies it, although she is right to a certain extent. Demanding that Jan stop, the girl is sure that he cannot attack the savage right now, and that there is a risk if the leader attacks the guy. The chief quickly approached the guys and someone shouted to run, but the barbarian delivered a magical blow that threw the knights aside. Accusing the people of killing his tribesmen, the savage Habru promised to destroy everyone present on the battlefield in retaliation. Angered by the enemy's actions, Cruel decided to attack him and asked Lina, who was nearby, not to interfere this time. Meanwhile, the barbarian continued to swing his huge arms, but the knights diligently turned away from his attacks. Standing as if on the sidelines of the battle, Yang looked at his formidable opponent and realized that things could not go on like this. If Lina and Cruel Dwight were experienced, it would be fine, but since each of them wanted to prove themselves, it turned into a cacophony. Cheryl announced her desire to attack Habru along with the others, and Yang just wanted to say that her help might get in the way, but he stopped himself. Suddenly, the elite knight of the special squad thought for a moment, and an unexpected thought popped into his clever head. Cheryl now helps Lady Lorene, asking her to act at her discretion, and thanks to the girl's intervention on the battlefield, everything has changed. He noticed the appearance of another rival and brave, who was somewhat confused by the changes. There was nothing special about Cadet Cheryl's attacks for the barbarian chieftain, who was experienced in combat, and her sword and hand movements were very simple. But even these small attacks performed by Cheryl fit between the notes that strive to assert themselves. Thus, all these new actions of the girl ultimately bring innovation to that very cacophony. For the smiling Jan, this is not bad at all, and even very impressive. He could not have imagined that Cheryl had such incredible talent. The brave knight had never heard of Cheryl in his past life, but he has no idea why he knew nothing about her back then. Meanwhile, the girl complained to Lina about the rude Cruel, suggesting that they attack the enemy with full force, but the knight did not agree with the insults. The battle continued, with the kingdom's knights attacking the barbarian leader Harabra from various sides while he tried to fight them off. Even the frosty air of these harsh lands seemed to turn against the savage, trying to pierce Harabra. The gusty wind seemed to try to bite the savage's huge leg, flapping his skin in different directions. The leader of the barbarian tribe could only watch as two knights jumped into the air to deliver a powerful blow with their swords. Putting up his right arm, where his protection was, the savage managed to deflect the magical attack of the men in time. But the Imperial Knight still managed to shatter the barbarian's protective device, causing him confusion. The next moment, a black shadow flew unexpectedly over Habru, with one eye burning brightly. It was the 15th form of the Dark Spirit, with which Knight Yang planned to defeat his enemy. Using the Dark Spirit in battle could bring victory or defeat, and Yang struck the savage and was confident of the former. The protective structure on Habru's huge arm rapidly crumbled, and Knight Yang was confident that this would be enough. The barbarian chieftain could only watch with regret as his nimble opponent skillfully maneuvered. On the battlefield, Yang was already performing the reverse rotation of the 15th form of the Dark Spirit, wielding his magical arm. And in the next moment, the brave young man dealt a powerful blow to his formidable opponent, using the technique of the Dark Spirit in the defeat of the heavens. The almighty barbarian chieftain Habru screamed in wild pain, suffering a real defeat in battle from a weaker knight. Having lost a significant amount of strength, the savage collapsed, unable to continue fighting. The boys stood before Habru, who was kneeling on the ground. It was unclear whether he had fallen, but Yang asked his colleagues not to relax. Lowering his gaze, the barbarian, who had been full of strength just a minute ago, now feeling their loss, tried to say something to his enemies. Cruel Dwight stared grimly at his defeated opponent, not understanding him, while Lina still felt the energy emanating from Habru. His symbol lit up on the barbarian's shaved head, and he was confident that this was not the end for him. A white pillar of light rose up, and Habru vanished, leaving only the kingdom's warriors on the battlefield. The men looked at these air currents, not understanding what was happening, accusing the barbarian of fleeing the battlefield and lacking honor. Regretting the loss of Habru, Lina was glad that they were all alive and announced the need to return and report everything to the command. Remembering Yan, the guys became agitated and began to look around, because their faithful companion had just been here. The rocky terrain was empty, absolute silence reigned, and no living creatures were to be seen. Dark drops of blood appeared on the hard surface, as if a wounded creature had come here. It was the barbarian leader Habru, leaning against a rock and holding his body, damaged in a recent battle with the knights. The barbarian was in pain, but all these serious wounds were nothing to him compared to the suffering of his native tribe. Remembering the beating of his people, the savage was determined to survive and take revenge on the royal forces for the destruction of his tribe. Suddenly, someone nearby called the giant's words cold-blooded, which surprised the defeated leader. Yang called his decision to flee the right one. If he had stayed, he would have been in trouble, and only fools would call Habru's decision a disgrace, because to survive is to win. The angry savage insulted the young man, not understanding how he had managed to run here. But the knight calmed his enemy because he had no intention of killing him. Yang asked him to answer a few questions and was ready to let the leader go. He was curious, but the leader might have heard one important name before. Tom could only look in surprise at the rival who had appeared out of nowhere, whom he had fought an hour ago. Turning to the barbarian, Jan, an elite knight of a special detachment, wants to know if Habru has heard anything about Vilai. Or, for example, the chief could tell Yang about Vilai's location, but Habru demanded that the knight remain silent. Yang stared intently at his opponent, as if he did not quite understand his actions towards him. An angry Habru raised his powerful fist above the young man and demanded that he not dare open his mouth and utter that name. The nearby rocks instantly began to crumble, rolling down to the ground in huge boulders. Yan decided that his opponent had chosen to die when he raised his fist and wanted to beat the elite knight of the empire. Considering Yan a dark wolf, the barbarian leader invited him to attack, and the young man prepared for another confrontation with the giant. With the help of magic, John smashed the rocks around him, and Habru was indignant because the boy had promised not to kill him, but if he continued to miss, he would not harm him. The embittered savage promised to destroy anyone who tried to harm Vilai himself. Yang looked boldly at his opponent and had no intention of retreating in this decisive battle with the formidable barbarian. Once Habru was offered to create a new beautiful world together, and if he united with him, the world could become better. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the elite knight realized that this was exactly what he thought about his enemy. After uttering a spell, the guy reached for a magical symbol he had noticed in the dark lair of the ancient monster Lich. Habru did not understand what his opponent was doing. He had no idea what he was up to. Ordering the stone wall to rise, Yang summoned a series of pointed formations between himself and the huge Habru for defense. The stunned chieftain looked at the new barrier and attributed its appearance to the magical abilities of the Knight of the Special Squad. Gritting his teeth in incredible rage, the barbarian leader instantly understood everything, but he had no intention of retreating. Setting about destroying the man-made rocks, Habru began to realize that John had a trump card up his sleeve: mud. Having almost destroyed the entire defensive line, the chieftain reached out his hand toward the knight, seeking to capture him. And to Yan's complete surprise, the dangerous giant managed to reach the brave young man's shoulder. Grabbing the young man with his left hand, the giant raised his right hand and, shouting about his desire to kill him, was ready to carry out his plan. Unexpectedly, a third participant appeared on the battlefield, who pulled out a hidden trump card to eliminate Habru. In the next moment, the barbarian strongman was pierced by a thin bolt of lightning directed at him by the sorceress Momon. The magical attack lasted only a few seconds, but the giant's fate was almost sealed. Behind his back, a huge fiery glow appeared, created by the sorceress to defeat Habru. Sensing something was wrong, the huge chieftain almost immediately understood what was happening behind his back. And suddenly, part of the warrior's body simply disappeared. This couldn't be, he thought, but it was reality nonetheless. Performing the necessary commands on the magic symbol, the sorceress Momon assured him that it was impossible to survive without her participation. She had always considered magic without imagination to be poor, but with her, magic would be like that, and Yang was still her student. But the knight asked the girl to be quiet. With enthusiasm, Momon, with a glowing symbol on her forehead, declared how long it had been since she had fought so well. They apologized to the barbarian chieftain, who could no longer do anything against his powerful opponents. The defeated bully seems to think he will no longer be able to keep the promise he made at sunset. But despite the bitterness of his loss, Habru expressed great hope for the coming of this beautiful world. The sorceress and the knight stood near the defeated chief, and Momon said how difficult it was for him to stop the barbarian, but he had not mastered what she had taught him. Having learned less than half of everything, Yang looked at Habru lying on the ground, calling him a strong opponent, even though he had been defeated in battle. The barbarian leader, who was still alive, could speak and address the boys with one important question. The unfortunate leader really wanted to know why his tribesmen had to die. He told how his tribe had simply fought and tried to survive in these harsh, barren lands, how they had wanted so much to put down roots here. Yang, who did not remain silent, reminded him of the aristocratic Beowulf family who lived in these parts. According to the elite knight, the noble family he mentioned was engaged in a struggle to defeat enemies such as these barbarians. Habru looked at his victor with amazement and now believes that after such a victory, he decided to joke around. Knight Jan was completely serious when he called his words to the leader sincere, calling his defeated opponent a strong and confident warrior. Habru asked the knight of the special detachment to fulfill one request, which surprised the young man. Before the battle with the royal forces, the chieftain saw how the girls saved a child from his tribe and asked them to spare the baby, because he was the last one. Turning away, Yang was amazed that his enemy was thinking about such things even as he lay dying. He asked the barbarian to calm down, because the child had been taken by a good man and would not be a slave when he grew up. Then the leader of the destroyed tribe began to rummage with his hand, looking for one item to give to the young man. Pulling out a fang on a string, Habru called it a symbol of the chief in his own life, and from now on, the item would be a symbol of a promise. The broken giant handed Yan the chief's bone necklace, and receiving it meant taking on his title. At that moment, the knight understood that he was not obliged to keep a promise made on his deathbed to a man, but he had doubts in this case. However, Jan did not want to refuse an opponent whom he respected, and so he took the necklace. Even smiling after that, Habru seemed to have fulfilled the most important mission of his life, and only wanted to talk about some hope of his. Suddenly, the chief's expression changed. He wanted to talk about his hope for a beautiful world. Yang told his dead rival that he would be reborn in a better place in the next life, but Habru could no longer hear him. Night fell, and in the duchy of the aristocrats of Beowulf, a meeting was held at which the knights were praised for their tremendous work. In the center of the room, a magical flame glowed, and mention was made of the knights' destruction of 2 outposts in battle and their victory over Chief Habru. Holding large mugs in their hands, the warriors listened to the speaker, who spoke of glory that belonged not to any one person, but to all who had shed their blood. And in honor of the great and glorious victory, the speaker called on the soldiers to raise their mugs of beer. It was William, the commander of the knights, who was ready to force anyone who was still standing sober to crawl on the ground. The brave warriors drank and raised toasts to the glory of the aristocratic house of Beowulf, whose banner flew on the flagpole. The knights, intoxicated not only by their successes in battle but also by beer, clinked their mugs and drank to the Beowulfs. Among the feasting warriors was the aristocrat Cruel Dwight, who raised his glass of foamy drink with great enthusiasm. Also present at the feast was a representative of a special detachment, Jan, who drank silently from his mug and glanced around. Not far from the crowd of knights, Lady Lorena Beowulf hid behind huge barrels, unwilling to join the other warriors. The girl could see the feasting warriors and hear their shouts and conversations perfectly well, but she continued to stand behind the wide barrels. Approaching her, William expressed his hope that Lorena was well, and she, at first calling him uncle, corrected herself and mentioned his military title. The commander was pleased with her well-being and reminded her how the lady had managed to defeat the chieftain in battle, but she denied her involvement in this. Excited by his triumph, William threatens to capture the remaining banners of the barbarian tribe if only Lorena gives the order, but she does not need to. Looking closely at the mistress of the estate, Commander William surmised that it was all because of that very night, bazaar. According to the commander of the warriors, Lady Lorena Beowulf is not very accustomed to the place where they all are now, but she should not be sad. Here are the Knights of the North. Those who do not know consider knighthood to be honorable and noble, that knights are people who fight with swords and die with honor in battle. William is sure that Baz must be happy with this, because he died defending his young mistress from a fierce enemy. Now he himself envies Baz because he would also like to die for Lorena, but he is too strong and therefore cannot die, and Lady Beowulf asked the warrior not to say such things. The leader of the knights remembered the child who had been brought back from the campaign by the men of the special detachment, and the girl herself had not forgotten him either. William promised to turn a blind eye to this incident, since that was the wish of his mistress Lorena, and she was instantly delighted. In return, the leader of the group of warriors, who immediately became serious, urges her not to become attached to the baby, mistakenly considering him a human being. She should think of him as a beast. In Lorena's opinion, it was too harsh to call a child that, but Uncle William assured her that barbarians were no different from animals, and even more dangerous than them. The commander of the knights told his niece about the internal disorder, which is more frightening than the external enemy. If this is allowed to happen, the duchy may find itself in great danger from terrible enemies in the future. Mr. William is sure that his relative cannot be unaware of all these negative prospects for her native lands. To the sudden surprise of the commander of the knights, the girl announced her readiness to take on this responsibility and asked him not to worry. Lorena Beowulf considers her duchy to be strong, and in her opinion, not so weak that it would fall because of one child. William kept his eyes fixed on the girl opposite him and mentioned the word responsibility himself. Suddenly, a picture from the past came to his mind, where a woman's voice was faintly calling him, and the girl's hand was lying on the blood-stained floor. After these painful memories, the leader of the warriors became even more angry and was ready to object to Lady Beowulf. He asked the young lady Lorena not to take responsibility lightly. After all, people can easily die if the enemy does not set foot on their land, and it is unknown whether Lorena will be able to take responsibility for the grief experienced by the families. Leaving the girl, the man decided to give her some advice, telling her to think carefully about it all one more time. Lorena called Uncle William, knowing him to be a kind man, as always, but she did not understand his cruelty towards the barbarian child. When the commander of the knightly squad left, the girl just looked silently in his direction, thinking about his words. Hans, who had approached, thought that William was there, and he also heard a scream, and the girl thought that her uncle was angry because of the barbarian child they had brought. The butler did not understand how the head of the knights dared to get angry at a young and innocent lady, and, indignant at his blindness because of his own children, Lorena asked him to calm down. Taking the girl's recommendation into account, Hans Marengo asked her to try to understand Mr. William, because there is a reason why he speaks that way. About 30 years ago, the time came to deal with the barbarians once and for all, and the warriors took up axes and other weapons. A young knight who took part in the campaign found himself in a burned village where he met a little barbarian on his way. He was standing in the cold without any clothes, not to mention the fact that he had no weapons with him. The knight reached out his hand to the child, expecting no harm from him, even though he was a representative of the enemy nation. After that encounter, the kingdom's warrior took the child in, even though other people tried to dissuade him, including the then warrior Hans Marengo. The boy seemed quiet, but his burning eyes hinted at a demonic nature, though the kind knight didn't pay much attention to that. After the end of hostilities in the territories controlled by the savages, the found child was brought to the mansion. The knight was often away from home, but his young bride looked after the baby, dressing and caring for him. For a whole year, the kind girl cared for the child with all her heart, and nothing seemed to foreshadow a cruel fate for her. Then on one ordinary day, the little barbarian's hellish tendencies awoke, and the days of his unfortunate stepmother were numbered. The estate seemed to continue living its normal life, and nothing outside indicated the tragedy that had occurred there. Dark and terrifying stains appeared on the carpet of the room, directly testifying to the tragedy that had occurred. The poor bride of the night lay on the floor with a knife in her chest. She had believed in the possibility of re-educating the savage with love, paying for it with her life. After committing the bloody murder, the barbarian child fled, and the knight discovered the dead body of his beloved too late. When he returned home, he mourned his beloved and asked for forgiveness for his absence, regretting that he had had to leave the house. Impressed by this terrible story, Lina learned from the butler Hans that after all this, the knight became the commander of the detachment. In subsequent battles, this warrior spared not even the children of the barbarians, and Lady Beowulf was struck by a sudden realization about this man. Hans immediately confirmed her thought, although he had not heard it, as that knight was Mr. William, her own uncle. Even as he mourned his innocently murdered bride, he was suddenly overcome with anger and regretted that he had not killed the savage back then. Lowering her head, Lina, who immediately became sad, knew nothing about such an unfortunate incident involving her uncle at that time. According to the butler, this had happened not only to him, but also to many other knights whose relatives or friends had died at the hands of the barbarians. The girl tried to say something to her father's butler, but she couldn't because she was too preoccupied with thoughts about the fate of the unfortunate knights. Asking the young lady not to be too hard on herself, Hans Marigo was unaware of Jan's presence, who was hiding behind one of the barrels. The knight understood what had happened, which meant that the commander would not change his mind, but Jan remembered the promise he had made to Habru after the battle near the rocks. Hans, the butler, who continued to talk to Lina, had not yet finished the story he was telling about the knight's misfortune. Currently, the barbarian tribes are uniting under various banners on their lands. And at the head of this powerful alliance stands the great chieftain Villiga, who is the very child adopted by William. Knight Jan was astonished by this important information. He thought about it and couldn't understand why this name had come up now. Before that, he had tried so hard to get any information about this leader Villaga from various sources. All this time, the savage had been connected to the territory of Beowulf. They had clearly been hiding this, but now Knight Jan knew everything. Thinking carefully about all this, the young man realized how lucky he was and that this information would be useful in the future in his search for village. Turning to Lina, the butler Hans did not consider his mistress to be wrong in the current situation, understanding that she was acting out of good intentions. The man then suggested leaving the barbarian child alone for a while, promising to take care of him, but Lina disagreed. She will never forgive Hans for this, and the butler suggests that his young mistress has another way out of the situation. Unexpectedly, Knight Jan appeared, who had a solution, while his colleague and the butler were looking for overly complicated solutions to a simple problem. He confirmed to Lina that it was a simple problem and asked her to stop worrying about it. Hans demanded that the young man not interfere in the affairs of the country, even though Jan was friends with Lady Beowulf. When the elite warrior of the special unit asked for the opportunity to talk about solving the problem, Hans and Lina agreed. The fighter reminded his comrades about Duke Beowulf, whom they would simply need to convince and obtain his permission. After all, the Duke holds the title of Lord of the Northern Territories, and no one would dare to argue with him if he gave his own permission. For the steward, all this was nonsense. He was sure that the head of the family would never allow it, and no one would dare ask the Duke for such a thing. Hearing these categorical words from her servants, Lina Beowulf thought for a moment, an interesting idea clearly forming in her mind. And to the butler's great surprise, the girl decided to do it and approach the Duke about a matter that was important to her. With firm determination, Lina promised to persuade her father and then accept whatever final decision he made regarding the fate of the barbarian child. Footsteps could be heard. Someone else was moving around the grounds of the huge castle. This person turned out to be William, the commander of the knightly squad, who had recently spoken with Lina. He recalled every moment of his conversation with Lady Beowulf and her pity for the barbarian child. Suddenly realizing that he had been rude to her, William assumed that the girl would now hate him, and this disappointed the knight. However, the brave commander could not allow the girl to suffer in the future because of the little savage who had appeared on her estate. The knight William recalled the scene when he returned home and saw the body of his unfortunate bride on the blood-stained floor. Walking through the courtyard of the huge ducal castle, the knight was surprised to hear bells ringing at such a late hour. He noticed the flag of the Knights of Miraz, who were the first detachment of Beowulf's territories, fluttering in the wind. While William was wondering about their quick return from the campaign, attributing it to the Duke's power, someone noticed the warrior's unimportant appearance, assuming he was worried. Before him stood Gion, captain of the Frost Knights, whom William had not seen for a long time, and he was glad to see him return. A surprising thought occurred to the astonished William regarding the return of the knights of the squad. After all, if these warriors led by Captain Gion were on the castle grounds, then the Duke himself must also be present. It was dark outside. Night had fallen on the huge Beowulf castle, where William talked to Gion and learned that the Duke had not returned. According to the captain, the Duke had sent the knights ahead and stayed behind on business. But William hoped that everything would be all right with his lord, who was himself in the North Sea. His comrade asked the commander of the knights not to worry about the Duke, because the North Sea was like a swimming pool for children to him. Captain Gion advised William not to worry about Lord Beowulf, but rather about the demonic creatures he had left behind in those lands. Gion also heard about the appearance of a barbarian child on the estate, brought there by Lady Lina, which could cause a lot of trouble. William tried to deny it, but Gion did not consider him extreme, and was worried about the lady, who had a kind heart and even thought about wounded animals day after day. William felt the same way, but Gion was interested in the special squad that had arrived with the lady and whether they could be trusted, but William called them skilled, albeit young. The commander of the Knights of the Estate remembered Yan, calling him a very remarkable young man, but with him the lady had nothing to worry about. The captain of Miraz's troops understood this perfectly well and wanted to say something about the boy's age, but couldn't bring himself to do so. Let Lady Lina be with them again, but Gion had a bad feeling, and William became curious about what was bothering him now. The captain of the Frost Knights had a feeling that a typhoon was about to engulf Beowulf Castle, over which a quiet and peaceful night had fallen. The next day, interesting events took place in the wing of Beowulf Castle, connected with the life of a special detachment in these lands. In a large room, there was a kind of arena where the knights of the estate could train. The sorceress Momon drank a yellow drink through a straw, enjoying her time in this large place. Everything here was free for her, including drinks, which made the sorceress very happy. Momon remembered how the castle's inhabitants had argued over the barbarian child for several days, but recently they had calmed down noticeably. Yin warned of a suspension of attacks on the barbarians for several days. They managed to take 3 banners, but it was unclear when the rest would be taken. But that didn't stop the sorceress. She asked Yan to keep his eyes open, stop mindlessly thrusting his sword, and learn to use magic. Because of this, Momon spent all the mana she had secretly saved up. But John recognized her as incredible, and the sorceress asked for even more praise for herself. But at one point, her companion began to behave strangely and rejoice, which prompted the girl to have certain thoughts. Yang deceived Momon, which greatly angered her. Had he completely lost his fear, since he decided to take all the mana of the ancient demon Lich, demanding that she return it? Meanwhile, in the wing of Beowulf Castle, a battle was taking place between 2 men who were fighting each other with wooden and iron swords. During training with Cruel Dwight, William, the commander of the knights, asked him to dodge to the right and be bolder when attacking the enemy. The experienced commander pointed out his partner's overly rough movements and demanded that he lunge deeper. Exhausted by the sparring, the aristocrat Cruel was only angry that he had failed to outplay his opponent in the training battle. Thinking about this, Dwight did not consider the conditions of the confrontation to be fair because he had a wooden sword while William had a real one, so it was impossible to win with a stick. Continuing to consider it unfair to fight with such an advantage, Cruel nevertheless rushed into the attack, which pleased William because his opponent was determined to win. Yan watched the sparring match between his colleague from the special unit and the commander of the knights. Momon didn't understand why they had suddenly started training, but her companion was bored for some reason, which Jan reluctantly agreed with. During the battle with Habru, the talented knight realized that he still had many shortcomings, and if it weren't for Momon, he would have been in danger again. While the sorceress laughed and asked the guy not to deceive her, thinking he was sucking up to her, Yang learned that he had found a clue about Astalon. Recalling the moment he encountered the legendary weapon in the armory, the knight remembered how the sword began to resist when he touched it. But the northern knights felt nothing when they encountered this sword. To one of them, it simply seemed heavy and nothing more. Yang linked his problem to Beowulf Snow Spirit's special magical technique, which is capable of increasing the amount of mana in the so-called dungeon. Understanding well that Snow Spirit works like the heart of mana, the young man tried to find out if it was possible to learn this technique somehow. The sorceress Momon, who was standing next to him, could not understand why the aristocrat Cruel Dwight continued to spar with Commander William. According to John, Dwight was tired of being beaten by him, so Cruel asked others to beat him up. Momon called herself Lich, and her comrades seemed very inhuman to her. Suddenly, a man approached Jan and addressed him by name, which surprised him. It was Captain Jian, who was pleased to meet the talented young man, as they had not met before, and Jan responded warmly to his words. After respectfully greeting the knight, Jan introduced himself, mentioning his special unit, and apologized for not introducing himself earlier. The captain asked the young man not to worry about such trifles, as he had already heard about Jan's victory over the leader Habru, which was very good for someone of his young age. Considering himself lucky, the young man pointed to Lorena and other members of the squad who had fought Habru in unison, while he himself had only finished the fight, and Jian just laughed. He was curious why Yang called Lorena by her first name, which was a sign of familiarity, meaning they were more than just friends, and urged the young man to answer him immediately. Thinking of the local men as abnormal, Yang assured him that the captain had misunderstood, that he and Lorena hardly ever spoke, which Guion accepted and apologized for. He asked why John doesn't talk to the lady, thinking that she doesn't like him, or maybe he doesn't like her, and the captain admitted that the knight had offended the girl. But now Captain Guion understood perfectly well why William, the commander of the knights, praised this young man Yan. The man came to understand that the young man was at the 5th level, and that this was not a strict limit for him in service. In this regard, the captain admitted that Yan had enormous military potential, which meant he was a very valuable person. Another wooden sword flashed through the air, the kind that the fighters used so actively during training sessions at Beowulf Castle. The weapon fell into Jan's hands, and he was offered to compete in a sparring match in the arena of the aristocrat's family castle. The proposal came from Captain Jian, who said that even the youngest of his subordinates was capable of giving the young man a good beating. One such military craftsman was a knight from Morosmir's detachment, who introduced himself to John and appeared to be an extremely calm person. No one noticed the slight smile that appeared on the face of Jan, a former low-ranking recruit who had been given a remarkable opportunity. Although it made no particular difference to him, the young man could not refuse Captain Jian himself and was obliged to spar with this man's people. When the brave Jan offered Jian and the other fighters real swords, the Knight Mira's face showed noticeable surprise. The Imperial warriors standing in a row with hoods on their heads were in a state of shock, digesting Yang's strange proposal. As if trying to defuse the situation, Gian smiled and called modern youth insolent, hinting at Yang. Then with a cool exclamation, he addressed Knight Mir, who still couldn't get over Jan's initiative. The captain urged his subordinate not to hold back in the upcoming battle and to fight with all his might, and he accepted the order. Jumping up, Mir tried to strike his insolent and self-confident opponent, believing that he would be better off wielding a real sword. Holding a wooden weapon in his hands, John kept his eyes on his opponent, reading all his moves in the confrontation. Suddenly, everything glowed with an incredibly bright light. Yang's face changed, and his eyes sparkled with a magical glow. Something spun rapidly in the air under the ceiling of this huge room in the wing of Beowulf Castle. And now the stump of the very wooden sword with which Yang had fought his rival Mira was falling down. Witnessing this unusual event, Captain Yeon's eyes widened in surprise, and he could barely utter 2 words. The commander's knights seemed to share his mood. They could not understand how such a miracle had happened during their comrade's sparring match with a stranger. The wooden sword was near the throat of the defeated Knight Mira, which meant that the Imperial warrior had been defeated by the new recruit. Everyone around was amazed at how Yan defeated the Knight of Miraz's squad with just 1 blow in a quickly ended duel. Yang's eyes burned as if he had transformed into a demon during the battle. But now he asked his opponent if he was okay. Meanwhile, in the northern forest of stone spikes, other characters were involved in their own events. On the ledge of one of the rocks, a man asked the man sitting behind him about a certain person who might still be in the North Sea. The bald-headed old man in a single robe confirmed that Beowulf would not be returning to his duchy. The man who asked him about the head of the castle silently accepted the information about Beowulf's absence from his ancestral estate. Then he ordered the old man to summon the leaders of the barbarian tribes, and the old man opened his eyes in surprise at the unusual instruction. This had to be done on behalf of the chieftain Villagey himself, who was standing on the cliff ledge giving orders to the old man. The iron sword was stuck into the floor with its tip, which meant that another confrontation had also ended. The owner of the weapon turned out to be Cruel Dwight, who knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, and admitted defeat to his opponent. Laughing, William praised him for his skills, which improved right during the sparring, a frightening talent. Cruel called it a joke, saying he hadn't even struck a single blow. According to William, Dwight almost hit him, because the distance was 600 sheets of paper, which is a lot for Cruel, but the commander was just joking. William is confident that Cruel will become stronger in the future, even if he leaves Beowulf Manor now and stops training together. The defeated aristocratic knight only grudgingly thanked Commander William for his words of praise. Noticing the knights from Moras's squad approaching, a surprised William inquired about the purpose of their sudden visit to the sparring ground. The fighters quickly told him in detail about the results of the confrontation between Jan from the special squad and the Imperial Knight Mir. Hearing all this, the astonished William could not believe that the young man had defeated Mir himself using only a wooden sword. The knight standing near Jan grumbled and talked about the disgrace to the Moraz squad, and the young man realized how his victory had hurt their pride. But some of the knights standing in the front row looked at Jan with enthusiasm and considered him an incredible guy, which surprised him. Then the defeated Mir approached the young man and thanked him for the sparring. Jan asked him not to do so, but did not have time to finish his sentence. With a complete lack of emotion, Mir acknowledged his defeat and praised his opponent, noting his excellent abilities for his age. Mir's comrades laughed at him and considered him useless for his old age and pretending to be tough, which upset the young man himself. Young immediately noticed the warrior's attitude towards their comrade, surprised by his carefree reaction to the offensive remarks. For many knights, their honor and pride are above all else, and they usually get very upset when they lose in battle or dispute the results. In a place like this, they risk their lives in every battle, and it is surprising that this did not hurt Mira's pride. This is where their strength lies, and it is not for nothing that they are called the Northern Wall. While Yang was thinking about the difficult fate of his opponents, the next knight volunteered to spar with Yang. Distinguished by his strong physique, the young man introduced himself as Loran, a knight of Miraz's squad, number 99. Yang gave his name and asked his new opponent to go easy on him, as he had not yet learned how to use Northern mana, but that was okay. Accepting the challenge, the former low-ranking cadet entered the next confrontation, crossing wooden swords with Miraz Loran, a knight of the squad. Already in the heat of battle, wielding his weapon, Laurent wanted to apologize to Jan for Mira's behavior, as he had treated his opponent without due respect. That is why the knight, determined to win, intends to fight his opponent from the special squad with all his might. Jan saw all this and was also ready for a fierce confrontation with a strong man, not intending to retreat. Noticing the trajectory of Lauren's sword, the member of the special unit immediately drew conclusions about his skill level. Having learned the first form of the frosty sword of ice and snow, the elite knight from the training center considered it a fairly systematic factor. Taking all this into account, Yang decided to act on his own to fight the battle and achieve victory. The unexpected move made by his opponent noticeably surprised the knight of the Frost Squad, Loren, as he had not expected it at all. Using his usual method in battle, Yang looked at Loren and thought that his opponent was confident in his speed. Carried away by the battle, Loren lost sight of Yang for a moment and did not know that he was already approaching him from behind. Turning sharply, he seemed to catch his opponent and tried to deliver his most powerful blow to win the fight. There was a flash of light after the collision of the two strong warriors, and it is unknown whether either of them survived such an attack. One of the guys coughed, sighing heavily. The battle was difficult for both participants, each of whom was striving for victory. Seizing the right moment, Yang delivered a deft blow with his right elbow to the ribs of Loren, who did not expect this maneuver. The knight himself, still standing, thought that his opponent had decided to lure him in with ordinary clothing. The next moment, the representative of Miraz's squad collapsed, touched the floor with his fingers, and cursed with a smirk. Getting to his feet, Lauren nobly admitted defeat. He realized how incredible Jan was when their swords clashed, and the guy thanked him for his words. Stunned by what they had seen, the knights admired Jan's victory and began to seek out new opponents for Jan, complaining to the deputy commander about those who had jumped the queue. Jan looked on in surprise at his own subordinates, who were so eager to spar with the new recruit. After asking Gian what he thought of Jan and hearing his understanding of the reasons for the young man's boasting, William highly praised Cruel's skill, but still considered Jan to be on a different level. They called the chief instructor a slithering reptile, considering him the one who made Jan what he was, and perceiving him as a politician who had achieved success. For John and William, Damian was very greedy for talents like Jan, and the captain thought it would be right for the instructor to send the knight to their duchy. Guyon cannot allow a fly like Jan to fly around the lady, because he can seduce her, so the warriors must be on guard, and William agreed with him. Agreeing with the captain, the commander is sure that Jan cannot be so rude to their lady, and then the leaders called on the men to finish for today. And tomorrow it was decided to attack again, and the chief instructor, Damian, mentioned by the knights, appeared with his terrifying burning eyes. While incredible sparring matches between the knights of Miraz's squad and a special squad were taking place in the wing of the Beowulf aristocrat's castle, evening fell. Suddenly, a certain instrument sounded. Gian assumed it was a horn, and William confirmed this, because such a thing only happened in emergency situations. The commanders addressed all the knights on the estate, and Jan, among others, strained his ears so as not to miss anything that was said. To his surprise, Hans Maringo, the butler, appeared in armor and armed, calling on all the warriors of the territory to take up arms. Approaching Gian and William, Hans addressed them with urgent news, informing them of an attack on their lands. They looked at him and did not understand who it could be. The sturdy oak gates seemed capable of reliably protecting Duke Beowulf's castle from enemy invasion. In the next moment, a pointed battering ram pierced the fortress gates, and fragments of the structure flew through the air. Those who witnessed this immediately understood that it was he who had come to them, for this creature had been spoken of many times before. Behind the broken castle gate stood an endless number of shadows with burning eyes preparing to storm the castle. At the head of the huge army of terrifying monsters and barbarians was the great leader Villaga, whose expression spoke of his desire to destroy the castle. John watched the invasion and was surprised that it had come at this particular moment and that Vili was involved. But the young man remembered very well that now was not the time for his attack. Had the course of history changed again? The powerful and high walls of Duke Beowulf's fortress remained untouched, and it was extremely difficult to climb them. It was here that Hans Mering, the butler dressed in iron armor, William, the commander of the knights, and Captain Guyon were surveying the area. The steward saw the enemy army break through the third wall and became concerned about the enemy's rapid advance across the territory. William asked the approaching warrior about the situation and learned that the third detachment of knights was busy fortifying the second wall. It was impossible to defend the third wall. The inhabitants had to be evacuated and retreat to the second wall. But there were too many enemies, and it would not be easy to fight them. The commander learned how strong the enemy was. According to rough estimates, up to 30,000 individuals had approached the duchy. The leader is outraged that the rangers of the duchy did not learn of the enemy's advance, but the knight allowed them to die, and the enemies took advantage of the moment and attacked them. First, the butler, Hans, ordered Guyon and the knights of Miraz's squad to help evacuate the residents and retreat to the walls of Beowulf Castle. William, who was leading his squad, had to head for the second wall to meet the enemy. Hans understands their feelings but calls on them to defend the castle. Standing a little to the side, Jan heard the commander's calls to hurry up, accompanied by shouts and curses. Once again, history changed at the event that worried Jan the most. He does not know what difference from his past life had such an impact that changed upon his arrival here. Jan remembered well how Duke Beowulf skillfully restrained the great chieftain Vili and prevented him from invading the territory of the aristocrats. Now the young man did not know if the barbarian chieftain Vili could defeat the Duchy of Beowulf. Remembering Lorena, Jan could not understand what could have changed when Lady Beowulf, he himself, and everyone else decided to go to the northern lands. He thought about it intently, analyzing the events that had taken place. trying to understand what had led to the changes in history. Meanwhile, one of Vilaga's subordinates approached him, called him a great leader, and told him about the breakthrough of the third wall and the subsequent advance. Ordering the troops not to rush, Vilaga demanded that fast and sharp-eyed individuals be sent there, as they really needed to break through it. Hearing all this, Yang became angry, now understanding what the savage leader Vilaga was aiming for. According to the young warrior's assumption, the leader plans to take Lady Lorena Beowulf hostage. A fierce fire had already engulfed the area near the western gate of the second wall of the castle of the aristocratic Beowulf family. The third detachment of Beowulf White Knight Knights has already entered into direct confrontation with the first ranks of the invading savages, trying to stop them. The commanders ordered their subordinates not to let the barbarians enter the castle itself. Even if their lives were hanging by a thread, they had to fight with gritted teeth. The second captain of the White Knight detachment continued to give orders and demanded that the knights hold their ground until the Duke returned. But in the next moment, a huge axe wielded by one of the savages took the life of this brave warrior, and he fell in battle. The barbarians, continuing their assault on the estate, urged their comrades to rage in order to achieve the desired victory over the knights with the help of powerful weapons. Fighting against the brave defenders of the fortress, the formidable invaders spoke of the coming time of bloody revenge on their enemies. During today's battle, the barbarians will honor the memory of their fallen brothers and pray for them in their quest to achieve the long-awaited victory. The great chieftain Vilaga, who led the horde of savages, called on the barbarians to avenge their brothers who had died in previous clashes with the knights. Now he was completely confident that today would pass, and the new masters of the northern territories would be them, the barbarian tribes. One of the invaders experienced intense pain when he was nearly pierced by a powerful stream of light magic launched by one of the girls from the special squad. This would not have been possible without the sharp swords of the brave defenders of Beowulf Castle. Lorena, the owner of the weapon, looked around and worried about Cheryl, but her comrade assured her that she was fine. Lorena noticed groups of barbarians running towards them, and at this rate the defenders would have to retreat, and Cheryl couldn't see the end of them. Then Lady Beowulf asked her friend not to fight here, but to go and help evacuate the children while her friend worried about her, left alone. But it would be easier for Lauren to escape if she stayed alone, and she repeated her order for Cheryl to leave and save the children. Obeying the order, Cheryl leaves but promises to return soon, asking her to hold on. Lauren continues to talk about the need to take care of the children. Left alone, the brave girl looked at the castle tower and the glow around it, thinking about the sudden invasion of barbarians on her native estate. Suddenly, a terrifying laugh rang out behind Lorena, which clearly could not have come from the Imperial Knights or her friends. Very quickly, a huge barbarian appeared next to the girl, swinging his axe, delighted to have found Lorena. Seconds passed, but the savage did not rush to strike, as if something was preventing him from carrying out his evil plan. Lady Beowulf did not try to run away to save herself, but stood still, not understanding why the barbarian warrior was hesitating to strike. In response, the savage only cried out in pain and could no longer do anything bad to the young defender of the family estate. Jan stood next to her, looking sternly at the girl and helping her avoid a terrible fate. Jan had finally found his companion, but Lorena did not understand why he had been searching for her. After that, the elite knight of the special squad took his friend by the hand with determination, intending to take her away from there. As they began to run away, Lorena asked why he had grabbed her and where they were going, but the guy said they needed to hurry and return to the castle immediately. According to him, the main target of the invading enemies was Lauren Beowulf, and the girl was very surprised to learn this. The great chieftain Vilaga was targeting the aristocrat in this attack because she was the Duke's weak spot. And this savage wants to use her as bait to lure out the Duke. And while the knights are holding him back, if the chieftain makes his move, victory will be theirs. Jan is completely confident that if the barbarian warriors capture Lady Beowulf here, the resisting people will have no chance. Even if everyone perishes defending the family castle, the young man believes it is important to escape for Lorena, but she disagrees, not understanding how she can leave on her own. As the young people were running, they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from nearby. The boy and girl stopped and looked at the tower of Beowulf Castle, which was crashing down to the ground with a huge crash. They couldn't believe it and quickly let go of each other's hands to avoid being hit by the huge tower. Glancing at his companion, Yang asked her to run away from there. The collapsing tower was rapidly falling to the ground, and a bright glow of fire caused by the actions of the bloodthirsty hordes of savages was blazing around them. The other towers of the huge castle of the aristocratic Beowulf family were still standing, but the fire was beginning to reach one of them, and the partially destroyed tower was in danger of soon repeating the fate of its predecessor. A girl sat on the ground, complaining about her leg, which had been injured during the rapid movement. It was Lina, who felt incredible pity for the tower destroyed by the barbarians, not knowing who could have done such a thing. Looking with great regret at the crumbling tower of her native estate, Lina continued to call out to the knight Jan. Suddenly, a new voice sounded nearby, calling their acquaintance too abrupt, and Lina immediately recognized the stranger. With her eyes wide open in surprise and fear, she looked at this new acquaintance, who was none other than the great leader of the barbarians himself. Standing at the top of the tower, the formidable Vilaga was himself a little surprised that the aristocrat knew him. The leader of the savages, his eyes burning in the darkness, no longer saw the need to introduce himself to the girl watching him. This terrifying stranger frightened the young lady, who involuntarily averted her gaze, with his appearance and mannerisms. For the first time in her life, someone other than her own father had made the unfortunate girl feel such fear. If the battle lasted a long time, Lina, with her injured leg, would have no chance of victory, so she had to finish off the barbarian leader with one blow. At that moment, Vilaga noticed that Lina was focusing all her mana in one place, which greatly surprised her. Then in an instant, the huge savage was next to Lady Beowulf, which shocked her almost completely. The poor girl did not even notice the approach of this bloodthirsty stranger and did not feel it at all. The terrible Vilaga, the great leader of the hordes of barbarians who had attacked the duchy, stared at her with burning eyes. Promising the girl that he would not touch her if she remained quiet and calm, the fearsome savage called her a valuable trump card. Lina did not like such words and suggestions coming from the terrible barbarian, and she looked at him with obvious disapproval. Feeling his superiority over the supposedly defenseless girl, the great barbarian leader smiled and appreciated Lina's youth. And the famous Dark Wolf, thanks to whom Knight John defeated his opponents on the battlefield, was already getting involved. The leader of the savages, Vilaga, reacted in time to the appearance of the young man, whom he could see through and struck him with his powerful blow. Lina, who saw everything perfectly, screamed in fear for Jan's life, but was unable to help him at that moment. The triumphant leader of the strangers admitted that he had known from the very beginning that the young knight was in his ambush, his eyes following him. But then something unexpected happened that took the barbarian's joy away, and he became visibly astonished. The invader thought he had killed the knight, and that he would fall dead to the ground, but the young man disappeared, and Vilaga attributed this to magic. Right next to him, the great chieftain heard Jan remark, ironically, that his opponent had not noticed the difference, relying only on his own eyes. Holding Lauren Beowulf in his arms, Yang called what had happened a simple magical illusion, and she was curious how he had managed to create it. The disappointed Vili only had to watch the knight, who had deftly slipped away from his huge fist in the battle that had barely begun. As soon as John told the great chieftain that their meeting would have to take place later, Lina suddenly demanded to be released. Before the young man could object to his friend, she punched the guy who had saved her in the face and continued to ask to be released immediately. Villager believes that Yang is bragging too much about how he tricked the chief once, promising to tear the brave knight to pieces in just 1 minute. The elite warrior of the special unit, who looked more optimistic, did not think that his formidable opponent had that much time. Dissatisfied with Jan's words, the great chieftain kept his eyes on him, but did not yet openly express his hatred for the insolent knight. While Vilaga is busy with Jan, his target will slip away, but the leader pointed out that she is right in front of him now. The knight disagrees, but he has the barbarian's true goal in mind. John speaks of the legendary sword Astalon, for the leader of the barbarian hordes truly desires to obtain this very weapon. As others say, this dragon sword gives its owner the power to win every new battle with enemies. With Astalon, the conquest of the empire will cease to be just a dream, and this is what the savage Vilaga wants so badly. And the knight John is ready to tell the barbarian leader where to find this incredible weapon that he desires so much. But in return, the elite warrior of the special squad takes Lady Lina Beowulf with him, because he has extremely important business with her. Having finally let the girl go, Yang now listened to Vili, who asked the young man again about getting the sword if he let them go. Lorena did not know about the existence of the dragon sword, but Yang informed her that it was in the armory, and the lady feared that the knight would give Astalon to the barbarian. That was exactly what the young man intended to do, but instead of the real sword, he would give his opponent a fake. Jan himself was concerned about the fact that Vilai had spent his childhood in the Duchy of Beowulf, which meant that the barbarian might know about the dragon sword there. The burning eyes of the barbarian chieftain would allow him to easily determine the nature of this incredible weapon. Even without realizing the true value of Astalon, this savage would not ignore it, so now Jan hopes that Vilaga will take his bait. After thinking for a while, the giant remained silent and then asked for the name of the dragon sword, as that is what people call it. Yang also kept his eyes on his opponent and assessed the barbarian's interest in the weapon. The excited savage called Astalon a legendary ruler's sword, passed down from generation to generation in their tribe. Delighted but not showing it, John pointed out to his opponent that he had no time because soon the knights would take Astalon to a safe place. Moreover, Duke Beowulf would soon return to his estate, so village would have to choose between Lorena and the coveted sword. When the barbarian chieftain said he didn't like the choice, Jan was a bit surprised, not expecting that reaction from the strong guy. In this regard, Villiga decided to go with the third option, and Lorena and Jan cautiously watched their cruel enemy. The chief barbarian rushed forward, finding himself between the two, intending to kill Jan, take the girl, and seize the coveted sword. The knight of the special squad instantly reacted to his opponent's quick attack, assessing the speed of his movements. The daughter of Duke Loren Beowulf watched the lightning-fast movements of the bloodthirsty enemy with great fear. With burning demonic eyes, he looked at Vilaga's men as if he had become a terrifying shadow, wanting to destroy poor Jan right now. The barbarian chieftain used his battle aura, and as a result, a powerful gust of wind began to blow Loren and Jan away. Now the knight feared for his companion, who could not stay on her feet, and tried to shout to her. The villain, continuing his attack, called Jan an arrogant brat who was thinking hard about how to save Lorena. Veliga, who tried to crush the knight Jan with his huge foot, was outraged by the young man's desire to negotiate with him. The barbarian was going to force his young opponent to beg for another chance to tell him where the sword was. Suddenly, a bright light shone in front of the brute, preventing him from carrying out his bloodthirsty plans to kill the warrior. In his fit of rage, the savage fails to notice the smile on his opponent's face. For a moment, the great chief Villiga was confused, not quite understanding what was happening. His next move was to apply gravitational pressure, causing many fragments to fly in different directions. One of these fragments landed nearby, and Knight Yang, who was fleeing from the formidable savage, landed on it. With great difficulty, the young man managed to evade the attempts on his life by the barbarian who dreamed of destroying the Imperial Knights. Noticing how his opponent had restrained his attack, John began to have doubts, but Villiga demanded silence, and he stopped because of a question. The barbarian leader pointed out that the elite knight of the special detachment was wearing the very bracelet on his belt that he had received from Habru. Fully understanding what this item was, the leader Vilaga now wanted to know where the young man had gotten this bracelet. The giant was very surprised when he found out who Knight Yang had received this unusual item from. Recalling during the conversation how he had dealt a fatal blow to Habru, the warrior from the training center for recruits said that Habru had entrusted the bracelet to him. Standing next to the dying chief of the savage tribe, John heard the defeated enemy's request to fulfill his last wish. Vilai was interested in the last moments of Habru's life, and John told him how the chief, being a strong warrior, thought about his tribe until the very end. After hearing this story, the leader of the northern savages now wants to know from Yang the location of the legendary sword Astalon. If the knight of the special detachment agrees to do this, the chieftain agrees to set him free, out of respect for the man who took on Habru's will. But when Vilaga suggests that Jan abandon Lorne, the savage threatens to kill the young man if he refuses. The knight knows that he is unable to defeat the barbarian, so he brings up the sword. According to the barbarian, his opponent is not even from the Duchy of Beowulf, and he suggests not engaging in a senseless battle in which he risks losing his life. The proposal displeased Jan, and he tried to object to his enemy, but did not have time to do so. Lady Lorena Beowulf sat on the ruins of the fortress wall of her ancestral castle, feeling less than her best. The girl seemed to be in a state of oblivion, but suddenly someone disturbed her peace, telling her how he had disturbed the peace of the beautiful aristocrat. It was the barbarian leader Villiga, who crossed his huge arms over his broad chest near the daughter of Duke Beowulf. Raising his large hand above the defenseless girl's head, the invader announced his desire to see the Duke's reaction to this. The barbarian was very interested in the expression on his rival's face after he saw his own daughter in such a terrible state. While the leader of the savage hordes was anticipating his victory over Lina and her loyal knights, someone called him an idiot, which surprised the stranger. It was Lady Beowulf, who believed that the self-confident village relied too much on his own eyesight, which angered him. That is why the barbarian is deceived time and time again, and then the girl's figure scattered into many pieces, and it was the magic of puppets. The aristocrat asked her opponent not to worry, because the information about the sword voiced by Jan was true, and suggested that he hurry up with his search. Realizing that he had been cleverly deceived by the representatives of the knightly group, the savage struck Jan's figure with great hatred, calling him unpleasant names. At this time, the real Jan was telling Lorene how he had pointed out the location of the sword village, but they had managed to get far away, and the barbarian would go after the weapon, not them. Momum spoke admiringly of the savage's level of magic, calling it exceptional, which could not be said of Jan's toy, and he agreed that it was impressive. After asking her companion about his intention to take Habru's bracelet with him, the sorceress learned that Yang knew it was impossible to reach the savage. It seemed that the bracelet had helped him, and now the loyal knight was going to wake Lina to get the sword Astalon, which was very important to him, with her help. Yan did not give up, and let the mage not think that he would retreat after going through so many trials. Responding to Momon's question about the victory over Vilaga, he mentioned a protective spell. Without it, the fearsome savage will not be able to get to the legendary weapon just like that, and when that happens, the knight will have everything under control in this matter. The Duke of Beowulf's armory contained a large number of various weapons, including axes and swords. Behind the wooden doors of the room, there was some kind of strange noise, as if someone was approaching the armory. Suddenly, in the next moment, the sturdy doors of the complex were blown to smithereens by an incredible blast wave. The barbarian chieftain Vilaga appeared at the entrance to the armory, wondering if he had come to the right place, as Jan had told him. Looking at the armory of Beowulf's estate, the floor of which was littered with debris, the savage sensed an unusual magic. In front of the invader stood the legendary sword Astalon, which seemed to be surrounded by some kind of magic. Without taking his eyes off it, the fearsome barbarian continued to admire the ruler's sword, planning to use it for his bloodthirsty purposes. Approaching the long-awaited weapon, Vilaga examined the sword and planned to use it to confront the Duke. Trying to grab the hilt of Astalon, the great leader of the barbarian tribes was already thinking about how he would kill the Duke with this iron weapon. And what had already happened to the knight John, who had also attempted to easily seize the ancient sword, happened again. An incredible light rose up and someone's metallic voice boomed, declaring the rough savage unworthy of wielding Astalon. Vilaga stood with a surprised expression on his face, trying to understand what this great sword, skillfully wielding magic, was doing now. To some extent, the savage began to resent the fact that the sword dared to raise its voice against the greatest leader of the barbarians. For now, the formidable barbarian silently watched the proceedings, unable to say a word. He stood in the stream of light, then smiled slightly and mentally called what was happening a sweet moment. Demanding that Astalon stop whining, Vilaga resolutely grabbed its hilt, intending to finally take possession of the great weapon. The excited savage stared at the sword with burning eyes, asking it not to resist and to pass into the possession of the mad barbarian. Vilaga laughed eerily, continuing to hold Astalon in his huge paws, thinking that the sword had calmed down a little. While the leader of the savage hordes was thinking about taking possession of Astalon, he did not notice a small crack appearing in the ceiling of the armory. The man in military knight's uniform who appeared from the crack in the ceiling, to the great surprise of the savage celebrating his triumph, did not agree with this at all. Hans Marengo, the butler who had unexpectedly appeared in the armory, formerly an imperial knight, intended to destroy his enemy, Vilai. The chieftain was very unhappy about the appearance of an outsider who dared to interfere with him at such an important moment. Raising his sword decisively, the giant was ready to destroy his opponent without regret. At this time, the knights John and Lina Beowulf came to a shelter near the tower, which was protected from detection by Mana. Jan asked the girl to stay here and rest until everything is over, but she refuses to listen to such nonsense, determined to continue fighting. In the young man's opinion, The beautiful aristocrat will not be able to fight the barbarians with her injured leg, but for her it is a trifle. Everyone is fighting, and Lina cannot hide and sit idly by while blood is being shed on her land. And it seems to Jan that the lady ceases to be cold-blooded when her family's mentioned. Does she really see her role as having to go out onto the battlefield? Jan doesn't think Lina should sit idly by. She must do something to defeat Villaga. The daughter of Duke Beowulf immediately asked what her task was in this important mission to defend against the bloodthirsty enemy. As soon as the girl promised to do everything she could to capture the fearsome savage, Jan made an important appeal to her. Moving closer to his friend from the special squad, Jan asked her to give up everything most precious that was inside Lina herself. The aristocrat looked at her companion in utter bewilderment, not understanding what he was talking about. But Yang assured her that with this thing, they could defeat Vilai. Suddenly, she understood the meaning of the knight's proposal and looked at him in surprise. The sorceress Momon, who appeared nearby, was angry and indignant at how Yang could say such a thing to a girl he knew. Immediately realizing his mistake, the young man instantly began to assure the saddened Lady Beowulf that she had misinterpreted his words. Yang asked his companion to teach him the magical technique of the Snow Soul Steps, and this proposal somewhat surprised the daughter of the Duke of the Northern Lands. Almost pressing Lina against the wall, the knight said that it was not a lack of time for details, but that this technique was their chance to defeat Vilai, and without the steps, Jan would not be able to do it. Disappointment appeared on the young man's face when his companions in the special unit thought he was crazy. Lina pushed the warrior's hand away and explained that the technique of the Snow Soul Steps was secret and was only passed down within the Beowulf family. The girl cannot teach this technique to anyone, including the knight Jan himself. This is a rule that the Beowulf family has followed for centuries. The main events of the evening unfolded in the spire of the second floor of the Duke's estate's armory. In the next second, the upper turret flew down, and the spire partially split due to a powerful magical shot of light. Fighting with Hans, Villaga accused him of theft while the old man's subordinates were dying in battle, so he understood what he was doing. Armed with a sharp, cold weapon, the butler said he had come here to destroy the rat that had entered his house. The former knight intended to achieve his goal with the help of the 12th form of the Snow Soul, the White Flower. The barbarian chief guessed that his experienced opponent was using white flowers, which were employed by the steward of the ducal estate. The magical technique was so powerful that under its influence, the stone tower quickly crumbled into separate fragments that fell to the ground. The leader of the savages saw all this clearly and appreciated the skill of his mature opponent. Villaga noticed how each petal was covered with the sword's reinforced aura, and he could not have imagined that there was a person in the mansion who was equal in strength to the Duke. But as he prepared to retreat, the great barbarian chieftain strained all his enormous muscles to successfully oppose his powerful opponent. The actions of the butler Hans were not enough to stop the barbarian leader, who used a combat aura called Rain. With the help of this aura, Villaga seemed to have gained a second win and planned to defeat his experienced opponent in the next minute. The incredible magical downpour proved to be the most serious weapon in the barbarian's arsenal, and Hans was surprised to see his petals destroyed. Villaga's crazy eyes burned brightly, and the savage, possessed by death, rushed forward and demanded that Hans get out of his way. Unable to strike his old enemy, Hans looked at the barbarian with anger and regretted that he was not as young as he used to be. Among the ruins of the huge palace complex lay the legendary sword Astalon, stuck point first into the ground. A knight from the elite group at the Yang Training Center approached the weapon he so desperately wanted to get his hands on for successful battles with his enemies. Standing directly in front of the magically glowing sword, the young man expressed confidence in his timely arrival here. One of the knights was pleased that Yang was the first to go to the armory, but the young man would not last long there. Momon, who was standing next to the high-ranking warrior, reminded him of Vilai, who would immediately sense the reaction of the great sword. Yang knew this even without the sorceress's words. But until all this happened, the brave knight was going to put an end to the barbarian leader's atrocities with the help of Astalon. As soon as Yang grabbed the hilt of the legendary weapon, lightning bolts of glowing magic appeared around it. As before, Yang was engulfed in an incredible glow, but this time it was even stronger and brighter, as if the young man had finally taken possession of the sword. The warrior stared at the weapon's magic in a state of excitement, realizing what he had actually gotten his hands on. Before that, Lina had told him about the rule of her house, which her ancestors had adhered to for many centuries. And then the bright glow reappeared, striking the girl, who had not expected to see anything like it. Outraged by this tradition of adhering to the rule, Yang reminded Lorena of her own warriors, sarcastically suggesting that they were not so important to her. Yang demanded that she either follow the rule or lose her subordinates. The girl would have to break it if she wanted to save the Imperial Knights. Understanding the logical arguments of her comrade in the special unit, the aristocrat still hesitated to make the right decision. She immediately recalled a scene from her childhood when she was asked not to mention the name of the man who had broken the rule of their duchy. After such memories, the girl immediately recognized the young man's rightness in his most important matter. And unexpectedly, for the most surprised Yan, Lady Beowulf grabbed his hand and declared the need to do what was necessary now. The aristocrat promised the young man that she would entrust him with everything she possessed, causing a strange feeling in Yan, who did not understand her actions. At a crucial moment, the Duke's daughter asked the young man to focus on the flow of mana and feel it now. Finally, the knight began to feel what his companion in the special unit was talking about, and she demanded that he listen to her and accept the mana. Closing her eyes, Lorena Beowulf conveyed to the young man the idea of the perfection of silence hidden in the ice. Once Yang learned this tranquility, even during a snowstorm, he would be able to make his own soul blossom. The magical symbol of mana burned with a bright light, and Yang could clearly feel the new magical powers within himself, capable of destroying his enemies. And at that moment, a huge shining stream shot up into the sky from the tower of Beowulf's ducal castle. Having gained the necessary power, Yang felt the long-awaited technique of the Beowulf family, Steps of the Snow Soul. Everything was just as it had been when the brave young man encountered the unusual magical power. Yang, a high-ranking knight of a special squad, held the hilt of the great sword Astalon in his hands. The young man felt the new magical power with his whole body at that moment. As if transformed by his newfound power, Yang closed his eyes for a moment. The young warrior rejoiced inwardly because he had received what he had dreamed of for so long, and it would help him defeat his enemies in battle. Surrounded by a stream of magical light, the cadet finally got his hands on the dragon sword Astalon, holding it firmly in his own hands. The legendary weapon of great warriors shone with a bright, unusual light, recognizing its new owner. The tip of the ancient weapon was pointed upward, emitting a powerful, incomparable light. Holding the cold weapon in his hands, Yang finally saw the true form of this dragon sword. At that moment, the tip of another blade cut through the stone pavement of Beowulf Castle with a hissing sound. The knight Hans, who had challenged the chieftain, was greatly indignant and called him a monster who was able to see through this warrior's techniques. Assuming that the great barbarian leader had endless reserves of stamina and mana, the knight suspected something was wrong. In his opinion, all of this was the source of the formidable power of Villagi, who stood opposite him. The chieftain did not expect his opponent to hold out for so long, expending his life force, but he was sure that the end was coming for the old warrior, Hans Maringo. It seemed that the time had come for the chieftain to destroy the brave knight, but something suddenly distracted his attention from his opponent. With great anger, he was forced to pay attention to the light coming from the tower of Beowulf's palace, while Hans kept his eyes on his enemy. Noticing the stream of light disappearing into the sky, Villaga realized with great displeasure that Jan had managed to get hold of the ruler's sword after all. The vicious invader immediately remembered the knight of the special squad, and in a fit of rage, he rudely insulted this brave young defender of the fortress. Villaga remembered how he had decided to spare this guy out of respect for the fallen leader Habru, and he dared to deceive the giant. The experienced knight Hans Maringo, who did not waste any time, looked at his distracted opponent with burning eyes and decided to take advantage of this excellent opportunity. Running up to his opponent with his weapon in his hands, the old warrior was outraged by his distraction from the battle between them and tried to strike the barbarian leader. To Hans's surprise, the leader of the savages skillfully grabbed the blade of his weapon, managing to hold back his opponent's attack. Gloomy and with eyes burning with hatred, Villaga did not understand what battle Hans was talking about, since their fight had long since ended. With one movement of his powerful arms, the barbarian chieftain broke the large blade of the butler's sword. Hans was very angry, but he could do nothing against the large villain who was now gaining the upper hand. Stretching his huge hand toward Beowulf, the loyal defender of the duchy, Villaga was angry that Maringo was in his way. Suddenly, the powerful stream of bright light seemed to evaporate, and the tower of the aristocratic castle was once again plunged into darkness. Sparks of magic flashed above Hans, who stubbornly resisted the formidable enemy, as if protecting him from the savage. The butler looked at the giant's huge palm, but something happened that was incomprehensible to the experienced knight. The great chieftain Vilaga continued to stand before him, but now bound by Frost's shackles, and Hans recognized the magic of ice at work. He knew perfectly well that it was impossible for anyone to use magic in this place, so it was completely unclear who had done it. It suddenly became clear to the old Imperial Knight that, as he had suspected, his new acquaintances from the special unit were involved. When the savage Vilaga, bound by frost magic, turned back, he saw the shadow of the approaching Knight Jan. It was him, the current high-ranking cadet of the Special Knight Squad, Jan, heading towards the barbarian leader with the sword of the rulers, Astalon. Outraged by Jan's dirty hands touching the ruler's sword, the savage heard his opponent's words about the incredible power of the weapon. Jan was right when he suggested the possibility of enhancing the ice magic with the Snow Soul technique, and with Astalon, he greatly increased his magic. The enraged Vilaga did not understand how his opponent had managed to seize the ruler's sword, noticing the changes in his body. In the body of the Knight Jan, the leader sensed the presence of 3 clusters of mana at once, and therefore wanted to know what his rival had done to himself. The cadet appreciated how Vilaga immediately noticed the changes that had taken place in Jan. Thanks to the Eye of God, what a troublesome ability the savage had. With a malicious smile, the leader of the barbarian tribes realized that all this incredible power belonged to the ruler's sword. Using his immense skills, the satisfied leader of the invaders managed to break the magical frost shackles on his hands. Raising his giant fist, Vilaga intends to seize this weapon, which in his opinion is a perfect fit. The aggressive barbarian had new plans for the Knight Jan, who had recently been chosen by the sword Astalon. Preparing for a new stage in the battle with the savage, Jan kept his watchful eyes on him and listened to every word of the conqueror Vilaga. The butler Hans Marengo remained a witness to what was happening, listening angrily to all the threats of the savage village. If the sword chose Jan, the villain would gather as much of his own energy as possible and simply take the weapon, eliminating the knight who opposed him. With burning eyes, the crazed Vilaga stared at the young man, using the Black Sun's battle aura to strike him. But the young man still held his new sword, Astalon, in his hands, with which he planned to fight the enemy. Using the basic sword technique of the Frost Knights, Yang swung his powerful weapon to defend himself against the villain's magic. Then he performed a slashing cut, and small glowing fragments appeared in the air after the sword strike. Ahead was one of the walls of the Beowulf clan's castle, where the defenders of the vast duchy were now absent. And suddenly, in the next moment, the large wall was cut in two, as if the thunder gods had decided to destroy it. The huge Vilaga suffered almost fatal damage, and it seemed that nothing could help him now, and that Yang would emerge victorious from this confrontation. The light that flashed instantly almost blinded the knight, who even had to close his eyes. The leader of the barbarian hordes was not yet dead. He waved his large arms as if he was still trying to harm the young man. Using his own magical power, the savage hoped to eliminate the young but skilled fighter Yang. But even all of Vilai's power was not enough to defeat the young man, who was incredibly persistent in his fight against him. In another part of the huge ducal estate, black smoke rose from the ruins, and a bright glow rose near the boys in Vilai. Cracks appeared in the ground, leading straight to the barbarian chieftain and accompanied by a magical light. The villain clutched his chest, from which black blood continued to flow uninterruptedly. It had been a long time since the great barbarian leader had suffered such serious injuries in battle. According to Villagi, it was all because of the ruler's sword, for Yang had managed to pierce through the chieftain's muscles and counter his battle aura. But even the reinforced sword could not withstand Vilay's great power, and Yang barely managed to block his opponent's blow. Now Vilega understood everything. All sword attacks pass through mana, which means that this weapon is ideal for him, because he is able to see the flow of mana. Yang told the self-confident savage leader that he was very wrong in making such conclusions. Staring intently at his formidable opponent, the young knight assured him that it wasn't that simple with this weapon. The young man reminded him of the purpose of Astalon, a sword with the ability to stop mana flows. Smiling, Yang was confident that if his opponent today did not understand the difference, then he would not be able to handle the weapon. Wounded but still in relatively good shape, Villaga demanded that Jan stop talking nonsense, saying that he would understand as soon as he got the sword and asked for it for himself. Having decided to go to the Knight Jan, The formidable barbarian chieftain noticed something happening to his leg. His limbs seemed to be covered with ice, which greatly confused the giant and prevented him from quickly seizing the ruler's sword. For the first time in his life, the savage Vilaga felt cold air, despite being born in the northern territories. Behind him there was still the eerie breath of death, which the giant had not yet felt. Behind the stone wall of the fortress of the Duchy of Beowulf, a mysterious light silhouette appeared, indignant at the appearance of the pathetic barbarian. Emerging from this huge silhouette, reminiscent of a dragon, a man with long blonde hair wants to know the reason for the savage's presence on his property. It was Duke Beowulf, the rightful owner of the vast estate, defender of the northern lands and father of Lina. Fragments of ice began to magically assemble in the air, and the Duke called the barbarian's actions a great insolence. Icy steps appeared for the lord of the manor, down which he descended to where the knights Jan and Hans were waiting, along with the barbarian giant Vilaga. Continuing on his way to the guests and invaders of his ancestral mansion, the majestic aristocrat was outraged at how the wretched barbarian dared to come to his estate. The savage kept his eyes fixed on the Duke who had appeared, expecting nothing good to come of it. Not particularly friendly at the moment, Duke Beowulf again asked the uninvited guest what he is doing here. The silhouette of the magical dragon was becoming increasingly clear, and the owner of the estate demanded that Vilaga come up with excuses wisely, as they might be his last words. Finally, Duke Beowulf descended the icy steps and stepped onto the frozen ground of his castle. The vicious barbarian was glad to finally meet Duke Beowulf, and expressed his hope that the lord of the castle would understand who was standing before him, giving his name and title. The stern master of the mansion ordered the savage to be quiet, saying he had no reason to know the name of the pathetic barbarian. Glaring at Beowulf with hatred, the invader rudely insulted the man, noting his arrogance but agreeing that the Duke had the right to do so. Until that moment, the great chieftain of Vilaga had never seen a man with such a huge amount of mana and wondered how he had not noticed his approach. He attributed this to the influence of the ruler's sword, which meant that Knight John, whom the aggressive savage considered a rat, was to blame for everything that was happening. Vilaga decided to act and instantly pushed off from where he was standing to continue fighting his opponents. Considering their meeting to be predestined, the leader of the savages raised his huge fist and challenged Duke Beowulf to fight him. But for the lord of the northern territories, the barbarian, full of malice, was nothing more than ordinary dust under his feet on the ground. The magical symbol that appeared beneath the Duke expanded to the sides and released streams of light upward, and he said that the savage had no right to call his name. But it was too late, as Vilaga, mad with hatred, shouted and tried to deliver a powerful blow with his fist to the Duke with the aim of killing him. Incredible magical abilities helped Beowulf summon the necessary powers to successfully confront the enemy. While the barbarian chieftain waved his arms, the wise Duke used the magical technique of territory expansion. Completely unexpected by Vilaga, he stopped his fist movements for a moment and watched the miracle unfolding. A tall pillar of light rose to the sky, and Duke Beowulf unleashed the absolute form of the Snow Soul against his opponent. A giant seal appeared directly above the huge castle, with a stream of light rushing into its center, and it was the Eternal Frost. On the battlefield, a barbarian ran towards the Imperial Knights, shouting that the time had come to avenge his brothers and calling for the destruction of the warriors. And in the next moment, the big savage was instantly covered with a pile of ice, frozen with an axe in his left hand. The same thing happened to many other invaders who were frozen by thick ice. His next comrade also stopped moving across the battlefield, covered in frozen water. The Imperial Knight, who was desperately defending himself, watched in amazement as the barbarians gradually turned to ice. A cry rang out for the Duke to return to his domain, which visibly agitated the defenders of the estate, who considered themselves safe. Magical petals still floated in the cold air, as if the fierce battle was still going on. Standing next to one of the frozen barbarian figures, the Duke inquired about the condition of his faithful Hans, who quickly reassured His Highness. The butler looked at his master with surprise, who noted Hans's great strength, although Beowulf had not seen his servant's techniques in action for so long. Everyone's attention was drawn to the huge fist of the frozen barbarian chieftain Vilaga sticking out of the pile of ice. It became interesting. Could this be the incredible power of the magical technique of Eternal Frost? Hans was not getting any younger, as the Duke noted. and he was curious how it happened that his loyal servant was wounded by a barbarian. Maringo replied that the savage had almost killed him. There is an expansion of Duke Beowulf's territory and an absolute form of the snow soul called Eternal Frost. Under the influence of Eternal Frost, enemies turn to ice, but the Duke's allies are not affected by the technique. He is Bacchus Beowulf, the tireless defender of the North. Bacchus is surprised how something like this could have happened to Hans, but the butler is ashamed of it. However, the Duke is glad that Lorena and the inhabitants are safe. During the conversation between the servants and their master, the former pointed to a man who had greatly helped the defenders of the fortress, calling on Yan to come forward and introduce himself. Everyone began to look around and search for John, who had disappeared somewhere, assuming that he had a talent for escape. The defenders of Beowulf Castle did not consider the young man to be such. Bacchus suggested that Hans leave, and no one paid attention to the frozen villae. Everyone left the battlefield, and the defenders of the fortress never saw the left eye of the defeated barbarian chieftain light up with devilish fire. In that very hand, Vili appeared with a magic ball, which he had already used in battle against the knight Jan. With a wild cry, the barbarian leader broke free, much to the surprise of Duke Bacchus Beowulf. The villain instantly cheered up, prepared to strike another blow at the knights, and pointed out to Beowulf how he had weakened his own vigilance. The owner of the mansion coolly assessed the savage's efforts as not bad, but not enough to destroy the Duke himself. With an evil smile, the chieftain looked at his opponent and agreed with his words about the impossibility of a barbarian killing the Duke. But there were still others, and Villiga threw his magical, deadly circle toward the tower, causing people to scream. Refugees were resting in the tower at that moment, and the bloodthirsty savage made his cruel calculation on them. While Duke Bacchus was saving his wards and buildings, Villiga was going to get out of there and back to freedom. The barbarian looked at the tower with great hope, but suddenly his plans were unexpectedly disrupted. Next to his magic ball appeared the cloak of an elite knight from John's special squad, who was determined to stop his enemy. The leader of the barbarians greatly irritated the fearless warrior until the very last moment. The young man appeared before the savage again, and the latter demanded that Jan not stand in his way. But the young man cut Village's magic ball with his sword. A dark red glow appeared in the air, beginning to transform into something round. A red sun-like object appeared, actively emitting streams of light in different directions. And at that moment, while continuing to confront the savage, Knight John suddenly felt his own fatigue. Not only was he trying to master his new sword and magical powers, but he also had to protect Lorena during the battle with the monster. Yang had no mana or strength left. The unfortunate brave man had spent every last drop, so it was finally time to get some rest. White snowflakes fell on Duke Bacchus Beowulf's castle, and the walls of the fortress were covered with a thin layer of ice. Yang looked at the imperial knights who had loyally served the Duke and were now defending his castle to the death. William, commander of the warriors, covered in the blood of his enemies, was also here, continuing to fight the invaders. The young man saw Cruella Dwight with Cheryl, all of whom were already supposed to replace him in the bloody battles. Calming down, Jan closed his eyes and fell into a slumber. It was as if someone was calling him, but the warrior heard nothing. The call seemed to grow louder, and Jan opened his eyes, looking in the direction from which the insistent call was coming. He looked and saw a hand appear near him, and someone continued to call the young man. It was Lorena Beowulf, who was calling loudly to her comrade and asking him to take her by the hand. Continuing to look at the girl from his squad, the young man realized with a touch of sadness that there was no chance of rest. Giving Lorena his hand, the guy came to the conclusion that it wasn't so bad for him at the moment. News of the invasion of the barbarian hordes quickly began to spread throughout the vast empire. In the room, the large window was covered with blue curtains, and darkness reigned outside. A black raven stood on the shoulder of Damian, the chief instructor of the recruit training center, who was thinking about something with his eyes closed. The next moment, the cadet instructor opened them and smiled his usual smile. It was the very first sheet with a picture of recruit John and information about him from his personal file. Crown Prince Leon Cabalan took an interest in this document and got to know John, and the era, albeit slowly, began to change. Blue sky and falling snowflakes, wide open gates leading to the cemetery. A neatly paved brick path leads to a single grave with a monument and a cross. A woman's hand touched the monument, above which a stone cross towered, as if symbolizing eternal life. Sitting down near the grave, Lina remembered how much time had passed and hoped that no one held a grudge against her for her long absence. The girl looked at the grave with sad eyes and wanted to know if her deceased mother was all right. The lady couldn't come because she was busy. She had to train a lot, but she did everything she could and asked her mother to look after her daughter. The world is vast, and in the duchy, there was a man comparable in strength to her brother. He was truly incredible. That is why the aristocrat intends to continue her efforts and search for her brother. The determined girl will definitely find the scoundrels who killed her mother and make them pay dearly for their crime. For some time, the poor lady stood silently and looked at the grave of her beloved mother, who had died long ago. But it was time for Lina to return, so she said goodbye to her deceased relative and left this place of sorrow and decay. Meeting her father, the girl informed the Duke of the appearance of a certain obstacle. As they parted ways, Bacchus Beowulf asked his daughter to stop, but she told him she was late for her train. Her father turned to Lina and handed her a small blue glowing ball, asking her to take it. According to the caring parent, if his daughter swallowed the ice crystal, it would make it easier for her to use the snow soul. Lady, you don't need a rare gem from the coldest part of the North Sea. It's the best elixir for knights who use cold magic. It seemed to her father that Lina wanted to ask him something, and the girl continued to stare at him insistently, as if she wanted something. According to Bacchus Beowulf, his daughter wanted him to protect the barbarian child, and he offered to compromise if she wanted to make a deal. Lina, after listening to the Duke, hissed discontentedly as if disagreeing with his proposal. When her father offered his hand, the girl rejected it, but still expressed hope that he would keep his promise. The Duke advised his departing daughter to train her snow soul instead of wasting her time, as he felt that her cold energy had dulled, and asked her to visit home from time to time. Without turning around, the girl told her father that she considered him stronger now than ever before. And given how powerful the Grand Duke's technique was, even bloodthirsty barbarians could not threaten the Beowulf family estate. Then the saddened lady asked her father a question that directly touched on painful memories associated with their family. If the Duke was such a strong man, how did he fail to protect Lina's mother? Bacchus wielded such power, yet they still lost their mother, and her brother left the duchy, so Lina did not want to return to a place where these people were no longer there. The girl had already left the family cemetery, but Duke Beowulf remained standing in place for some time, watching her go. It was difficult for an elderly man, and he turned to his deceased wife Helena, asking for advice on what to do, but he was still far from her wisdom. According to Duke Bacchus, his own daughter still hates him for what happened to her brother. Tell her the truth. The parent did not know if the situation would improve or not, but he remembered well the day the revolutionaries broke into the family castle. The intruders who ransacked the castle did not shy away from beating the unfortunate inhabitants until they lost blood, which was visible everywhere. There was the one who led those thirsting for revolution, and this villain who took Lina's brother away from her family. The unfortunate man kneeling on the ground. Duke Bacchus looked with intense anger at the man who had knelt before Lord Beowulf. The Duke yelled at Beowulf, pointing out what he had done, and the young man, raising his eyes, tried to address him, his own father. It is unclear whether Lina accepted the fact that her brother was behind this, but the Duke did not kill him for her sake, simply banishing him, but he still does not know if he did the right thing. Remaining in the family cemetery, the Lord thought about the consequences if his own daughter managed to find her brother. Behind Beowulf stood a certain man, but the wise man noticed him anyway and told him he was late. This young man, who had come to Beowulf's family crypt, thought that the Duke seemed deep in thought. Approaching the lord of the estate, he was greeted by John from a special unit, who had heard that the Duke was looking for him, which is why the young man was here. Bacchus had already been informed of the talented young man's successes. The Duke rewards people according to their merits, but instead of a useless gift, he wants to know what Jan wants. All the defenders of the aristocrat's castle had already received their rewards, so only Knight John from the special unit remained. And would it be enough to give the young man the very sword he stole and hid under his own clothes? The silent Jan pondered the offer from Duke Beowulf, whose estate he had so diligently defended. The Duke was very surprised when the young man said it was not enough, because he had saved the life of his comrade Lina so many times. In the Lord's opinion, Jan did not know the true value of Astalon, but the young man believed that the weapon was rusting in storage, that Bacchus himself did not use it, and that others could not handle it. By taking the sword, Jan helps the Duke get rid of something heavy and does so voluntarily. The old man did not believe the stories, but he sees that the warrior is not in his right mind. Finally, the owner of the aristocratic estate laughed, as if he appreciated the strange words of the man standing in front of him. He considers Yang's desire to be known as crazy a good start. The guy does not seem to want to enslave the sword, and that's great. The Duke is ready to give him money or jewels. But at the same time, the lord of the estate has a request or even a condition for Yan. He controls the north but has no power in the central region. From this moment on, the knight must look after Lina, and Bacchus Beowulf demands that he swear on his life to take responsibility for her well-being. Jan does not want to marry her, but the angry Duke did not mean that. He could not possibly ask the young man for such a thing. But it was the Duke who spoke of oaths and responsibility. Bacchus meant responsibility for the girl while her father was away, and the young man had no right to refuse to marry her. While the Duke was proposing and then refusing Jan's marriage to Lina, calling him insolent, events moved to another place. The train was at the station in the central district of the Duchy of Beowulf. Jan apologized for being late, as he had encountered an old man with a nasty temper. Lina reassured him that the train had not left, and Cruel wanted to leave as soon as possible. Dwight considers them all heroes returning home, because the guys saved the Imperial advisor and defeated Vilai, so a reward awaits them. He certainly doesn't consider Cheryl to be important, and Lina is sure that everyone worked hard and managed without casualties, perhaps for the first time in the history of the Special Forces Regiment. It is quieter here than the girl had expected, and it seems that they have managed to leave all conflicts behind in Beowulf's ancestral castle. The arrival of the train bound for Avalon was loudly announced at the station, and representatives of the special unit hurried to the carriages. The trip to the north turned out to be more successful than Jan had expected. He was able to obtain not only an invitation from the Imperial advisor, but also the Sword of Astalon. Jan also became the owner of an incredible amount of gold from Duke Beowulf and many valuable items. The flapping of black wings could be heard as a bird flew past the boys rushing home. The loudly cawing raven landed gently on the shoulder of Yan, who was surprised by this night. The bird's eyes glowed with a bright, unusual light, as if a demonic creature had possessed it. Carefully examining the uninvited guest, the young man asked Lina to wait, even though she was already at the entrance to the carriage. Since he had forgotten something, Jan suggested that the others leave without him. This came as no surprise to Cheryl, but Cruel did not understand what had happened. The commander asked Jan to go to Soma and buy him some snacks. Cruel, who was angry, was amazed at how his colleague ran around for his boss like a dog. The train bound for Avalon had already arrived at the platform and was waiting for its departure time and loading passengers. Soon the train sounded loud signals, announcing its departure to everyone at the Duchy station. The wheels of the train departing for Avalon spun quickly. Jan watched the departing train, sighed with relief, and realized that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. Holding a scrap of a note in his hands, the knight now had to carry out the true mission given to him. Who could perceive this raven as the commander's shadow? But the order was incomprehensible to the young man if the leadership required such a secretive delivery. Still standing on the platform, Yang carefully studied the contents of the strange note addressed specifically to him. Clutching the message tightly in his strong hands, Yang assumed that it was about a rather hearty snack. On the deserted city square, wooden barrels with unknown contents stood under covered awnings. The silhouette of a magical symbol belonging to the ancient demon Lich appeared on the ground. Finally appearing in its entirety, the central part of the seal flashed brightly, and the sorceress Momon rejoiced that she had been resurrected. Raising her hand, the sorceress burst out and rejoiced at her return to the living world. Yang believes he did everything on his own, but if it weren't for Momon's help, the boy would have died 1,000,000 times during his battles. Once, the sorceress put up a magic shield in front of him to protect him from blows and strengthen its power when he cut through Village's ball. In the end, the tired sorceress spent too much mana and fell asleep, but now she has restored her magical power. Now Momon is able to finish off this thick-headed barbarian and is ready to eliminate the monster with one blow. Yang looked at Momon and didn't understand what she was talking about, because the battle with Vilai and the other barbarians had already come to an end. The knight group from the special detachment had already left the territory of the Duchy of Beowulf, and the sorceress had slept all day, so she knew nothing. Upset, Momon says how much she has done for John, that he is grateful to her, that they are now in Soma, a city near the duchy. But it is warmer here. The sorceress does not understand what her companion is doing here alone, but he has no time for conversation, and the girl asks her companion to wait. When she asks where they are going, the young slayer of monsters seems surprised by his companion's question. With firm determination, Knight Yang is going to work in the city of Soma, which is foreign to him. While the guys were walking around the squares of this new place, Momon asked about the Duke, who appeared at the most crucial moment during the battle with the Savage Chief. According to Knight Yan, Villiga managed to escape from the battlefield, and he himself got his hands on the legendary sword of the ruler of Astalon. Momon came to the conclusion that Yan's sword recognized him as its owner, to which he agreed and noted that in Soma, the duo of the knight and the sorceress were under the commander's orders. Hovering in the air near her companion, the sorceress became curious about what the commander had ordered them to do, and the young man began to tell her. Recalling the black raven with burning red eyes, Yan briefly mentioned the commander's instructions to Momon. In the note he received from the chief, Yan was informed of the need to meet with his childhood friend in Soma. Momon was surprised as she thought he had no friends, but Yang's words really hurt her, and he had no way to refute them. At that moment, the knight thought that there was only one person who fit the description of a childhood friend. A scene from some time ago came to the young man's mind when he was standing in the office of the chief instructor, Damian. The young man had made up this lie as an excuse for running away from the training center for his mentor. Jan's main mission is to kidnap the captain's daughter, with whom he played when he was a child. She should be here soon, and Jan is interested in the captain's reaction when he finds out about the knight's deception. Either everything will go up in smoke, or the captain will forget about it all. There is no doubt that John's advantage lies in his ability to contact the girl before the captain does, but first he must confirm her identity. Suddenly, the sorceress Momon, with a magical seal on her forehead, changed her expression and stared intently ahead. There were two girls there, one of whom said she wanted to drink with Jan, and the other invited him to join them. The prostitutes openly asked John to have fun, calling him handsome, and Momon, realizing where they had come, rudely called her companion. Looking slyly at the knight, the sorceress called him still young, hot, and passionate, and he had grown up so much, although the guy didn't understand anything. Promising to teach Jan how to get any girl he wanted, Moon asked him to catch a wolf and 3 rabbits, put them in any lady's bag, and then no one would dare refuse Jan. Jan thought that the sorceress was comparing him to a primitive man, but that wasn't why they had come here, and she didn't understand why. Approaching the door, the knight hoped he was not mistaken, and that this was indeed the place, a simple place, just like in the old days. Paying close attention to the sign for Habitan Tavern, the guys thought it looked too simple. Upon learning that they did not sell drinks here, the young man became curious about what they did sell in this establishment. When Yang was inside the tavern, the bartender, holding a magazine in his hands, said that they didn't sell anything here. He then suggested that the travelers visit another tavern if they wanted a bite to eat and asked them not to talk to him. The bartender barely noticed Momon on the back of his head, who was angry at the employee for being extremely rude to the visitor. There were colorful bottles on the counter, and the sorceress asked Jan to leave, saying there was nothing to see here and that they needed to catch rabbits. Looking around the tavern, the young man asked his companion to stop talking about these rabbits. In the knight's opinion, everything was fine, but there was nothing to see here, although there was a lot to hear. He told the bartender that he wanted to order 2 glasses of whiskey, served with wine and an olive on top, and the bartender immediately looked at the customer attentively. Bowing politely, the tavern employee apologized to Jan and greeted him courteously in Hobiton, calling him a respected VIP customer. Then the bartender turned to 2 containers and began to turn the handle, as if he was going to pour the guy the whiskey he had ordered. Behind the bar, there were many different bottles and jars with all kinds of contents. The next moment, one of the drink cabinets moved aside, revealing a black void. With a wave of his hand, the bartender invited them to enter the space lit by a row of torches, preparing to escort the guest. The knight of the special squad and his companion had to climb many steps leading down somewhere. The sorceress did not like this strange place, just as she did not understand Jan's further actions. But he asked her to stop talking because she had to understand everything. The sorceress knew that they were not in a club or a tavern and that they were not being served food or drink, so she was interested in this location. As it turned out, it was all about information. In this place, they sold it to those who needed it so badly. They masqueraded as a tavern, but in reality, they sold information about what was happening in the back alleys of Soma. and now they had some data about other locations. However, very soon their influence will spread across the entire continent, and this society has become known as the Beggar's Den. Soon the travelers found themselves in front of a half-open door from which light was coming, and a man invited them inside. In the auditorium with a bookcase, there was a chair and a table, but no one was sitting at it. However, someone was delighted with the handsome newcomer, meaning Yangan. Jan stared intently at the black shadow, who was pleased to meet this new guest. In front of the knight of the special squad was a girl with an extremely attractive appearance. She was the leader of Bella's Beggar's Den, and it now seemed to her that she had never met this young man before. When Bella asked why Jan had come to them, the defender of the Duchy of Beowulf said he was looking for a certain person. All Yang knew about the lady he was interested in was her name, so he wanted to know if the Beggar's Den could help, but Bella was sure of it and asked what the girl's name was. After a brief silence, Jan finally decided to reveal the name of the person was looking for to the leader of the secret organization. When he said Bella, the head of the Beggar's Den was confused and did not know how to respond to this strange stranger. Bella did not understand how he knew her name or who he was, and Yang could not believe that the lady did not hide her surprise. She had never learned to conceal her emotions. Expressing confidence that many people wanted to know the girl's name, the knight wondered if he was the first person to guess it. Calling her guest a dear client, Bella considered him a very curious young man. The leader of the Beggar's Den asked the young man in all seriousness about his understanding that curiosity could kill. Yan put his hand on the table of the organization's leader again, but did not comment yet. At that moment, 3 sparkling lights appeared in the hole in the ceiling of the room where the guys were. Suddenly, a multitude of sharp arrows flew down, bringing death and pain. And all these terrible weapons struck one after another, as if striking the unfortunate John, who had come to Bella for answers to his questions. Bella barely coughed and rejoiced at how the pathetic brat, as she called Jan, met his inevitable end. Already anticipating victory, the girl suddenly fell silent and looked in surprise at the guy, who was clearly experiencing something. Arrows lay on the floor near him, and the young knight himself was confident that the acquaintance was over. In a cold-blooded tone, the conqueror of monsters on the mountain ridge suggested that Bella get straight to the point. The head of the Beggar's Den did not understand how Jan had managed to avoid the arrows, assuming he had used magic, or that the young man could have been hired by the aristocrats. It seemed to her that there had been a misunderstanding. Thinking about who had sent Jan to her, Bella immediately remembered Viscount Franken, and then thought of Golden, Baron Wigan, and many others options. After clarifying whether information was sold here, the knight announced his intention to purchase something, and Bella immediately asked what kind of information he needed. But the knight of the special detachment did not need information. He was going to buy Bella herself. The astonished lady looked at the young man and did not understand his words, but Yan wanted her to serve him. Momon, who appeared near Yang, sarcastically called him a fool, but the warrior asked her to stop because the sorceress had misunderstood. When life outside the Beggar's Den was going on as usual, Yang told Bella how much he valued her ability to find information. After all, the head of this amazing organization knew not only about all the scandals that had occurred, but also where to find the best dinner. Yan wanted to know if Bella was behind the spread of rumors, as she could be accused of slandering the nobility, but the lady had earned a little money from selling the information. Until now, the girl had managed to keep herself under control as she thought, but she looked at the knight and decided that he was beginning to threaten her. With a good-natured smile, Jan looked at the girl and assured her that he praised her, and in general had a high opinion of the head of the Beggar's Den. After thanking Yang, Bella was sure that by becoming his subordinate, she would risk being killed by the nobles of Soma, as no one likes it when their dirty laundry is aired in public. However, in Bella's understanding, this did not mean that there was no other way in her case. At these words from the leader of the Beggar's Den, Knight John looked at her intently. If John gives Bella enough coins to buy off the aristocrat's threats, then it can be done, as the lady is unaware of the young man's capabilities. Hearing her words about possibilities, John approached the girl, intending to talk about it. He is curious to know how much it will cost to buy her freedom, but Bella does not consider it an amount that can be paid with the copper coins in Jan's pockets. Taking out a bag of money, the knight wants to know if it would be possible with the amount of gold coins he has. Pointing out to the girl that she has 100 gold coins issued by the Central Bank of the Empire, John asks if she understands what he is talking about, but Bella is looking at the pure gold. However, in Yan's opinion, this amount was not enough to give to the girl, and she immediately agreed. Highly appreciating the development of events, the Knight of the Special Detachment offered the girl to play a game, and he recommended betting Bella's fate, which surprised her greatly. Now, Knight Jan is ready to offer the head of the beggar's den various sums of money, and her price will rise until she stops him. If Bella manages to guess how much she is worth in her own opinion, then the guy promises to give the lady the entire amount she named. However, if the lady goes beyond reason, then she will not receive a single coin. Jan will not pay her and will hand the girl over to the nobles. After announcing these conditions, Yang suggested they start the game, but the unfortunate Bella was still hesitant and asked for a pause. Yang offered 200 coins, and this amount of gold almost confused the lady. But the young man did not stop there. He was ready to offer 300 coins at first, and then 400. Bella wondered where he would get so much money. With 400 coins, Bella could feed 4,000 people and live comfortably for a whole year. But she didn't know whether to stop the young man. While the poor girl was thinking about the untold treasures, Yang, who had offered her all this, reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. The girl watched intently as the warrior who had come to her pulled new money out of his pocket. Yang was still searching for something inside his jacket with his hand, while Bella kept her eyes on him. Suddenly, she shouted across the room, asking the guy to stop because the amount he had offered her was enough. Surprised by the quick conclusion, Yang thought they would reach 1,000, while Bella stared at the gold with her mouth open in amazement, amazed by the guy's words. All that remained was to obtain proof that Bella belonged to Jan, and she thought that the knight wanted her to offer him her own body. Hearing the beauty's assumption, the young man smiled slightly but said nothing. Holding out a sheet of paper covered in writing, Jan, not understanding what she was talking about, suggested signing the contract, and Bella agreed. After signing it, Jan was about to leave, but he was eagerly awaiting the start of their collaboration, after which he said goodbye. Under the table in Bella's office was a bag full of gold coins, and she herself did not understand what had just happened. Bella sat on the sofa, reading the contract and thinking about the money that had literally fallen from the sky onto the head of the beggar's den. Looking at the document, where everything was written in red ink, the lady remembered how she asked Jan where she should sign and his subsequent answer. As he left, the knight promised to contact the girl later and asked her to carefully study the contract by then, calling its contents very important. When the young man left her room, Bella barely smiled. Did Jan really think she was crazy? Why should Bella work for the first person she met, especially when it was obvious that this guy was dangerous? With that amount of money, Bella could live comfortably in other kingdoms and finally say goodbye to this miserable life. Considering Jan an idiot, the girl laughed to herself, because who said she would follow this contract, even if she signed it? But she was sharply surprised. The leader of the beggar's den leaned against the sofa and felt something strange in her own body. Getting up from her seat, Bella grabbed her head with her hand, where she felt pain, as if her head would split in two. Suddenly, the contract she had signed rose into the air, surrounded by a strange red glow. The contract stated that in the event of its violation or actions causing harm to John, Article 13 would apply to Bella. In the latter case, the girl's head would be blown up, and this news shocked Bella, who believed in such a scenario. Thinking about her head, which was indeed starting to hurt, Bella came to the conclusion that she had signed a real slave contract. When Yan found himself on the street, having left the walls of the beggar's den, he smiled slightly and expressed hope that his plan had worked. Smiling, Momin called Yan evil, and he cast a spell on the contract. The knight did not force Bella to sign it. She had no other choice. The warrior hopes that the mage cast the spell correctly and that Bella will not die because of it. Momin considers his self-destructive magic to be on a different level, wanting to know if Yan took those coins from the spatial bag, and if so, where he found such a valuable item. Her boyfriend was given it by Duke Beowulf, to whom he complained about the need to come up with a way to transport money, and the old man was angry at the grumpy young man. Continuing to walk through the streets of the city, Momon inquired about their return home, but Yang was categorically opposed to this. Turning to the sorceress, the young man, who had successfully concluded a contract with Bella, the head of the beggar's den, reported on the start of their mission. There was a large house in the forest, and it was a dark night outside, with no bright stars in the sky. Near the building, people dressed in long jackets with hoods on their heads stood in a row. One of these people wore a red mask with white fangs, which is worn by instructors at the recruit training center. The rooms of the large house were very dark, the windows showing complete darkness. The tall white candle standing on a plate had not been lit by any of the owners or guests of this strange mansion. A girl sat on a wooden floor, leaning her back against a stone wall, her hands pressed together to ward off the cold. She seemed to be in a semi-conscious state, her head bowed with her light hair, unable to see anything around her. Suddenly, the left eye of this little prisoner lit up with the same eerie light that was visible in the ancient demon Lich. The dense verdine forest was gloomy and dark, with only a few lonely lights flying here and there. Looking at the ground, the traveler noticed traces of some kind of cart that stretched along its entire length. Studying their depth, the traveler concluded that the wagon train he mentioned had probably passed by about 3 days ago. This traveler was John, a knight of a special detachment, who was pleased with the information he had received, for he had managed to track down the person he was looking for. Suddenly, something caught the young man's attention, and he looked up intently. While John looked around and pondered, Momon behind him wanted to know how much longer this would go on, and only then did he remember his companion. Stretching as if after a good sleep, the sorceress became curious about how long the guy was going to keep wandering around like this. The sorceress had clearly been in the world of dreams for a long time, and wanted to know if they had arrived at the training center or not. Walking through the forest, Yang reminded Momon of the mission from the chief instructor, and she remembered the need to kidnap a certain girl. As Yang pointed out, not just any girl, but the daughter of the captain of the special squad. But he did not expect the assignment to come suddenly from Damian, and Momon wondered how a member of the special squad would decide to do such a thing. The knight thought the chief instructor needed the girl to put pressure on the captain, and Momon thought it was a dirty political move. Continuing to analyze the tracks, Yang came to the conclusion that the convoy was too large to move unnoticed, and there was no large escort. In the gloomy verdine forest, the young warrior did not know for sure whether he was following the captain's daughter's trail or not. Suddenly on the way, Yang saw mysterious lights, although there were usually no people in the forest at night. In front of them stood a peasant woman and several men with bags on their shoulders, all holding lanterns, thinking that Yan and Momon were lost. Jan agreed that he had chosen the wrong path when he entered the forest. The peasant woman considered their meeting to be good luck, and they went to the village, calling the forest dense, where travelers get lost. Then a strange-looking woman invited the knight and his companion to rest in their village, if they did not mind, which surprised Jan. According to the peasant woman, the village is just a stone's throw away, and although there are only a few houses there, the travelers will find a place to stay for the night. The three young men smiled at Leona's enthusiasm. Now everything was clear to them. The girl did not agree, indignant at her companion's chatter. Without taking his serious gaze off the peasant woman, Yan thanked her but refused and asked her to simply show them the right way forward. The guys laughed at Leona again, who had been rejected, and the embarrassed girl asked them to finally shut up. A knight from a special detachment continued to observe everything that was happening. He did not like meeting these strange people. With a sad expression on her face, the peasant woman Leona offered Jan the lantern to take with him, because it was dark and dangerous in the forest. Now the young man looked at the peasant woman with a more cheerful expression, as if he had discovered the secret of her strangeness. The girl just continued to look at the knight standing in front of her with embarrassment. And unexpectedly for everyone, Jan summoned the sword Astalon in the fifth form of the dark spirit, waving his weapon in front of Leona and preparing for a crescent-shaped attack. The hospitable peasant woman looked at Yang with wide, surprised eyes, not understanding the young man's actions. John struck the lantern offered to him with a lightning-fast blow, and it was cut into 2 equal parts. In the next attack, the Special Forces soldier did the same to the peasant woman, forever preserving her frightened expression. With the ruler's newly acquired sword Astalon, Jan once again fought against those he considered dangerous to himself. Before the knight lay a lantern cut in 2, and the woman who had offered the young man the device to use in the night forest. One of Leona's companions screamed in horror at the top of his voice, not understanding what this strange knight was doing. The men screamed because Jan had unexpectedly killed the modest Leona, calling him a murderer and horrified, not knowing why the knight had done it. Outraged, Momon, considering him a psychopath, believes he could have refused, so there was no need to shed blood. But for John, she is slow on the uptake. Asking the sorceress to look at the object that had fallen out of the lantern, the knight pointed to a small red glowing stone. It is capable of detonating, and such stones are used by members of a special squad of assassins. And these words of the young man surprised the sorceress Momon, For Jan, it was a wonderful spectacle, but he still sensed the special unit's aura emanating from these people, calling them masters. When the group of villains realized they had been exposed, they instantly grabbed their daggers and, having no other choice, decided to kill Jan. The criminals immediately rushed forward and began attacking the knight Jan and his companion, the sorceress Momon. Wielding cold weapons, the killers of the special unit were ready to destroy the young man, who seemed to be just standing there looking at them. One of the bandits, with a smug smile on his face, was about to pierce the unfortunate warrior with his blade and add another victory to the killer's tally. To everyone's surprise, Yang simply stood there and did not react to what was happening, as if this battle did not concern him in any way. Suddenly regaining his unwavering determination, the knight opened his predatory eyes and the fate of the villains was sealed. Using the long-proven technique of the Black Wolf, the knight began to repel the attack of his vicious opponents. Near a large house in a dark forest, one man, after listening to another, was surprised at how the team of assassins had been completely destroyed. The reporter had no excuse, and when asked about the number of opponents, he answered one, which angered his master. The stunned boss did not understand how an entire squad of assassins could have been destroyed by one man, but the reporter was sure that the victor knew a lot about them and was aware of everything. The secretary of the special unit, Shark, who listened to the report, immediately assumed that the liquidator of the unit was the personal dog of the main unit. Now Shark wants to know the current location of the man who killed his people. His subordinate is sure that he is still not far from the 4th district. The secretary had no idea that the chief instructor had such a dog, so he ordered the entire 2nd team to be sent into the forest, while the 1st team remained here to guard the perimeter. Turning around and preparing to leave, the man who had been giving the report told the secretary that he understood and now intended to guard his daughter. Unexpectedly, the secretary of the special unit, Akula, stopped his subordinate and, to his great surprise, sent the guy to rest. Rest in eternal sleep, and the secretary attacked his subordinate from behind with a curved knife in his hands. But the latter noticed everything at the last second. The villain looked at the man with glassy eyes and gloated, but it was an insignificant disguise. The next second, the Black Wolf bit the secretary's hand, which was holding the blade to strike, with his sharp fangs. No longer smiling, but now snarling with rage and pain, the special unit secretary twisted his severed right arm and screamed, calling out the wolf. Absorbing the dagger with a magic seal, the speaker knew about the poisoning of this weapon. But that's how it should be with an assassin, so the guy takes the blade. The secretary continued to stare with his glassy eyes at the man who was now asking permission to ask Akula a new question. Smiling slightly, this guy, who managed to repel the villain's attack and stay alive, watched his boss's actions. Instantly throwing off his outer cloak and hat, Knight Yang appeared before Akula, wanting to know the location of the captain's daughter. Shark asked him not to take another step, wondering how there was no one else here, but Jan was not bothered by his cries. No one would answer anyway. After all, there were no guards left. The knight had already eliminated them all. One of the guards lay dead near the wall, another lay on the cold ground, and a third warrior hung upside down. For the secretary, this was unbelievable. He was amazed at Yana's ability to single-handedly deal with everyone in the room. The young warrior seemed to be some kind of terrible demon with a burning eye to Akula, and the secretary did not understand how such a thing was even possible. Shark began to apologize and promised to tell everything he knew. Yang realized that it would not be difficult to get him to talk and wanted to know where the captain's daughter was. To the great surprise of the knight who had arrived, it turned out that the girl was not there. Yang wanted to threaten Akula if he continued to deceive him. The very frightened secretary of the special unit said that the captain's daughter was not there, that they only kept test subjects there. Shark did not have time to finish his thought. A second later, there was almost nothing left of his head after a blow from Knight Jan. Jan watched what was happening to the villain with a cold, indifferent gaze as the blood continued to flow. Standing next to Akula's fallen body, Jan mentioned how a taboo had been placed on a high-ranking Special Forces soldier. Now, the victor over the villains criticized the authorities, who used the taboo as if it were omnipotent and as if it proclaimed the presence of something particularly important here. With his arms crossed, Yang thought about the test subjects mentioned by Shark and was confident that they were not just guarding the daughter. In front of the young man was a huge house against the backdrop of a dark forest, and he continued to wonder what they were still hiding here. He could see the sturdy doors to one of the many rooms in the forest palace, where it was unknown who might be at that moment. Along the wall were tall windows offering a beautiful view of the cottage's grounds. Knight Jan walked down the long corridor, looking at all these doors and windows, going about his business. Finally, after some time, a dark door appeared at the end of the corridor, through which flashes of light were visible. Soon, Yan found himself inside this huge auditorium with a carpeted walkway, candlesticks on the walls, and other notable elements of decor and furnishings. The young man looked around suspiciously at this new place, studying its contents. Suddenly, he saw the silhouette of a man tied with ropes and held against the far wall right in front of him. Straining his eyes, he carefully examined the prisoner and was overcome with indescribable horror. A young girl was chained here with strong straps, her feet pressed against the floor with a magical symbol. Similar images were also present on the wall itself, but now Yana was most angered by those who dared to do such a thing to the unfortunate lady. The poor girl's legs were bound with straps so that she could not free herself, and Yang hated those who did such things to living people. Making a quick decision to free the unfortunate captive, the knight began to cast a spell using a magic seal. The deed was done, and the girl was freed from her terrible straps, which were cut by a magical beam released by Yang. The young man gently embraced the captive by the shoulders with his own hand, so that she would not collapse to the floor after her imprisonment. Holding the freed girl, the knight tried to wake her up, wanting to know the current state of the unfortunate prisoner of this huge forest house. Finally, the girl began to come to her senses little by little, but her eyes were still hidden by two straps. Looking closely at the lady, Yanu realized that she seemed quite familiar to him. Removing the straps from the rescued beauty's eyes, the elite knight of the special squad tried to remember where he had seen her before. Suddenly, the girl's eyes, filled with fear and horror, opened wide and looked at everything that was now in front of him. An unusual light pierced the room, and Yan flew backward with a cry from the incredible power emanating from it. Grimacing in pain, the young man hissed, unable to withstand the enormous energy. Finally, with great difficulty, the warrior got to his feet and tried to assess the situation and the great power that had appeared before him. Freed from her shackles, the girl flew into the air and appeared before Yang, who was completely unprepared for this. Focusing his gaze on the former captive, Yan, if his memory served him correctly, saw her face from his past life. It was one of the three great disasters of the continent, a horror that even the knights themselves had been unable to quell, and it was unclear what she was doing here. Recalling all these seemingly forgotten details, the knight finally recognized the flying girl as the Witch of Suppression. Since its founding, the Kabbalan Empire had become home to many superhumans and powerful warriors, but even a superhuman remains human. Some disasters in this world exceed human capabilities, and the first of these is an unquenchable flame. The second disaster is despair for knights, which is only revealed to those who encounter it face to face. There is also a third disaster, which even the emperor himself has ordered not to approach. When one of the knights clad in armor demanded to attack him, he threatened his opponent with decapitation. But overestimating his own strength, the knight was crushed and defeated, and his sharp sword turned into a piece of scrap metal. Whatever surrounded him, mountains or seas, it made no difference. Everything would be crushed into a pancake, and superhumans were no exception. That's what people, full of fear and awe, called him, and Yang was now somewhat puzzled by the witch. He did not understand at all what the third disaster, the very Witch of Suppression, was doing here. While searching for the daughter of the captain of the special squad, Yang managed to find the Witch of Suppression, so now the puzzle finally fell into place. He immediately remembered the excessive secrecy when the squad members wore hoods to hide their faces. Before his death, the secretary of the special unit, Akula, mentioned some test subjects. And then, unexpectedly, Knight Yan realized that the captain wasn't hiding his daughter at all. He was actually creating a suppression witch. This was necessary to fight the Dragon Fang Knights project, but since she was the reverse version of a witch, it meant that they had failed to control her. The girl's eyes were still completely closed, but if she decided to open them, it would be all over. In the next moment, that is exactly what happened, and the subsequent developments became threatening for Yan. To win this confrontation with the Witch of Suppression, it was necessary to strike first, and Yang, armed with his sword, rushed at his opponent. Suddenly, the girl looked at the formidable young man with frightened eyes, apologized, and wanted to know if she had done something wrong again. When she asked if anyone had been hurt, Jan stopped in confusion, ceasing his attack. The young man looked at this lovely lady with complete surprise, not fully understanding what was happening. Without saying what she felt or did when she was afraid, the girl became concerned that the guy was injured, but he reassured her, merely pushing her aside. Frightened, her large eyes wide open, the girl did not know what to do next, and it seemed to Jan that she was definitely not pretending. Keeping his eyes on his new acquaintance, the young warrior considered her to be a terrible disaster that had shaken the continent of another world. Now in front of him was a very ordinary girl with a sad expression on her face, worried about a stranger. An idea popped into the clever head of the elite knight of the special squad to successfully take the Witch of Suppression into his own hands. If this plan succeeded, Yang would have a powerful trump card up his sleeve. But he encountered such incredible power that even the Emperor himself could not subdue, so the guy was not sure if she had submitted to him. Truly, Yang is faced with a poison chalice, and there is no more deadly poison to be found at this time. The risk is too great now, and if the guy wants to eliminate this girl, he needs to act right now. While Yang was thinking about his next move, a familiar voice behind him called him a coward, wondering what he was thinking about. It was Mumon, the sorceress hanging upside down in the air, suggesting that her companion take the Witch of Suppression with him. But it was easy for the sorceress to say that people couldn't control such power, and Yang understood that his new acquaintance couldn't control it herself. The witch just listened as Mumon talked about taking control of the power and accepting it, although Yang himself had his doubts about this, which he shared with his friend. With a slight smile, Mumon decided to remind the forgetful Yang who she was, namely the pinnacle of dark magic. The magician, seeking logic and laws, then changes this, and let the knight not think that a sorceress like Mumon would not be able to control a simple girl. When the sorceress explained that the witch needed to let her power out because of the pain, the guy understood everything. If they managed to shield the girl from pain and know the conditions for her activation, then solving the problem will be easy with Mumon's magic. Using her magical symbol, the sorceress tried to summon the necessary radiance. The spirit ring artifact, the necklace, and the bracelet that controlled the mind. With all these items, it would be possible to curb the witch's power of suppression. Doubting the power of such small items, Yang held the rings in his hands, but Mumon, thanks to her own skills, was able to do without heavy items. And yet it was surprising to Yang how Mumon helped someone, but the sorceress couldn't help herself, being a professional in witchcraft. Some say that magic is like miracles, but that's not really the case. Sorcerers rather delve into the structure of the world to create phenomena. However, the girl's power is not natural and not mana. The witch is beyond all principles of mana, and Mumon, who studies the laws, will not ignore her. And if the sorceress and her knight can use such power, then Yan himself will be of no use. The young man glanced at the sorceress, who was laughing, and took her words as very obvious thoughts. Interrupting the dialogue between the two guests, the suppression witch was curious where they were going now, and Yan could not immediately answer the question posed to him. The former prisoner of the huge forest castle even suggested another visit to the laboratory. This surprised the young man, and he now wanted to know how many children like her were in this place. Recalling the details, the Witch of Suppression told the guy how they had indeed been brought there in large numbers, including her friends. At first, there were many children brought there, but after the introduction of terrible injections, the girl's friends began to break down. Over time, as a result of the horrific experiments, the girl was left alone in this laboratory. To this day, the unfortunate prisoner remembers the intense pain from those injections, so she hopes she won't have to go back there. Ian looked at the poor lady and thought about these experiments on people and such painful experiments, assuming that death was better than this torment. Suspecting that the guest wanted to drag her into the terrible laboratory, the witch begged to be let go, promising to be good. That was how her life was supposed to be every day, just like Jan's existence in his past life. During that terrible time, the guy wore the bloody mask of a recruit center instructor. The expression on the girl's pretty face remained sad, but she continued to look hopefully at the young man who had spoken to her. Finally, Knight Jan offered the girl to go with him, but she remained silent. Yan was not much different from those who wanted to use her, but he would never hurt the lady or chase her away, and he promised the unfortunate captive all of this. Stunned by what she heard, the girl looked at her savior in confusion, not expecting anything like this. But then the Witch of Oppression smiled sweetly and agreed to the proposal of the elite knight of the special squad. Jan solemnly took the captive he had rescued by the hand, thus sealing their new peculiar union. When he asked the girl's name, he learned that everyone in that terrible house in the forest called her number 1, and he found that number horrible. So Jan suggested that the girl take the name Leah, which she asked him to repeat, not immediately understanding it. This was the name of the goddess of beauty, Ophelia, and the girl immediately appreciated such an attractive comparison. Assuming that she was uncomfortable wearing the necklace, Yang learned the opposite. For Leah, it was as lovely as her new name. When the knight spoke of the need to prepare if she went with him, the girl was frightened, not understanding what that would entail. Looking back, the young man mentioned a certain monster and asked Leah to be ready to deceive this dangerous creature. A torch burned brightly on the dark brick wall, illuminating the path in this room. It was a dungeon, the training center for a special unit, with a cold stone floor and high walls. A shaven-headed man tied to a chair begged for forgiveness, admitting that he had made a mistake. The man interrogating him took out a knife with a small but sharp blade and could not give a coherent answer. The bound man begged for mercy, but the villain with burning eyes was already close to his head with 2 knives at once. Then a terrible scream rang out, and the unfortunate prisoner of the gloomy dungeon with burning torches begged to be killed, as if he had gone mad. While the murderer was wielding his blades, a man in a red uniform approached and reported the imminent arrival of a certain person, which surprised the villain. The words he heard pleased the knife user, and he continued his terrible work. In his hand he held a blood-stained knife, with which he had just ended the life of his subordinate. This villain turned out to be Chief Instructor Damian, who, with his usual smile, decided to go and look at the gift sent by John. New events involving the Chief Instructor were taking place in the underground prison of the Special Unit. Torches burned in the dark room, and from the many barred cells, the unfortunate prisoners begged for help. The boy and girl walked across the stone floor and listened to the constant pleas of the people held in the prison to help them. Frightened, Leah held John's hand and looked around at the numerous people begging to be spared or set free. With a trembling voice, Leah suggested that there was a laboratory here and thought that she would be locked up again in this eerie place. Knight John hastened to reassure his companion, dismissing her fears and asking her not to be afraid of anything here. When the girl had walked a little further, a hand suddenly reached out from the nearest cell, and the prisoner called out to Leah not to go there alone. After that, John held the girl even more tenderly, letting her know that as long as he was with her, there was nothing to be afraid of here. The knight of the special squadron again asked her not to be afraid and not to leave his side, to which the still trembling girl agreed. Hearing these words from her companion, Leah remembered how, in the house where she was being held captive, Yang had promised never to hurt her or drive her away. Now, as the knight had promised, he was keeping his word, much to the former prisoner's satisfaction. Since Yang wants to make sure that Leah remembers what he taught her, but the lady knows that they are supposedly childhood friends, and she also has a history with her own father. The knight is pleased with his companion's excellent memory, and they have already agreed on her biography and personality. The young man was very hopeful that the restraining amulets provided by Momen would solve the remaining problems. But at the moment, Yang and Leah were dealing with Damian, the chief instructor of the training center, and who knows what this snake has in mind. Yang looked questioningly at what had suddenly appeared in front of them. 2 glowing lights appeared, and Yang immediately asked the girl to stand behind him, pointing out that some kind of creature was approaching them. A crazy prisoner, who had somehow managed to escape from his own cell, was rushing towards the young people at tremendous speed. It was immediately clear that the prisoner had escaped, and the knight shielded the girl standing to the side with his body. The prisoner, who looked more like a monster, tried to look ahead with a crazy look in his eyes, but his fate was already sealed. The man behind the runner, with his recognizable hairstyle and burning gases, eliminated him with one deft blow. It had been a long time since the chief instructor had seen his student Jan, a member of a special unit, and he reported on the completion of the mission and his return. Damian, who had lowered his head in an unperturbed tone, saw the daughter of the captain of the recruit training center and said he was glad to meet them. Opening his left eye slightly, the chief instructor expressed his hope that she would like the reception he had prepared for her. Sounds of joy and happiness could be heard in the new room, coming from a girl. She was the guest of this audience, Leah, who was looking at the object that interested her with a somewhat sad look. Closing her eyes, the girl mentioned something in large quantities, as if it were an unimaginable amount for her. Leah sat in the VIP guest room at a table with a multi-tiered cake and pastries, and she couldn't believe her eyes at the mountain of delicacies. When she asked the maids if it was really possible to eat all of this, they replied in the affirmative, saying that the head instructor had prepared everything. He might seem like a scoundrel, but he was a good man. The girl, who had never eaten anything softer or sweeter in her life, looked at the pastry, and the maids called it a regular cupcake. Looking at the maid with a strange look, the girl clearly disagreed with her description of the cupcake. In the opinion of the guest, who was carefully holding the cupcake in her hands, this confection could definitely not be called ordinary. Thinking about something, someone wanted to cut a beautiful flower with elegant scissors. Thinking again, the chief instructor Damian called flowers a difficult thing, and that cutting a person did not require any special skill. This was unexpected for John, but Damian did not understand his student's reaction to his love of gardening. For the head instructor, flowers were a labor of love, and the more they were cut, the more beautiful they became. They were in the inner garden, and Damian was sure of Jan's assumption that the chief would interrogate the girl, which meant he considered his boss to be a psychopath. Physical torture has little effect on children when they are frightened, and the information is unreliable. So torture is used on those over 18, and Jan definitely thought of his boss as a psychopath. Continuing to wield the scissors, Damian smiled and reminded the guy of his first assignment, in which he exceeded all of his boss's expectations. Damian knew well about Jan's skillful stopping of kidnappings and terrorism in the desert, where the guy saved the emperor's mentor and Prince Uyghur, and even the brave knight of the special squad captured the tribal chief in Beowulf's domain. After that, even those in the noble circle who opposed the project were forced to remain silent, and Damian praised John for his glorious efforts. As a reward, the chief instructor gave his subordinate permission to use the palace's amnesty as he saw fit, but was ready to listen to any further requests if there were any. With a serious expression on his face, Yang wants to know about Damian's plans for Leah. Closing his eyes, the chief instructor thought for a moment and was unable to immediately answer the soldier standing next to him. The girl was too pure, more than Damian had imagined, and the surveillance had not yielded any useful information for the captain of the special unit. But one particular moment caught the attention of the curious chief instructor of the training center. Preparing to hear the worst, Yang hoped that Damian would not mention what was troubling him. According to the chief, Leah knew very little for her age, and the captain was so ashamed of her that he hid her from the world. Yang listened to his boss and was glad that he had gotten away with it. In any case, Damian did not consider the captain a fool, and he was surely aware that his subordinate had taken his daughter, but he would not do anything without evidence. The chief instructor admitted that the captain would certainly try to find evidence against Damian. It was necessary for him that the captain knew that his daughter was with Damian, but did not understand where exactly she was, but there was a most effective way. With a deft movement, the man cut off a sprig of flowers with scissors, which he loved to do. This method consisted of making it appear as if the captain's daughter was not at the training center for recruits at all. Holding a pretty white rose in his hands, John, a knight of the special squad, turned to the master who was discussing the girl's fate. In a completely serious tone, the victor over the villains asks Damian to entrust him with the recently rescued Leah. After a pause, the chief wanted to hear the reason for this, as his student's request was quite bold, but Jan admitted that he had 3 reasons. Damian listened tensely to Young's first request, which was that he did not consider it effective to kill the captain's daughter. Admitting that right now Leah seems useless, but some information grows in value over time, especially from a hostage. The chief instructor had to listen to all these arguments from his student against the backdrop of beautiful flowers in the inner garden. In response, Damian asked Jan why he himself should keep this girl close to him. Then Jan reminded his boss how he had tortured another instructor today, who was an informant for the captain of a special unit with great power. The captain's puppets were everywhere, and if the girl stayed with Jan, it would be easier to avoid being seen by the traitor. That was the second reason. The chief instructor, who had listened patiently to his protege, now wanted to know the third reason for keeping Leah with Jan. Raising his right fist to his heart, Jan told him how he had given his word to the girl, promising to protect her. Smiling his unkind smile, Chief Instructor Damian asked ironically if he should believe that. A shadow touched the young knight's serious face, but his eyes were clear and bright at that moment. Frowning, Damian looked at Yang, not expecting his brave student to be so soft-hearted. When the chief instructor asked Jan if this girl was his first love, the young man was genuinely surprised. Damian thought Jan was cold as stone, But it turned out that the knight was also human, and the chief instructor laughed at his student's words about his readiness to defend Leah. Thinking about the strange misunderstanding, but if it would help him achieve his goal, Master Yan decided to call Leah his first love. Laughing loudly, Damian ironically called it all passion and fire. But especially for Yan, he gave permission to have the girl. Damian couldn't let the captain's daughter out of his sight. He didn't trust Yang that much, even though he was his student. The guy wasn't as likely to betray him as the instructors, and that disappointed the young man. Having decided to disguise Leah as a maid, the chief instructor asked John to look after her, and he immediately understood everything and agreed. Intending to take something from the inside pocket of his cloak, Damian wants to ask Jan for something in return for fulfilling the knight's request. Then the chief took out a white envelope sealed with a dark seal, intending to have his subordinate deliver it to someone. Recalling the Eastern team that had left with John, Damian mentioned the undead he had seen, which the knight agreed with, saying that the group was led by Casa Afrain. According to the master of the training center, this team had a simple mission, unlike in the north, which was to gather information. However, to the great surprise of the leaders, all members of that special unit had gone missing. If the situation had been normal, it would not have been profitable to rescue the brigade. But here the chief instructor, Damian, smiled as if the disappearance of the people was a nuisance. When the chief asked the young man to pay personal attention to the seal, John recognized it as the symbol of the royal family. This was an order from Crown Prince Leon Kabayan, requiring Jan, a member of a special unit, to immediately go east and rescue the missing cadets. On the border between the Kabalan Empire and the holy state of Lutil lies a region called the Eastern Plain of the Dead. Although it is teeming with undead, both powers, valuing their diplomatic relations, are in no hurry to launch large-scale purges. Casa and his team went there on a reconnaissance mission, considering it an easy task and confident that they would have no trouble dealing with the undead. However, something happened there that the special unit representatives did not expect at all. There was a sudden influx of zombies, now known as the Night of the Dead, and it was incredibly terrifying. A multitude of terrifying monsters began to emerge from underground, bringing chaos and destruction to all living things in these lands. The risen dead attacked any living creature indiscriminately and killed it mercilessly. Members of a special unit on a mission in the East were unable to survive the unequal confrontation with the undead. These creatures were true emissaries of hell, devouring all the inhabitants of the region with their sharp teeth. On that terrible night, the dead wiped out all the inhabitants of the territory, and only one person managed to survive. Only Casa Afrain remained alive, and they say that since then she has completely changed, becoming a cold and cynical person. The terrifying face of another zombie appeared, and upon seeing its new victim, it was ready to pounce. The terrifying spawn of hell, still retaining the outline of a human body, roared loudly, trying to intimidate people. A bright glow appeared, indicating the movement of swords wielded by new knights who had arrived in the dangerous territory to eliminate the monsters. It was a member of the special unit, Yang, swinging his Astalon sword with all his might, who was met by corpses at the very threshold. He had received a new assignment and had to rescue everyone from the trap on the Plain of the Dead. There were only 4 days left before the Night of the Dead repeated itself. Here everything turned out to be worse than Yang and his comrades had expected. There were a huge number of monsters. Observing from the heights of the cliffs, Yang saw zombies wandering around in this deserted area even in broad daylight. The knight remembered very well that in his previous life, no one had been sent to rescue anyone, which meant that things were not going as they had before. Thinking about this, the young man couldn't understand why the crown prince was making different decisions. Staying in the land of the dead was wonderful for Momon. It was the perfect place for the sorceress to regain her former power. But Yang did not understand why she had appeared. Angry, the sorceress wonders what Yang himself thinks about this, because she spent all her strength on those stupid restraining amulets. The sorceress is well aware of the strong energy of the undead that flows in these dangerous places, and she is capable of purifying it in the opposite direction, using her powerful magical symbol. As a result of such painstaking work, the power can become energy of the same nature as life energy. With this energy, Momon would gain magic as if at the peak of her power, and once she gained strength, the sorceress would be ready to kill Yan immediately, so he had to be obedient. Dreaming of obtaining enormous energy, The sorceress inquired about the location of the recently freed Leah, since she was not with Jan. Using the girl's power, the sorceress and the knight would be able to crush the numerous army of zombies more easily than ants. After listening to his companion, Jan believes that the time has not yet come to use the power of their new acquaintance. Suddenly, a girl dressed as a maid approached the young man and called him by name. It was the very same Leah that the knight and the sorceress had been talking about a minute ago, and the girl asked to be taken with them. The girl, who was almost crying, looked sadly at the young man and was afraid that he would leave her alone again. She told him about her headmaid, who was already terrible, and if Yang left, poor Leah would suffer. Apologizing to the girl, Yang said that he had to leave for a short time, and the lady raised her little finger. Looking at the warrior with sad eyes, Leah asked him to swear on her little finger that he would definitely return in 10 nights. And the conqueror of evil had to touch the girl's little finger with his own finger, giving her this promise. Upon learning about the terrible headmaid, Yang offered Leah to stay in his room, and she agreed, but was embarrassed by the need to be in the guy's room in his bed. Sitting on Yang's head, Momon thinks Leah is crazy about the night, but Yang asks her not to talk nonsense, as he needs the destructive potential of the rescued girl for this mission. Looking back at the two male silhouettes, the knight of the special squad is confident that these accomplices will be enough for him. It was Cruel, who had no plans to work with Roman, and Roman didn't understand why Yang had taken Dwight with him on this new mission at all. The enraged aristocratic cadet called Roman a commoner and demanded that he not be a burden in solving problems. The 12th recruit, Roman, looked at his comrade with equal malice and was ready to twist Cruel's head off at that moment. Momom hoped that John was confident he had enough helpers, but she thought the team was poorly chosen. The knight, while admitting this, would still do nothing without Roman and Cruel. Cruel might have been able to strike Yang, but his family is very influential in the East, so his presence is important, and the knight advised his colleague to pack his things. Asking about his desire to have an enhanced aura, Yang asked Roman to get ready, surprising him, but the cadet's ability to defend himself during a rescue is indispensable. Now Roman and Cruel are desperately striving to become stronger, and both warriors understand that they will succeed here, so the guys couldn't resist. Thinking about the upcoming operation, Yang was confident that these two would be enough to eliminate the zombies. Suddenly, someone called out to the young man, interrupting his thoughts about the details of the upcoming mission in the East. Walking, Lina Beowulf asked Cheryl about the time for delay, and she replied that there was none, and then agreed on the need to act quickly. The aristocrat and daughter of Duke Beowulf wanted to know what her companion's plan for the mission was. Cadet Cheryl, who was standing nearby, agreed with her friend and advised Janet to leave all questions to Lorena. It was not for nothing that Lorena went with Jan, and she hopes that the guy is counting only on Roman and Cruel, and did not think that Lorena was less useful. Earlier, the chief instructor allowed his student to take as many people onto the team as he wanted. With him again in the ranks are the 12th recruit, Roman, with his enhanced aura, and the aristocrat, Cruel Dwight, who possesses the aura of death. Nearby are Lorena Beowulf, who has made progress since returning from the north, and Cheryl, who praised every cadet. Those who could be considered the true elite of the Dragon Knights had gathered here, and it turned out that Yan could not assemble a better team. Perhaps all these graduates of the training center for recruits were the strongest of all, but John had doubts about some things. There was complete discord here, with Roman calling his colleagues from the aristocracy noble scoundrels, Cruel considering him a commoner, and Lorena calling for them to leave. Shouting sharply, Yan ordered the guys to quickly shut up and follow him, and they had to walk through rocky terrain. Near the Plain of the Dead and the Geba Pass was the only camp of the Eastern Front. His soldiers walked among the tents and other camp equipment with bottles in their hands, drinking. Standing near the cooking pot, one of the knights told his companion how he had managed to steal a pig in the village. Wandering around the camp, Jan, Lorena, and their colleagues looked around and wondered if they had come to the right place, noticing the poor condition of the country's army. This was a serious matter, and these soldiers were entrusted with protecting the citizens, but they were worlds apart from Dwight. Cruel himself solemnly reminded them that they should not expect much from such troops. One of the inhabitants of the camp near the Plain of the Dead looked in surprise at Lorena Beowulf as she walked by, cheekily asking what she was doing in this place. The knight, whose eyes were glassy from frequent drunkenness, suggested that the girl was looking for someone here. When Lorena said she and her colleagues were reinforcements from a special unit and were looking for the commander, the warrior laughed at her words and at such a girl, as he put it. Grabbing the aristocrat by the shoulder, the warrior was sure that she had come just in time and that they could not do without her help, which caused her to react with surprise. The drunkard in uniform and helmet suggested that they discuss all the questions in the nearest tent, but that was his mistake in communicating with Lina. Seriously angered by the insolent man's behavior, the girl rudely insulted the scoundrel and prepared to fight back. But she didn't have time because Nightjohn instantly appeared nearby, eager to protect his people in a strange and hostile place. John delivered a powerful kick to the insolent soldier of the camp, sending him flying backwards in an instant. Having been struck in an extremely painful spot on his body, the drunkard felt incredible pain and rolled his eyes. His iron helmet was almost split in two after such a powerful attack by the strangers. Standing in a circle around his defeated opponent, Jan asked Lina to move on, because they were done here. But the girl was indignant. She wanted to deal with it herself. In Yan's opinion, if Lina had her way, only two halves of the warrior would remain, and they didn't need any commotion. Roman was sure they had already caused enough noise. Now the knight wondered whether it was worth worrying about this trifle, and Lina Beowulf was forced to agree. Cheryl, who was watching her friend, noticed how she blushed and was unable to respond to this statement. They now need to find the commander, who is the commander-in-chief of the United Forces of Nobles at the Geba Pass. As stated in the archives of the special unit in John's past life, one person had given up searching for Cadet Casa Afrin, but the person responsible for the deaths of the special unit on the Eastern Front was the commander-in-chief, Viscount Jaren. Meanwhile, in the camp, his soldiers continued to drink alcohol, offering to knock back bottles one after another. Some wanted to drink everything to the bottom, while one of the soldiers did not quite understand how it was possible to drink such cheap booze to such an extent. The soldier looked sadly at the nearby cottage, which was clearly intended for the command of the troops. While the soldiers were drinking cheap alcohol by the road, the so-called commander was lounging in his mansion and regularly inviting girls over. At that moment, in one of the spacious rooms, a woman's voice pointed to an empty glass, wanting it refilled, while a second lady tried to calm the Viscount. On the table in a bucket stood a bottle of elite alcohol and a glass next to it, and the guests asked the expensive Viscount if he was capable of fighting zombies while drunk. Fat Jaren smiled and asked them not to talk so much about the undead, saying that the girls themselves did not need to worry about it, and asked them to drink up. One of the soldiers approached from behind and asked the Viscount to step outside for a moment, but the commander reacted with displeasure, demanding that he not enter. The soldier reported the arrival of people from that very place, and Viscount Jaren specifically asked about the location of the strangers. The door to the room where the commander-in-chief was entertaining the girls opened, and a young man greeted him. It was Knight John from the special unit, with the aristocrat Lina Beowulf standing behind him. The commander-in-chief held a large cigar in his thick hand with a ring on his finger. Viscount Jaren looked disapprovingly at the people who had come to him, and this entire special unit made him laugh. Remembering how the previous unit had sent a bunch of juniors under the guise of reinforcements, the man wondered what these guys wanted. Looking at this important-looking man, Knight John knew that in reality, Viscount Jaren was just an ordinary corrupt nobleman. He was born into a wealthy family, but he himself is incapable of anything. And considering that this nobody became commander-in-chief, he clearly paid a fortune for this position. When Yang told him about their arrival here as part of an investigation into the members of the special unit sent to the east, the Viscount asked again. A crowd of monsters appeared by chance during the mission, but Yang and the others didn't hear a thing, so the special unit thinks it's necessary to find out about it. With a stern look, the knight promised the fat Viscount sitting opposite him that he would find out everything if necessary. The commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front did not believe in the seriousness of the intentions of the newcomers, looking at them mockingly. John and Lina just stared at the camp commander, who dismissed the name of the special unit as meaningless and asked them not to make him laugh with their special unit. Let the guys not consider these places a night shelter, and if anyone disappeared in the endless eastern lands, then they were either torn apart by zombies or hid in a hole. Calling on the guys to stop playing special forces, the Viscount offered them a drink if they didn't want to get lost on the plane and become bait for zombies. When Yang asked about the Viscount's desire to cooperate, he laughed, because why would he do that? They would still ask the soldiers to allocate more troops. Only Jaren wondered where the guests had gotten so arrogant when the familiar glow of Yang's sword appeared in the air. In a fit of boasting, the Viscount did not even notice how his thick cigar was split into two pieces. Instantly realizing what had just almost happened to him, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front was greatly frightened. The severed part of the cigar fell to the floor, but Jaren lamented the hair cut off by Lorina's skillful blow. After apologizing to the owner of the mansion, Lady Beowulf reminded him of the Emperor's decree strictly prohibiting smoking indoors. Looking at the man with a gaze completely devoid of regret, Lorina asked Jaren for his assistance. Outraged that these visitors had dared to draw their swords in front of the Viscount, the fat man immediately called the guards, who had fled to the room. The soldiers demanded that the guests stand still, otherwise they would not leave alive, while Yang sighed heavily and regretted his friend's hot-headedness. The surprised Viscount was advised not to get involved with this dangerous man under any circumstances. He must have heard rumors about the presence in the special detachment of a noblewoman from the house of Duke Zima, who was now holding the guard. With a tremor in his voice, the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front mentioned that very girl, but her character should have made everything clear to the man. It was as if someone tall and terrifying had called out to Lorina Beowulf, the only daughter of Duke Zima. This seemingly huge, terrifying stranger with burning eyes mentioned Duke Beowulf himself. With his face changed by fear, Viscount Jaren knew Duke Beowulf, who commanded the strongest army among the four great houses. The Viscount also remembered the Duke's quick temper. Even barbarians and other nobles did not dare to touch the aristocrat, for if he was upset, anything could happen. And then the owner of the mansion raised his disappointed gaze to look at the boys who had deprived him of part of his hair and cigar. John only reacted questioningly to Jaren's cries, who thought that Lauren and the knight were threatening him with the name of Beowulf, so we'll scare them. The Viscount also had a patron, and that was the Marquis of Chillon himself, so it wasn't just the boys who had connections in the great houses. Pondering the fat man's words, Nightjan guessed who he was talking about when he mentioned this Marquis of Chillon. He has much more land in the east than most counts, and it is said that you cannot cross this part of the empire without passing through the Marquis's domain. This owner of such vast estates also has enormous connections and influence in politics. Neither John nor anyone else could have imagined that Viscount Jaren was connected to the Marquis of Chillon himself. Everything here seemed strange to Yang from the very beginning, and the young man had a feeling that something sinister was hidden behind the incident. Smiling slightly, the slayer of monsters on the mountain ridge came to the conclusion that there was a secret criminal intent behind this. Turning sharply to Lorena, Jan declared the need to leave, which greatly surprised the girl, who was waiting for an answer to her question about the Viscount's assistance. Laughing, Jaren accused the boys of running away like cowards with their tails between their legs and called the name of the Marquis of Chillon more weighty than Beowulf. Heading for the exit, Lorena heard her surname and turned around, looking at the emboldened commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front. Jaren watched the boys leave and continued to mention what he considered to be an impressive name. Leaving the room where Jaren was entertaining the girls, Lady Beowulf did not understand how they could just leave like that. According to her, they didn't even crack the rude man's pompous face, but Yang was sure there was no need to get involved with such a person. While Yang was thinking about whether everything would go as planned, parallel events were taking place in Jaren's office. One of the guards on duty here was already lying unconscious on the floor for some unknown reason. Roman believes that Yang would have quietly settled everything in the office, while Cruel attributed the silence to himself, since he had taken care of everything. Cruel hopes that the item mentioned by Yan is now with Roman, but Roman thinks it is with Dwight, who was supposed to steal it while Roman was fighting. Cheryl immediately calmed her colleagues, who were about to start a new quarrel. She did everything because they came for this thing and asked her comrades not to fool around. Roman, angry again, looks at Cruel with dissatisfaction and does not understand why he is in charge of them. According to Mr. Dwight, commoners are supposed to obey the nobility, and he himself cannot ask politely. Roman is ready to bring his colleague to his knees to beg, and Cruel boldly agrees to show how to bow down to the nobles. To the astonished Cheryl, who witnessed all this, it became clear that noble people and commoners are equally stupid. Loudly pointing out that there was no time to sort things out, the girl promised to tell Jan about the boys' new quarrel, but they asked her not to. The following events unfolded at an abandoned fortress located on the Plain of the Dead. The seemingly sturdy gates of the stronghold were closed with an iron grate, which served as additional protection. The hand of a terrifying zombie reached through the bars, the horrible creature trying to get inside the fortress. A crowd of reanimated corpses had already gathered near the gates of the huge abandoned complex. Soldiers standing atop one of the walls cursed the zombies surrounding the stronghold, mentioning the remaining provisions and the setting sun. One of the warriors had almost given up hope that anyone would come to rescue them, lost here, because at this rate, everything would only get worse. Suddenly, someone commanded the soldiers in a loud, commanding voice to gather and stop whining all the time, as if they were some kind of cowards. Casa Afrin walked decisively toward the soldiers, indignant at those who considered them lost here, as the group was still in the area of operations. She reminded James of his desire to join the transport troops, but he was ready to perish here, and Sebas intended to get married. But their colleague pointed to the groom's face with a laugh. In a cheerful voice, Casa Afrin spoke of the approaching reinforcements and asked her comrades to hold out a little longer in the stronghold. But no matter what anyone said, she knew they were at their limit because they didn't have enough weapons and food to last long. And at this rate, death awaited them all. Suddenly, a terrible noise caught the attention of the seemingly cheerful commander of the combat unit, Casa Afrin. The defenders saw the breached eastern wall and were shocked, not understanding what was happening. Some kind of terrifying shadows with burning hellish eyes were approaching the special unit soldiers, who were tired of staying in the abandoned fortress. In the gap in the ruined fortress wall stood a huge monster with enormous hands and several heads. The monster swung its giant limb with 3 sharp claws, seeking to destroy the defenders of the stronghold. The members of the special unit, who were in a state of panic, saw the eastern wall collapse. A strange glow appeared in the claws of the huge monster, indicating that the creature was using magic. Pillars of light pierced the fortress, and numerous zombies poured inside, where the brave but weary knights were located. Casa Afrin ordered all the fighters to quickly take up their positions, because if the gate was breached, the soldiers would not be able to hold back the huge stream of zombies. The swearing defenders faced the danger, and their commander, realizing the full horror of the situation, knew that even the zombies alone would be difficult to deal with. And from the black void of the destroyed eastern wall, the boys were watched by frightening lights, harbingers of evil. Now the warriors had to fight these monsters as well, undead creatures created from countless corpses fused together. Keeping her eyes fixed on the new monster, Casa was completely sure that the spawn was being controlled from a distance by someone unknown. Zombies and skeletons appear spontaneously from the aura of death, and even whole hordes of them are not uncommon in these lands. But the terrifying creatures that arise naturally, like their horrible counterparts, are a completely different matter. But it is also possible that someone decided to create such incredible monsters on purpose. When a new monster appeared in the opening of the ruined fortress wall, Casa Afrin and her subordinates looked at it in surprise. Numerous zombies began to jump out of the creature's torn belly, eager to destroy the group. More and more hellish creatures emerged from the inner shell of the huge spawn, rushing towards the few warriors. Casa, the commander of the group of knights, could not take her frightened eyes off the army of the undead, cursing and remembering the devil. Memories of that terrible day when the executioner's axe fell on the unfortunate man remain as clear as day. A man in a white robe and mask read the sentence to the traitors of Afrin, who were sentenced to death for treason in the name of His Majesty and the righteous laws. All lands and property were confiscated, and the family of this clan was sentenced to death by order of the emperor. The townspeople who witnessed the execution considered the charges against Afrin absurd and false, convinced that everything had been staged in advance. Realizing that this was the end of the Afrin family, some hoped that the family's daughter, who had escaped, would remain unharmed. The executioner, carrying out the emperor's sentence, raised an axe resembling a scythe and brought it down sharply on the unfortunate victim. There was a terrible sound as the scythe severed the neck of Casa Afrin's father on the execution platform. Someone approached the head of the man who had been alive just a minute ago and stopped, as if waiting for something. That someone was Casa, wrapped in outer clothing and covered with a hood, and the smell of blood hit her nose. And then there was a sound that should not have been heard, and it was the voice of the unfortunate girl's father. The head lying on the ground seemed to be trying to say someone's name, but couldn't. The eye of the head appeared and called out to Casa, urging her to return the name Afrin and avenge the death that the man himself did not deserve. Casa continued to stand pensively, as if in a trance, while someone persistently called her, but now it was a living person. When she came to, she found herself kneeling, surrounded by her own knights from a special unit, rejoicing at her safety, while flames burned all around. After inquiring with her subordinates about personnel losses, the girl learned that no one had been hurt, only the wall had been damaged. Some believed that the monster had stopped moving, but others were sure that it was gathering energy and called for the monster to be killed before it attacked again. But the situation was bad because numerous zombies poured through the eastern wall, which had been knocked down by the huge creature. A skull with empty black eye sockets lay motionless on the monster's peculiar head. Suddenly, in the next moment, the eye sockets glowed with a bright light, and the knights of the special squad realized that the terrifying creature had awakened. Trying to come to the necessary decision, Casa Afrain understood that if the monster dared to strike, the guys still had a way to survive. Before the eyes of the defenders of the abandoned fortress, the monster came to life and gradually got to its feet, frightening them with its terrifying appearance. Casa considered turning her companions into bait, while she herself would try to escape and ultimately remain alive. At any moment of danger, the girl ran away, even when the members of the special squad were fighting the ancient demon Lich in the dungeon. Then she abandoned her team and ran away, constantly reminding herself of the need to survive this horror. One of the main reasons why the aristocrat left her position on the battlefield was her desire to restore her family. Once again, the memory of her father's severed head came to mind, its voice demanding that the name of the Afrain family be restored. Attacking the soldiers of the special unit, the monster struck the boys with a magical blow from its terrifying body. Unable to stay on their feet from the powerful attack, the knights staggered in their positions in the fortress. Continuing its attack, the monster raised its paw with a sharp blade to quickly kill the brave warriors. Standing at full height, the creature swung its sword-like paw, and the knights screamed in terror. Casa no longer wanted to hear the otherworldly voice of her executed father, and everything she said was really just an excuse. Armed with a long, trident-shaped spear, the aristocrat launched a counterattack on the raging monster. In previous encounters with monsters, Afrain had fled only because she was physically weak. Using the 23rd form of the dark spirit, Primordial Blossom, in this battle, Casa struck the huge spawn. The creature was unable to recover from the incredible damage it had sustained and fell to the ground. The Special Forces soldiers who witnessed Casa's brilliant entry into the battle against the zombies were ecstatic. Watching Casa jump onto the spawn and knock the monster down, they wondered how she did it with just one blow. Giving her subordinates a stern look, Casa ordered them not to relax because the creature would soon come back to life, spitting on the wall itself. The members of the special squad decided to retreat to the tower, hoping to hold out there if they could reach that point of the abandoned fortress. Stepping over the body of the supposedly immobilized creature, Casa wanted to hold out in the tower for a while, hoping for help to arrive soon. But suddenly, two red protrusions resembling horns appeared on the monster's body right next to the girl. With some amazement, the leader of the group of knights noticed these changes on the body of the supposedly defeated creature. Suddenly, a long stake flew out of the monster's body, piercing the unfortunate defender of the fortress. The warriors who followed her screamed in horror when they saw what had happened to their resolute leader. Various terrifying growths emerging from the creature's body stared at the warrior with their eerie eyes. Particularly terrifying was the skull, which looked as if it had been folded in half by some mad craftsman. The knights who witnessed the incident cursed the monster and could not simply abandon it after all they had been through. Suddenly, in a weak voice, Casa Afrain ordered her subordinate warriors to leave, grabbing the stake and trying to pull it out. Demanding that her loyal warriors act according to the agreed plan, the leader spoke of the need to retreat to the tower. Unwilling to give up its prey, the creature opened its skull and released a black glow with a red light inside. Still hanging on the monster's protuberance, Casa only watched the new dangerous actions of the almighty enemy. The monster's new magical weapon was frightening with its unknown capabilities, which did not bode well for humans. Keeping her eyes on the creature, Casa Afrain now deeply regretted that she could not be even stronger. But she was already strong, and now the legendary sword of the ruler of Astalon, which had repeatedly helped its master kill enemies, came into play. Even demonic magic would no longer help the huge spawn in its insatiable desire to destroy the brave knights. Anyone who still stands, fighting an enemy stronger than themselves, cannot be called a weak person. The spawn began to fly apart, and Casa's subordinates looked with great surprise at the one who uttered these words of encouragement. After striking the monster with lightning speed, the savior of the seemingly doomed warriors landed safely on the ground. In his opinion, Casa Afrain's wound was serious, even though she had freed herself from the monster's appendage. But the leader of the fortress knights herself did not expect to see him. Grabbing a bottle of potion, which should help, deftly thrown by a warrior who intervened in the battle at the right moment, Casa thanked him for it. Amazed by what she had seen, Casa just stared at this man who praised her for her good work and asked her to go rest. He, Knight John, demanded that everything else be left to him, a member of the Special Forces who was about to begin a rescue operation. Soon, the empty bottle of potion lay on the ground, Kasha having drunk it all for a speedy recovery. With a shaky voice, Casa thanked Knight John. Now she owed him her life for saving her from certain death at the hands of the monster. Wanting to tell him about the monster's enormous regenerative powers and their consequences, Casa did not have time, as John asked her not to worry. Learning that the monster could not recover, the girl mentioned Jan's mission in the north, and he told her how he had come here immediately after completing it. The knight could not sit idly by, knowing the danger his comrades were in, which surprised them as they were shocked by Yang's voluntary journey to hell. Listening to praise about himself as an incredible and brilliant example for the members of the Special Forces, whom one can rely on, John rejoiced in his ability to enhance his reputation. Then the warriors learned where the rest of the rescue team was, thinking that a platoon had been sent, but John noted only 5 people. Delighted with the 50 units that would help them cope, the warriors were upset when John clarified that no more than 5 people had arrived. Grumbling with disappointment at the arrival of only 5 soldiers as the long-awaited reinforcements, the men did not know what to do now and considered themselves abandoned. Casa loudly ordered everyone to calm down, saying that the most important thing in a special unit was not quantity, but quality, and Yang listened enthusiastically to his colleague's words. Let Cadet Afrain be happy about the arrival of her friends because she really needed it. She said all this only to calm her excitement. But now everything was clear to the aristocrat. Damian, the chief instructor of the training center for recruits, had simply left a special unit here. According to Casa, Knight Yang had apparently fallen out of favor with Damian himself, which is why he ended up in these dangerous places. As soon as the girl wanted to talk about something with the young man who had saved her, she fell silent mid-sentence when she saw something terrible in front of her. Shouting for Jan to turn around, Casa pointed to the huge paw of a terrifying creature that had come to life and was trying to grab the brave warrior. Looking back, Yang seemed oblivious to the danger threatening him and reacted indifferently to the presence of the terrifying monster. The warriors of Casa's special unit were greatly perplexed as they watched the actions of their brave colleague, believing that the monster had missed. Holding his sword, Yang knew that the creature would not die from simply losing its head. He had heard that this was what happened when you gathered a bunch of zombies, but Yang was ready to kill the monster 100 times over. Not understanding Yang's words, the monster turned one of its own terrifying paws into a spear, forming a kind of stake. Striking blow after blow, the monster failed to hit Yang, who calmly called his opponent a fool and did not understand what he was aiming at him. Keeping her eyes on the confrontation, Casa Afrain came to the conclusion that the creature never missed. It became clear that Knight Yan was simply skillfully dodging each of the monster's attacks. The aggressive creature, now strong again, stood in front of Yan, showing its terrible torso. The extremely attentive Casa noticed zombies beginning to emerge from the center of the monster's body and asked John to dodge their attacks. Dozens of zombies burst out of the monster's horrific insides and rushed at the young man, eager to kill him. The young man's gaze changed completely as he began to defend himself against the reanimated dead. Using the 16th form of the Dark Spirit, Yan could now deliver 1,000 lightning-fast blows to the zombies that had descended upon him. Although there were a huge number of attackers, they could do nothing against the warrior who was tearing them to pieces. In this confrontation, Yang was unmatched, cutting down monsters with deft strokes of the sword of the ruler of Astalon. While the first ranks of zombies attacked the knight and were destroyed, the second ranks followed them into the attack, but also fell under the sword. The soldiers of the special unit who witnessed this brutal battle could not believe what was happening and how Yan was cutting off the zombies' heads. They noticed how the body of the huge monster sank, unable to regenerate after Cadet Yang's blows. The monster could not be revived because of Astalon, who was able to cut off magical energy, including the energy of death. What the guys wanted so much happened. The scary monster started to fall apart, losing its ability to revive. The process accelerated rapidly. Just a minute ago, it was a giant monster, and now there was almost nothing left of it. The special squad was shocked by Yan, who had defeated the huge monster single-handedly. It was unbelievable to them, and they weren't sure that he was really just a simple member of the group. Kasa Afrain, who had simply watched the battle and her comrade's subsequent triumph, was no less surprised. Suddenly, one of her subordinates urgently reported to Kasa about the incident at the East Gate, and the girl thought that they had already fallen. The reporter from her group denied this, but more reinforcements arrived in the form of new monsters seeking to destroy the Night Squad. At that very moment, the zombie that rushed into the attack was swiftly eliminated by one of the knights in the group. Roman, the recruit who killed the monster, considers new enemies to be mere punching bags, while Cruel, with his sword, takes no pleasure in chopping up the corpses of the dead. Case was informed again about the arrival of another reinforcement, but this time at the South Gate, where the ice-covered skeletons were located. The power of the snow spirits grew, and one of the warriors used his magic sword to fight the enemies. Lorraine Beowulf, who was standing next to her, informed Cassie Afrain that all the remaining zombies had been eliminated. The leader of the special unit defending the abandoned fortress thought about how much stronger everyone had become. This was especially true of the knight Jan, who was abnormally tall, and compared to him, Casa was worse off. They had to brace themselves again because the threat from the monsters had not disappeared while the guys were in this area. No one should miss this chance. And Casa ordered the first group to go and defend the East Gate with Roman and Cruel, and the second to the South Gate of the fortress. This was not the time for her to beat herself up for being supposedly unworthy. She would do everything possible, and while the lady was in command, Yang considered her worthy of admiration. The girl must have been depressed, but she still managed to calm people down and then lead them effectively. With a kind smile, the knight glanced at his companion and was completely confident that she would be of use. Then Yang recommended that Kasei gather the wounded together, as they would be leaving immediately, which surprised the aristocrat. Holding a glowing hoop with 3 emeralds in his hands, Yang suggested that Kasei escape with this unusual object. The girl recognized these mobile teleportation gates invented by the magic scientist Isaac. Asking only that he not mention that the chief instructor had given him such an expensive item, Casa was surprised to learn that Yang had stolen the teleport from Viscount Jaren. This brilliant device was in a box, and Yang knew that cowards like the Viscount always planned to escape alone. Casa is well aware of the teleport's ability to transport only one person, and the amount of energy required for 5 people would be prohibitive. Asking his colleague not to worry, Jan knows where to get it, but it takes time to charge, so he called for the wounded to be gathered so that they could be sent in groups at a time. Understanding everything, Casa went to get the injured to bring them here, and Momon flew to the knight, surprised by the new plan. Smiling, Yang called the sorceress tired, and she got angry, assuming that Yang meant to squeeze her dry. As soon as Momon gathered mana, Yang squeezed it out of her. The girl was not a milk cow to him. She did not store magical energy for the night. Always grateful to her for this, the guy still angered Momon, who would not let Yang get away with it, but he asked her to calm down and reminded her of the favor she had requested. The young man did not have time to fully voice his thought when a new horror appeared in the vicinity, heard by everyone. Roman, Cruel, Casa Afrain, and Jan, who were in different parts of the abandoned fortress, felt this energy. At that moment, dark black clouds gathered over the huge fortress where the members of the special unit were located. The ground began to tremble and cracks began to appear, as if something unusual was preparing to break out. Finally, large, terrifying hands with spread out eerie fingers appeared on the surface. A black, terrifying creature crawled out, its lifeless eyes glowing like embers. Several demonic spawns strode across the ground, heading toward the knights who were still unaware of the monster's existence. Momom asked John if he could sense anything, and the boy did indeed feel a repulsive magical power, but it could only mean one thing. This thing was already here, as the sorceress suddenly realized, and it was the one behind everything that was happening now. A black, terrifying shadow already loomed over the abandoned fortress with its handful of brave defenders against the zombies. The great and terrible King of Corpses himself was preparing to play one of the roles in the story of the confrontation between the knights and the reanimated dead. Meanwhile, the terrifying spawn continued to advance toward the brave defenders in the fortress. The mere sight of these enormous monsters could send anyone to their grave, but the members of the special unit were not the type to give up. They received the order to move in pairs and spread out, ceasing to whine, in order to meet their new monstrous opponents with dignity. Finally, hearing the order to rush into battle, the brave warriors attacked the monsters from behind, striking them with their swords. 30 minutes earlier, Night Yang had been talking to his comrades in the abandoned fortress, where the banners still hung. He told his friends that the portal was ready, suggesting that they evacuate the others and then themselves, assuring Lina that they would make it in time, even though time was against them. Then the young man asked the guys if they had all felt the awakening of the foul aura of death or not. With it, the spawn and new forces of the undead were coming for them. And if they weren't stopped head-on, the armies of monsters behind them would surely crush the guys. When Yang called on Roman, Lorne, and Cruella to hold back the spawn, Dwight wondered why the three of them had to do it. With the teleport set up, the aura of death of the undead after its death is transferred into the energy of the funnel, so monsters must be killed to charge the device. Cheryl asked Yang to stay at the gate and evacuate their team members, which the upset girl was forced to agree to. Unable to bear it any longer, Casa told Yan that she couldn't just run away like that. She wanted to stay and fight the monsters too. If Afrain returned without any success, her status in the special forces would fall, and she needed to earn merit in this mission to restore her family's name. Yan didn't really like the aristocrat's request to let her fight alongside her comrades against the monsters. Reluctantly, the young man agreed, but reminded Case Afrain of her debt, asking her not to forget about it, and she thanked the guy. Handing his colleague the bottles of holy water he had stolen from Viscount Jaren, Jan asked Casa to moisten her sword with the liquid. Standing on the wall, the knight asked his colleagues not to kill all the spawn, but only to restrain them, and he would finish the rest himself, but the guys did not understand his words. Jan thought about who was controlling the army of the undead from the back rows, radiating this aura of death, and as long as he existed, his troops would not cease to come to life. But the young man was determined to destroy this incredibly powerful enemy. Only Jan's cloak flashed in the air, but his loyal companions were already calling out to him. The brave knight was already flying down from the roof of the fortress toward his enemies, and his companions begged him not to take on this task alone because of the danger. The terrifying creature screamed in a horrible voice at the sight of the knights and rushed to attack the defenders of the fortress. The 12th cadet, Roman, who seemed to have become a berserker during the battle, clenched his mighty fists and ran toward the monster himself. Body-strengthening techniques and fiery fists helped the brave warrior deliver a powerful blow to the creature. With his nimble movements, Roman cut off 2 tentacles of the huge creature at once, temporarily depriving it of some of its strength. After praising her comrade for his excellent work, the aristocrat Lina Beowulf burst into the battle. This came as a surprise to the monster, which now had to face 2 powerful knights from a special squad at once. Flying up into the air, Lina Beowulf activated the second form of the Spirit of the Snows to battle the enemy, while Roman covered her from below. Then the girl used the small blizzard technique, after which the monster had no chance of escape. To Casa Afrin's surprise, her comrades worked well together, and the cadet with his sword also rushed into the dangerous battle. Not wanting to lag behind her brothers in arms, she used a spinning technique to destroy the huge monster nearby. Calling on the aristocratic knight, Cruel Dwight, to retreat, Casa rushed forward toward the monster. Pushing off the ground with a sylphid step, which involved the use of magic, she turned the situation to her advantage. Armed with a spectral blade, whose appearance was capable of intimidating any opponent, Casa advanced. Her comrades were confused when they saw Casa use 2 skills at once, including blade dancing. One of the monster skulls Kasha had cut off flew through the air, oozing a black substance that vaguely resembled blood. Some of the splashes flew towards the defender of the fortress herself, and she grimaced in disgust when she heard her comrades calling her name. Wiping her hand, the aristocrat quickly reassured the boys, assuring them that it was only blood and that the monster itself had not managed to touch her. Suddenly, a terrible sound caught Casa's attention, and she stared ahead with glassy eyes as the battle continued. Another monster loomed over the poor girl, with a giant trunk from which 2 burning eyes and sharp, terrifying fangs peered out. In order to urgently rescue Cadet Afrain, someone kicked her hard in the back to prevent the terrifying monster from devouring the distracted warrior. Flying away, Casa looked back and heard her comrade's loud, coarse shout calling her stupid. The rescuer turned out to be Cruel Dwight, who had demanded that she stay out of his way, but now had the monster's clawed paw hanging over him. In the next moment, the powerful trunk swallowed the unfortunate cadet, and Casa screamed in horror and regret for her comrade. Standing aside and looking at the huge creature, the aristocrat thought about Cruel at that moment and did not understand why he had done so. She remembered him from the academy as a selfish person, but she did not know why this arrogant and rude man had helped her. And then Casa Afrain noticed something strange about the monster. It was a rotation that was so familiar to her. The same trunk that had swallowed Cruel Dwight was spinning strangely at that moment, as if something inside it was turning. It was the spinning fang technique, and the monster's trunk split in two, and the living Cruel flew out of it. A second later, the blue-blooded daredevil landed safely on the ground, smiling at Casey, who thought he was really going to die. Before the fight, Cruel tried to infuse his sword with mana, like John, and almost killed himself, so he was surprised at how his colleague did it all. While Knight Dwight continued to mention Yang, Casa just looked at him silently, wondering about her comrade's behavior. After apologizing to Cruel, the girl drew his attention to herself, and the warrior looked at his colleague in amazement. Casa reminded Cruel of his desire to save her in that difficult moment, while Afrain thought only of his family and achievements. At that moment, the knight himself asked his colleague to tie the bastard's legs so that he could strike him in the torso, but Casa did not quite understand him. Grabbing his longsword, Cruel said he understood Casa's feelings, because he himself had been like that in the past. But if Casa followed the same path as Cruel Dwight himself, then the knight of their special squad, Yang, would beat all the nonsense out of her over time. Casa was stunned. She stared blankly at her savior standing in front of her, and couldn't believe that Yang had changed this arrogant guy so much. After recovering a little, the cadet smiled slightly. If Yang had managed to do this with Cruel, then maybe she could do it too. At sunset, the hands of the dead reappeared from the bowels of the earth, struggling to break free, eager to capture the living. Pillars of bright light appeared above the ground, as if hidden in the depths of the planet. They had found their long-awaited freedom. The next second, there was an explosion, and only red fragments of something large remained in the air. Hovering above the earth, the King of Corpses was saddened by the short life of man, for then it was impossible to walk the path of arcane magic. But he asked everyone not to worry now. The monster held his skull and called on everyone to become undead and follow this path forever. It was also necessary to restore the glory of those times when they gathered in the Tower of Magic and advanced their own research. While the King of Corpses was dreaming about his future, Jan suddenly appeared with the sword Astalon in his hands and disagreed with him. The monster called the knight a fool, claiming that Yang's attacks would not work on him in this case. The knight who rushed into the attack had his own opinion on the matter, and he attacked the King of Corpses, before whom a cloud of light appeared. Today, John, a knight of the special squad, faced Lich, one of the 5 disasters of the future empire. The focused warrior stared intently at the King of Corpses and suspected him of being the culprit behind everything that had happened. The monster seemed to see clearly when it saw the young knight in front of it and mistook him for Bahamut. An explosion thundered, the force of which sent Yang flying to the side, watching as a magical symbol appeared. Finally, the demon hung in the air, supported by black magic that gave him strength and energy. John saw Lichamun split in two and hovering against the backdrop of the magical symbol, now rejoicing in his discovery. The ancient spawn of hell had discovered the one who had managed to destroy the tower and then slaughter all the young people who were present there at that moment. In Lichamun's understanding, this person was Bahamut, who had taken advantage of the fruits of the wizard Mammon and killed him. Staring intently at the demon, Yang noticed how he mentioned the name of the founding emperor. Lichamun grew into an even greater monster with wings, huge paws, and a tail, threatening to kill Bahamut and everyone associated with him. Rumors spread across the continent about the legend of the Tower of Magicians, known as the Ivory Tower, the Tower of Babylon, or the Paradise of Wizards. Existing only as a legend, no one has ever seen it, but its power is comparable to that of the largest states. However, the mages were interested in the truths and principles of magic. It was said that they never interfered in the affairs of the mortal world, but in their pursuit of magical truth, they incurred the wrath of a dragon. One night, the tower disappeared, and that was the end of the story. But Knight Yang himself took it all as just a myth. Lichamun had no idea that the warrior was from the magical tower and attacked him, while John, who was fleeing, wondered how the Tower of Magicians did not interfere in the affairs of this world. The demon, clinging to the skull with his bones, refused to listen to Yang, considered Bahamut's actions unforgivable, and threatened to kill him. For Lichamun, Bahamut's destruction of the mage's tower and theft of all the wizard's research was comparable to planets burning in fire. The man who committed this terrible atrocity was an enemy of Master Liamen and the junior magicians who were working in the tower at the time. Because of all this, Lich is about to settle the score with Knight John, whom the ancient creature mistakes for the long-dead Bahamut. While the revived demon used a lightning spear and a fire arrow, John, dodging all these weapons, denied that he was Bahamut. Fire arrows and deadly lightning bolts flew at the guy, and he moved out of the way, shouting that he was not Bahamut. John noticed how this new Lich resented Bahamut's actions, taking offense at him centuries later. The demon in front of him looked exactly like Momon, which meant that they might be somehow connected. Suddenly, a strange wind picked up and began to pull the warrior slowly in the opposite direction. Yan was horrified to see a black hole appear, and this deadly phenomenon was more than serious. A red glow appeared in the center of the terrifying object, and Yang realized he had to destroy it. A bright light appeared in place of the darkness and the red dot, sending out its fast-moving rays everywhere. A familiar voice brought Yang back to his senses, asking if he had gone blind from staring so intently at the glow. It was Momon, who saw no resemblance between herself and Lich, pointing to her body, which was superior in aesthetics and functionality. According to her, not all Lichs are the same. Aemon has long been consumed from within by the aura of death, and he is barely hanging on by a thread. Even if one becomes a Lich demon, as long as one can keep one's mana purified, one can preserve one's spirit and soul. But if you accept the aura of death, it will poison the vessel of life, and then your mind and soul will be sent into the abyss. Everything is like this Lich Amun, who is now standing in front of Yan and Momon. Soon he will completely lose his self and will not even remember who he is. Watching her brother, the sorceress Momon, thought about these tragic moments and remembered one of the students of the magic tower. One day he came to her and was about to tell his master, who was Momon, about his own research. The sorceress closed her eyes as if she was planning to focus on the past and something very important to her. Asking Yan to buy her some time alone, Momon still lacked the mana to take her full form, so he needed to hold out until she had gathered it all. Hearing the girl's intention to deal with Lichamun, Yan was very surprised. He did not understand how she would restrain the ancient demon and for how long. Suddenly, a chimera dragon appeared with a huge fanged mouth that emitted a bright glow, frightening the young man. The dragon's incredibly powerful breath caused a loud explosion, and Yang was thrown far back. Gathering his strength, the young man jumped from one piece of rubble to the next, angry at Momon's request to hold on, considering it irresponsible. Lichamun, holding his skull with his terrifying stumps of hands, called Yang Bahamut, who had nowhere to go, while the young man asked his companion to hurry up. A suddenly flashing magical symbol appeared before the demon, causing a terrible reaction. The bright rays of the magical seal reached the knight of the special squad, who was ready to finish off the monster right away. In the next moment, red light engulfed John, and before losing consciousness, he remembered the dragon again. The young man sitting with his back to the other person coughed, as if recovering from an illness. It was Cruel, who was tired of sitting like this, but he couldn't move a finger, and Casa was in a similar state. The angry, aristocratic knight looked around and wondered if it was really over. According to his observations, the zombies were no longer regenerating, clearly indicating the end of the fight. But Casa hesitantly agreed with her colleague from the special squad. They saw no signs of life in the huge spawn, and everything was quiet in the clearing, so the guys were interested in Yan's actions that led to this. Unable to find an answer to this question, Cruel Dwight was forced to remain silent, staring at the corpses of the monsters in front of him. Suddenly, the guys saw a huge and amazing beam of light appear where Yan had gone, and Cruel was curious about what his colleague could have done. Looking closely, they noticed the shape of the beam, which resembled a dragon's head. Lichamun was still holding his skull with his bony hands, sensing his imminent defeat in the fight against the knights. Remembering the Emperor's family whom he hated, the ancient demon still wanted to continue fighting. And then the monster's huge body began to fall apart, its fate finally sealed. This couldn't be, thought Lichamun. His body, seemingly so powerful, had been damaged so easily. The ancient monster saw a black silhouette in front of it, pointing a bright, sparkling sword at the demon, and recognized the shape. It seemed to the monster that it was once again facing off against the founding emperor, Bahamut. This filled the demon with great excitement. Finally, Bahamut, Lichamun's sworn enemy, had revealed his true form. To the monster's equally strong surprise, Knight Yang realized how his sword technique reminded Amon of Bahamut's warrior. Before the ghost of the founding emperor stood the real Knight Yang, who had come to the conclusion that he truly possessed the technique of Bahamut himself. Yang could not have imagined that he would have to use his trump card here, and yet it was an incredibly crazy power. Every time the young man opened the three sources of mana, the inner voice became clearer. Hearing the demand to cut down 1,000 soldiers with a single sword, the knight of the special squad thought he was hearing the technique of Bahamut himself. The magical sword technique of the ruler, which whispers, and now Yang wanted only to understand everything correctly for himself. Suddenly, the young man felt unwell and blood spurted from his mouth, which was very strange. Leaning his sword against the ground to keep from falling, Yang waited for the explosion and realized it was too early for him to use all of this. After just one swing of the Astalon sword, all of the knight's mana was depleted, and Yang had no idea it would take so much. The young warrior would never be able to forgive Lich for such enormous expenditure. He was incredibly angry now. The ancient demon threatened to kill Yang as cruelly and painfully as he could, and on behalf of everyone present in the tower at that moment, the monster was going to judge the young man himself. After that, an ancient magical symbol appeared on the skull of the vengeful monster, with which Lich was preparing to destroy the knight of the special squad. Using the technique of multiple sorcery, a terrifying mouth with white teeth and a red tongue appeared on the demon's body. The Lich used a magic projectile, an ice storm, a wall of fire, and other spells against the enraged Yan, knowing that Momon was incapable of such feats. The magical seals used by the monster did their gruesome work, aimed at eliminating the knight. Lich screamed with all his might, wishing death upon the brave warrior who continued to resist the monster. Suddenly, Momon appeared out of nowhere, pressed her finger to her lips, and asked him to be quiet. After that, the magical symbols summoned by the demon began to fade little by little, which was incredible. The stunned Knight Yang watched in amazement as all the magic circles disappeared at once. Using magic and walking barefoot, Momon reminded her companion to hold on and not show off in front of the monster. Stepping forward to shield her colleague, Momon had not yet prepared everything necessary to fight Lich. But since, in her opinion, Knight Yang was on the verge of death in his battle with the demon, there was nothing else to do. A large, sparkling magical symbol of Momon appeared above the girl's head, and she asked everyone to leave everything to her now. 3 of these magical seals burned near the girl, connected to each other, and a smaller copy of them hovered above her palm. The sorceress closed her eyes in an attempt to concentrate, and a thin red line appeared on her forehead. Since the tower's apprentice had started this mess, she had to be the one to take responsibility for everything. A crack appeared in the dark sky, and from it emerged a huge pillar of bright light stretching down to the ground. Yang was surprised by Momon's appearance. She had created a body for herself that was the same as the one she had had in life. Agreeing with her partner, the sorceress mentioned her lack of mana, which meant she would not be able to hold him off for long. That is why the sorceress asked her faithful knight, John, to look closely, because she looked like a human. And now she offered Yan to see the true appearance of the master of the Tower of Magicians. But the knight did not know that Momon was such a person. Previously, Yan had considered the sorceress to be one of the tower's mages, but he had no idea that she held such an important position there. While the warrior was thinking about what else he could get out of Momon, the girl was upset by his primitive thoughts when he saw her true self. Seeing the girl, Lich called her to come with him and together strive for the pinnacle of magic. She laughed and was surprised that the monster did not recognize her in such a guise. He did not like Momon's answer, and the demon used a technique of multiplying magic and hellish flames to destroy his opponents. Looking at the sorceress with his terrifying eyes, Lich directed his demonic blow at her. An incredible explosion occurred, a powerful storm of gamma radiation created by the ancient monster. Unable to stand on his strong legs, Knight Yang flew to the side, unable to withstand the witchcraft attack of the otherworldly villain. Not giving up on his attempts to win the young people over to his side, Lich offered them to abandon their mortal flesh and start living with him forever. A strong, bright light appeared in front of the demon, emitted by one of the trunks similar to those of the spawn. The girl accused the demon of pity, which caused him to feel bewildered. Momon called his attacks crude, even though he had put all his malicious energy into them, and was surprised by the monster's decision to use more mana. Looking sternly at Lich, the sorceress doubted his previous training in the magic tower. The monster called the sorceress an arrogant girl after her words and threw a large stone at her. Momon smiled at Lich use of brute force, whose magic had failed, and it wasn't so bad, she thought ironically. With a flick of her wrist, the girl easily stopped the huge boulder flying towards her, and the ancient demon did not impress her at all. She was surprised that Lich had forgotten about the possibility of easily breaking the hastily and sloppily drawn magic circles. This was too primitive a way of thinking for a monster that sent magic at moment out of malice, but the rays of sorcery could not pierce the girl. The ancient monster only listened to the taunts of his rival, who recommended using mana more creatively, and not only that. Momon called the use of evil energy an approach for the lazy, and she was surprised by her enemy's idea that a body distorted by this energy could reach the pinnacle of magic. It seemed that the demon, who had doubts about the evil energy mentioned by the sorceress, was already beginning to deny something. Continuing to talk about evil energy and the restoration of the tower, Lich told Momon about his desire to simply rebuild it. According to the archaic monster, he really wanted to revive the tower's students and bring back the master so that everyone could learn all the magical secrets again. Lich words about his intention to restore the tower and his willingness to do anything to achieve this touched the depths of the sorceress's soul. For the sake of that tower, the demon acted, from which even she, the current companion of the knight Yan Momon, turned away. In the past, Momon had many opportunities to return there, but blinded by revenge, she did not attach any importance to it. Only Momon's conscience knew that she had closed her own eyes to all those long years of loneliness. Many centuries passed, but the memories of the magical tower continued to live in her mind. Suddenly, the girl closed her eyes and now truly felt guilty for everything that connected her to the Tower of Magicians. Lich remembered the day when he appeared to him with that mark, but Momon did not understand what the monster was talking about. Then this someone showed her a red magical symbol, thanks to the power of which Lich could achieve anything he desired. Only now did the girl realize that the source of Lich evil energy was that very villain, while the demon himself just held his skull and wailed. To the amazement of all present, a terrible explosion thundered, causing an incredible bright light, and Lich screamed loudly. The sorceress Momon understood perfectly well that this was a tremendous force getting out of control. As a result of the explosion, pieces of stone flew in all directions, and Amon, who was still in the epicenter, was visible against the background of the bright light. The ancient monster, barely surviving, tried with his last ounce of strength to convey something to his opponents, speaking about himself. Momon screamed as she looked at Lich. She couldn't protect anyone else, but she was determined to save him at any cost. A moment later, a magical seal appeared in the girl's hands, one she had used many times before. Then she brought the magical symbol close to the demon, who screamed in an inhuman voice, standing in the center of the explosion. Using her magical abilities, Momon wanted more than anything for Amon to just hold on. The sorceress was going to cast her own spell on the demon's magical body in order to purify its mana. It was extremely important for the girl to cleanse Lich of the evil feelings and forces inside him. Thanks to these kind actions on the part of the sorceress, it will be possible to return Amon to who he was in that distant time. The magical processes were initiated by Momon, but nothing had happened to Lich himself yet. The terrifying skull still stared at the guys, but soon the scary bones began to disappear, and the ancient demon gradually began to transform into a human being. Momon felt incredible joy because the magical purification process was working, but there was still a little more work to be done. And suddenly, to the surprise of both Momon and Lich himself, he began to fall apart into pieces, much to the girl's horror. The seemingly sturdy body of the ancient creature crumbled right before the eyes of the unfortunate sorceress, who was trying to save her companion in the Tower of Magic. Amon's body, corrupted by evil energy, could not withstand the purification, but Momon could not allow him to end this way, so she asked him to hold on and not give up. The sorceress looked bitterly at Amon, who suddenly turned to her and called her master. Lich, who had just begun to acquire human traits, recognized the girl as his master from the Magic Tower and did not expect to meet her again like this. Amon apologized to the sorceress for his unseemly appearance, but she did not want to hear empty regrets. If the purification was successful, Lich would become a mage again. After such motivating words, a semblance of a smile appeared on Amon's face, but it was already too late for him. With noticeable sadness, the girl listened to her companion from the Magic Tower, not missing a single word. When Amon strayed from the path of mana and chose evil, his fate was already sealed, and when the boy made that choice, he lost the right to return to mana. In this life, in which Lich had made mistakes forever, He felt intense joy at the opportunity to see her, his master, one last time. Mammon thoughtfully closed her eyes when Lich asked his former master to forgive him and let him go to the world he had long chosen for himself. Accepting Amon's request, the sorceress raised her hand and summoned her magic seal again to perform new actions. Agreeing with him, Momon solemnly addressed the apprentice of the magic tower, demanding that he listen to her and that his end would not be in vain. She admitted that this was the last spell that Lich Amon would ever see, urging him to forever imprint this magic in his soul, as it was the pinnacle of sorcery. Looking up, the former student of the magic tower, Amon, seemed to understand what Master Momon wanted to tell him. A new bright glow appeared in the air above them, and Amon recognized the expansion of the territory and the blooming of hundreds of lotuses. Wishing to ease the fate of her subordinate, the sorceress asked him to follow the path of mana that stretched across the heavens. With sadness, the sorceress bid him farewell, saying that if he followed it, then the soul of Lich Amon would remain with his own magic forever. A smile appeared on Amon's now kind face, and looking up at the path shown to him, he thanked his former master. The bright otherworldly light almost completely engulfed Lich Amon, in whom there was no longer any evil, but he continued to call out to his master. Momon hovered in the air and watched her departing student, regretting his fate. Now the sorceress expressed her hope that Amon would find long-awaited peace after his whole life had been filled with nothing but pain. Finally, it was all over, as it seemed to John. He was interested in the success of the last rituals. Momon called the last journey long, but everything turned out as it should have with the night. The teleportation gate on the tower was also activated, and that was also true because Lich Amon was no more. It was really the end. But neither Momon nor her companion managed to find out who turned Amon to evil, which makes the mage uneasy. But Jan suggests visiting this person. Hearing this suggestion, Momon was surprised that there was a suspect in the matter that concerned her, but Yang had just such a candidate in mind. At the same time, the young knight of the special squad was not entirely sure that this person was still alive. The following events unfolded at the headquarters of the Eastern Front's Unified Command. The bare feet of a certain man hung in the air in the very room where he usually used to be. It was the body of the commander of the Grim Eastern Front, Viscount Jaren, and he was dead. All 80 members of the special unit sent to the plane of the dead were rescued and returned, rejoicing, not believing they would ever come back. The fighters congratulated their friend, laughed, and were filled with immense joy at having survived incredibly difficult conditions. Addressing her friends, Lina spoke about the idea that the mission was impossible, but in the end, the task was accomplished, and everyone did a great job. Roman himself did not believe in a breakthrough. According to Cadet Cheryl, who was present, the credit for this success goes to the aristocrat Lorena Beowulf. Looking away, the 12th recruit, Roman, assumes that all members of the special unit are now inspired. At least according to Lorena, everyone who took part in this difficult mission deserved a little joy. Cruel recounted how he jumped down and saved Kasu, then cut down all the monsters in one fell swoop, but the jubilant crowd expected nothing less from Dwight. Someone always rejoices too much. And Lorena continued to think about the group, saying that everyone had returned. But that wasn't entirely true. Jan was still missing. Cheryl, who was overly concerned about Jan, kept asking where he was, but Lorena asked her friend not to speak in a negative tone. Suddenly, a tall, bright pillar of light appeared behind the girls, and Lady Beowulf suspected the long-awaited opening of the teleport. Jan was the last to arrive. His return was successful, and the young knight thought that everyone else had returned safely. Everyone around rejoiced at his return, which took a long time, according to Lorena, and Roman learned that his comrade had managed to deal with the main enemy. The Special Forces fighters thanked Jan for saving them and giving them the chance to live, but he modestly spoke of the need to always come to his comrades in their hour of need. Only Cruel looked at the victor with displeasure, believing Jan to be responsible for stealing Dwight's moment of glory in front of all the knights. Jan asked Lorena if she had seen Jaren since his return, but the girl had not encountered the pig, as she put it. It was suggested that the Viscount was continuing his drinking binges in the company of women, so the guys decided to check on Jaren. Soon after entering the Viscount's room, the special squad saw his corpse hanging from a rope. To Lorena, he was a cowardly scoundrel. Casa Afrin was shocked by what he saw, and Roman did not consider death as an escape from problems to be normal, even if the man's conscience was not clear. Seeing the suicide note of the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front, The guys learned from it how Jaren blamed himself for all the events on the plane of the dead. Noticing differences in the handwriting on different pages of the suicide note, Lorena Beowulf wanted to ask John about Jaren, but he had disappeared. Looking where her comrade in arms had been standing, the girl saw no one, but did not understand where the knight could have gone. Meanwhile, having left the room where Viscount Jaren's corpse lay, Jan was searching for secret rooms under the study and finally found them. In one of these rooms, the young man looked at a sphere hidden there by the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front. The energy flow, which was Momon, was surprised by the death of the person behind it all and asked John if it was possible to avenge Lichamon or not. Not immediately recognizing his magical companion, the knight of the special squad mistook her for a flying jellyfish, but the girl finally revealed her name. The guy who even thought about Momon's death made her angry, because the sorceress turned into this to save him and wants to know his plans after Jaren's death. With a slight smile, the knight looked at the sorceress and asked her not to worry, but if she cut off his tail, the scar would remain. In front of them was Viscount Jaren's personal communication device, and he had previously boasted about Marquis Shion, calling him his protector. The ball ignited with a bright pillar of light, and Yang decided to contact the Marquis if his name was in the latest call records, which would prove Shion's guilt. A man appeared before the special squad knight and his companion, squeezing his opponent's throat with his own hand. Looking closely at this unexpected scene, Yang did not understand who was in front of him, assuming that it was the Marquis Shion himself. Turning to the unfortunate lady, the villain was indignant that she, even if she knew him, dared to directly call the Marquis, while the victim only asked for forgiveness. The Marquis looked at his victim with a cold, glassy gaze and noted, in his opinion, a complete lack of manners. After politely greeting Marquis Shion, Yang introduced himself, mentioning his special unit, and apologized for the sudden call, as the man was busy. Not at all. Shion was just teaching someone good manners, and now he had released the guilty girl, who had obediently done the Marquis's bidding. When Shun asked what business the special unit had with him, Yang pointed to Viscount Jaren, who confessed to everything. The knight recounted how the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Front had told the men who had come to him about the Viscount's control and support. Hearing these words, Shion became angry, opened his mouth, and flashed his teeth. Carefully watching the man's reaction, Yang immediately understood that the Viscount had blabbed and deceived the guests of his front, which meant that the knight had to be honest. Suddenly laughing, the Marquis confessed how many times Jaren had bribed him, and that he had tried to refuse. But the Viscount had always insisted. His Shion remembers him as a generous man who gave the Marquis many chests of money but was unable to keep his mouth shut. Yen listened to all these revelations extremely attentively, never taking his intelligent and focused eyes off him. Continuing to smile, the Marquis of Shion, summoned by the knight, wanted to know what the problem was. All subsidies to the Eastern Territories first pass through the Marquis of Shion himself, and then go further, but as a result, they return to him. Rounding his eyes as if naive, the Marquis wondered if Yang really thought that Shion could be punished for this. As Yang, who was staring intently at the Marquis, expected, this was exactly what he thought he would hear from this man. Thinking that such a man had ears everywhere, Yang drew a questioning look from the Marquis. Yang did not mention Jaren's death, but Shion spoke of the Viscount as if he were already dead, and now the knight understood why he was so confident. Recalling the satisfied and fat face of the commander-in-chief of the front, the young man suggested that the Marquis had destroyed all the evidence without exception. Closing his eyes and smiling amiably, Shan acknowledged the young man's assumption as interesting, then asked again for John's name. Then the Marquis suddenly opened his eyes, which radiated only deadly coldness and fear. He was outraged by John, not understanding what right an ordinary operative, as Cheyenne called the knight, had to interrogate him. The nobility had authority from the goddess and the royal family, and this petty official dared to question the Marquis, who wanted to talk about threats but was interrupted. In a loud and familiar voice, which the Marquis recognized immediately, someone declared that Jan had the authority to carry out such actions. Walking towards them across the stone floor, this guest spoke of the inspectorate in the special investigation team. Damian mentioned the authority of both organizations, granted by the Kabbalan Empire, and directed at investigating and punishing all noble families. Since John held the position of senior investigator of the Special Investigation Unit, the chief instructor hoped that Cheyenne understood that the young man had authority. The surprised Marquis did not expect to see Damian here at all, who admitted that he had to move secretly because of Shion. Speaking harshly about Yan, the Marquis does not understand since when the young knight has been the senior member of the squad. The chief instructor, with his usual enigmatic smile, closed his eyes and announced John's appointment as head of the squad from that moment on. The Marquis stared at the chief instructor of the training center with frightened eyes after his verbal attack. Damian himself looked at his opponent, but his gaze was as calm and serene as his character. Aware of the potential problems, the Marquis decided to leave, saying that he could not waste his free time here and would be happy to answer questions in a personal meeting. Almost completely disappearing above the magic ball, Shion promised to accept the guys next time. Only Yang, a knight of the special squad, and Damian, the chief instructor of the recruit training center, remained in the secret room with this magical object. After thanking him for promoting him to senior investigator, Yang learned from an angry Damian that he was releasing the guy from her right now. The chief instructor knew that his protege would cause trouble here, and he was right, but Yang was surprised that his boss simply let Shion go. Damian described the Marquis to the knight as a man not to be trifled with, whose reach extends throughout the empire, and if you get involved with him, you may regret it. After receiving orders to send the squad home by train and follow Damian with his team, Yang wants to know when and where they should leave. According to the chief instructor, they do not have a mission ahead of them, but all participants in the upcoming event should be on their guard. His Highness Crown Prince Leon Cabalan summons the young knight Yan to the imperial capital of Avalon. Someone in a long red coat was walking across the stone ground, lost in thought. The creature's face was not visible. Only darkness could be seen from under the hood. But someone was thinking of revising the plan, because no one thought that Lich would die like this. Before his eyes was a scene of several magical seals being joined together, and the question of expanding territory. And that very magic in the form of a dragon's head, which helped the knights win battles against their enemies. Someone in a red cloak did not understand how someone like Yang dared to use the legendary sword technique of the founding emperor. A bright light suddenly flashed under the hood instead of an eye, and the creature pondering this remembered Yang and decided to remember that name. New events involving members of a special unit and their informal leader Yang took place in the imperial capital of Avalon. A terrible day came when the huge castle where the royal family ruled was engulfed in flames, and Yan stood in front of it with his sword. Wearing a red mask that hid his face, this brave knight, who had destroyed many enemies, stared at the raging flames. The trance passed. Jan's face was no longer hidden by the mask. He stared at one point and did not hear someone calling him insistently. It was Lina Beowulf asking the guy why he was staring into space and what was wrong, not knowing if her companion was okay. Smiling, Cruel thought that Yan had been stunned by the sight of the capital, and in her excitement, Lina asked her friend to calm down and keep up, as there were a lot of people here. Glancing around the bustling capital, the knight would never have thought he would find himself in this place again. Standing in front of the huge castle, John remembered how he once burned Avalon, the capital of the empire, with his own hands. Ahead of them, various houses and churches appeared, but towering above them all was the residence of the imperial family. During their walk through the capital, the impressionable Cheryl saw such large crowds of people for the first time. The cadet couldn't believe that she and her comrades from the special unit had been invited to the imperial capital. The girl felt as if she were dreaming. The 12th recruit, Roman, heard about some kind of banquet, but to the tall, healthy young man, it all sounded like complete nonsense. Cruel Dwight was his usual self, and with a crude smile, mentioned for the 100th time that commoners were out of place here. Casa Affine, a member of the special unit, was confident that even the aristocratic Cruel was a little excited. Seeing the tallest castle, one of the guys asked if His Highness lived there, but another member of the imperial family lived in this place.